Download of the Garland Chronicles successful. Please confirm login automatic confirmation. Login successful, wishing you a pleasant journey. A blinding, white light flooded the room. When Luowei opened her eyes again, everything in front of her was different. The computer desk had vanished, replaced by a long table filled with spice dishes. The strong scent of spices mixed with damp air filled her nostrils, almost taking her back to her days studying in Europe. Back then, to earn money, she worked every night at a Western restaurant, grinding large bowls of spice powder. Later, Luowei. Awakened by the voice, Luowei quickly looked around. She was in a classroom with a strong Gothic style from the late Middle Ages. The tall windows, thick walls, cold, damp floor, and a ceiling adorned with a complex crystal chandelier created a unique atmosphere. In the classroom sat a group of 12 and 13-year-olds. At the front stood a blond man in his 30s or 40s, who seemed to be the teacher. Luowei. The blond man called her again, his tone stern. Please stand up and answer my question. He stared intently at Luowei, his eyes filled with open suspicion. Suspicion? Luowei's pupils constricted, and a wave of panic surged within her as unfamiliar emotions flooded her mind. Along with the rising emotions came flashes of memories. She remembered that the original owner of this body had pretended to be a noble girl to enroll in school, but ended up offending a real noble girl by competing for a dormitory. What was happening now was that noble girl's revenge. She had seen through the original owner's identity and wanted to expose her on the first day of class. And that blonde man was the teacher of this class, Professor Phil. He was the one who followed the noble girl's suggestion to call the original owner to answer questions. This class was about potions, focusing on the basic spices commonly used by nobles, and the question was related to spices. But the original owner had never dealt with expensive spices, and just hearing the question made her lose her senses, let alone stand up to answer. As for why she was so afraid, it was because commoners pretending to be nobles, once discovered, would be subjected to severe torture and then hanged in public. Thinking of the tortures from the Middle Ages, Luowei gasped. She quickly calmed down, stood up, and looked at Phil. Sorry, Professor Phil, I was distracted. Could you please repeat the question? A snicker came from the right front. A noble girl's follower mocked. I think she's not distracted. She just doesn't know anything. Her words sparked a murmur among the students in the classroom. If she didn't even recognize basic spices, could Luowei really be a noble? Quiet. Professor Phil slammed his hand on the desk and turned back to Luowei. Luowei, please identify the spices on the table and briefly explain their uses. Okay. Luowei lowered her gaze, returning to the dish of spices. Dill, sweet basil, parsley, sage, rosemary. These were the most common seasonings in Western cuisine. These spices might have been expensive hundreds of years ago, but in modern times, they were grown all over the world and had become quite cheap. She hoped the names of these spices hadn't changed in this world. Steadying her mind, she reached out to touch the spices, naming each one and explaining its use. Dill, with a sweet and spicy flavor, can help with stomach pain and insomnia. Sweet basil can be used as a side dish. Parsley, a seasoning spice, can be eaten raw. Sage, with a strong aroma, can be used for cooking or flavoring. Vanilla bean, the pod of vanilla, has a unique and fragrant aroma, suitable for consumption and scenting. The one at the bottom. As Luowei moved aside the herbal spices, she saw a yellowish resin and felt a bit relieved. It seemed that the noble girl couldn't be 100% sure she wasn't a noble, or she wouldn't have used this item to test her. This is frankincense, a resin from the olive and frankincense trees, known for its pain-relieving and preservative properties. She withdrew her finger and looked up. Professor, is my answer correct? The classroom fell silent. Luowei frowned. Could it be that the names of these spices were different from what she knew? After a long pause, she finally heard Professor Phil's voice. Have you eaten all these spices? Professor, these spices are common seasonings, aren't they? Luowei smiled. However, I haven't eaten frankincense. It's more of an aromatic used for incense and essential oils. Phil certainly knew this. as he also came from a noble background, but even he couldn't afford to use these spices lavishly for cooking. And frankincense was an extremely valuable spice, usually reserved for sacrifices because it was said to have the closest scent to that of the divine. Wait, why was frankincense among the basic materials? Professor Phil realized something and quickly walked to Luo Wei's desk. "Can I see your spice tray?" Luo Wei stepped back slightly.
"Please."
Phil picked up the yellow resin and sniffed it, his expression changing several times. "It is indeed frankincense," he finally said, putting it down. "I must have accidentally mixed it in while organizing the materials. I apologize, Luo Wei. How about I give you 10 extra points for this class?" "Okay, Professor." Phil returned to the podium, lowering his head to jot something down. Just as Luo Wei sat down, the noble girl in front suddenly turned to her, examining her with bright blue eyes, as if assessing an item of uncertain value. When Luo Wei met her gaze, she noticed something interesting. The noble girl named Asina had striking golden hair, exactly matching Professor Phil's hair color. The latter half of the class was a bit dull, with the students in a sleepy haze. Luo Wei kept her eyes down, appearing to be daydreaming, but in reality, she was sorting through the new memories in her mind. The original owner of this body had been a small fisherman. Her village was slaughtered by pirates, and she escaped, saved by a few knights. One kind female knight gave her a letter of recommendation for school and some gold coins to attend this academy. The original owner was quite beautiful, and on her way to school, she had nearly been assaulted several times. To protect herself, she pretended to be a noble. But this impulsive decision cost the original owner her life. In the memories, the original owner failed to answer Phil's question today, raising suspicion among her classmates. They notified the church's inquisitors, who imprisoned her. Under torture, she revealed her true identity. Once her identity was exposed, the original owner was first paraded through the streets tied up, then hung on the city wall for 7 days, enduring countless insults. Commoners threw waste and rotten vegetables at her, and former classmates came to mock her, pointing and sneering. In the end, she was taken to the gallows and hanged. Before her death, she sacrificed her soul to an evil god, hoping the god would change this world and her future. It was unclear if the evil god received her sacrifice, but Luo Wei found herself transported to the day she was exposed. Luo Wei half closed her eyes, recalling information about the school. The Sharia Magic Academy was established with funding from multiple countries, with a forward-thinking educational philosophy, dedicated to breaking class prejudices and cultivating the best talents across the continent. Unfortunately, despite the Academy's emphasis on regardless of noble or commoner, nobles still discriminated against commoners, and the divide was clear. No one took that statement seriously. The original owner had entered the noble student site by pretending to be one, but she was out of place with their habits and would eventually be exposed. Today's test was just an appetizer. At least Asina wouldn't let her off easily. In the original owner's memories, Asina had already sent someone to investigate her background, but the original owner had exposed herself too quickly, leaving no time for her backup plan. Rovi wanted to stop Asina, but she didn't have the ability to do so. The original owner had no relatives here and hadn't made any friends. She had very little money, making it hard for her to get by. She didn't know who Asina had sent to investigate her, nor what that person would find. The feeling of waiting for a verdict was quite new to her. However, thinking from Asina's perspective, Rovi could guess where that person might have gone. When the original owner registered, she filled out a form with her basic information. Thanks to the school's equal treatment of nobles and commoners, they didn't require identity or address details during registration. The original owner had written very vaguely, only mentioning the general area of the fishing village, saying it was along the northern coast. Even if that person went to the northern coast, there were so many cities and villages by the sea that they might not find the fishing village. Moreover, when the original owner left, the villagers had all been killed by pirates, and the village was burned down, leaving her as the only survivor. Even if they found it, what would it matter? There would be no evidence left. Her only concern now was the few knights who had rescued her and supported her education, as they were the only ones who knew her true identity. As class was about to end, Phil assigned homework, asking everyone to create a perfume using these spices and submit it in the next class. Rovi found it absurd to use cooking spices for perfume. Wasn't she afraid of smelling like food? But no one in the class objected, so she suppressed her doubts and left the classroom with the spices. Luce, how do you plan to mix these spices? On the way, students walked in groups, discussing how to complete the assignment. Rovi eavesdropped. For me, I want to grind black pepper and sage into powder, add some tobacco, and put it in a snuff bottle to make snuff. Pepper-scented snuff? Hard to imagine. Oh, making snuff is too time-consuming. I'll just make incense.
Jack, what about you?
Hee, I've never seen so many spices before. I want to throw them all in a pot and boil them into a thick paste to apply on myself every day.
Oh.
Professor Phil wouldn't allow that. I think you should find another method. Yes, Jack, you better change it if you don't want to end up in a coffin. Their conversation faded away, but Rovi stopped in her tracks. She suddenly remembered that spices were originally used not for cooking, but for religious offerings and funerals. Over 3,000 years ago, the ancient Egyptians used spices to preserve bodies. They mixed various spices with fats to coat the bodies, creating fragrant mummies that lasted for millennia. Europeans learned to use spices in cooking much later than the Chinese. Thinking of this, Rovi felt a mix of emotions. No wonder when she referred to those spices as seasonings, others reacted so strangely. Using spices meant for preserving bodies and cooking. How could that not be odd? Ultimately, it was a clash of historical and cultural differences. Although this world resembled late medieval Europe, it was just a resemblance. By that time, Europeans were already using spices to cure beef. But this also reminded her to consider the cultural background here when speaking and acting, to avoid being seen as an outsider. Just as Rovi was about to leave, a haughty voice called out from behind. "Commoner, stop." It was the noble lady's follower. Feeling the hostility, she quickened her pace. Rovi, the girl, shocked to be ignored, angrily ran in front of her. "I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" Rovi was forced to halt and looked up at her face. "Vina, what do you want?" Vina stood tall. "Humph, you don't think everyone has been fooled by you, do you? Using spices, how ridiculous." Rovi felt a headache coming on and didn't want to argue that she wasn't using spices for food. "So, you're looking for me just to say these boring things?"
Boring?
Vina raised her voice. "Commoner, how dare you speak to me like that? Aren't you afraid I'll expose you?" Rovi remained calm. "Expose me about what?"
Ha.
"You're still pretending." Vina stepped back dramatically, glaring in anger. "You shameless person. I don't know how you got those spices, but you can't fool me. I've seen through you. You're not a noble at all. Foolish commoner, that dirty woolen undergarment you're wearing is something only commoners would wear." "Are you done?" Rovi said calmly. "Now it's my turn to speak." As Vina stared in shock, Rovi stepped closer, her eyes glinting with intensity. "To me, your speech is vulgar. Your behavior is lewd and lacking any noble upbringing. Your character is poor. Your morals are corrupt. Your jealousy and meanness are written all over your face. Your soul is filthy and disgusting. You are not a qualified lady. Vina, you really should go home and study noble etiquette."
Ah.
Vina screamed, stamping her foot angrily, pointing at Rovi. "You lowly, mind your manners." Rovi quickly interrupted, scolding sharply. "A lady doesn't shout like that. Put away your ugly face. You disgust me. You. Boo-hoo." Vina broke down in tears and ran away, covering her face. For a noble girl in this era, Rovi's words were indeed harsh. But she felt no remorse. In the original owner's memories of the next 7 days, Vina had come to humiliate her, using words far more vicious than this. She had called the original owner lewd and lowly, claiming she pretended to be a noble to charm noblemen, even saying her fancy clothes were bought through selling herself, spreading rumors that she was a sold girl, and even bringing a group of men to tear her clothes off. Although the original owner pretended to be a noble, She didn't deserve such treatment. She hadn't used her noble identity for anything, nor had she done anything wrong, yet those people insulted her more harshly than they would a murderer. Even murderers have the right to a defense, but she was sentenced to death without a trial. Thinking of the original owner's tragic experiences, Rovi's expression darkened. The Wesley family is known for protecting their own. Don't you fear their revenge for humiliating Vina? A blonde girl with blue eyes stepped out from under the colonnade. It was the noble Lady Asina. The name Wesley triggered the original owner's memories, and Vina's information immediately surfaced in Rovi's mind. Vina, full name Vina Wesley, was the youngest daughter of Count Wesley of Boron. Count's daughters can only be followers. What about this girl calling herself Asina? Rovi suppressed her suspicions and calmly turned around. You're using Vina like this. Aren't you afraid she'll tell Count Wesley? Asina smiled slightly. Of course not. Besides, she doesn't have the brains for that. Rovi nodded. So, why do you think I would be afraid? It seems I worried for nothing. Asina laughed lightly, then changed the subject. By the way, we have a magic pattern class tomorrow. Those commoners are bound to make fools of themselves again. I heard commoners can't do arithmetic and don't know multiplication or division. How will they calculate geometry? Rovi found it a bit strange. She understood the magic pattern class, since this was a magic academy, but why would geometry be taught in that class? Isn't that something learned in math class? Her expression showed confusion, which Asina interpreted as proof that she didn't understand. Fortunately, Asina smiled slightly. The library has books on arithmetic. Those ignorant commoners can catch up by studying after class. Don't you think so, Rovi? Maybe. Rovi replied dismissively, but her mind was racing. The original owner's memories were chaotic and unclear, and she urgently needed to find some history books to catch up on the knowledge of this world. Thanks to Asina, she remembered there was a library at the school, though this was likely another test from her. Sorry, I have something to do. I'll take my leave now. Rovi ended the conversation and left with the spices. What an unreasonable person. Watching her retreating figure, Asina narrowed her beautiful blue eyes and turned to find the noble boys on the lawn, inviting them to the library. The noble boys knew from her expression that this invitation was not innocent, and they stood up with smiles. Which poor soul does our esteemed princess want to tease this time? Asina frowned. Don't call me princess. I don't want to reveal my identity. All right, Asina. The boys quickly changed their tone. Who has offended you? Isn't it that commoner pretending to be noble? The way she looked at me was offensive. Go teach her a lesson for me. The noble boys exchanged glances. Asina, are you sure she's a commoner? What if she really is a noble? She can't be a noble, Asina said firmly. When I told her the library has books on arithmetic, she rushed over immediately. Only poor commoners haven't learned arithmetic. The history books in the library are not as detailed as those recorded in religious texts, and most of them are heroic biographies. Rovi took down a heroic epic called the Song of Odric, flipped through 2 pages, and found the book filled with mythical elements. The book starts with the creation of the world by ancient gods, telling the story of Odric, the son of the god of wisdom, as he embarks on adventures in the Western continent. The opening describes how the god created the world and the birth of humanity. The creator god took out his heart to form Galan and sprinkled his blood to create humans. Fearing that humans would be cold, he took out his left eye to become the sun, granting humans warm sunlight. Worried that they might get lost in the dark, he took out his right eye to become the moon, providing them with bright moonlight. After the creator god fell, his soul gave birth to many new gods, who were born from the heart of the mother goddess and continued to bless the humans on Galan. The book also records a great war that took place 2,000 years ago, said to be a battle for the faith of the gods. This war turned the old paradise of humanity into a desert overnight, leaving it barren, which is now known as the Wasteland. Since that war, the gods no longer descended to the world but remained high in the clouds. Humanity migrated to a new continent to recuperate, which is where they now live, the Western continent. Legend has it that there is a third continent called the Misty Plain, located to the north of the Western continent, but the northern seas are shrouded in thick fog year-round, and no one has successfully crossed it, so the existence of the misty plain remains unproven. If only the misty plain were real, she could escape there if her identity was ever revealed. As dusk approached, Rovi read a few more pages before heading to register her book, planning to take it home to read slowly. Just as she left the borrowing area, 4 or 5 boys walked by, and one of them bumped straight into her. With a thud, the book in Rovi's arms flew to the ground. A hand quickly picked it up before her, and the boy, elongating his tone, said, "Let me see what a commoner borrowed." The Song of Odric? After he finished reading the title, he glanced at Rovi and immediately fell silent. This complicated ancient epic gave him a headache just to look at, and this lady actually came to borrow it? If she were a commoner, she definitely wouldn't read such things. They can't even recognize all the characters. The other boys realized this too, exchanging glances and remaining silent. The boy who picked up the book was quick-witted and immediately handed it back to Rovi, completely changing his attitude. "My lady, please forgive my rudeness. There was a misunderstanding. Here's your book back." Rovi frowned slightly and reached out for the book. Wait. The boy suddenly changed again, a wise look in his eyes. "Beautiful lady, I've been reading this book too, but there are some parts one don't understand. May I ask you a question?" Great, another one trying to test her. Did he think she couldn't understand ancient texts? This was much simpler than classical Chinese. Rovi withdrew her finger and said nonchalantly, "Go ahead and ask." The boy opened the first page of the book and randomly pointed to a passage. "I don't understand this part." Rovi looked at him strangely. He couldn't understand the first page? The boy's face stiffened. He knew it sounded foolish, but he had only flipped through the first page of the book, and that was the only content he was somewhat familiar with. "Fine, give me the book, and I'll teach you." The boy returned the book to her. Rovi pointed to the text and spoke softly. The mother goddess fell. Her soul felt the air and conceived, giving birth to the gods in a small space, descending divine blessings in all directions. Each god governs their domain. At this time, chaos began to separate. Life and death were cut off, and all beasts. The meaning of this passage is... It wasn't until she finished that the boy's doubts were completely dispelled. He thanked Rovi and, as he left, took a careful look at her face, feeling a bit moved. This lady had a fair complexion, rosy lips, and white teeth. She also had shiny black hair like ebony and mysterious black eyes. Although she dressed very modestly, her elegant demeanor and rich knowledge revealed her noble status. She was clearly a true noble. Asina had said she was a commoner. She must be jealous that this lady was more beautiful than her. The boys returned to find Asina, only to be scolded harshly. "Fools. There are wise and studious people among commoners too. Do you think everyone is as ignorant as you?" The boy protested, but she didn't even go for arithmetic books. "Asina, you must be mistaken. Enough. Get out of here. How did the dukes raise such a bunch of fools?" Asina's face twisted with anger. She never expected that sending these guys to teach Rovi would backfire. The boys were also fed up with this spoiled little princess and left after being scolded. Both sides parted ways unhappily. Meanwhile, Rovi walked past a rose garden and saw their dormitory. It was an old Romanesque building, quietly standing on a lush green lawn, with semicircular arches and rounded domes exuding a dreamy atmosphere. The original owner's room was at the end of the second-floor corridor, in a great location. Opening the window revealed a view of the lake, and there was a small balcony outside to sit and enjoy tea. She had a feud with Asina because of this dormitory. The original owner arrived first, and later Asina also wanted this room, but since the original owner had already moved in, the school staff assigned the room to her. After returning to the dormitory, Rovi stood by the window to admire the view for a while. When the sun set, she returned to her desk and lit the oil lamp. On the table lay a handheld copper mirror, which she picked up. The dim mirror reflected a youthful face, and Rovi paused. Wasn't this her appearance at 15? She thought her looks would change after crossing over, but it turned out the original owner looked exactly like her. In the mirror, the little girl with black hair and black eyes stared at her, as if looking at a version of herself from another world. Rovi blinked. Now she was a bit unsure whether she had soul transferred or body transferred. But it was fortunate that the original owner looked like her, with a head of black hair, which was considered the most noble hair color in the Western world. If she had crossed over with red hair, she really couldn't pass as a noble. Even nobles with red hair face discrimination in the West. After looking in the mirror, Rovi seemed to understand why the teacher who assigned the dormitory favored her. It was a stereotype that made her think that the black-haired version of herself was of higher status than the blonde Asina. That was indeed good news. Rovi set down the mirror, walked to the wardrobe, and changed into a linen nightgown. Turning back, she saw her woolen undergarment and frowned slightly. The original owner had spent all her money on the outer garments, neglecting the inner clothes, which gave Vina a point to criticize. But the woolen shirt she wore was soft, clearly well-tanned, and very clean. Even if it wasn't white, it definitely didn't look dirty. However, Vina was right about one thing. True nobles wouldn't wear woolen undergarments. At this time, the dyeing and weaving technology for wool was still underdeveloped, resulting in rough, heavy wool garments that weren't very white, so nobles generally wore fine linen or cotton clothing. Rovi rubbed the woolen shirt in her hands, and a series of processing steps flashed through her mind. If the technology was underdeveloped, couldn't she make it advanced? In the 21st century where she lived, fabrics made from animal fibers were much more expensive than those made from plant fibers. Compared to plant fibers, clothes made from animal fibers not only feel better, but are also much warmer and more breathable. How much does a cashmere coat cost compared to a cotton jacket? Moreover, wool fabric is complicated to process and hard to maintain. It easily pills from friction and shrinks after washing. Those who care about appearance often don't want to wear it more than once or twice. These drawbacks may be unkind to commoners, but aren't they exactly what nobles seek? A noble's worth is reflected in the intricate processes and luxurious consumption. Although it has many flaws and can wear out easily, its high cost and comfort are what truly showcase noble status. The wealthy nobles will surely pay for it. When all nobles take pride in wearing the softest and most expensive cashmere, will she still seem like a commoner?
No.
Those people will think she is the true noble because she wore it first. The long night passed, and the oil lamp flickered dimly. Rovi pulled out an old piece of burlap and carefully carved with a charcoal pencil made from a wooden stick. She documented the steps for washing wool, methods for removing grease, improved tools for combing wool, and the twisting and weaving process. By the time the burlap was filled, the moon was high in the sky. This burlap was just a draft. Once she bought parchment, she would need to copy it again with a quill and ink. Once she sells this, she will have the money she needs to maintain her noble disguise. Rovi stretched and felt grateful for her past self who loved to watch DIY videos. She had watched many videos from craft bloggers, and her friends laughed at her for learning useless things instead of practical skills. But now, she realized she had learned valuable skills and could profit from them. However, many of the essential skills for time travel she had watched were no longer applicable. For example, refining salt, making glass, creating mercury mirrors, and preparing explosives. Alchemy in this world is advanced and has already discovered these processes, but the recipes are controlled by the wealthy, and the products are only for nobles, not for sale. But that's okay. She can still use these recipes for herself or sell a bit on the black market. As long as she keeps it low-key, no one should question her for making forbidden items, which would also enhance her noble identity. Isn't it normal for nobles to have these things? The oil lamp burned for most of the night, and there was little oil left. Rovi blew out the small flame and smoothly snuggled into her blanket. The next day, it was time for the magic pattern class. Today, they moved to a larger classroom, and everyone sat in the empty space with a square sand tray in front of them. It wasn't a sand tray for simulating terrain. It was just a tray of sand with a smooth stick beside it. Rovi saw her classmates skillfully using the stick to draw in the sand and began to think about how she could get some white paper. She wondered if creating something that could shake the foundations of religion and noble status would bring her trouble. Never mind, It's better to play it safe for now. While she was thinking, a thin old man with curly brown hair and wrinkled skin walked in, holding a scroll of parchment. This was the second day of school and their first magic pattern class, so the old man's first task was to introduce himself. Good morning, children. I am your magic pattern teacher, Claude Mike. You can call me Professor Mike. Good day, Professor Mike. The students stood up and bowed. All right, please sit down. Professor Mike nodded, spread out the parchment on the table, and began his lecture.
What is a magic pattern?
A magic pattern is a container for absorbing magical power, and it is also a mark left by the gods when they use divine power on Earth. By breaking down and depicting these marks, we can capture the magical elements that wander in the world and then control and use them. Magic patterns have many uses. The most common is enchanting. For example, carving a wind magic pattern on a knight's sword can increase the speed of their strikes. Next is teleportation. Magic patterns can connect spatial passages, allowing us to travel long distances by carving them in different locations. Finally, there is summoning. Summoning patterns can call magical beasts and spirits. Legendary holy magic masters can even summon projections of gods. Of course, the last two types of magic patterns can only be studied by intermediate and advanced magic apprentices. What you will learn now is the basics of drawing magic patterns. Rovi listened intently. Professor Mike spoke clearly, and it sounded very interesting. According to the original owner's memories, this continent was filled with legends of magic, and everyone believed in magic, even though no one had seen it. But since she could travel through time, magic and gods might really exist. All right, children, flatten your sand trays. I will start explaining the structure of basic magic patterns. Professor Mike picked up a chalk pencil. Magic patterns are compressed spatial structures, so we first need to learn to draw flat geometries. He turned around and drew a series of geometric shapes on the board. The geometric shapes used for drawing magic patterns fall into 4 categories: rectangles, triangles, circles, and polygons. The students below also picked up their sticks and began to write and draw in the sand. Rovi picked up her stick as well. She never expected that after traveling through time, she would have to start learning elementary math. This magic pattern class was like a math class. Professor Mike continued, after learning to draw geometric shapes, we also need to calculate the proportions of magic patterns to carve them onto different materials. As he spoke, he drew a hexagram on the board, marking one of its line segments as 1 foot, and then drew a square, marking its side length as 6 inches. Now, who can tell me how long the longest line segment of this hexagram would be if I wanted to carve it onto the square stone slab? The students below immediately picked up their pens to calculate, but after a while, they looked up, confused, as if staring at a foreign language. Professor Mike waited a moment and asked again, "Can anyone figure it out?" The classroom fell silent. Many students lowered their heads, shrinking back like quails. Suddenly, Vina raised her hand. "Oh, lovely child, do you want to answer my question?" Professor Mike asked, surprised. Vina glanced at Rovi. "I'm sorry, Professor Mike, I can't answer, but I'd like to recommend someone." Professor Mike's smile faded a bit. "Then, who do you want to recommend?" "My friend Rovi. She comes from a noble family and is good at arithmetic. I'm sure she can answer your question." After Vina finished speaking, she looked at Rovi and smiled proudly. "Dear, quickly tell the professor your answer." She had observed that Rovi hadn't touched her stick to draw any grids, which meant she didn't know how to use the grid method. The grid method is the simplest way to calculate products. You must first draw horizontal and vertical lines on paper to create many grids, then count the grid points to find the product. Not knowing the grid method, how could this commoner still pretend to be noble? Vina thought maliciously. Professor Mike is a tolerant teacher. Although he noticed the tension between the two, he did not intend to interfere. To an older person, the bickering of children seems naive and amusing. He didn't really expect Ro to answer the question, as it was indeed difficult for them, and not being able to answer was normal. "Ro, would you like to answer this question?" Professor Mike was ready for a refusal. Ro had already calculated the answer in her head. When she heard his question, she stood up. The answer is the square root of 3 minus 1, multiplied by the square root of 6, which is approximately 8 inches. Not willing to wait, Professor Mike's eyes lit up. Could you say that again? What is your answer? Vina almost laughed out loud. What does she mean by the square root of 3? Is that even an answer? Not knowing arithmetic and answering randomly would surely make Professor Mike angry. She looked at Ro with pity. Ro was not paying attention to Vina. She answered Professor Mike seriously. My answer is the square root of 3 minus 1, multiplied by the square root of 6, which is approximately 1.8 inches. To be honest, she wasn't very confident because she didn't know how advanced math was in this world. But square roots did exist in medieval Europe. It was just that different regions had different ways of expressing them. The phrase the square root of a number was the most common, so she used that to refer to the square root of 3. Professor Mike's eyes grew brighter. You can calculate square roots and triangular numbers? It seemed her answer was correct. Rose sighed in relief and humbly said, I've had the fortune to learn a bit, but I haven't forgotten. My child, you are too modest, Professor Mike praised. I have taught many students, but most of them can't understand it and only know how to draw pictures. Ro didn't know how to respond to that, so she just smiled. The more Professor Mike looked at her, the more pleased he became. Good child, please sit down. He turned to the others. Ro's answer is correct. Has anyone else figured it out? Vina looked incredulous. How did Ro know the answer when she hadn't even written anything down? She was not willing to give up. Professor, aren't you going to ask Ro how she calculated it? I didn't see her using the sand table. Hearing this, the students in the class craned their necks to look at Ro's sand table. Really nothing? Is Ro calculating in her head? That's amazing. Ro must be a genius. She really is a noble lady. Vina was grinding her teeth. She wanted them to question her, not praise her. Professor Mike looked disappointedly at Vina and called Ro. Good child, can you share your thought process with everyone? Ro nodded calmly. To fit a hexagram inside a square and calculate the longest segment, you actually need to find the largest equilateral hexagon within the square. First, find the longest diagonal of the hexagram and align one of its diagonals with the diagonal of the square. At this point, one edge, where the hexagram intersects the square's diagonal, forms a 15-degree angle with the square's edge. Using the ratio of triangular numbers, calculate the side length of the regular hexagon, which is the distance from the center of the hexagram to its 6 corners. Half of this distance divided by the square root of 3, then multiplied by 2, or simply divided by the square root of 3, gives you the length of the reduced hexagram segment. The classroom filled with the sound of scratching as students hurriedly drew on the sand table. So that's how it's calculated. Half of the students looked enlightened, while the other half were pulling their hair in frustration. But by the end, many looked confused. They understood the method, but how exactly do you calculate the distance from the center of the hexagram to its 6 corners? Seeing this, Professor Mike smiled slyly. Can't calculate it, can you? It's okay if you can't. This question was never meant for you to solve. I just wanted to introduce the next topic in arithmetic. Triangular numbers and square roots. The students. They looked at Professor Mike with dismay. Professor, you're so mean. Professor Mike laughed heartily. I am a humorous teacher. Now sit up straight, children. I will continue the lesson. The students straightened up and picked up their sticks, looking seriously at the board. Vina sat down with a sullen face. She didn't understand why Ro, who was clearly a commoner, knew so much. Could she really be a noble? After class, Ro left the classroom with a little follower behind her. After walking for a while, she turned around helplessly. Vina, what do you want? Vina looked at her with a complicated expression. Are you really a noble? Which country are you from, and what title does your family hold? Ro's expression turned cold. Vina, that's very rude of you to ask. Shut up. Vina's face showed anger, clearly recalling what Ro had said to her yesterday. Ro ignored her and turned to walk toward the cafeteria. The midday sun was a bit blinding, and a group of lively young boys and girls chatted and laughed as they walked along the shaded path to the college dining hall. Clatter, Copper coins scattered everywhere, some rolling down the sloped path into the grass.
Ah,
A girl hurriedly bent down to pick up the coins, sweating in the crowd. Sorry. Please move aside. My coins fell. Please lift your foot. You've stepped on my coin.
thank you, I'm so sorry.
One copper coin rolled to Rose's feet, and she stopped it with her foot. She looked at the girl and picked up the coin, walking over. This is yours. I'm sorry. Did I block your way? Seeing a beautiful skirt, the girl quickly got up to make way. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Rose pressed her lips together and handed over the coin. I just wanted to say, here's your coin. The girl suddenly looked up, her eyes wide in shock. After recognizing her face, Rose was also taken aback. In the original owner's memories from the next 7 days, this was the only person who tried to give her water when she was publicly humiliated. Meanwhile, those commoners, who were clearly commoners, were shouting to kill her. Rose's eyes darkened. Coming back to her senses, she extended her hand again. Don't you want it? The girl quickly wiped her hands on her clothes and respectfully took the coin with both hands. Thank you so much. No need to thank me. Rose squatted down. Let me help you pick them up. No, you'll dirty your skirt. The girl hurriedly stopped her. I can do it myself. It's fine. If it gets dirty, it gets dirty. Rose picked up the coins from the grass, noticing that the girl kept looking at her. She turned her head and asked, What's wrong? The girl awkwardly shook her head. Nothing. It's just that you're the first noble and kind lady I've ever met. Rose paused for a moment, then handed the coin to her. What's your name? The girl straightened her back nervously. My name is Winnie. Winnie Charlie. I'm Rose. Rose extended her hand to her. Winnie, can we be friends? Of course. Winnie took her hand and helped her up, her eyes sparkling. As long as you don't mind. Rose. She meant to shake hands, not to be helped up. Well, it seems that handshakes are not common among commoners. Can you count and see if you've picked them all up? Winnie counted and finally smiled, gratefully thanking Rose. Thanks to you, I can gather enough money to rent a horse. Rent a horse? Winnie nodded. I'm a junior magic apprentice, and I have an entrance exam the day after tomorrow. I need to take riding lessons, but I can't afford a horse, so I have to rent one. Does the academy not provide free horses for riding lessons? Rose thought to herself that this was bad news, since she also had no money to buy a horse. They do, but those horses are very old. Winnie explained, noble students use their own horses, which run very fast. If my grades are too low, I will lose my scholarship. A scholarship? Rose, who was struggling financially, felt intrigued. She hadn't secured her tuition for next semester yet. Is it hard to get a scholarship? She asked casually. Of course it's hard. You need to be in the top 10 to get a full scholarship, and the top 20 only get half off. Winnie clenched her fist and said firmly, I will get the best grades. The top 3 get a big scholarship. Rose's eyelashes fluttered. With over 200 students in a grade, getting into the top 10 is indeed challenging. But thinking about the high tuition, she felt she could try hard. Shiria offers 7 courses: potions, magic patterns, spells, alchemy, astrology, swordsmanship, and horsemanship, with only 1 class per day. She had taken potions and magic patterns once, and they weren't too difficult. After seeing the scientific nature of the magic patterns class, Rose had mentally translated the names of all the subjects. Potions is like biology, magic patterns is like math, spells is a kind of foreign language, and alchemy is chemistry. Astrology is ancient astronomy, so it belongs to physics. The last 2, swordsmanship is like physical education and horsemanship is like driving, except they don't drive cars and the school doesn't issue licenses. Math, foreign languages, physics, chemistry, biology, and PE. This school is heavily focused on science. It's clearly a science academy. However, she was a science student in her past life, so aside from swordsmanship and horsemanship, getting high scores in the other subjects shouldn't be too hard. But for that, she needed to sell her wool weaving formula quickly. After selling it, her first purchase would be a good horse, whether to better disguise her identity or to excel in horsemanship class. Winnie, do you know which is the biggest wool merchant in Shiria? Shiria Magic Academy is named after the city of Shiria in the Duchy of Lenkos. Shiria City is located in the central eastern part of the Western continent, with a warm and humid climate, flat terrain, and a developed economy. To the north is the church, to the west on the hill is the castle of the Shiria Lord, in the middle is Shiria Square, and to the south is our market area. Don't underestimate these streets. Merchants from all over come here every day to trade goods. There's nothing you can't find here if you want it. Look, the two shops next to each other ahead are our fabric store, and half of our fabrics are cashmere. Although we are not the largest wool merchant in Shiria, we are not far behind, and our wool fabrics are fairly priced and honest. Winnie's classmate, Balky Hawkins, son of the second largest wool merchant in Shiria, Barton Hawkins, chattered all the way. He was a cheerful boy with a few symmetrical freckles on his face, and when he smiled, he showed two big front teeth. Although Balky was also a commoner, his family had been in business for generations and was quite wealthy, dressed much better than Winnie. When Rovi asked Winnie about the wool merchants in Shiria, Winnie immediately thought of Balky and introduced him to Rovi. Rovi urgently needed money, so whether he was the biggest wool merchant or not didn't matter to her. She directly told Balky that she had a secret formula for wool weaving and wanted to do business with him. Being skilled in negotiation, she also told Balky that if he wasn't interested, she would look for other merchants in the city. Balky became anxious upon hearing this. He was determined to promote his family business and become the top merchant in Shiria. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. He quickly sent a message to his father, inviting Rovi and Winnie to their shop for a detailed discussion. Such a big matter couldn't be decided by him alone. Barton Hawkins was already waiting in the store. Although he didn't think a noble lady would have a good formula, since it was his son's invitation, he was happy to meet her. Moreover, she was a noble lady. If Balky could gain the friendship of a noble lady, or even dare to dream of winning her heart, their family could enter high society. Barton was so excited, he paced around the store. He had worked hard to send his son to Shiria Magic Academy, just to help him meet some nobles. After a year, his son finally had a noble lady visiting their home. Barton was almost in tears. "Father." Balky's cheerful voice came from outside. Barton hurried to the door to welcome the noble lady. In his view, his son stood to the side leading the way, followed by two girls around 13 or 14 years old. One girl stood out. She had black hair and dark eyes, smooth white skin like jade, a long neck supporting a beautiful head, resembling a noble white swan. Her features were exquisite, her appearance charming, her figure graceful, her back straight, and even her steps had a unique rhythm. Barton looked down and noticed she was gently lifting her skirt embroidered with gold thread, tiptoeing on the damp cobblestones. No doubt, this must be the noble lady his son mentioned. Only noble women walk on tiptoes when they go out. Barton warmly welcomed her. "Please come in, dear lady. What is your name?" Rovi smiled faintly. "Hello, Mr. Hawkins. My name is Rovi." She stepped up the clean stairs, finally feeling relieved. The streets were filthy, with no one cleaning up, and people splashed water everywhere. Stepping in it was disgusting, and she almost felt sick. Barton, noticing her discomfort, kindly led Rovi upstairs and instructed the staff to light incense and bring the freshest fruits. The noble lady had covered her nose earlier. She must have found the smell unpleasant. Soon, they settled in the reception room on the second floor and began friendly negotiations. "Miss Rovi, I heard from Balky that you have a secret formula for wool weaving?" Although the noble lady did not give her last name, Barton didn't dare to call her by her name directly and awkwardly referred to her as Miss Rovi. "Yes, this is our family secret. It shouldn't be shared lightly, but the cashmere fabrics in Shiria are so coarse and heavy that they irritate me." Rovi touched her neck, as if the collar of a wool sweater had scratched her, frowning in complaint. "Yes, our cashmere fabrics are indeed a bit rough," Barton said with a smile, but he didn't take her seriously. Wool fabrics are typically thick and scratchy, which noble would wear them directly against their skin. Was this lady trying to pick a fight? "So, I want to do business with you," Rovi said, moving to the main topic after her complaint. "You use my formula to weave cashmere fabric that satisfies me and make it into clothing, and I will pay you generously."
This.
Barton hesitated. How much cashmere fabric do you need? If he had to set up a production line just for her, it wouldn't be profitable. About 50 pieces of fabric for one cashmere sweater a day. One piece is 40 feet, requiring 15 pounds of cashmere. Rovi raised her chin. I can pay you 100 gold coins as a deposit, and for each cashmere sweater made, I will pay you 10 silver coins. She had done her research. The current average price for cashmere sweaters was only 60 copper coins each, and she was offering more than 10 times that, which would surely catch Barton's interest. I also need some cashmere shawls and cashmere coats. The shawls are 2 gold coins each, and the coats are 7 gold coins each. Let's start with 20 shawls and 10 coats. Barton quickly calculated the prices on his fingers. Each piece of fabric requires 15 pounds of cashmere, so 50 pieces would need nearly 800 pounds. Cashmere is cheap, and 800 pounds only costs 50 silver coins. A cashmere sweater costs 10 silver coins. If he makes one a day for 3 years, that's 100 gold coins. Adding the shawls and coats, it totals over 200 gold coins. After costs, he could net 200 gold coins, which is 2 million copper coins, 2 million. That amount is enough for him to buy 4 large houses with gardens in Corin City. Barton was astonished. His shop's annual net income is only 20 gold coins, and a worker's daily wage is just 70 copper coins. This was an astronomical figure. One deal could earn him 10 years' worth of profit. Barton's breath became heavy. He couldn't believe his ears. Miss Rowe, is what you said true? Will you really give us that price? If the price is high, even if her secret recipe is terrible, he could still make it work. I always keep my word. Rowe leaned back, but I have 2 conditions. Please go ahead. Barton looked at Rowe as if she were a deity, and he knew he had to listen carefully. First, you must strictly follow the recipe I provide for processing the wool. If you can't do that, we won't work together. Second, the price I offered is a buyout price. The cashmere sweaters can only be sold to me. You cannot sell them elsewhere or disclose my recipe, even if I leave Sharia. Once Rowe was at the negotiation table, her presence was impressive, creating a strong pressure that made Barton feel breathless. Of course. Barton wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking nobles are different. Their aura makes him want to kneel. He understood Rowe's demands. The recipe belongs to this noble lady, and the money comes from her. He is just temporarily her personal tailor, making clothes for her. Nobles only use the best for themselves. All right, since Mr. Harkins agreed so readily, I will confidently give you the recipe, Rowe said with a light smile. You are Balki's father, and I trust your character. Barton glanced at Balki and gave him a well-done look. Balki puffed up his chest, feeling proud. However, he scratched the back of his head, wondering why Rowe trusted him so much when he had just met her today. Rowe took out the neatly copied parchment and handed it to Barton. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me now. Once you confirm you can make the fabric I need, we'll draft a contract and pay you a deposit. Balki unfolded the parchment, holding his breath as he read. The parchment not only had written instructions, but also illustrated important steps, making it clear and easy to understand. This recipe filled 3 sheets of parchment. The first sheet detailed how to process the wool, explaining how to make it soft and white through complex procedures, mentioning solvents and rinsing methods he had never heard of. The second sheet summarized the technique for spinning cashmere, showing how to twist the cashmere thread as fine as yarn, using tools he had never seen. The third sheet described various weaving techniques to create different fabric thicknesses and patterns. This was not just a recipe, it was a complete textile manual. Any single procedure from it could make them a fortune. Barton looked at Rowe eagerly, feeling as if he had been hit by a pie falling from the sky, stammering, such a valuable recipe. Can I really see it? This is simply unbelievable. Aren't you afraid I'll steal it? Rowe rested her chin on her hand, leaning back in her chair, appearing uninterested. To me, it's just a few pieces of paper. Besides, it only contains some simple information. Even if it were lost, it wouldn't cause me any harm. Mr. Harkins, you are a businessman. I believe you understand what is most beneficial. Barton nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Harkin's shop will not disappoint you. Rose smiled warmly. Mr. Harkins is a trustworthy person. She adjusted her dress and stood up. It's getting late. Once you make the fabric samples, contact me. Okay, I will make them as quickly as possible. Barton hurriedly stood up to see them out. I'll be waiting for good news. Goodbye, Mr. Harkins. Roe and Winnie left together, while Balky stayed at home. Father, why does Miss Roe want us to make her clothes? Balky asked, puzzled. Can't she just have her servants bring them? What do you know? Barton scolded. Someone as noble as Miss Roe would never use old, piled-up fabric. She changes clothes every day. Do you think her servants will come every day to deliver them? What if her territory is thousands of miles away? How much manpower and resources would it take to deliver clothes? She's not a fool just because she's a noble. Balky felt ashamed and looked down. Seeing his son's dejected expression, Barton sighed. My son, you must understand, we are merchants. No matter her reasons for seeking us, as long as she brings us profit, we should give her the respect she deserves. Balky looked up. I understand, father. To respect her means not to question her decisions. She is our most esteemed guest. Barton patted his head. Not a guest, but a noble. Even if he couldn't replicate those recipes, just seeing them would be immensely beneficial. Balky nodded, deep in thought. By the way, is that Miss Charlie your classmate? Yes, we are in the same class. You should thank her properly and spend more time with her. Her mind is sharper than yours. Barton's eyes sparkled. Balky agreed. Winnie is indeed smarter than me. Her grades are in the top 10 of the year. Barton shook his head and turned back to study the recipe. That night, the full moon hung high. Roe lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She had sent out the wool processing technique. Although she couldn't make the improved machine in the short term, the wool sample could be made with existing tools and manpower. If Harkin's shop worked overnight, they could weave a palm-sized sample within 3 days, just in time for the equestrian class the day before. But she wasn't sure if they would follow her expected direction. If Barton wasn't impressed by the sample's quality, her plan would fall apart. Not to mention, she couldn't afford the 100 gold coin deposit. Even if she could, she wouldn't pay it. She was there to make money, not to spend it. It all depended on whether Barton was savvy enough. Scenes from the day flashed through Rose's mind. Her answers in the magic pattern class, her conversation with Asina, meeting Winnie and Balky, and negotiating with the fabric merchant Barton. She suddenly realized she had made a mistake. Her attitude towards others today was too arrogant. Without strong support for her pride, it's better to act like a kind-hearted saint. This can help hide her lack of confidence, disguising it as a character flaw. Noble members have their own circles, and once she pushes her way in, she will quickly be exposed. To build her influence, she must seek out commoners. Therefore, her personality must be liked by the common people. She needs to be friendly to gain their support. A solitary person is not a noble. Having supporters makes her seem more like one. Of course, pretending to be a noble requires more than just support. It needs many other things. For example, money, land, culture, and etiquette. Nobles are families with hereditary titles or royal bloodlines, having accumulated great wealth and deep family heritage over generations. So, she must become wealthy, earn more money, and buy property to maintain her luxurious lifestyle as a noble. Next, she needs to enrich her knowledge, understand the local culture, and ideally memorize all the books in the library, excelling in every subject. Lastly, etiquette. This is simple. She can borrow from the ancient customs of China, which might make her seem more noble than the actual nobles. In summary, her persona is that of a low-key, mysterious, and gentle noble lady. Under the moonlight, Ro got up and carved 8 words on her bedside: kindness and tolerance, gentle and pure. Kind but not weak, pure but not foolishly good. She would read this every morning to remind herself of her persona. Outside the window, a red-eyed crow quietly watched, taking in her actions. After a while, it flapped its wings and flew to the other side of the academy. Chad, have you seen these symbols before? Under the candlelight, a handsome young man drew the 8 patterns the crow had seen on parchment, looking puzzled. The young man named Chad shook his head. "I haven't seen them, Your Highness, but they look like some kind of writing." Writing? The boy's eyes darkened. Could my sister really have found a witch? Chad immediately lowered his head. "Think of a way to kill her tonight." The boy's eyes showed a hint of malice. "And remember to make it look like an accident." "Yes." In the middle of the night, Rose suddenly woke up. She dreamed of a poisonous spider crawling onto her face and biting her. The dream felt too real, scaring her to sit up, and she actually found a furry spider on her blanket. Startled, Rose slowly focused on the spider. The spider raised its spiny legs, and its dark, round eyes seemed to be looking at her. How cute! After staring for a few seconds, Rose couldn't resist. She quickly rolled over, grabbed a cup, and covered the spider with it. Such a cute little thing deserves to be taken care of. The next day, in the spellcasting class, eager to become a magician, the junior students arrived early and excitedly discussed various spells. The classroom for spellcasting was large and empty, twice the size of the magic pattern classroom, resembling a prayer room. The front half had desks and chairs, while the back half was empty, unclear what it was for. Soon, the bell rang and a cold-faced, plump woman walked into the classroom. She carried a bundle of tree branches under her arm and held a thick silver book that looked like a brick, her serious demeanor intimidating the students. The class fell silent, nervously watching her. The woman slammed the silver book onto the desk, her sharp gaze sweeping the room. "From today, I will teach you spell incantations. You can call me Mother or Professor, whatever you prefer." "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Eugela Moses." After her introduction, she tossed the bundle of branches to the students below. "Each of you take one magic wand and pass it around." The students quickly passed the wands, looking up with anticipation. Professor Moses glanced at them. "These wands are made of magic spirit wood and will be your magical weapons for the first year." "Wow, it's magic spirit wood. Oh my, is it really magic spirit wood?" Everyone exclaimed, their faces showing excitement. Magic spirit wood? Ro curiously looked at the black branch in her hand. The leaves were gone, leaving it bare like a thin wire, looking ordinary. "Isn't this just a regular branch?" She even suspected it was something Professor Moses just picked up from the garden, just given a fancy name. "All right, quiet down." The classroom fell silent again. Professor Moses disliked noise. She opened the silver magic book. "Today, I will teach you the first part of the fire dragon spell, the flame spell. Listen carefully. I will say a line, and you repeat after me." She began to chant a series of strange syllables. Alarawasili. The students immediately echoed, Alorawa. Solofrahasi. Solofara. Very good. After half an hour of teaching, Professor Moses nodded in satisfaction. "Now, pick up your wands, form a circle at the back of the classroom, and start practicing the spell. Whoever casts fire first can leave class. Everyone here has magical talent. I believe you can all succeed." With just a few sentences, the students were energized, their faces flushed with excitement. Ro was forced to join them in a large circle, watching them enthusiastically chant spells, feeling embarrassed. This was truly shameful. The chanting grew louder, each time accompanied by a vigorous swing of the branch. She hadn't acted this childish since she was 8. But everyone was chanting, and not joining in felt out of place. Ro had no choice but to raise her stick, forcing herself to join in, mumbling along. After nearly an hour, her throat felt dry. The surrounding voices grew hoarse and low, and the excitement on everyone's faces faded. Ro doubted if they couldn't cast fire. Would they have to chant all day? She had initially thought there might really be magic in this world, but now her hopes were dashed. Her legs had grown stiff from standing too long, and Ro discreetly moved her feet. To conserve energy, she held her wand expressionlessly, pretending to participate without making a sound. But she didn't notice that Professor Moses had walked down from the podium and was now behind her. Why couldn't she hear any sound from the student? Professor Moses frowned and took a step closer. Ro was startled by her appearance and quickly raised her wand, rapidly reciting the spell. Alaro. Professor Moses's serious expression gradually softened as she sensed a faint magical energy. This child was about to succeed. With a whoosh, a bright flame flickered, and screams erupted around. Ro quickly looked up, but the flame extinguished too fast, leaving only a wisp of white smoke in the air. What just happened? Did her wand just smoke? Such a pity, you were so close. Professor Moses shook her head, pulling out a silver, ornate wand from her sleeve, stepping into the circle they formed. Watch closely, I will demonstrate only once. She raised the wand, thick as her thumb, her gaze sharp and focused. Flame spell. A basketball-sized flame blazed brightly, floating in midair, its heat felt even from 3 meters away. Ro's eyes widened slowly, feeling as if she had been struck by lightning. Boom. This world really has magic. After witnessing the flames released by Professor Moses, Ro's worldview as a staunch materialist began to crumble. She stared intently at Professor Moses's wand, her mind in turmoil. Could it be the wand's fault? Was there some mechanism inside, or did it contain a low flammability chemical? But she didn't dare to ask these questions. The people around her, excited by the magic, eagerly waved their own sticks. Professor Moses returned the space to them, allowing them to continue practicing. Ro tightened her grip on her wand. After half a minute of mental preparation, she recited the spell again. Whoosh! The flames ignited once more, a cluster of fire dancing at the tip of her wand, resembling a swaying red flower. Admiring glances surrounded her, and Professor Moses looked over as well. You grasped the spell so quickly. You have great magical talent, she praised. Keep practicing, and you might become a mage one day. Wow, a mage! The students in the class began to look at Ro with growing eagerness. Many magic apprentices spend their whole lives as junior mages, unable to advance to intermediate mages, let alone become a mage. If they befriended Ro now, they could have a mage friend in the future. Noticing the change in the way others looked at her, Ro realized the reason. Having read the Song of Audric, she knew how high the status of a mage was. They would be honored guests in royal courts, and common mages could even receive noble titles. They were not bound by laws, did not pay taxes, and could even kill without facing prison. They only needed to follow the magical covenant established by a holy mage, which all mages must adhere to. Legend says Audric was a holy mage who drove away beasts from the western continent and established a new human kingdom. Half of the royal families on the western continent claim to be descendants of Audric. If she could truly become a mage, the crime of impersonating a noble would be no threat to her. A mage is far more esteemed than a noble. This meant that if the original owner of this body was not exposed so quickly, and if she could hold on a little longer until the Academy recognized her talent and she became a mage, her life would change completely. She shouldn't have to die, but unfortunately, fate did not give her time to grow. A wave of bitterness washed over Ro, a remnant of the emotions from this body. In the end, she still couldn't return. She sighed and recited the spell a few more times before putting away her wand. Professor Moses said, "Too much is as bad as too little. New magic apprentices should not use too much magic in one day, or they could become weak and dizzy." As the first person to successfully cast a spell, Ro was allowed to leave class. Before she left the classroom, she caught a hateful glare from Vina. Vina was staring at her with a mix of jealousy and resentment. Ro pretended not to see and left the classroom. As some students finished class, the rest grew anxious, some even close to tears from not sensing the magical elements. "Don't worry," Professor Moses finally spoke up. "Some people can't sense magical elements because their bodies may not be suited for fire magic. Don't worry, I will let you go when the time is right." On the other side, Ro went to the library again. She had become a regular at the library, coming every afternoon to check in. The old man at the entrance recognized her. "Ro, here to borrow books again?" "Not today. I'll just read here." Ro picked out several books related to magic, wanting to learn more about the magic of this world. The reading area was by the window, where she could also look out at the lawn and cedar trees when she got tired. She loved this place. At 3 in the afternoon, sunlight streamed into the room, warming the table. It wasn't until her stomach growled that she realized she was hungry. But thinking of the cafeteria's thick soup and bloody roast meat made her appetite wane. Better to buy some bread. It's cheap and fills her up. Ro felt the 2 silver coins left in her pouch and made a tough decision. 1 silver coin could be exchanged for 100 copper coins. 3 copper coins could buy a hard breadstick, and 5 copper coins could buy a soft roll. That meant she could make it last a while. But living on bread every day wasn't sustainable. She also needed to show her face in the cafeteria occasionally, ordering a tender steak, which cost 40 copper coins. Additionally, her clothes were dirty and needed washing. She would have to hire someone to do that. She also needed hot water delivered to her room and a horse for her riding class in 2 days. Life was really tough. If Barton didn't come to find her soon, she would be exposed. As Ro pondered these things, she walked outside the school. Suddenly, a crow flew out from the academy square, dropping a gem into her arms.
Ach, I'm sorry.
Did I hurt you? A handsome young man with chestnut hair hurried over, looking apologetic. Is this your crow? Ro held the crow down and returned it to the young man. Be careful. Don't let it fly away again. It's mine, the young man said as he took the crow back. It's my summoned beast. It loves shiny things and often steals gems from my belt. When I catch it, it flies around in a panic. It's fine, just keep an eye on it next time. I'm truly sorry, miss. How about this gem as my apology? The young man took the gem from the crow's beak and offered it to her. Rose smiled and declined, no need. It didn't hurt me. You must take it, he insisted. Please accept it, or I won't be able to sleep from guilt. Really, it's not necessary, Rose stepped back. Your crow is adorable. Please give the gem back to it.
But
consider it a gift from me to it, Rose said, her eyes twinkling as she looked at the crow. If I take the gem and give it to the crow, is that okay? The young man hesitated for a moment and gently said, All right then, kind miss. My name is Kyle Rossetti, a senior apprentice in the magic summoning class. May I know your name? So you're senior in the advanced class. I'm Ro, a junior magic apprentice, Rose said, slightly bowing. I have something to attend to, senior. Can we chat next time? Sure, next time, Kyle stepped aside, understanding. Rose smiled apologetically and quickly left the square. She was starving and just wanted to buy a piece of bread. Behind her, Kyle's gentle expression slowly faded, revealing a deep coldness in his eyes. Useless thing, he tightened his grip on the crow.
can't even give away a gem.
What a pity for the poison he brewed all morning. The crow struggled and squawked a couple of times, flapping its wings vigorously. Kyle coldly watched it struggle, and after several seconds, he finally released his grip. Go tell Chad that woman went outside the academy. Have him kill her out there. The crow cawed twice and flew away as if fleeing for its life. Outside the Sharia Magic Academy, there is a wide street, much broader than the market street to the south. Many shops have opened on both sides of the street, gradually moving from the Southern District Market after the academy was established. They sell paper, pens, and various daily necessities for students, and I heard they even offer homework writing services for magic pattern classes. It seems that no matter the era, students are always easy targets. One academy supports an entire street. In the afternoon, many students are wandering around, and Ro blends in without attracting attention. She strolled around the street and finally walked into a quiet bakery. Unfortunately, the shop owner was busy fixing the bread cabinet. Using a blackened breadstick as a hammer, she was banging nails into the cabinet door. Seeing someone enter, the owner tossed the breadstick into the basket. What would you like to buy? Ro glanced at the breadstick and suddenly felt a bit queasy. I'd like 2 white loaves, please. Sure thing. The owner wiped her nose and quickly grabbed 2 fist-sized white loaves, placing them on the wooden counter. That'll be 10 copper coins. Ro looked at the dark fingerprints on the bread and fell silent. The hygiene standards of this era are truly concerning. After paying, she took the bread and stepped outside, frowning as she tore off the blackened parts. Not seeing a trash can anywhere, she placed the scraps next to a small dog and stepped back. Suddenly, chaos erupted. A shadow darted out from a nearby alley, colliding with the small dog as they fiercely fought over the breadcrumbs on the ground. Woof woof, it's mine, it's mine. Woof woof woof. Ro then realized that the shadow was actually a dirty little boy. The boy and the dog were fighting for the food on the ground, and the child managed to grab the bigger piece, greedily licking the crumbs off his palm. The little dog was pinned to the ground, unable to get up, stretching its tongue to lick the crumbs, whimpering softly. Ro's feelings became incredibly complicated in that moment. The dog was skinny, and the boy was barely clothed. It was hard to tell who was worse off. Stop licking, she approached, and took out a piece of bread. Here, take this. The boy trembled, crouching on the ground, his light brown eyes looking at her in fear. I'm giving it to you. Here. Her heart softened as she handed the bread to him. The boy swallowed hard, cautiously taking the bread, glanced at her again, and suddenly stuffed the whole piece into his mouth, choking and rolling his eyes. The little dog, freed, dashed into the alley, barking wildly. Ro wanted to say something, but ended up just sighing. What could she say? To tell him to eat slowly? He was so hungry, he was fighting with a dog for food. How could he eat slowly? Besides, even if he did eat slowly, he might not be able to keep it safe. She had just noticed several sturdier little beggars peeking from around the street. She still had half a piece of bread left, but Ro had lost her appetite. She broke the bread in half, giving one piece to the boy and keeping the other as she walked toward the alley. Don't go. The boy, afraid to touch her skirt with his dirty hands, shouted anxiously. Seeing Ro look back, he shook his head vigorously. No, I don't want the bread. The boy shrank back in fear, pointing at the alley. There's a bad person inside. Ro immediately looked into the alley, her ears perked up as she heard faint metallic clinking sounds. Don't be afraid. That person has already left. She gently patted the boy's head and walked slowly to the alley entrance to look inside. There was a pool of blood in the alley. The little dog lay in the blood, its soft fur soaked, its belly no longer rising and falling. Ro hurried to the dog's side, crouching down to check. There was a fatal wound on its neck. A sword cut its throat. A chill ran through her. That sword was likely meant for her. What kind of enemies had the original owner made to want her dead? Ro pondered, then reached down to lift the dog from the blood. I'm sorry for getting you involved. She walked out of the alley, and the boy was still nervously waiting outside. I can help you bury it, he said, nervously wringing his fingers. If you give me 1 copper coin. I don't plan to bury it. Ro stopped in front of him. I plan to burn it. Burn. The boy's eyes widened in horror. Because if you bury it, you'll dig it up to eat, right? The boy lowered his head, clenching his fists. Look up. Ro bent down to meet his gaze. You saved me today. This may put you in danger. Do you regret it? The boy looked up, a misty look in his eyes as if he was holding back something. I don't regret it. He shook his head, his voice hoarse. Ro observed his expression and understood. This was a very smart child. With so many bigger beggars on the street, and having seen him get a piece of bread, if he were truly a poor little thing, he wouldn't have eaten it all at once but would have saved at least half for the other children. By normal logic, if he didn't do that, he would have been beaten by those kids. Either he was not afraid of being beaten, or he preferred to be beaten. Whether it was the former or the latter, it showed he was a brave child. What's your name? Ro asked, standing up. The boy nervously replied, I don't have a name. Are you an orphan?
Yes.
You're really smart. Ro sighed, taking out the remaining copper coins from her pouch, a total of 90, and gave them all to him. From today on, your name is Roman. The boy's eyes lit up with hope. Are you going to take me as your servant? No. I want to train you to be my knight, Ro said, revealing a captivating smile. But first, I need to give you some tests. The boy held his breath, but his eyes burned with determination. No matter what the test is, I will pass it. Don't speak too soon. My first test is for you to survive these 3 days. After 3 days, I will come back to find you. That's easy. Easy? That person might come back to kill you, Ro warned him, because you messed up his plans. I'm not afraid, the boy said, staring at her defiantly. Is there anything else? Yes, I want to hire a strong bodyguard. Can you help me find one? Ro said with a smile. Are you talking about a mercenary? He thought for a moment and looked up. I know where to find mercenaries. I also know a very skilled swordsman named Troy. I can take you to find him right now. The little boy brought Ro to a cottage and confidently said that Troy was inside. Ro didn't go in right away. She looked down and said, You can go now. I will come find you in 3 days. The little boy stubbornly stood his ground. I'm 7 years old. 7 years old? Ro looked at his small frame. He was so thin that she thought he was at most 5. Okay, I understand. You should go now. The boy lifted his head, his big eyes serious. I'm a grown-up at 7, and I can protect you. Ro couldn't help but laugh, poking his forehead with her finger. How old are you? You're still a child at 7. I am a grown-up. The boy pouted, looking as puffed up as a pufferfish. Just go, Ro said, pretending to frown. If you don't leave, I'll think you want to give up on my test. Hearing this, the boy looked nervous, glanced at her, pressed his lips together, and turned to run away. Ro watched him disappear at the end of the road before she approached and knocked on the cottage door. 3 knocks followed by 3 short knocks, the secret signal the boy had told her. After 6 knocks, the door opened.
Who are you?
The person who opened the door was a hunched old man with messy white hair and only one ear. I'm here to find Troy, Ro said with a smile. The old man's expression changed immediately. Who are you looking for? Troy, Ro repeated. The old man squinted at her clothes, then opened the door wider. Come in. Inside, there was another door covered with a sheepskin curtain. The old man lifted the curtain, and his cloudy eyes turned to her. Troy is inside.
Thank you.
Ro stepped inside, and a wave of warm, humid air hit her face. The stinky air was mixed with the smell of cheap alcohol and the strong odor of sweat from the men inside. The noise was deafening, with various people gathered around low wooden tables, some drinking and playing games, while loud voices seemed to shake the roof. By the door, the counter was filled with jars of alcohol. It turned out to be a tavern. Ro stood at the entrance like a little white rabbit that had wandered into a wolf's den. Ha ha ha, someone spotted her and burst into laughter. Where did this delicate lady come from? Shouldn't you be at home counting your dowry and waiting to get married? Maybe she's here looking for her lover. Ha ha ha. Come on, tell us which of our brothers you like. We can all serve you together. The tavern erupted in laughter, with crude comments and eyes openly staring at the girl who had stumbled in, as if they wanted to strip her with their gaze. If Ro were truly a 15-year-old girl, she might have been scared by this scene. But she wasn't. Moreover, since no one had approached her after standing there for so long, it showed that these people dared not touch her. They probably realized she was either rich or noble, and only dared to talk. Ro ignored the crowd and calmly walked to the counter. Excuse me, I'm looking for Troy. Can you tell me where he is? The man behind the counter had a red, bulbous nose and a body as stout as a barrel. You're looking for Troy? The man stood up, resembling a small mountain. He looked down at Ro, his eyes revealing a hint of something unclear. Do you know who Troy is? A swordsman, Ro smiled. I'm here to hire him. The tavern suddenly fell silent. The drunk men stared at the girl in front of the counter with surprise. She showed no fear, standing proudly like a queen, claiming she was there to find Troy. Troy. Did she even know who Troy was to dare come looking for him? The man behind the counter stared at Ro for a moment, then a playful smile appeared on his face as he pointed. Troy is in that corner, the one wearing the mask. Ro nodded in thanks and walked toward the corner he indicated. In the corner sat a man wearing a half-iron mask, revealing defined lips and a chin covered in stubble. He wore a large black cloak, the hood shading his forehead, and when he looked up to drink, his fiery red curls peeked out from under the brim. A sudden image flashed in Ro's mind. On a dark, windy night, a man in a black cloak appeared beneath the city walls. He told the dying original owner that if she wanted to change everything, she must offer a sacrifice to the dark god. with her soul. As the memory faded, Ro quickly approached the mysterious swordsman's table. "Hello, Sir Swordsman. How many gold coins would it take to hire you?" Troy set down his cup. "I don't accept jobs from little girls." He picked up his sword and walked toward the counter. Ro grabbed his cloak, and when he looked at her with his green eyes, she softly spoke. "To the darkness, I offer my stop." Troy's gaze turned sharp, and he lowered his voice, angrily scolding. "Do you know what you're doing?" Rose smiled brightly and asked, "So, will you accept my offer?" Troy fell silent. "1 gold coin a day," Ro waved a finger. "You don't have to do anything dangerous. Just protect me." Troy looked at her as if she were a fool. Ro didn't mind being seen as a naive person and introduced herself. "I'm Ro, a junior magic apprentice from the Sharia Magic Academy. Recently, it seems someone wants to assassinate me." In the crowded tavern, Troy paid for the drinks and led Ro out through the back door, arriving at an empty forest. "What are we doing here?" Ro looked around cautiously. The tall swordsman turned around, removed his hood, revealing his bright red hair. "Aren't you brave?" A cold light flashed in Troy's green eyes as he tightened his grip on the sword. "Who sent you to find me?" "You're overthinking it. No one sent me. I just heard there was a powerful swordsman named Troy in Sharia, and I happened to need a bodyguard, so I came to you." Rose seemed to ignore his unsheathing sword and tiptoed to pick a few 5-pointed red maple leaves from a tree, planning to press them between the pages of her book. Seeing the girl so focused on the red leaves, Troy felt a bit frustrated. "Aren't you afraid of me?" He couldn't help but ask. Ro glanced at him briefly, and then returned her gaze to the leaves. "Afraid of what?" Troy's voice was hoarse. "My hair is red as blood. I'm the embodiment of a demon, covered in countless sins. Anyone who sees me will be unlucky and consumed by my soul." Ro pulled back her hand and turned to look at him. "So, are you?" "I've killed many people. That has nothing to do with whether you're a demon or not." Ro stepped closer, her gaze falling on his vibrant red hair. "Your hair is beautiful, like autumn red maples and winter torches. When I see it, I only feel warmth." Hair color is just determined by the proportion of different pigments related to geography and genetics. It doesn't mean someone is a demon. If we're talking about demons, with so many people dyeing their hair red these days, wouldn't that mean there are demons everywhere, easy to find? Ro couldn't explain pigments to him, so she analyzed it from a historical and cultural perspective. "I've read your history. Others say that red-haired people are savage and evil because you are the true masters of this land. The indigenous people of the Western Plains mostly had red hair. Back then, red hair was a sign of pure blood. Later, the nomads invaded the Western Plains to escape the wasteland, leading to a long war with the locals. The locals were fierce and killed many of them, which led to hatred and stigma against them, making red hair a symbol of evil. This is just persecution by the majority to protect their own interests against the minority. If you despise yourself, aren't you just fulfilling their wishes?" Rovi looked into Troy's emerald-like eyes and felt a wave of sadness. Perhaps one day, such a brilliant color would disappear from the world. Just like in her past life, where Westerners labeled redheads with various tags: demons, promiscuous, savage, impulsive, lowly, foolish. In the Middle Ages, many red-haired women were burned as evil witches, and many red-haired girls were treated as playthings by men. In modern times, red-haired, green-eyed people are already rare. Not only do white people discriminate against those of different skin colors, but they also harshly discriminate against their own kind. Just like her father in her past life. Thinking of him made Rovi feel a physical disgust. Is that so? This was the first time Troy had heard such a perspective. It hit him like a heavy blow, opening his mind. He looked at the girl before him and suddenly felt she resembled a wise sage. She knew the stories flowing through history and used wisdom to guide fallen mortals out of confusion. "What's wrong?" Seeing him silent, Rovi thought he was depressed and quickly comforted him. "It's okay. Don't be too sad. If it really bothers you, we can always change the color.
How about some hair dye, Troy?"
He turned his head away, his expression cold. "Don't think you can trick me with that." I won't fall for it. You said no one sent you? Sly nobles. How do you know I have a connection to the evil god? Rovi blinked. I don't know. I was just trying to bluff you. Troy laughed in anger. Do you think I believe that? I advise you to believe it, Rovi said firmly. If you don't, I might go to the temple and expose you. Troy's expression suddenly darkened. I hate being threatened. I don't like threatening people either, but it seems that's the only way you accept cooperation. I thought you were a kind person, Troy said ominously. I must have misjudged. There are no good nobles. Rovi burst into laughter. Ha ha, I didn't expect you to be so naive at your age. She wiped away her tears of laughter, slowly straightened up, and her gentle black eyes turned cold and arrogant. Kind people don't live long. Someone wants my life, so I can only do my best to survive. Now tell me, will you help me or not? Troy hesitated for a moment and then extended his hand to her. What for? First the payment, then the service. Rovi's mouth twitched as she pulled out a silver coin and placed it in his hand. Seeing the coin, Troy's body shook and his eyes widened. Wasn't it said to be 1 gold coin a day? I don't have that for now. I'll make it up to you later. Troy glared at her in anger. Rovi extended her hand. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, give it back. Troy had never seen someone so shameless. Afraid she would really take the money back, he quickly pocketed the silver coin. He grumbled, Sly noble. Rovi glanced at him. Not surprised, he accepted it. The little boy had said that Troy was desperately poor and loved to drink, so he would surely be willing to work for her when he saw money. Because apart from her, no one else would hire him, even though his swordsmanship could take on an entire city's mercenaries. Darabengba Bandabadi. Successfully hiring a powerful bodyguard with a silver coin, Rovi felt great and hummed a tune all the way. Troy, with a serious expression, escorted her back to the academy. He hadn't smiled since they left the grove. At the academy gate, Rovi turned and said, I don't need your protection inside the school. You can wander around this street. There's a little beggar about 5 or 6 years old, with gray eyes and brown hair, small and thin. Keep an eye on him and make sure he isn't bullied. The more Troy heard this description, the more familiar it sounded. Are you talking about Little Mouse? Rovi chuckled, so that's what he's called. But he has a new name now, Roman. Troy looked at her strangely and lowered his head, lost in thought. I'm leaving, see you tomorrow. Rovi adjusted her clothes and quickly walked into the academy. The nights in Sharia were getting darker and colder. At night, in the boys' dormitory, under candlelight, Kyle asked irritably, So, did you fail to kill her again today? Chad felt ashamed. Your Highness, her luck is just too good. Every time he prepared to strike, he failed for various reasons. Last night, he tried to put a magic spider in her room, but as soon as the spider climbed onto the bed, she woke up. Today at noon, he sneaked into the dining hall to poison her, but she spent the whole afternoon in the library and didn't even go to eat. In the afternoon, he finally ambushed in an alley, but as soon as he drew his sword, the little beggar saw him, and he tripped over his own feet, letting the beggar escape. And now she's hired a magic swordsman to protect her, making it even harder for me to find an opportunity. Reflecting on the day's events, Chad felt utterly exhausted. A magic swordsman? You can't be serious? Kyle stood up excitedly. Absolutely serious. But that swordsman has dirty blood, Chad said respectfully. Kyle immediately showed a look of disgust. I thought so. A glorious magic swordsman wouldn't be here. He didn't want to hear any more news about dirty people and instead asked about Rovi. Did you just say she tore the crust off white bread to feed dogs and only ate the soft part? Yes, Your Highness. She didn't even want to eat the soft part and threw both pieces of white bread to the beggar, Chad said, looking puzzled. Kyle was shocked, his jaw nearly dropping. Could I be wrong? She's not the witch the princess sent for, but a noble with a high lineage? White bread is expensive and is usually food for nobles. Commoners typically eat dark bread with bran. But she not only bought white bread but also tore off the crust to eat, and even discarded the crust without wanting it, directly giving it to the beggar. As a prince of the duchy, he wouldn't dare be so extravagant. Though he could afford it, if he did, his father would surely break his legs. Kyle felt dazed, suddenly unsure of Rovi's identity. He had thought she was just a commoner with witch blood, which is why he dared to have Chad assassinate her. But if she wasn't? Kyle didn't dare to imagine that possibility. After a moment, he calmed down and ordered, from tomorrow on, keep an eye on her, but don't act until I give the command. Understood? Yes, Your Highness. Chad stood up after bowing and saw Kyle's conflicted expression, hesitating to voice his thoughts. He felt that Rovi shouldn't be the daughter of a great noble. She was just a witch. Because nobles despised the descendants of criminals and would never hire them for protection. Moreover, he had seen her put a magic spider in a cup last night and even called it cute. Noble ladies wouldn't think a terrifying poisonous spider was cute. Only a witch would be that twisted. Strange Ro was so hungry after a whole night that she felt like she could chew on the sheepskin boots under her bed. Fortunately, she found half a pack of beef jerky that the previous owner had hidden in the wardrobe. After chewing on a couple of pieces, her stomach felt a bit fuller. However, the jerky was too tough, making her jaw ache. In the morning alchemy class, it was clear that many students were not very interested in the subject. The professor, Lori Temple, knew that the class was unpopular, so he started with a fascinating demonstration using the Pharaoh's snake to grab their attention. The amazing chemical reaction made the students gasp in surprise, and they listened with great interest. But this excitement didn't last long. When Professor Temple began discussing the dull properties of metals, most students started to zone out. Only a small group of commoners listened intently. Alchemy was dirty and tiring, and alchemists were considered lower in status compared to other professions, but it was the most profitable field of study, and their desire for money kept them going. Ro was also paying close attention. In her previous life, she studied polymer materials and engineering, so this class felt familiar. The class lasted 4 hours. At noon, Professor Temple announced the end of the class, and the students rushed out. Ro walked slowly out of the classroom, planning to wait for a kind person on the tree-lined path. She wanted someone to invite her to lunch. Many people were heading to the cafeteria, but she was the only one alone. Ro timed her appearance on the path and soon ran into Winnie and Balk, who were walking together. Miss Ro. Winnie happily ran over, with Balk quickening his pace behind her. It's so great to see you here. Are you going to the cafeteria? Ro nodded. I was just about to go. Want to join me? Really? Winnie's cheeks flushed, and she immediately bowed awkwardly. It's my honor. Ro helped her up. We're friends. No need for formalities. Balk hurriedly approached, tipping his hat. Noble Miss Ro. Good day. Your beauty today shines like the sun. Ro laughed, covering her mouth. Thank you for the compliment, Balk. The three of them walked toward the cafeteria together. The cafeteria at Sharia Academy has 2 floors. The first floor serves various main dishes like bread, stews, salads, and roasted meat. The second floor offers snacks and drinks, which are quite expensive. Noble students like to have afternoon tea there. The cafeteria was a bit crowded. Balk gallantly stood in front of the 2 ladies, helping to clear a path. Miss Ro, what would you like to eat? Winnie asked softly. I'm not sure yet. Ro frowned at the spilled soup and meat paste at the serving counter. Balk had a sudden idea. Miss Ro, please sit down. I'll go get you something to eat. Okay, please get me a tender steak, Ro said, pulling out her coin pouch. No. Balk quickly waved his hand. Let me pay. It's my duty. Without giving Ro a chance to hand him her pouch, he squeezed into the crowd. Soon, Balk returned with a steak, along with a bowl of meat paste soup and roasted onions for himself, while Winnie got a piece of black bread and a serving of stewed beans. When the food was placed on the table, Ro held her breath. The meat paste soup looked like some kind of waste. The roasted onions were charred and pungent. The stewed beans had a layer of impurities with visible bug remains, and the black bread looked like a stone with a suspicious, foul-smelling paste on top. Even the cafeteria's most expensive tender steak had a strong, unpleasant odor. At that time, people had not yet mastered bull castration techniques, so even the tenderest steak was tougher than the oldest cow meat Ro had eaten in her previous life. Tough, stringy, and smelly. Moreover, there were no knives or forks on the plates. Both nobles and commoners were eating with their hands, the only difference being that nobles would use a small knife to cut their meat, while commoners would not. From the first day she arrived, Rose suspected she had entered a game. The game that had mysteriously appeared on her computer called Chronicles of Galen. This game was set in a medieval European culture but made many changes, such as removing the existence of the Eastern continent. Without the Byzantine Empire spanning Europe, Asia, and Africa, there were no crusades and naturally no one brought back knives and forks. Also, due to the absence of ancient Eastern countries, there was no paper or silk and no white porcelain. The dining utensils were scarce, mainly consisting of iron and clay. Yet this world had developed advanced alchemy, producing glass, but it was only supplied for royal use. Rose sighed for what felt like the 100th time. She took out 2 small knives from her pouch, one for cutting meat and the other to use as a fork. Taking a bite of the meat required pinching her nose to swallow it. The steak was sour and salty, with a strong, fishy taste that made her want to vomit. At that moment, Winnie licked the suspicious paste, and her eyes squinted with delight. "I'm so lucky today. Buying bread comes with a scoop of cheese." Ro quickly lowered her head, fearing she might gag. Right at this time, Europeans spread cheese on their bread because butter was invented by the Huns and hadn't reached here yet. And cheese, due to the lack of sterilization techniques, smelled foul. This meal felt like torture. Winnie and Bulk were also struggling with their food. One was soaking bread in the bean stew, while the other was mashing onions into the meat paste. But when they saw Ro eating elegantly and cleanly, they suddenly felt too shy to continue. They felt embarrassed. The noble and beautiful lady ate gracefully, unlike them. Winnie lowered her head, taking small bites of the hard bread, no longer mashing the beans into a mush. Bulk swallowed hard and stopped licking the meat paste from his fingers, instead holding the rough clay bowl and drinking slowly. Ro finally finished the steak with great difficulty and wiped her mouth with a napkin. Phew, finally free. Bulk, who had been watching her from the corner of his eye, also sighed in relief and quickly finished the rest of his food before standing up. "Miss Ro, let me help you return the plates." "I'll go too," Winnie said, her ears turning red. She was too shy to admit that she wanted to sneak a lick of the bottom of her bowl, as there was still a lot of soup left. Ro shook her head and picked up the iron plate with the steak. "I can't keep having you help me. I'll go with you." Winnie and Bulk exchanged glances, both seeing the disappointment in each other's eyes. Although Miss Ro was kind and gentle, it would be better not to have meals with her in the future. While returning the plates, Winnie noticed the poor table manners of other noble classmates and quietly said to Bulk, "I think Miss Ro must have a very noble background." Bulk nodded vigorously. "I think so too. A lady who is so particular about dining might just be a noble princess from some kingdom." After dinner, the 3 of them said their goodbyes at the restaurant door. Winnie and Bulk were going to practice horseback riding, while Ro planned to meet Troy outside the school. However, she hadn't walked far when Vina stopped her. "Are you feeling proud, you little brat?" Vina glared at her fiercely. "You may be pretending well, but it doesn't change the fact that you're just a commoner." Ro frowned. "What's your problem now?" Vina's face twisted with anger. "I know you're just saying that because you're scared I'll expose you. Just wait, Ro. I've already written to the holy knights of the church. As soon as they arrive, they'll reveal your true identity." "Fine, I'll wait," Ro sneered. "Now, please step aside. Good dogs don't block the way." She wondered why Vina, who had previously believed she was a noble, suddenly came out with such words. Who provoked her? There was only one possibility: Asina. Asina, proud of her status, never acted directly, but always incited others to deal with Ro. Given her personality, she was probably watching from some corner right now. Ro sensed something and looked up at the second floor of the restaurant, where she indeed spotted the blonde girl standing by the window. Asina didn't panic when Ro noticed her. Instead, she smiled lightly. But her gaze was cold and disdainful, mixed with a hint of hatred and wariness. It was as if she wanted to kill Ro and erase her existence. Ro was filled with doubt. Could it be just because she took the bedroom Asina wanted? That wouldn't make her hate her this much, would it? Or was there another reason? Could it be that the people she sent to investigate had brought back some news? No, it couldn't be that fast. The round trip from Sharia to the northern coastal area would take at least half a month. So what was the reason for Asina to keep causing trouble for her, even without confirming her status as a commoner? Ro fell into deep thought, feeling like she was missing a crucial point, just on the verge of understanding. Vina cursed for a long time, but when she saw Ro lost in thought, she became furious and flushed with anger. That was the most vicious curse she had come up with after thinking for 2 whole days. Brat, you're asking for it. Vina, red-eyed with rage, raised her hand to slap Ro. I'll smash your face. Ro snapped back to reality, grabbed her hand, and leaned in closer. Enough, you fool. She tightened her grip, a glint of menace in her eyes. Vina, I have a bad temper and I can kill. Her hands had blood on them. You, a mere count's daughter, how many heads do you think I can chop off? I'm ignoring you because I choose to, not because I'm afraid of you. Crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. The original owner came from a fishing family, and her hands were much stronger than those of a delicate lady. She heard Vina's wrist crack under her grip, her eyes dark and devoid of light. Only when Vina begged for mercy did Ro slowly let go. Use your brain, and don't let others manipulate you. Vina's face turned from purple to pale, clearly frightened. Ro shot her a cold glance before turning to leave the school. Vina trembled for a moment, then suddenly looked toward the second-floor window. She was impulsive and easily angered, often used by others in her territory, but she wasn't completely foolish. With Ro's reminder, she realized. Asina was using her. As soon as Ro stepped out of the school, Troy appeared from somewhere. It seemed he had been waiting for her nearby. Ro raised an eyebrow, about to commend him for his commitment, when Troy extended his hand. Gold coins. Ro's expression dropped instantly. You were worth a silver coin yesterday, and now you've raised your price? Troy retorted angrily. You said 1 gold coin a day. Ro glanced at him. I think I overpaid. You're only worth a silver coin. Troy hesitated for a moment, then held out his hand again. Fine, give me the silver coin. Ro replied, no money, not giving. Troy looked at the bulging pouch at her waist, clearly full of coins. He gave her an accusing look. What's in your pouch then? Ro quickly covered her pouch, laughing nervously. Inside were only stones, and she couldn't let him find out. Wait, I'll find something else for you. She rummaged in her sleeve and pulled out 3 black peppercorns. Pepper was extremely valuable in this era, worth more than gold. Carrying a small handful was a symbol of status and dignity. Due to its high price, there had even been cases in the Middle Ages of merchants mixing silver shavings into pepper powder for fraud, leading to imprisonment when reported. The potion class had only given out 5 peppercorns, and she took 3. Here for you.
Pepper.
Troy's eyes lit up, and he looked at her with newfound appreciation. You should have mentioned you had pepper earlier. He quickly took the pepper, sniffing it with a look of enjoyment, then shot her a reproachful glance. Such a precious item shouldn't be treated carelessly. What if it fell? He carefully placed the pepper into his flat pouch. Ro watched his actions, shaking her head. She wondered how pepper was discovered in this world, which clearly didn't have an eastern continent. Historically, Europeans prized pepper imported from India and other regions. The climate of the western continent was like Europe's, unsuitable for growing spices, so logically, pepper shouldn't exist here. Ro suspected there might be a land with a geographical environment similar to Asia. Unfortunately, she hadn't been able to find a map of this world. Maps in this era were a scarce resource, treated as strategic weapons held by kings and armies, inaccessible to ordinary people. Even kings didn't have complete maps of the continent. Because surveying conditions were very primitive, creating a map could take several generations, and a successful one would become a family heirloom. Ro had pieced together the locations of 3 continents on Galen Star after reading over a dozen books. But she only knew that the western continent was in the northwest of the planet, with a humid climate. The wasteland was in the south, with a dry climate. Troy, do you have a map of the continent? Ro asked after a moment. How could I have something like that? And why do you want a map? Ro replied, I want to know if there's land beyond the western continent and the wasteland. Troy said solemnly, there's a legend that has been passed down for thousands of years, saying there's a continent called the Misty Land overseas, larger than both the western continent and the wasteland combined. Many bounty hunters and adventurers have tried to find that continent, but they all failed. When I was a child, I met an adventurer who said there were man-eating sea monsters and turbulent waves overseas. Only he returned from his ship. He would never venture into the sea again. Just like what she had read in books. Ro began to consider the possibility of transforming herself into a noble from the Misty Land, since the original owner lived in a small fishing village in the far north of the western continent, close to the legendary fog belt.
What are you thinking about? Troy asked.
Nothing, Ro looked up. I was wondering why you don't become a bounty hunter and instead choose to be a mercenary. Mercenaries have been a popular type of soldier since ancient Greece, primarily earning a living through war and adventure. When there is no war, they often suffer from hunger. Bounty hunters, on the other hand, have existed since the beginning of nations on the continent, primarily tasked with capturing fugitives. Compared to mercenaries, bounty hunters earn much more and don't have to flee between countries, making it more suitable for someone like him. Faced with Ro's question, Troy instinctively wanted to avoid it. There's no reason. He lowered his eyes, his tone a bit harsh. I just like being a mercenary. Ro hummed in response, realizing this swordsman had a story. Let's not talk about that. She pulled out a wooden jar from her lantern sleeve. Can you help me check if it's poisonous? Troy took the jar, opened it, and his expression turned serious. This is a juvenile hell spider. How did you get this? Ro shrugged. I don't know. I woke up the other night, and it was on my blanket. She urged, quick, tell me if it's poisonous. Troy snapped the lid shut. It's a highly poisonous creature.
Ah?
Ro frowned. Then I can only keep it in the jar, and can't let it out to touch it? Troy's temple twitched. I told you, it's highly poisonous. I know, but it's so cute, isn't it? Ro poked the jar with her finger, recalling its big, shiny eyes, and her face softened. Troy's face twisted for a moment. A hell spider? Cute? Are noble girls' hobbies really this strange? After being lectured by the strict Troy, Ro finally gave up on keeping the spider. She handed the spider over to Troy, asking him to investigate its origin and find out who released it. Troy agreed. What about Roman? Is he okay? Ro asked with concern.
What could happen to him?
Troy replied dismissively. That kid is quite clever. That's good. There's one more thing. Please help me find a type of soil. Ro described the soil in detail. It's white or grayish white, very sticky when squeezed, and has a shiny feel when smoothed out. It's a soft mineral.
Wait.
Troy interrupted her. You said I only needed to protect you. Why do you want me to do so much more? Ro narrowed her eyes, revealing a ruthless side. Do you still want gold coins? Troy fell silent. All right, go take care of it. I'm heading back to school. Ro didn't want to stay outside for long. She always felt someone might come out to harm her.
Wait. What now?
Ro said, annoyed. Troy slowly grasped the hilt of his sword, his sharp eyes looking behind her. Someone is following you. Ro felt a chill run down her back and quickly turned around. Where? No one answered, as Troy had already drawn his sword and rushed out. Ro. This service attitude is really unacceptable. The autumn wind made her neck feel cold, so she hurried back to school with her hands tucked in her pockets. The outside world is truly dangerous. Ro had decided not to go out again today, but unexpectedly, just 2 hours later, she stepped out of the school again. Because Harkin's shop had finished the sample. It was a day earlier than she expected. When she saw Patton, who had dark circles under his eyes, Ro understood how the sample had come out so quickly. Patton must have stayed up for 2 whole nights without sleep. He looked disheveled, pale, and as if he might faint at any moment. Miss Ro, what do you think of this fabric? Patton approached with a small piece of cloth.
Please sit down, mister.
Harkins. You look a bit unwell. Ro was worried he might faint, so she quickly took the piece of fabric from him. The fabric was soft and pure white, smooth to the touch, and felt as light as a handkerchief. Very nice.
This is the fabric I want.
Mr. Harkins, let's draft a contract. Patton rubbed his hands together, a flattering smile on his face. Miss Ro, I have a question for you. I wonder if you— Go ahead, Mr. Harkins. Ro put down the fabric and leaned in to listen. Patton hesitated. I want to ask if this fabric really can't be sold to anyone else. He had a feeling that if Harkins' shop could mass-produce and sell this fabric, they would become the largest fabric merchants in the Duchy of Lenkos, no, in the entire West Plain. At that point, countless gold coins would flow into his pockets, and barrels of gold would come from all over the continent to his shop. Wealth and fame would be within reach. Just thinking about that scene made Patton so excited he felt he might faint. The value of this fabric, the value of those secrets, couldn't be measured in money. Patton didn't know what technological innovation was or what a monopoly meant, but he had a vague feeling that once this fabric became popular, his life would change dramatically. This was not just a piece of fabric. It was his dream of getting rich. Moreover, the secret mentioned assembly line production and improved machinery. If Miss Ro brought those out too, no fabric merchant in the world could compete with him. Patton looked at Ro eagerly, waiting for her response. Mr. Harkins, Ro said, slightly frowning, I remember saying that this fabric can only be used by me and you agreed. Patton lowered his head in shame. Yes, you did say that. But he still wasn't willing to give up, pleading humbly, you said that because I paid a buyout price so we couldn't sell it to others. But what if we don't pay the buyout price and provide you with clothes for free? Patton grew more confident, puffing out his chest. As long as you agree to let Harkins' shop sell this fabric, I will cover all the clothes you need without you spending a penny. And Harkins' shop will pay you a price that will satisfy you for using your secrets. Don't worry, Harkins' shop is built on integrity and will never leak your secrets. I don't even expect to buy them outright. I just hope you agree to let us use them. As a businessman, Patton knew that money could make things happen. Seeing Rose still unmoved, he gritted his teeth and said, How about 100 gold coins a month? 100 gold coins. And just for 1 month. Rose's eyelids twitched. She didn't expect Patton to be so generous. She hadn't even dared to think of such a large sum. She initially thought 10 gold coins a month would be enough. Seeing a flicker of interest in her eyes, Patton knew he had a chance and immediately raised the offer. Miss Ro, 100 gold coins a month is just the base price for using your secrets. Plus, for every piece of cashmere clothing sold, I will give you 30% of the profit. Ro was genuinely tempted, her heart racing. Okay. When she spoke, she was startled by her own hoarse voice. Ahem. Ro cleared her throat and spoke again. I agree, Mr. Harkins. You are truly a generous businessman. Patton breathed heavily. He had really made the deal. He knew that no one would go against money, not even a noble lady. In an instant, Patton felt as if he could soar. There was no business that Patton Harkins couldn't negotiate. After a moment of excitement, Patton seized the opportunity. Then, Miss Ro, let's draft the contract quickly. Now, it was him urging the contract. Rose smiled and nodded. All right. During the contract drafting process, Patton calmed down a bit. Actually, 100 gold coins a month was a very high price. It would take him 4 or 5 years to earn that much. If it weren't for his father, old Harkins, being a miser and the family having some savings from generations of business, he really couldn't afford that price. But that's okay. He didn't regret it. Patton knew the value of those secrets. As long as he got started, he could produce the first batch of goods in 3 months. Once he had goods, he would quickly recoup his investment. He just needed to eat into his savings for the first 3 months. He could handle it. After signing the contract, Rose smiled brightly. Mr. Harkins, your generosity and decisiveness impress me, so I've decided to give you some gifts. Patton eagerly asked, Oh, my esteemed lady, what gifts will you give me? Ro raised her chin modestly. You are a fabric merchant, so I will give you a few secrets related to fabric. Fabric secrets. Patton was overjoyed. nearly jumping out of his chair. Yes, there are some formulas for dyeing fabric as well as designs for a spinning machine and a jacquard loom. I will have someone deliver them to your shop tomorrow. With these, Patton would be able to produce cashmere fabric much faster. However, Mr. Harkins, I must warn you about these two machines, Rowe said seriously. Patton straightened up. Please go ahead. You must not leak the secrets of these two machines. It's not because I'm stingy, but because if such machines spread, it could bring you great danger. The Jenny spinning machine marked the beginning of the first industrial revolution. She didn't want the development of the textile industry to bring about the enclosure movement too soon. The phenomenon of sheep-eating people had already happened in Europe in her past life. Barton understood that cutting off someone's source of income is as serious as killing their parents. If these secrets were revealed, many small workshops would go out of business, a large number of citizens would lose their income, and the price of wool fabric would drop, which is not what he wanted to see. Barton immediately promised that he would use these secrets carefully and would never leak them. After signing the contract, Rowe received her first income since arriving in this world. 100 gold coins, equivalent to about 1 million yuan in the real world. It seemed like a lot, but for the nobles it wouldn't even cover their daily expenses. In this era, a baron owned nearly 30,000 acres of arable land and had around 20 knights as vassals, while a knight's territory was about 1,500 acres, roughly the size of a village. Wesley, the Count of Vina, had an even higher rank and owned even more land. The Count had nearly 100,000 acres and over 60 knights, plus a large group of retainers and an army of 1,000 or 2,000 men. If Rowe wanted to pretend to be a noble, her living standards would have to match those of a baron's daughter. She would need a carriage, knights, servants, and custom family crests, tableware, clothing, and more. But since she had just told Vina that her status was much higher, she needed to raise her standards even further. At the very least, she had to present herself as the daughter of a marquis with legitimate inheritance rights. She had really dug herself a big hole.
Rowe felt a headache coming on.
One lie leads to another. She was getting further down the path of no return. Well, there's no use regretting what's done. She should focus on earning more money, which would increase her chances of escaping. If she were rich enough, she might even be able to buy her life. That night, Rose slept soundly with her 100 gold coins. In her dream, the gold coins multiplied and soon formed a mountain of gold that nearly buried her. She couldn't stop smiling. Unfortunately, dreams must end. When the first ray of morning sunlight peeked through the window, the mountain of gold vanished, completely disappearing from her sight. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Rose struggled to get out of bed, rubbed her puffy face, and went to open the door. It was an elderly mute woman who was responsible for delivering hot water to the noble ladies on this floor. Last night, she had paid 6 months' worth of water delivery fees, so someone would bring hot water to her room every morning from now on. After washing up, it was nearly 7:30. Rowe left her room and headed to the astrology classroom in the junior department. Knowing that this world truly had magic made astrology seem even more mysterious to her, and she had completely dismissed it from her physics studies. Western astrology originated from the ancient Mesopotamian plains, mainly using celestial changes to explain and predict people's destinies, somewhat like the divination practices in ancient China. She wondered if astrology in this world was similar. In the classroom, some students were discussing their professor, Lady Tobias. Lady Tobias, whose full name was Jacqueline Tobias, had a very legendary life story. She came from a noble family, and even if she did nothing, she could live a life that others would envy. But she also had a high talent for magic and a very intelligent mind. In her youth, the high priest of the temple prophesied that she would become a great magician. Many heirs from various kingdoms proposed to her, but she rejected them all. Everyone thought she wanted to focus on studying magic, but she had a rebellious heart and isolated herself in a remote place for over a decade, only to emerge as an astrologer. Women who had once envied Jacqueline laughed at her for losing her mind, but as they laughed, they realized Jacqueline had been invited by the temple to become a high priestess. A woman, a high priestess? Before anyone could question it, Jacqueline demonstrated her unmatched ability in astrology. Her success rate for choosing auspicious times was nearly 100%. With her around, a nation's crop yield could increase by half. Since then, Jacqueline received several noble titles from different kingdoms and became a lady through her own efforts. Hearing her story from classmates, Ro felt like she was reading a story about a strong female lead. The heroine was clear-headed, focused on her career, and constantly proving others wrong, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of her life. Time always flew by during gossip, and before they knew it, the clock struck 8. The story's heroine, Jacqueline Tobias, finally arrived in the classroom. She wore a long black dress and a wide-brimmed black hat. Her deep brown hair, mixed with a few silver strands, was styled into a high bun, and much of her face was hidden in shadow. If one only looked at her hair, they might think she was an elderly woman. But if they looked lower, they would see her plump skin, red lips, and glowing white complexion, making it hard to guess her true age. In fact, her age was indeed a mystery. Lady Tobias was a mysterious person, even while teaching. She never removed her wide-brimmed hat, and her deep gaze shone through the black veil, with the corners of her red lips slightly upturned, as if she could see into people's hearts. Especially when her hand brushed over the crystal ball, the mysterious aura she exuded was even more unsettling. Ro couldn't see her face clearly and didn't dare to stare at her. If she were recognized, it would be disastrous. Fortune-tellers often have strange abilities. What if this Western astrologer could see through her? Fortunately, Professor Tobias mostly faced away from them, drawing celestial charts and explaining the positions of planets, their orbits, and what they represented. This part of the lesson lasted 2 hours. After a 15-minute break, the class continued. Professor Tobias stopped discussing celestial phenomena and took out a reddish-brown sandalwood box, placing it on the desk for them to line up and receive their teaching tools. What could fit in such a small box? As Ro wondered, she heard a series of gasps from the front. It's a crystal ball. Wow, there's another one. Hey, why did I open tarot cards? I get it. It's a spatial magic pattern. So impressive. No, not just that. This box must be the work of a master craftsman. Otherwise, it couldn't hold such powerful magic patterns. Not only that, but it seems to have traces of summoning magic patterns. Double magic patterns? How is that possible? The line moved slowly, and as Ro got closer to the desk, she finally saw what was happening. It turned out that the sandalwood box was a treasure. Each time it was opened, it would produce a new item, which could be a crystal ball or tarot cards. From her observations, many people opened tarot cards, but only 7 or 8 got crystal balls. Was the item produced based on luck or talent? When it was Ro's turn, her years of bad luck made her pray silently for several seconds before daring to reach out and open the sandalwood box, peering inside with anticipation.
Huh?
What's with all the green? Rovi's strange expression caught Professor Tobias's attention, and he glanced into the box. What is this? She voiced her confusion. How did a green turtle appear in the box? She looked again. Oh, it wasn't a turtle, it was a turtle shell. But that wasn't right either. The bottom of the sandalwood box was inlaid with a rare magic stone, and the box was decorated with space and summoning magic patterns, serving 3 main functions. The magic stone was used to test students' talents, the space magic pattern stored the teaching tools she made, and the summoning magic pattern could produce the most suitable tools based on the students' abilities. But she only made crystal balls and tarot cards. How did a turtle shell appear? Professor Tobias's first reaction was to suspect there was a problem with the summoning magic pattern. The magic pattern might be a bit loose, she said, closing the box and noticing that the pattern did seem a little faded. Hearing this, Rovi relaxed slightly. As long as the problem wasn't with her, that was good. Professor Tobias reignited the magic pattern. All right, try again. Okay, Professor. Rovi opened the lid again, looked inside, and her heart sank. The turtle shell glowed with a faint green light, matching the green hue on her face. Professor Tobias frowned, tossed the turtle shell aside, and carefully checked the magic patterns again. Confirming there was no issue, she closed the box. Try again. After Rovi opened the lid for the third time, her expression couldn't hold up anymore. It fell. The box was completely empty, not even a feather in sight. Professor Tobias fell silent too. She glanced at the sandalwood box and then at the unfortunate student. Her lips moved and finally, she let the student behind Rovi step forward to try. Reluctantly, Rovi stepped aside and the nervous male student approached, fearing he would face the same problem. May luck be on my side, he muttered as he opened the box, revealing a stack of tarot cards. Wow, I got tarot cards. He happily took them out. Now, Professor Tobias looked at Rovi differently. It seems the box isn't the problem, she said meaningfully, then picked up the turtle shell beside her. Perhaps this is divine will. You should use this. Rovi's face stiffened as she reached for the turtle shell. Looking on the bright side, at least she got something, right? Everyone in the class was curious about what had happened. When they saw Rovi turning around with a green turtle shell, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Why is she holding a turtle shell? I'm dying of laughter. Is she going to use the turtle shell for divination? How does that work? Does she stick her head inside? Ha ha ha. The noble students laughed uncontrollably, looking at her as if she were some rare creature, while the common students chuckled quietly, not daring to laugh out loud. Rovi returned to her seat with a blank expression, ignoring the teasing glances around her. She looked at the turtle shell in her hands, her mind racing with countless guesses. Why was she different from the others? Did someone play a trick to embarrass her, or was her luck just that bad? Professor Tobias probably wouldn't stoop to bullying a weak student, so the problem likely lay with her. What mechanism caused the items to drop from the box? Was it the wish of the person opening the box, or some characteristics they possessed? Rovi had a vague answer in her mind. The biggest difference between her and the other students was that she came from another world. The civilization that raised her was the Huaxia civilization, where the oldest form of divination was through turtle shells. It was likely that when divination was mentioned, her subconscious recalled turtle shells, which is why the box produced one. Knowing it wasn't a trick, Rovi's gaze softened as she looked at the turtle shell. Turtles are great. They symbolize longevity, and surely it would help her live longer. As for the laughter around her, let them laugh. She couldn't control what others said. Since she didn't react, the students eventually found it boring and gradually quieted down. Are you done laughing? Professor Tobias's ghostly voice floated over the classroom. The students' faces tightened, not daring to make another sound. The large room fell silent. Since you're done laughing, let's continue the lesson. Now place your hands on your tools, close your eyes, and begin to meditate. Professor Tobias showed no intention of pursuing the matter, which relieved everyone. They quickly closed their eyes, listening for her next instructions. You walk into the night, surrounded by darkness. Move forward, with no sound of wind, no obstacles, and no end. This is your spiritual world. Let yourself stop, relax, and slowly lift your head. In the darkness, something seems to light up. Focus on it and follow its trail. Rovi tightly closed her eyes. In the pitch-black space, a faint light seemed to appear, flickering and rising, like a morning star. When she realized it was a star, the entire sky lit up. Countless stars were arranged in their positions, recreating the star map on the classroom wall. The stars twinkled, emitting a cool glow. Professor Tobias's voice came from above. Tell me, what is that? Don't speak. Answer with your consciousness. A chorus of sighs filled the classroom as many students opened their mouths halfway, only to suddenly stop upon hearing the last instruction, their faces turning red. But Rovi could no longer hear those sounds. She was entranced, gazing at the star map as if she were drifting through the universe, surrounded by nebulae, with the Milky Way flowing beneath her feet, like a brilliant dream. As the stars shifted, she glimpsed the traces of star paths, like fateful encounters, overlapping, then separating, in a cycle. The movement of the star paths grew faster, reaching a critical point when the shapes of celestial bodies suddenly vanished, leaving only golden lines in the sky, intertwining and spinning rapidly, finally forming a massive spiral of star paths, stirring the universe. Rovi felt a wave of dizziness. The spinning star disk seemed to transform into a mysterious, deep black hole, sucking in the entire universe, its terrifying pull threatening to engulf her. The dizziness intensified. She wanted to close her eyes, but suddenly a sharp ringing filled her ears. The space collapsed. A feeling of weightlessness hit her, and in that moment of falling, she suddenly opened her eyes. The figures in the classroom swayed before her, and after squinting for a while, she realized it was her own vision that was double. Everyone else was still meditating, and Professor Tobias was speaking softly. Seeing them, it seemed meditation was easy for them, while she couldn't hold on for long. Was her talent really that poor? Rovi felt puzzled for a few seconds before closing her eyes again. Unfortunately, she couldn't concentrate, and she couldn't enter her spiritual world. She could only keep her eyes closed, pretending to meditate, listening to Professor Tobias's lecture while mentally sketching the trajectory of the star map. Astrology has two main branches: timing and decision-making. Timing refers to choosing the right moment, which can be used to predict the weather and determine auspicious times. Decision-making is about resolving people's doubts and answering their questions. Now, I will teach you the specific methods of these two types of astrology. Professor Tobias picked up a crystal ball, closed his eyes for a moment, and made a low, mysterious sound. Those who focus on timing, take your crystal ball and fill it with your inner energy. Concentrate and meditate. What kind of celestial phenomena do you see? What appears in your mind? When the celestial phenomena you see are clear enough, they will project onto the crystal ball. Open your eyes and the crystal ball will guide your choices. The dozen or so students who received the crystal balls gradually opened their eyes, staring at the props in their hands, filled with confusion. They saw nothing, and this result left them feeling very frustrated. Beginners are not yet skilled at interpreting celestial phenomena, and their mental strength is not strong enough. Don't worry, with practice it will improve. Rovi quietly opened her eyes. Looking at the turtle shell in her hand, she felt this method might not suit her. No matter how rich her imagination was, all she saw when she opened her eyes was a green turtle shell, and all her thoughts vanished. She didn't even know what kind of turtle it was and why its shell was so green. Her mind began to wander in strange directions. After explaining the use of the crystal ball, Professor Tobias began discussing tarot cards. For those focused on decision-making, your main goal is to interpret the cards. Clear your mind through meditation to ensure you won't be disturbed by external things. Start shuffling the cards. Think about the question you want to ask. The more detailed, the better. Then draw the tarot cards, lay them out, and begin interpreting. Based on the star signs and patterns presented by the tarot cards, provide answers to your questions. So how was she supposed to use this turtle shell? Should she toss in some coins and shake it? But there were no coins here. She wondered if the copper coins in her pouch would work. After thinking it over, Rovi decided it wouldn't work. Even if she could use the copper coins, she didn't know how to interpret the results. Did she have to use the most primitive method, burn it in a fire and look for cracks? Rovi dismissed that idea. A turtle shell would be ruined after one burn. She couldn't keep using a new turtle shell for every divination. By the time the astrology class ended, Rovi still hadn't figured out a way. She sighed, realizing she truly had no talent for this. It seemed her only option was to give up the course. She wondered if she would be expelled for failing the final exam. Feeling gloomy, Rovi left the classroom. She might not learn astrology, but she still needed to prepare for tomorrow's equestrian class. First, she needed to go buy a horse. With money in her pocket, Rovi stood a little taller when she saw Troy again. Here, today's payment. She pulled out a gold coin and placed it in Troy's hand. Gold coin. Troy looked at her in surprise, as if asking why she was suddenly so generous. I promised you 1 gold coin a day. Troy looked skeptical. Are you really that kind? You don't have some scheme, do you? It was clear he was suffering from PTSD after being hired at a low price by Rovi for 2 days and having been belittled by her. He couldn't believe he was worth a gold coin. Take it or I'll take it back. I'll take it. Troy quickly pocketed the gold coin and turned away to hide it in his pouch. Rovi was speechless. That line really worked every time. Did you catch the person who was following me yesterday? That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. Troy turned serious. That person ran into your academy and hasn't come out. Rovi frowned. Could it be someone from our academy? So she guessed wrong. It wasn't someone from outside the academy trying to kill her, but someone inside? Did you see what he looked like? Rovi asked. Troy shook his head. I didn't see clearly, but he had a sword at his waist and moved well. He might be a swordsman. That doesn't help much. Ignoring her, Troy continued. He was very fast. His outer robe had wind magic patterns and concealment magic patterns, and he held his sword in a unique way. He should be a knight from some country. Rovi's heart sank little by little. If she remembered correctly, the academy didn't allow noble students to bring servants inside. Where did this knight come from? Moreover, she had learned from Winnie and Balk that there were magical arrays beneath the academy, preventing outsiders from entering. So this knight must have another identity at the school, either as a teacher or a student. Rovi felt the latter was more likely. After all, students could graduate in 3 years at the earliest, while teachers had to stay longer. This knight was probably an escort for some noble young master or lady. Vina could be ruled out. She had threatened her yesterday, saying she would bring in a holy knight from the church to expose her true identity. If that knight was hers, why would she go to such lengths? Asina could also be ruled out. The person she sent to investigate hadn't returned yet, so there was no reason for her to want to kill her now. But with these two eliminated, she had no one else to suspect. Feeling a bit frustrated, Rovi looked up. Troy, have you found out about that magical spider? Troy replied sarcastically. I'm a swordsman, not a detective. Besides, you said I only need to protect you. Stop. Rovi interrupted his complaints, adjusting her mood. Forget it, I didn't expect you to find out. I have other things to do today. Come on, help me pick out a horse, and then let's go buy a house. Troy silently followed her. After shopping for an afternoon, Rovi's wallet was half empty. She bought a beautiful chestnut horse, chose a quiet little courtyard near the academy, and even hired a maid, spending a total of 37 gold coins. You'll live in the room on the east side of the second floor. If you need anything, just tell Bella, and she'll make it for you. Bella was the maid's name. She was only 17, had lost her parents, and had been living with her aunt. She was also a poor soul. Rovi sighed, but then noticed Troy had stopped. What's wrong? Her heart skipped a beat, thinking someone was following her again. Troy looked at her with a strange expression, his voice a bit hoarse. Are you asking me to move in with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Rovi said casually. If you don't want to move in, then don't. I was just worried you wouldn't have a place to stay. Troy looked down, his voice even hoarser. I don't have a place to stay. I've been sleeping in inns. Rovi was surprised. So you? Thank you, Troy suddenly said, looking at her with his forest green eyes, which seemed to shimmer. Rovi. Oh no, he seemed to have misunderstood something. Ahem. She cleared her throat, looking outside the courtyard. While it's still light, let's go pick someone up. In the evening, Academy Street was bathed in a warm golden glow. At the end of the street stood the towering stone gates of the Sharia Magic Academy, with neat cobblestones leading up to it, and the low houses on either side seemed to guide the way. Rovi and Troy walked along Academy Street, searching for the small figure darting through the streets. Where is he? After reaching the end of the street, without seeing the boy, Rovi looked at Troy with confusion, wondering where he had hidden him. Troy frowned. You asked me to come with you to buy a house. He didn't have a clone to buy a house and watch the child at the same time. I thought you knew where he was living now, Rovi said, suddenly recalling a place. Let's check the alley next to the bakery. That was where she had initially thought of, but later she figured the boy wouldn't dare go back there since there had been assassins. However, now that they couldn't find him anywhere, he might be hiding there. After a few minutes, Rovi found a tattered sheepskin coat under a pile of junk in the alley, looking like it had been used for centuries, with a clump of soft brown hair on it. Was this little child already facing hair loss issues? Rovi shifted her gaze from the hair back to the coat. She remembered this was the boy's coat from before. It hardly qualified as a coat, full of holes, more like a net, discarded by someone and picked up by him. Rovi tossed the sheepskin net aside and walked around the alley, but the sun was nearly setting, and there was still no sign of him. "Let's go. We probably won't find him," she said regretfully. Maybe the boy had run away with the money, or perhaps he had found a better place and forgotten the promise she made. Troy glanced at the pile of junk and turned to follow her. The sun sank below the horizon, and the last rays of light were about to disappear. With the light behind them, their tall figures looked like two silhouettes walking silently in the desolate alley. "Are you looking for me?" A childish voice filled with courage suddenly came from behind them. Rovi turned around sharply and saw a thin boy with red lips and white teeth standing by a crack in the wall. He wore a brand new linen outfit, and his soft hair was cut to his ears, glowing warmly in the last rays of light. If he hadn't spoken first, she wouldn't have recognized him as the dirty little beggar. The boy tightly gripped his sleeves, looking up at her nervously, his thin body shivering in the autumn wind. Rovi smiled, brighter than the sunset.
"Yes."
She was answering his question. "I came to bring my little knight home." The boy was still cold, but he had stopped shaking, and his eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky. He moved his frozen little feet and suddenly ran towards her, as if seeking comfort. Rovi opened her arms, expecting him to leap into her embrace. But he stopped 3 steps away, nervously asking, "It's only the second day. Did I pass my test?" Rovi finally understood what he was afraid of. She knelt down to meet his gaze, her face showing a sacred and dignified expression. "Of course, you did great, so your test is over early." The boy quickly pressed his lips together but couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from lifting, feeling a bit regretful for ruining his serious image. Children's expressions are easy to read, and Rovi couldn't help but smile. To avoid laughing out loud, she quickly reached out her hand. "Come here, I'll hold your hand." She noticed his little hand was trembling, likely freezing. Unexpectedly, the boy took a step back, his eyes full of longing, but he stubbornly refused, saying, "Noble lady, that's not proper. I can't ruin your reputation." Ha ha ha. Rovi couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. She stepped forward and took his little hand, which felt like holding an ice cube. A good subordinate wouldn't refuse their master's request.
"Come on, little knight."
The boy couldn't help but smile widely, his tightly pressed lips stretching into a grin that reached his ears. The warmth from her hand filled him with a cozy feeling, like being placed in front of a fire. He quietly looked up, stealing glances at the kind and beautiful lady holding his hand, as if cherishing a bright moon. Though his moon wasn't looking at him. Rovi was talking to Troy, having noticed that his expression had been sour for a while, unsure of what she had done to upset him. "What's wrong with you? Craving alcohol? Go drink if you want. I'm not stopping you. Why are you silent? Are you just not talkative?" Troy's forehead twitched with frustration, finally unable to hold back. "Yes, I'm going to drink, so you better head back to school now. As for this little brat, I'll take him back." Rovi thought for a moment. This would save time, and it was getting dark, so it was better not to return too late. "All right, I'll go back to school first. You take Roman home." Troy nodded slightly, coldly agreeing. Rovi bent down to the boy and said, "I bought a house nearby. Troy will take you there. I'll come to see you tomorrow." The boy showed a reluctant expression but nodded understandingly. "I'll take care of myself. Don't worry." Rovi confidently handed him over to Troy and instructed, "Troy, pick him up. He's very cold. Use your big cloak to shield him from the wind. Roman, hold onto Uncle's neck tightly. Be careful not to fall." When Troy followed the orders and picked up the boy, both of their faces darkened. Rovi pretended not to notice and walked lightly toward the academy gates. Troy followed for a while, watching her enter the school gate until she disappeared from sight, then immediately set the boy down. The boy struggled, and as soon as he couldn't see Rovi anymore, he jumped down. Their separation was almost impatient, and when their eyes met, they were filled with mutual disdain. "Let's go, lucky little mouse," Troy mocked. "Stinky drunkard. My name is Roman, and you're the one who's lucky," the boy shot back. He added, I saw the lady first. Without me, you wouldn't have met her at all. Troy glanced at him, scoffed, but didn't argue. He was a swordsman. Why would he argue with a little brat? A kid who hadn't even hit puberty. Under the moonlight, the big and small figures walked slowly south, maintaining a distance of 4 people between them. The Sharia Magic Academy has its own horse farm located at the foot of the Easter Mountain, surrounded by a clear stream for the horses to drink. At 10 in the morning, the sun at 40 degrees north shines down from the tall Hellion Mountain, casting light on the dewy grass of the racetrack, making it look like a field of sparkling diamonds. The training ground on the west side is where students have their lessons. The ground has become hard-packed from years of use. Wooden posts and iron fences divide the training area into many racing tracks, forming a large onion ring. When the iron gate of the training ground opens, horses rush in under the control of the grooms, their hooves pounding the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ro, like the noble students, has changed into light riding gear and is waiting in front of the stands. Her chestnut horse was brought to the Academy's horse farm yesterday, for which she paid 10 silver coins for feed. Once all the horses have arrived, the riding instructor, Kirk Torin, arrives late, leading his big black horse. Is everyone here? If so, go find your horses. Instructor Torin waves his hand, allowing everyone to go get their horses. Students who have never ridden before look nervous and hesitate to approach the horses. Fortunately, the horses are gentle and no accidents occur. Ro identifies her horse by its gear. Yes, her horse is dressed. Nobles love to customize various equipment for their horses, dressing them up in fancy gear. For example, Vena's horse not only wears a beautifully designed brass mask, but also a leather blanket embroidered with a family crest. Some noble boys in the class are even more extravagant, outfitting their horses with a full set of armor, including masks, neck guards, leg guards, belly guards, and hind guards, even putting ornate golden bridles on their horses. They themselves are dressed in elaborate chainmail and joint armor, wearing various helmets, looking like eager little generals. But Ro can't help but laugh at their helmets, as they remind her of the strange protrusions on Ultraman's head. Compared to the spirited noble students, the commoners seem a bit awkward. The horses provided by the Academy only have simple saddles and reins, looking quite plain next to the flashy noble steeds. Ro, who was once a commoner, is very grateful she bought the most expensive horse gear from a merchant yesterday, so she doesn't stand out too much among the noble students today. Before the riding class, she thought the only difference between nobles and commoners was that the former had stronger horses while the latter had weaker ones. She never expected the biggest difference would be in the horses' outfits. This world is truly cruel. Commoners can't even afford a complete outfit, while noble horses wear gold and silver, and a set of horse armor could buy dozens of acres of land. As the sun becomes more blinding, with Instructor Torin's help, all the students successfully mount their horses and begin to ride around the track. The first lesson is simple: just learn to get on and off the horse and control its direction. Ro has ridden before, so she is familiar with these actions, but this body is riding for the first time. After sitting on the horse for a while, the inner thighs start to feel sore. She pulls on the reins to slow her chestnut horse down, leisurely moving along the outside of the track to avoid chafing her thighs. Clop, clop. The sound of hooves grows closer as a silver figure rushes toward her. Ro turns her head, her pupils narrowing, and quickly grabs the reins. Whoa! The hooves land beside her. Golden hair flies in the wind as Asina sits high on her horse, looking down at her with an arrogant expression. Ro knows from the way Asina tightens the reins that she won't crash into her, so she remains calm. Asina, you're going the wrong way. She nudges her horse forward a couple of steps and turns back to remind her. A flicker of disappointment crosses Asina's eyes. She didn't scare Ro. She thought Ro would at least be frightened enough to fall off her horse. But Asina quickly puts on a fake smile. Sorry, I accidentally pulled the reins the wrong way. I hope you really mean that. Ro glances at her, squeezing her horse's sides to create distance. Asina's expression turns cold as she urges her horse to catch up. Ro, how about we chat? Ro keeps her eyes forward. What do you want to talk about? Asina rides alongside her. Have you ever seen a paladin? Ro replies, paladins don't travel around the world. But sometimes they leave the church to complete tasks. Asina stares at her profile, like purifying the souls of demons that have taken over human bodies at the request of a noble. Boom. Ro feels a loud thump in her heart, her blood rushing faster, making her muscles tense up. Does Asina know? How could she know that Ro is not the original? Her heart races, but under the shock, Ro manages to calm herself. Asina might not really know. She probably just wants to use this excuse to trick Vina into revealing Ro's true identity. Realizing Asina's intention, Ro's heart settles again. Purifying demons? That's interesting, but unfortunately, I've never seen one, she replies coolly. That's okay. You'll see one soon. Asina's eyes sparkle. Vina suspects there are demons hidden in the academy. She wrote a letter to the church 2 days ago, and I believe it has already been delivered. Ro nods. Thank you for the information. I'm looking forward to it. Well, I'll take my leave now. Asina's smile deepens as she flicks her whip and rides off. Her reaction makes it seem like she really just wanted to chat. But Vina has already told her about this. Why does she need to warn her again? Ro finds it strange. Could it be that Vina has lost interest in her, so Asina had to come and emphasize it again? Previously, she didn't take Vina's threat seriously, but now that Asina mentioned the letter, it makes her worry. If the paladins are just here to investigate her identity, she could probably bluff her way through. But if they can truly examine a person's soul, she might end up in a terrible situation. After class, Ro walks to the dining hall, feeling anxious. Miss Ro. Winnie and Balky wave to her from the dining table. They arrived a bit early and have already started eating. Although their last gathering wasn't pleasant, influenced by Ro, they've improved their poor dining habits and feel better about it, wanting to learn more from her. Ro buys a vegetable salad and sits beside them. Miss Ro, are you only eating this little? Winnie asks with wide eyes. Don't call me miss. Just call me by my name from now on, Ro replies, taking out her portable cutlery set and pulling out a clean silver fork. I don't have much of an appetite today. I want something light. Winnie and Balky look at the fork in her hand with curiosity, exclaiming, I really want to know how many utensils you have. Rose smiles and opens her cutlery set in front of them. Not many. When I'm out, I don't need to be so fancy. Do you want to see? Winnie and Balky nod eagerly, carefully picking up her cutlery set. A small knife, a long spoon, a round tube, and 2 silver sticks. What are these for? They ask, puzzled. Luowei smiled as she retrieved her bag and explained everything to them. The knife and fork are a pair, used for cutting and picking up food. The small spoon is for drinking soup. This silver tube is called a straw, used for drinking water. Finally, she picked up a pair of chopsticks and demonstrated by picking up a piece of vegetable salad in front of them, saying, These are chopsticks, used for picking up food. These were her newly customized utensils, which cost double the usual labor fees, and she had just received them yesterday afternoon. The food at school was too strange, and she always worried it might be poisoned, so using silver utensils made it easier to test for poison. Winnie and Balky looked amazed. They had only seen small knives and large soup spoons, and nothing else. During a break in their meal, Luowei chatted with them about the Southern Church. I heard the church's paladins can purify demons. Have you seen one? Winnie shook her head. She had never heard of this. Balky, however, knew a bit and excitedly said, I heard a bard in town sing about it. The church has 12 paladins, each with the skills of a magic swordsman and the powers of a spellcaster. They are dual-class mages and very powerful. Luowei asked with interest, Have you heard how they capture demons? They say they have a judgment stone and holy water. The judgment stone can judge a person's soul, and holy water can purify demons, Balky replied. I've heard of that too, Winnie quickly joined in, having recognized a term she knew. The judgment stone makes people confess their sins. No one can lie in front of it. They can only tell the truth. When I was a child, my grandmother often pretended a stone was a judgment stone to trick me, and she always fooled me. Balky empathized. Yes, and there's holy water. When I had a stomach ache as a kid, I went to the priest and he gave me holy water. Later, I saw him scoop it from a well. Only the church has real, holy water. As they chatted, the topic shifted to who got hit the most as a child. Luowei listened with a smile, but inside, she felt increasingly uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. After finishing her meal, her right eyelid started twitching uncontrollably, and her bad feeling grew stronger. Luowei excused herself, saying she felt unwell, and returned to her dorm. On the low cabinet in her bedroom lay the turtle shell she had brought back yesterday. Compelled by an unknown force, she placed her hand on it. In the next moment, a wave of dizziness hit her, and she closed her eyes. In the darkness, a point of starlight quickly rose, illuminating the starry sky. She was about to use what she learned yesterday to interpret the stars when suddenly a lightning bolt split the sky, fracturing it into pieces with branch-like patterns. In an instant, the heavens collapsed, fire fell from the sky, and a massive turtle shell emerged from the ground, as if carrying the entire star map. The shattered sky became shield-like plates on the turtle's back, and the curved star trails merged into the concentric rings on the plates. The blazing star fell onto the turtle shell, causing the star map to shake violently. The earth cracked, and mountains collapsed. The turtle shell cracked with a loud bang, a fracture extending from the southeast to the north, from the horn star to the dipper star. At the moment she saw the fracture, several lines of text suddenly appeared in Luowei's mind. The horn star, the first of the eastern 7 stars, is the horn of the azure dragon, a great omen of misfortune. The dipper star, one of the southern dipper 6 stars, is the snake head of the northern black tortoise, a sign of good fortune. Luowei seemed to understand the meaning of this star sign. It answered her most urgent question, assessing today's fortune and seeking a path for survival. The star map slowly faded, and the turtle's shell sank down. Luowei opened her eyes, swaying slightly, almost falling to the ground. Her head throbbed painfully, as if it had drained all her energy, and her vision blurred for a while before slowly clearing. She leaned against the wall and sat down on the bed, holding the turtle shell, her thoughts tangled. From the divination results, her current situation was dire, as if she had one foot in the underworld. But she hadn't done anything today, not even left the school gates. Where did this ominous sign come from? Luowei's right eyelid twitched again, and she suddenly remembered that her feeling of unease had started after hearing about the paladins and the judgment stone. Could it be related to the paladins? Asina had said that the church would receive a letter from Vina today, and it would take at least 2.5 days from sending to receiving. Even if the paladins were coming, they shouldn't arrive until the day after tomorrow. Why was today so ominous? Wait, she realized she had overlooked something. Professor Mike from the Magic Patterns class had mentioned a type of magic pattern called a teleportation magic pattern, which could connect 2 locations for long-distance transport. If the paladins were using a teleportation array, they wouldn't need 2 days. Oh no! Luowei suddenly stood up, grabbed the turtle shell and the magic wand from the cabinet, opened the door, and rushed out. The divination result was dire. Staying put meant certain death. Only the north offered a chance for survival, and she needed to escape north. Luowei quickly ran to the stable, using the excuse of wanting to ride out for a break to take her horse from the barn. There was a side gate at the stable that led directly out of the school. She mounted her horse and galloped to the small courtyard she had just rented yesterday. Where's Troy? Only Roman and Bella were in the yard. Troy was nowhere to be seen. Bella looked surprised and said, "Didn't you see Sir Swordsman? He left early, saying he would wait for you at the school gate." Luowei felt secretly annoyed. It was her fault for being too hasty and forgetting that Troy usually waited for her outside the school gate. "Miss, are you going somewhere?" Roman asked anxiously, noticing the horse outside. "I have something to take care of." Luowei patted his head and took out 2 gold coins from her pouch. "Here, take this money and let Bella take you to buy some warmer clothes." Tears welled up in Roman's eyes, and he hesitated to take her money. Luowei sighed. Children are very sensitive to emotions, and he must have sensed something. "Don't worry, I will definitely come back to find you. She placed the coins in Roman's hand and turned to leave. On the roadside of Academy Street, Luo Wei finally met Troy. How did you come from that direction? Troy asked, puzzled. I don't have time to explain. I need to go north, and you're coming with me? Luo Wei reached out her hand. Hurry up and get on the horse. You're leaving now? Stop talking and hurry. Troy didn't take her hand but effortlessly leaped onto the horse, maintaining a distance of about a foot from her, then reached out, saying, Give me the reins. Luo Wei didn't argue. She knew her riding skills were not as good as Troy's. Once the reins were in Troy's hands, he immediately turned the horse's head and ran outside. Which way are we going? The shortest route. Without another word, Troy urged the horse northward, quickly taking Luo Wei out of the city. Once outside the city, Luo Wei's tense expression finally relaxed a bit. She wasn't as anxious as before. Troy then asked, Where in the north are you going? The farther north, the better. Just as Luo Wei was about to say this, she realized she was running for her life and couldn't let Troy know. As for where in the north, the stars hadn't given her a clear address. She could only take it one step at a time. Let's just head north for now. I'm just out for a breath of fresh air, Luo Wei replied vaguely. Does a breath of fresh air require such urgency? Why come all the way out here? Troy didn't call her out on it. He just tightened his grip on the reins and urged the horse to keep running. He was sitting without a saddle, which was much more uncomfortable than for Luo Wei. After running for over 2 hours, the chestnut horse began to lift its head frequently, slowing down and refusing to go any further. Seeing this, Troy suggested, Let's stop and rest for a while. The horse can't go on.
Okay.
Luo Wei didn't want to, but the horse couldn't continue, so there was no choice. With just one horse between them, they couldn't afford to exhaust it. After dismounting, Troy led the horse to a grassy riverbank to let it regain some strength. He took off his cloak and laid it on the grass for Luo Wei to sit on while he went to fetch water from the river. Don't, Luo Wei stopped him. I won't drink raw water. The river water is dirty, and you shouldn't drink it either. Troy made a face that said, Noble girls are such a hassle, and sat down on the grass beside her. If you won, Rovi never expected that while escaping for her life, she would encounter a monster. What terrible luck! The Song of Aldrich mentions monsters that spread wherever they go, and even eat people. We need to run. She quickly decided to get up and grab the horse. But Troy suddenly drew his sword and fearlessly looked toward the forest. You go ahead, I'm going to kill it. Rovi was furious. How could she leave alone? She didn't even know the way. How can you, a swordsman, kill a monster? Let's leave first. Once we reach the next village, we can ask the villagers to notify the temple or the lord. They will handle the monster. Troy replied, We can't give the monster time to grow stronger. Rovi reluctantly nodded. Fine, you go ahead, but don't die there. Troy took his sword and strode toward the chestnut horse. What are you doing? Rovi realized his intention and cursed for the first time. Are you really going to ride away with my horse? I'll return it, Troy said without looking back, embodying a sense of tragic heroism. You'll return it? You might end up dead with the horse. Rovi raged silently. She was about to explode. Not only was Troy leaving, but he was also taking the horse. She would be left alone in this wilderness, not knowing the way, and with night approaching. Was she supposed to wait to be eaten by wolves?
Wait.
I'm coming with you. Even if it meant walking into danger, Rovi couldn't care less. Troy pulled her onto the horse, and together they raced toward the center of the black mist. The closer they got to the pine forest, the more uncomfortable it felt. It was as if the air had turned sticky, filled with a rotten stench. The faint black mist was blown to the edge of the woods. Rovi saw that the grass was quickly wilting under the mist, as if corroded by some strong acid. Would anyone really survive in this environment? Troy stopped outside the woods, tied the horse to a small tree, and put on his black cloak. I'm going in. Rovi glanced at the eerie forest, her heart racing. I'm going with you. She clenched her fists. If they went together, at least there would be someone to watch her back. Troy looked at her in surprise. Aren't you scared? You've protected me for so many days. I can't just watch you die here without anyone to recover your body, Rovi said fiercely. Troy suddenly smiled and confidently said, I won't die. It's just a monster. I've fought off hordes of beasts before. Rovi rolled her eyes. Keep dreaming. Troy smiled with his eyes and didn't explain further. He stepped into the woods. Stay behind me and step in my footprints. Be careful not to slip. Rovi nodded like a chick pecking at grain, looking down at the large footprints on the ground, cautiously stepping into them. Troy's feet were big, and stepping in his prints gave her a sense of security, even though she had to stretch her legs far to keep up. The forest should have had a soft layer of fallen leaves, but the black mist had eroded it, leaving the ground sticky and muddy, like stepping on melted asphalt. After walking about 100 meters, the air turned sour. Rovi covered her nose with a handkerchief and accidentally bumped into Troy's back. Why did you stop? Troy stood still, his voice chilling. It's the swamp monster, L. It has eaten people. Rovi tiptoed to look over his shoulder and saw a massive creature partially hidden in the thick black mist. Its rotting body was covered in tangled hair, and 2 blue flames burned in its dark eye sockets. Its mouth protruded long tusks. Its upper body resembled a giant, but below the waist, it transformed into a foul-smelling sludge, stuck to the ground. Rovi couldn't tell if it had eaten anyone. She couldn't even see where its stomach was. The monster was at least 5 meters tall, about the height of a 2-story building, roaring with its muddy mouth, but making no sound. Perhaps the sound it made was inaudible to humans. Rovi anxiously looked at Troy and whispered, Are you really sure you can kill it? Trust me. Troy said this and shot forward like an arrow. Rovi saw a blur racing toward the giant. When he was only 7 or 8 meters away, he leaped high, and his sword reflected a blinding silver light. Troy was so fast that she could barely see him. She only noticed one of the blue flames extinguished, and the monster angrily thrashed its massive body against the ground, shaking the earth and making her unsteady. In just a few seconds, the black mist thickened, and the sky suddenly darkened. The forest became pitch black, and she could see nothing. In the distance, she faintly heard the sounds of a fierce battle, which strangely reassured her. At least it meant Troy was still alive. Time passed, and her legs grew numb. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the trees. Rovi realized something and ran toward where the monster had appeared, calling out Troy's name as she went. The valley was eerily silent, and her heart raced. Troy, are you still alive? If you are, make a sound. No one responded. She pulled out her magic wand from her sleeve, whispered a fire spell, and released a small flame, holding it high as she rushed into the thick black mist. The monster was gone, leaving only a large puddle of foul mud. Rovi noticed something wriggling in the mud. She picked up a stick and poked it, and a hand suddenly reached out. Ah! She jumped back in shock, only to realize it was Troy. Troy sat up from the mud, wiped his face, revealing his signature iron mask, which was why Rovi hadn't recognized him. Just like you, Troy, Rovi couldn't help but say, even now, you refuse to take off your mask. His nose, ears, and eyes were covered in mud, and his hair was so matted that she couldn't tell its original color. He looked like a mud statue. You look really messy right now. Troy coughed a couple of times, spitting out a mouthful of mud. There was a little accident, but the outcome is still good. Rovi stepped in to help him up. What kind of accident? Troy, feeling a bit weak, leaned on his sword as he stood up, trembling. There were still a few people alive that it had eaten, and I cut them out. Where are they? They should be in here. Let me dig a bit. Rovi looked down at the mud that reached her knees. Even if those people were alive a moment ago, they should have suffocated in this mud by now, right? Sigh. Why did she have to be so kind-hearted? Rovi put away her magic wand, rolled up her sleeves, and began to rescue people. Troy watched her in surprise, seemingly not expecting a delicate, noble girl to do such dirty work. She wouldn't even touch clear river water because she thought it was dirty. What a contradictory person. Troy watched Rovi for a while, and when he regained some strength, he immediately joined in the rescue. Soon, 3 complete bodies were dragged out, along with several undigested heads, some scattered bones, and a few skeletons. One of the heads was pulled out by Ro herself. She thought she had found a living person, and when she pulled on the shoulder, the head came off. It fell right into her arms, and she was left holding a round skull, completely stunned. She had never done anything like this in her 2 lifetimes. After a long time of mental preparation, she calmed down and continued to search for the remaining people. Troy looked at her several times, and his feelings for her grew more complicated. He thought she would either scream and run away or be too scared to move. Even fainting was a possibility. He never expected her to keep going. Soon, everyone, including the skeletal remains, was retrieved, and Ro arranged them in a line with obsessive precision. Only the 3 complete people, 2 men and 1 woman, were still alive, their breaths very weak. Ro asked Troy to turn them over to clear the mud from their airways so they wouldn't suffocate. She carefully used a handkerchief to clean their mouths and noses. When she reached the woman, a sense of familiarity suddenly rose in her heart. Could it be? She quickly wiped the woman's face clean, staring in a daze. She couldn't be mistaken. The woman looked exactly like the one from her memories, the knight who had sponsored her to study in Sharia. The pulse beneath her palm was growing weaker, signaling the woman's life was fading. Rose struggled internally. This was the only person who knew her true identity. She had previously thought about what would happen if Asina's people found the knight, but she never expected to encounter her now. If she died. Dark thoughts surged within her. Ro pressed her hand against the knight's chest, her long eyelashes hiding dark, lifeless eyes. If she gave up saving someone who had helped her for such a reason, how is she different from that detestable cold-blooded man? He was no good himself, and thought she was the same. How ridiculous, she was not. Ro expressionlessly performed CPR. When she felt it was almost enough, she lowered her head and pinched the knight's nose. "What are you doing?" Troy turned and saw her kissing the woman, his eyes wide with shock, unable to accept it, and he let out a furious shout that shattered his worldview. "I'm saving her," Ro explained briefly while continuing to blow air into the knight's mouth. After repeating this 2 or 3 times, when she leaned down again, she felt the woman exhale. Ro paused, looked up, and met the knight's shocked deep brown eyes. "You're awake." She slowly released her grip on the knight's nose, checked her pulse, and casually looked away. "Don't misunderstand. I was saving you. Your heartbeat has returned, so you should be out of danger now." The woman quickly regained her composure, her shock fading. "Thank you for saving me. I thought I was done for." She looked gratefully at her savior, and after a few seconds, she hesitated and said, "You are."
Ro?
It had only been half a month since they last met, and the woman had a strong impression of the beautiful girl who looked like an elf. Moreover, she had personally written a recommendation letter for Ro to attend the Sharia Magic Academy and even gave her 10 gold coins for travel expenses. Ro's mind raced as she thought about how to respond to being recognized. She had already made up her mind. "Yes, it's me." She didn't deny her identity, helping the knight up. "I didn't expect to see you here. How did you encounter the monsters?" The knight looked pained. "I was on my way to the Sharia Magic Academy. When I passed by here, I sensed monsters in the mountains and thought I could deal with them, but I didn't expect them to be so powerful that they devoured us all. By the way, how did you defeat it?" Rose stepped aside to reveal Troy behind her. "I don't have that kind of ability. It was my guard, Troy, who took it down. He also rescued you from the monster's belly." "Your guard?" The knight's eyes widened slightly, seemingly surprised that a fleeing orphan had a guard. But what kind of guard could defeat a monster that even her knight squad couldn't handle? The knight looked at Troy, her gaze lingering on his mask before moving down to the hilt of his sword. This was shocking. She immediately recognized that it was made from magical materials only usable by magic swordsmen. A low-level swordsman couldn't handle such powerful magic. Didn't Ro say she escaped from a fishing village? How could she have a magic swordsman as a guard? At that moment, the knight was deeply puzzled. Troy had been quietly listening nearby. When Ro said she was his guard, He didn't react. After all, he was being paid by Ro and was indeed acting as her guard. Sorry, Troy isn't good with words, Ro said, noticing the knight's continued gaze on Troy. She quickly changed the subject. There are still 2 people alive on the ground. They might be your teammates. Do you want to see? When the original character encountered the Night Squad, aside from the Knight, the others were all wearing helmets and masks and hadn't spoken to her, so she didn't recognize anyone else. Hearing teammates, the Knight immediately looked at the ground, excitedly rushing over. It's them. It's Robert and Vincent. They got hurt badly protecting me. She looked around, her gaze falling on the skeletons, tears welling in her eyes. The others? Are they all dead? Ro nodded solemnly. The Knight took a deep breath, wiped her tears, and looked at Ro. I'm sorry for not telling you my name earlier for certain reasons. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Lillian Rossetti, the Princess of the Genoke Duchy. Today, my Night Squad encountered trouble while passing through here, and I hope to get your help to take us to Sharia. The Rossetti family repays their debts. I will definitely repay you. Ro was slightly surprised. So, you are a princess? Lillian nodded. Yes, when I met you before, I was secretly patrolling the border with my Night Squad. The fishing village was located right between the Genoke Duchy and the Titia Duchy, a disputed area. Ro's eyes revealed a hint of understanding. No wonder the other knights didn't dare to call her name. Moreover, female knights were as rare as female nobles. Lillian had been surrounded by a group of knights, making her identity easy to guess. She had been too blinded, overly trusting the original character's memories. Coming back to her senses, Ro quickly said to Lillian, "You saved me back then. Now is my chance to repay you." "You don't have to say it. I will definitely help you." Lillian showed a touched expression, but she felt a bit strange inside. According to etiquette, she had already introduced herself, so Ro should have mentioned her surname too. Why did she ignore her past? Up until now, Lillian no longer believed Ro was just a fleeing orphan escaping from pirates as she claimed. Just looking at her reaction when she learned her identity, she wasn't very surprised, and her attitude when speaking was natural and confident, indicating she had another identity and a high status. In fact, when she first saw Ro, she felt her beauty was not something a small fishing village could produce. Now, discovering she had a magic swordsman guard only confirmed her suspicions. Perhaps Ro, like her before, chose to disguise herself for certain reasons. With this thought, Lillian felt reassured. Her initial choice had indeed been the right one. Since she promised to help Lillian, Ro began to think of a way to bring them back to the city. The 2 knights were seriously injured and wouldn't wake up for a while. Their horses had been eaten by monsters, leaving them without any means of transportation. Ro only had 1 horse, and there were 5 people here. She couldn't let the 3 of them walk back. Could she? It was over 60 kilometers to Sharia, which made walking back unrealistic. "Troy, can you take them back?" Ro asked Troy. Since hearing about Lillian's royal status, Troy had become a bit cold. When Ro spoke, he turned his head. "Yes, just give the order."
Ro was surprised.
What was wrong with Troy? But with Lillian nearby, she didn't want to ask. "Then please take them to the city first." Troy looked at her deeply. "Okay." He pulled out a thin rope from his collar, which had a bone whistle attached. He gently blew into it. The whistle sounded clear and strong. Ro was curious about what he was doing, but Lillian excitedly pulled her gaze to the sky. Soon, a dark shape appeared in the sky. "A griffin! It's actually a griffin!" Lillian exclaimed in disbelief, covering her mouth. Ro looked up, and the dark shape grew larger until it flew overhead. It was a creature with a giant eagle's head, lion's body, and large wings. Is this the griffin from Western mythology? Troy had such a cool mode of transportation but chose to ride a single horse with her for such a long distance. Ro shot Troy a glare, and he looked confused. The griffin flapped its wings, creating strong winds above them, and finally landed gently next to Troy. It folded its wings and stood up, towering over them, with the body of a lion but the shape of an eagle. Troy stroked the griffin's neck feathers, coaxing it to lie down. He then lifted the unconscious knight onto its back and looked at Ro. Ro understood immediately and turned to the excited Lillian. "Your Highness, please get on." Lillian quickly replied, "No need to be so polite, just call me Lillian." Ro nodded obediently. "Okay, Lillian." She helped Lillian climb onto the griffin's back. Troy's indifferent demeanor didn't seem like someone who would be gentle with her. Once Lillian was settled, Troy pulled Ro up too, standing protectively by her side on the griffin's right wing. With a loud blast from the bone whistle, the griffin spread its massive wings and soared into the sky. As expected of a legendary creature, it flew smoothly with 5 people on its back and at a great speed. The wind howled, and Ro struggled to keep her eyes open. If it weren't for Troy's support, she would have surely fallen off. In her chaotic thoughts, she felt like she had forgotten something but couldn't recall what it was. "Lillian, are you going to the Sharia Magic Academy?" Ro shouted, worried that the wind would drown out her voice. Lillian looked up and asked awkwardly, "Do you know of a place to stay? I want to rest for a bit." She was covered in mud and smelled terrible, not wanting to face so many people. Moreover, Robert and Vincent needed to recover, and there was no place for them to stay at the academy. Hearing Lillian's response, Ro felt relieved. She didn't want to return to school either. Although she had just guessed that she might have misunderstood the divination results, what if a paladin really showed up at the academy? "Then I'll take you to the small house I bought in the city," she replied loudly. Lillian nodded gratefully. The griffin quickly flew back to Sharia with the 5 of them. Ro looked down at the shrinking city, feeling mixed emotions. It took them over 3 hours to escape, but only 30 minutes to return. The difference was huge. Wait, she finally remembered. Where was her horse? After flying over the small house, Troy crouched down to touch the griffin's wing. The griffin looked back at him and slowly descended. Ro heard Bella scream from the yard. She must have been frightened. As the griffin landed in the yard, Ro jumped down first and comforted Bella, who was trembling behind a flower bed. "Don't be afraid. This is Troy's mount. It won't hurt you." Roman also ran out of the house, looking delighted to see her. "Miss, you're back." Ro smiled and replied, "Yes, I promised I would return." Roman jumped up with excitement, cheering. Troy softened his gaze at this scene. Lillian slid down from the griffin's wing, looking around the small house with some surprise. Such a delicate and spacious yard must have cost a lot. She was even more convinced that Ro's background was not simple. Troy lifted the 2 knights down and placed them on the ground before sitting back on the griffin. "Troy, where are you going?" Ro noticed his movement. Troy paused and straightened up. "I'm going to get the horses." "Oh, then hurry back," Ro waved her hand. It was getting dark, and leaving a horse outside was risky due to wild animals. Troy sighed in relief and quickly rode off on the griffin. He didn't like royal people and wanted no contact with them. Ro turned to Bella and instructed her to find 2 strong servants to help carry the knights inside. They were big and heavy, and the 4 of them couldn't move them. She wished she had asked Troy to bring them inside before leaving. He lifted them like they were small chickens. Fortunately, Bella quickly returned with help, and they carried the knights into the room. Ro also sent Bella to buy some clothes since she and Lillian were both covered in mud and smelled terrible. Little Roman helped boil water, and soon they were all able to take hot baths. After changing into clean clothes, Ro went to the living room. Lillian had washed up even faster and was already sitting in the living room waiting for her. "Lillian, why aren't you resting in your room?" Ro hurried over, noticing how tired Lillian looked. She thought she would take a nap first. Lillian was indeed very tired. After fighting monsters for a long time and almost dying after being swallowed, she was drained both mentally and physically. But she still had some questions for Ro, so she forced herself to come out.
"Ro."
She hesitated, feeling it was inappropriate to ask such suspicious questions after being saved. But not asking made her uneasy. "Lillian, feel free to ask me anything," Ro said, sensing her thoughts. Lillian replied, embarrassed, "You saw right through me." "I'm sorry, but I do have a question. How did you know there were monsters there?" People born into royalty tend to be suspicious. Today's events were too coincidental, making her overthink. Ro honestly said, to be frank, I didn't know there were monsters there. I noticed something strange in the north while I was divining at noon. Out of curiosity, I rode out of the city with Troy. We got tired and rested by the river, and that's when we saw the black mist in the woods. Troy said it was the scent of monsters, and that's how we realized they were there. Rescuing you was also a coincidence. While Troy was fighting the monster, he accidentally found something moving inside it and suspected someone was still alive. He cut it open and freed you. Lillian was surprised that she could divine, but then her expression turned pained. It must have been Vincent and Robert making noise to get help when they heard the fighting outside. Ro agreed, they are truly loyal warriors. Yes, Lillian nodded repeatedly. But why did the monster appear there? Ro frowned. That forest is so ordinary. How could it attract a powerful swamp monster? If only there were paladins, they would know how the monster got there. Lillian sighed. Paladins wouldn't care about such small matters. Without a divine oracle, they wouldn't leave the church. True, Ro sighed too. But divine oracles don't appear often. Unless there's a major disaster, the church won't be alerted. Lillian smiled bitterly. That's how they operate. They only come to save the world after disaster strikes. If I had died today, they might have come to investigate at my father's request and given some vague answer. Ro gasped, surprised. Sister Lillian, you also dislike the church.
Sure.
Lillian put her finger to her lips. Don't say such obvious things. Then she smiled at Ro. It seems our royal family doesn't like that way of doing things either. Yes, Ro smiled knowingly. Lillian yawned slightly. Ro, I'm going to sleep now. Thank you for today. No need to thank me. Go rest, Ro replied. As Lillian turned, a glimmer of insight appeared in her eyes. She had intentionally used our royal family to test Ro, and Ro hadn't noticed. She truly was of royal blood. After Lillian left, Ro's gaze flickered. Asina had deceived her. Paladins wouldn't come to investigate just because someone wrote a complaint letter. And she had misunderstood today's star signs. Professor Tobias had said that the correctness of divination answers needed personal judgment. She had almost walked into a trap due to a misjudgment. The great misfortune pointed out by the stars was actually the chain reaction caused by Lillian's potential death. If Lillian had truly died in the monster's belly, King Kanoko would surely seek help from the church, and they would send someone to investigate. Then they would discover her as the demon possessing a body, and she would be executed. The path to survival indicated by the stars was actually to go to the northern forest to save Princess Lillian. As long as she saved her, the subsequent events would not happen. Yet she thought the star signs were telling her to escape north. When Troy said he wanted to kill the monster, she was reluctant. Fortunately, Troy was a kind person. Otherwise, this selfish girl would have lost her life today. Ro decided in her heart to treat Troy better from now on. He was likely her lucky star, the key to changing her fate. It was completely dark when Troy returned with the chestnut horse. When Ro heard the noise and stepped out of the yard, she saw him removing the blindfold from the horse's eyes. Why do I feel like you're nicer to the horse than to them? He had covered the horse's eyes with a cloth to prevent it from being scared of heights, but he wasn't as careful with Lillian and the two knights. Troy snorted, your attitude toward them is also much better than toward me. Oh, are you jealous? Ro teased. Troy lowered his head, unhappy, and didn't want to respond. All right, don't be mad. They won't stay here long. Ro thought she had figured out why he was upset. Once those two knights are healed, they'll move out. This is your territory. You decide who stays, Troy said, turning away from her. I'll go back to the tavern for now. Troy, are you afraid they'll see your hair? Ro asked, guessing. Troy paused. So what if I am? Ro fell silent. So what indeed? She couldn't just kick Lillian and the others out now. But she also couldn't let Troy leave like this. Although he seemed easy to talk to, she knew his heart was tough. Troy, Ro thought for a moment and said gently, I know you don't like nobles. They may have hurt you. But not all nobles are bad. Lillian saved my life, so I can't ignore her when she needs help. I'm really grateful for your help today. It allows me to repay that debt. Once I repay her life-saving favor, there won't be any more ties between us. For now, I need you to endure them a little longer. It won't be for too long. Troy finally looked at her, confusion in his eyes. She's a royal princess, and I'm just a lowly commoner. Why do you care whether I like her or not? Ro replied rationally, I want to say we're friends. I'm closer to you. We've known each other longer. But I think those words are too insincere, and you wouldn't believe them. Troy, no, I believe you. So my real reason is that I need you. I need you more than them. Ro looked at him sincerely. Your presence is more important to me than theirs. Without Lillian, she wouldn't lose anything, but without Troy's protection, she would truly be in danger. Troy stood there, stunned, as those words echoed in his ears. She said she needed him. She said his existence was more important than theirs. A bittersweet feeling surged from his heart, making him feel tingly and a bit itchy, as if he wanted to loosen his collar and touch his heart. Was his heart broken? Suddenly, Troy clenched his fist to hide his excited feelings. Ahem. If that's the case, I'll treat you better from now on. You don't need to pay me. I'll find a way to earn. Ro? What was Troy talking about? Wait, you can be hired without paying? Is that really true? Her eyes lit up, focusing on the key point. You really don't want money? Troy looked at her bright, pure eyes and finally realized he had misunderstood. His face darkened instantly, and he sneered. You think you can hire me without paying? Dream on. Not a single coin less. Troy is still the same Troy, who values money above all else. Ro felt a bit relieved. She almost thought he was like her, caught by someone. Now that the crisis was over, she should return to school. Staying out at night would cost her points. She wondered if the academy allowed students to go out. It was really inconvenient to shower in the dorm. She needed to ask Bulk about it another day. The night was enchanting as Ro walked back to the Romanesque castle surrounded by roses under the silver moon. In the Magic Academy, where there were no nighttime activities, students generally went to bed early. Half of the windows in the girls' dormitory were dark. It might also be to save oil, as lamp oil wasn't cheap at this time. Ro lifted her long skirt and carefully stepped up the spiral staircase, trying not to disturb anyone. A few wall lamps flickered on the staircase, their dim flames burning quietly. As she reached the second floor, a long shadow fell across the stairs. Ro looked up and encountered Asina. You didn't leave? Asina was surprised. Ro was even more surprised. Leave? Where to? Asina looked down at her. Her usually calm and smiling face now seemed a bit harsh. I saw you at the stables with the horses and thought you were trying to run away. Ro took 2 steps up and asked, Why would I run away? Then why were you with the horses? Asina pressed. Ro chuckled lightly. The sun was nice this afternoon. I just went for a ride outside the city. So many people went. Why are you only focused on me? Noble youths like to hunt outside the city. That's normal for them. I like to go out for a break. Is that not normal? Ro stepped onto the last stair and brushed past Asina without backing down. Are you Ro Isis? Or do you have another surname? Asina called out from behind, her voice cold. Ro paused and turned. How do you know that surname? It really is you. Asina's gaze was like a cold snake. I know your intentions, but you'd better give up on them. Ro replied, I don't understand what you're saying. You do understand. Those things no longer belong to you. Don't hope to take anything back because your filthy bloodline doesn't deserve it. The gentle facade faded, revealing the coldness beneath. Asina looked at her with disdain. Even to be my foot servant, you wouldn't be qualified. Ha, interesting. Ro smirked and said slowly, I've heard that the more someone lacks something, the more they emphasize it. Asina, are you like that too? Asina's expression changed, and she laughed in anger. I hope you can keep being sharp-tongued. Don't come begging me later. She strode past Ro, leaving behind a warning. Recognize your identity, leave Sharia, and don't force me to act. Ro maintained her smile. I'll be waiting to see. The wall lamps elongated their shadows as they walked in opposite directions down the empty corridor, gradually drifting apart. When Ro returned to her dorm, her expression darkened. She had misunderstood Asina's intentions towards her. Asina didn't want to expose her. Her real goal was to make her leave the academy and Sharia. What Ro thought were tests were actually threats from Asina. Asina knew something and was wary of her presence, wanting to scare her away or make her retreat. But what was the reason for this? Ro was sure the original owner didn't know Asina and had no conflict of interest with her. In the original owner's memories, she had always stayed in the fishing village and never left. The original owner's parents died early, and she was adopted by the village chief at 3. As she grew more beautiful, the chief feared he couldn't protect her and didn't even let her meet outsiders. In such circumstances, how could she have a conflict with a distant noble lady? Unless Asina had mistaken her for someone else. Isis. Ro whispered the surname. It felt somewhat familiar. Where had she heard it before? After thinking for a long time without remembering, Ro simply blew out the lamp, got into bed, and went to sleep. After a long day, she fell asleep almost as soon as she hit the bed, and her sleep quality was surprisingly good. She had a dreamless night. When the bell rang, the girls' dorm quickly became lively. Knocking, footsteps, and various sounds echoed nonstop early in the morning. Ro was woken by the noise, feeling a bit disoriented. After a while, she remembered it was her 7th day at school and she had swordsmanship class in the morning. One downside of Sharia Magic Academy was that although half a day off was easy, except for the month of winter, there was only one class a day, leaving no time for a lazy morning. God knows how hard it was for her to get out of bed every day. Since she woke up late, Ro didn't even have time to brush her teeth. She washed her face and ran to the square. The swordsmanship class was held in the academy square. For the first swordsmanship class, the school provided wooden swords, which only hurt a bit when hit but wouldn't injure anyone. The teacher for swordsmanship was Coach Cumberland. He didn't introduce himself, and the students felt too shy to ask. After teaching some basic sword techniques, he paired everyone up for practice. Ro was paired with a round-faced girl named Amy, who came from a farmer's family and was relatively well-off among the commoners. However, there were so many nobles in the class that Amy faced discrimination like the other commoners. "Miss Ro, you are such a good person." After practicing for a while, Amy gave Ro a compliment. "Thank you for your kind words." Ro accepted her praise. She had heard such compliments often lately, so she didn't feel embarrassed at all. "Amy, hold the sword a bit higher. That's the proper stance." Ro patiently corrected Amy's movements. She wanted to get along with the commoners in her class, and her efforts had paid off this week. The commoners in the class still feared the nobles, but they had started to greet her. Ro didn't go to the cafeteria for lunch. Since the square was close to the school gate, she planned to eat outside. Troy was waiting outside the school and walked over when he saw her. "How are those guys doing?" "I checked on them this morning. The 2 knights are awake." Ro nodded. "That's good. As long as they wake up, they've survived half of it." Speaking of which, people in this era really had it tough. They didn't dare seek doctors when sick or injured. They just had to endure. But if it were her, she probably wouldn't want to seek help either. The medical practices of this time were devilish. The only outcome for the sick was death. Seeing a doctor might even hasten death. Medieval European medicine was very backward. Due to their strong belief in religion, they thought sick people were possessed or guilty and shouldn't seek treatment, but rather repent to God. Even if treated, the process was very painful, either bloodletting to death, forced vomiting to death, or, at worst, enemas or poison to death. The most brutal method was to cut off limbs. Wherever it hurt, they would cut. If the hand hurt, they would chop off the hand. If the foot hurt, they would chop off the foot. If the head hurt, they would drive nails into the head. If a pregnant woman had complications, they would whip her, raising the death rate from 10% to 100%. If someone was cured, they had to thank God for forgiveness. If not, they were deemed guilty and should have died long ago. Truly dark times. Yesterday, Lillian mentioned wanting to find a place to rest, and Ro guessed her concerns. If she brought the 2 seriously injured knights to the academy, they would surely try to find a doctor to treat them. If they died during treatment, those loyal knights would be blamed for divine punishment, and they might not find peace even in death. This world, though lacking God and Christ, had medical practices no different from medieval Europe. If Ro were heartless enough, she could become a doctor and make money. After all, she had studied astrology, and in this era, doctors who bled patients based on star signs were highly sought after and respected. Thinking of those souls who died from excessive bloodletting, Ro shivered. Forget it, forget it. Such thoughts shouldn't even be entertained. It would be too damaging to her karma. Are you cold? Troy noticed her shiver and thought she might be freezing. Roe snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "No, I'm not cold. I was just thinking about something." Troy looked at her curiously. "What are you thinking about that makes you so scared?" Roe mischievously asked, "Are you afraid of seeing a doctor?" Troy shivered, as if recalling some unpleasant memory, and tightly closed his mouth. His reaction. "You've seen a doctor?" Roe asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What illness did you have? How did the doctor treat you?" With a living example right in front of her, she couldn't help but want to interview him, eager to understand how people in this world feel about seeing a doctor. She wondered which of the four methods, bloodletting, vomiting, enemas, or poisoning, Troy had experienced. And to have survived a doctor's visit, he was truly impressive. But Troy remained silent, and Roe's expression grew subtle. "It wasn't a hemorrhoid surgery, was it?" Troy, embarrassed and angry, replied, "No, stop guessing." "Really? Was it hemorrhoids?" Roe exclaimed. In this era, the most successful surgery was hemorrhoid removal, quick and effective, just a cut and a burn, perfect. "I said it wasn't." Troy quickly added, fearing her guesses would get more ridiculous. "I just had a few bloodletting sessions and the doctor used leeches on me." At the mention of leeches, Roe's face scrunched up. "That's worse than hemorrhoids. What if they burrow into your body?" Troy's face turned pale. He had indeed had leeches burrow into him and had to work hard to get them out. No wonder he was so resistant to seeing a doctor. But he wouldn't tell Roe that truth. "You don't just bleed every time you get sick, do you?" Roe asked, still curious. "How many times have you bled? Don't you feel dizzy?" "Losing too much blood can be deadly. Trust me, don't do it again." Troy felt exhausted but had to defend his image. "I haven't bled that many times. If I wasn't close to dying, no one wants to bleed. When I was a kid, I mostly just prayed and asked for holy water." Prayer and holy water don't really work, though. But maybe it does. It's called faith healing. "Sometimes just believing can help a bit," Roe said, resting her chin on her hand. Troy closed his eyes, not wanting to hear more from her.
Ouch.
"You know it, so why poke at it?" They walked side by side, leaving Academy Street behind as the surroundings grew quiet.
Troy.
"What?" Roe's expression turned serious, and her earlier playful demeanor vanished. "Have you heard of the surname Isis?" She had just remembered and thought to ask Troy. Maybe he would know. "Isis," Troy repeated, his eyes flickering. "Have you met someone with the surname Isis?" Roe quickly denied it. "No, I just heard a classmate mention it mysteriously, and I was a bit curious." "Oh," Troy said slowly after a few seconds, "Isis is a very noble surname. Those with this surname are said to be descendants of the goddess of life, whose name is Isis." Roe finally understood where her familiarity came from. In her past life, she had read Egyptian mythology, where Isis was the goddess of life and health, as well as the protector of the dead. This was a typical naming convention, using your name to carry on the glory of your ancestors. "Have you met anyone with the surname Isis?" Roe probed. "I haven't met anyone, but I've heard of them." Troy looked up at the southern sky. "Isis is a name that comes from the wasteland. It's rare on the western continent. I've only heard of one, the former queen of the current king of the Ak Kingdom, Beiji Isis. They say she was a princess who married from the ancient wasteland, but she has been dead for many years." Roe felt a sudden pang in her heart.
How did she die?
"They say she drowned while eloping with someone." "The queen eloping?" "Yes, this queen couldn't stand betrayal. She found the king in bed with her maid and, in a fit of anger, wanted a divorce. But the Ak King refused, so she eloped." "Who was the person she eloped with?" "How would I know? If it weren't for the scandal that made headlines across the continent, I wouldn't have heard about it. Why haven't I heard of it? Roe questioned, as the original memories didn't mention this. That was 15 years ago. Troy glanced at her. You probably weren't born yet. Roe, hearing his tone, replied, Wow, how old are you? You sound so old. Troy's expression darkened. I'm only 23. Roe exclaimed. What? You're already a 23-year-old bachelor. At this age in this era, that wasn't considered young. Troy gritted his teeth. I'm not a bachelor. Okay, you're not, Roe said quickly, seeing him get angry. So, was Queen Isis's body ever recovered? I don't know. Troy's chest heaved. The sudden topic change made him seem petty. After calming his breath, he continued, but not long after Queen Isis died, that king maid that made the new queen. I heard this maid was very beautiful and almost became a mistress to a nobleman, but Queen Isis saved her. Some say Queen Isis was too naive and was deceived. This maid came from a fallen noble family and had long wanted to get close to the king. She deliberately charmed the nobleman on the day the queen was out, hoping the kind queen would save her and take her back to the palace, giving her a chance to get close to the king. After hearing this, Roe showed a complicated expression. What a dramatic plot twist. Even more dramatic was that she realized she might have some connection to Queen Isis. 15 years ago, the ages matched up. Could the original owner be Queen Isis's daughter? If so, the original owner didn't die unjustly. Asina was ruthless and clearly a take advantage of someone's misfortune type. Speaking of which, today was exactly the day the original owner was executed. Roe ran through the original fate and found that the original owner had already walked into a dead end. The charge of impersonating a noble wasn't enough to get her killed. There were 3 main reasons for her death. The first 2 were naturally Asina's manipulation and the mysterious assassin scheme, and the last was Princess Lillian. Princess Lillian was murdered yesterday afternoon, and by now, Sharia must have learned of her death. The fact that a princess was killed just outside Sharia will surely cause panic among the townspeople, and the Lord will try to hide the news, turning the original owner's death into a celebration for the citizens, allowing them to forget about the monsters outside, and the impending accountability from King Kanoko is indeed a clever deal. It's just a pity for the original owner's life, which was as beautiful as a flower. Tonight, I should buy a bouquet of flowers as a tribute to her. Rovi looked up at the sky, where white clouds floated, forming a face that looked just like hers. Tonight's offering is simple. Please don't mind it. I will take revenge for you, one by one, to comfort your spirit in the afterlife. Deep down, the original owner hated not Asina, but the group of pirates. They raided her village, where she lived for 15 years, killed everyone she loved, and forced her to flee the harbor, leaving her to face this cold and sad world alone.
Sigh.
Rovi touched her rapidly beating heart. In that moment, the hatred that surged within her almost overwhelmed her reason, filling her with a desire to destroy the world in revenge. Why are you sighing again? Troy looked over, uncertain, and asked, Are you feeling sorry for that queen? Rovi lowered her hand. I do feel a bit sorry. Does that queen have children? Troy shook his head. Not that I've heard. The new queen has had several, but they aren't favored. Why not? Doesn't the king love her? She didn't inherit the royal features, which displeases the king. What features? Black hair, black eyes. The new queen is a blonde beauty, and so are her children. I've heard King has started considering replacing her to have a black-haired heir. Rovi sighed again. This cruel world is indeed harsh on women. Once, the king loved the beauty of his mistress and made her the new queen, but now he wants to replace her just because her children are blonde. It's truly ironic. Are all members of the royal family black-haired? Rovi wondered if the original owner could be King At's biological daughter, not the ones born to the new queen. The king has never wanted to acknowledge them. He promised his mistresses that whoever gives him a black-haired child would become the new queen. But the new queen is a very capable woman. She has eliminated all the king's other women, so no new heir has been born yet. What is the new queen's name? Rovi was getting confused. Troy thought for a moment and said, I think it's Anna or Annie. I can't remember. The people like to call her Queen Medusa, mocking her beauty and cunning. Queen Medusa does sound like a fascinating villainess. Rovi felt conflicted. If this were a simple story, she might admire the woman's cunning. But given the context of the original owner's background, her impression of this woman was entirely negative. Does that Queen Medusa have a daughter?
How old is she?
Why do you ask about her daughter? Troy seemed increasingly puzzled. Rovi sighed, because I suspect one of my classmates is her daughter. Troy's pupils dilated, and he instinctively touched the sword at his side. Rovi didn't notice his unease and continued, I feel like that classmate is targeting me just because I have black hair. Troy's stiff body relaxed slightly, but his right hand remained on the sword's hilt. She might just be jealous of you. After a pause, he seemed to recall something, his voice a bit distant. Some people are like that. They want to destroy others out of jealousy. What does that mean? Rovi's eyes shone with curiosity. I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about some people, Troy said hurriedly, like the classmate you mentioned. Yes, Queen Medusa's eldest daughter is about your age. It could be her. Rovi asked, can you tell me more? Troy explained. To be detailed, Queen Medusa's eldest daughter was born before Queen Isis left. Strictly speaking, she's the king's illegitimate daughter, so she hasn't been officially accepted by the royal family. The king doesn't want to acknowledge her because it would mean admitting to a royal scandal. He just keeps her in the palace, treating her like a princess. Have you seen this princess? Rovi suddenly asked. Troy chuckled bitterly. I'm a commoner. How could I ever see them? Rovi said, you speak so knowledgeably. I thought you had been to the palace. Troy replied, didn't you ask me to elaborate? I didn't expect you to know so much, Rovi said, looking at him like she was enjoying gossip. Troy, frustrated, replied, there are all kinds of people in the tavern. If you stay there for a while, you'll learn more than I do. Oh, I see. Rovi lost interest. What does that Queen Isis look like? She finally asked. Troy hesitated. I've heard she's very beautiful, with eyes darker than obsidian, like a noble goddess, but she doesn't easily inspire desire in men. Rovi was taken aback by this description. You men are really strange. It's not me saying that, Troy protested. It came from King Ed himself. That remark had shocked the entire Western region back then. He even said it in front of the envoys from neighboring countries, complaining that although his wife was beautiful, she was too cold, and that without her maidens, he lacked passion in bed. The envoys returned and shared this as a joke, and soon everyone in the Western region knew. Rovi thought, an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Why did she even ask that question? Her ears were clean, and now they felt dirty.
Ugh.
When they reached the small courtyard, Troy refused to go in. Rovi understood. He felt uncomfortable inside and didn't insist. As she stepped into the courtyard, Roman ran out. Miss, you finally came. Roman was wearing a warm wool coat, his little face flushed. Though he hadn't gained weight yet, his delicate features made him stand out. How had she not noticed how cute Roman was before? He looked like an angel sent from heaven. Rovi couldn't help but touch his little face, mumbling, when you grow up, how many people will you charm? Roman understood and immediately said, I want to wear a mask like Troy to hide my face.
Why?
Rovi's voice turned sweet when talking to a child. Because I only want to show my face to you, Roman declared loudly. I want to be your knight forever. Such sweet words. Rovi didn't take it seriously. Kids say whatever comes to their minds. He wouldn't think that way when he found a girl he liked. Roman could tell she wasn't serious and puffed out his cheeks. I'm serious. You. Rovi poked his forehead with her finger, squatting down to say earnestly, even though I took you in, I don't want to bind you with gratitude. I hope you are free. You forgot? You saved me too, so we're even. No, it's not like that. Roman was still too young to argue back or express his true feelings, and he suddenly felt frustrated. You're just like Troy. Rovi shook her head, amused, ruffling his hair as she walked toward the kitchen. Roman stood still, raising his small hand to touch the top of his head, his handsome little face full of disappointment. After a while, he ran to the yard and looked at himself in the water bucket. The reflection showed a cute little boy with delicate features, a straight nose, soft lips, and light brown eyes that looked like two foggy amber stones. At just 7 years old, his beauty was already noticeable. If he weren't so thin, he might look even more striking. After checking his reflection, Roman finally felt satisfied. He wasn't like Troy, he was better looking than Troy. Even though he had never seen Troy's full face, little Roman was confident. Rovi found Bella in the kitchen, who was cooking, and asked about Lily and the others' meals this morning. Bella timidly replied, "Miss Rossetti doesn't like my cooking very much, but the other two gentlemen are not picky." Rovi noticed the rough stew and the bread on the shelf. It was indeed poorly made. She took out 3 silver coins and handed them to Bella. "This afternoon, go buy a bag of fine flour, eggs, and a bucket of milk. I'll teach you how to sift and make better bread. Also, buy 2 iron pots and 3 clay jars, and get some beef and chicken too." She had potion class tomorrow, and her spice assignment was still not done. She needed to finish it this afternoon while she had time. She might not know how to make perfume, but she could certainly prepare seasoning. Oh, and get some sugar and almond candy too. Remembering that sugar was expensive in this world, Rovi gave Bella 2 more silver coins. Holding 5 silver coins, Bella's hands trembled. She had never held so much money before. Back when she worked at her aunt's house, she only earned 2 copper coins a day, barely enough for a piece of black bread mixed with stones. Bella looked worriedly at her new mistress, fearing that she might spend all the money and leave her on the streets. "What's wrong?" Rovi asked, noticing Bella's anxious expression. "Nothing, mistress. You go ahead and be busy. I need to go shopping." Bella straightened up, determined to bargain well with the merchants for the sake of their home. Rovi returned to the main hall just as Lily came down the stairs after changing her clothes. "Rovi, are you done with class?" "Yes, Lily. Are you going out?" Lily lifted her skirt and walked over, saying kindly, "I plan to go to the Shiria Magic Academy. I was supposed to report this morning, but I got delayed." Rovi looked confused. "So you're a student at the Magic Academy too?" Lily chuckled. "I'm not a student. I'm a teacher at the school." Rovi's eyes widened. "You're a teacher?" Lily looked only 3 or 4 years older than her, yet she was a teacher at the academy. "Doesn't it seem so?" Lily twirled around with her arms open, laughing with her eyes crinkling. "I'm the newly hired potions teacher. I was delayed a few days because of border patrol." "Potions class," Rovi said dreamily. "Is that potion making?" "Yes, it's an advanced course in potion making. You'll meet me when you become a junior magic apprentice," Lily said gently. Rovi was still shocked. Lily had so many roles, even more than her. When she thought Lily was a knight, she told herself she was a princess. When she learned she was a princess, she said she was a teacher. No wonder she could write a recommendation letter for the original owner. Teachers have insider connections. Remembering this, Rovi felt puzzled again. "Lily. Teacher, why did you recommend me to Shiria? When I first saw you, I sensed a magical aura around you. I thought your magical talent must be good, so I recommended you to study here." That was pretty much what she guessed. Rovi thanked Lily again for saving the original owner. Lily understood. "What are you thanking me for?" "I saved myself. Without you, I would have been a monster's meal long ago." She bid farewell to Rovi and hurried out the door. Rovi realized she hadn't prepared a carriage. How could a noble lady go out without a carriage? Lily wouldn't walk to school. Would she? Rovi silently lamented. Her carefully crafted rich lady persona was completely gone. If Lily asked around at school, wouldn't they suspect her again? Just as she felt hopeless, she suddenly heard the sound of wheels outside. Rovi paused and looked out to the yard. A simple yet stylish little carriage appeared outside, pulled by a white horse, with a short-haired boy just over 10 years old sitting in front. If she wasn't mistaken, that carriage must have come from the side gate of her small yard. There were no other houses nearby, and she hadn't heard any wheel sounds earlier. Could it be that Lily had called for it this morning? Feeling guilty, she called Roman, who was pulling weeds in the yard. "Roman, did Miss Rossetti call for that carriage herself?" "No," Roman said, picking at his fingers and looking at her with wet eyes. I bought it. You bought it? Rovi asked in disbelief. Where did you get the money for a carriage? Roman looked down. It was the 2 gold coins you gave me yesterday. I only bought an 80 copper coin cashmere coat and used the rest to buy the carriage. Rovi was shocked. But horses are so expensive, and the carriage too. You don't have enough money left. I do. Roman counted on his fingers. I bought a 3-year-old pony from a man I know. I told him the horse would pull your carriage, and since you don't go out often, it wouldn't get tired. If he sold me the horse at half price, I could feed it the best hay for 3 years. After 3 years, when you leave Sharia, I can sell the horse back to him at the original price and help train it. A horse at 5 years old is in its prime, so he essentially raised a strong horse for free. The owner agreed, and only took 1 gold coin from me. Then I asked the horse seller to introduce me to a merchant selling carriages. I told him I wanted to buy a carriage for a noble lady, and if he sold it to me cheaply, I would help him promote his business, saying nobles buy carriages from him. The carriage seller also agreed, and only charged me 90 silver coins. Rovi was increasingly astonished. So, you only have 20 copper coins left. How did you hire a coachman? Tom isn't a coachman, he's also an orphan. He often begs near the carriage shop and knows how to drive a horse. I told him if he was willing to be your coachman, I would share my meals with him every day, and he agreed. Then I gave him the linen clothes I used to wear, took him to wash up, cut his hair, and let him try driving the carriage. He did very well. At this point, Roman's expression turned very gloomy. I wanted to give you a ride, but I didn't expect that lady would need the carriage too. Rovi was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She had found a genius child. Roman, you really helped me a lot today. She quickly reassured him. You did great. Miss Rossetti is my guest, and if she has no carriage, it would reflect poorly on me. Roman perked up. Really, miss? Did I really help you? Of course. Rovi nodded firmly. But how did you think of buying a carriage? Roman shyly said, Yesterday at noon, I saw you get off the horse with your hands red from the reins. I thought it must be uncomfortable for you to ride all the time, so I wanted to buy you a carriage. Rovi felt both touched and pained. She finally understood what it felt like to have a thoughtful little companion. Since Roman is so smart, it's time for his education to begin. A smart child should go to school and experience the challenges of learning. Roe was determined to find a good teacher for Roman. No, 1 wasn't enough. She needed to find 7 or 8. Literature, math, archery, painting, music. She would arrange everything a knight needs to learn. For what knights don't study, she would give him extra lessons. The child she raised must develop in all aspects: morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Looking at Roman's fluffy head, Roe felt a surge of passion, as if she had suddenly transformed into a strict parent pushing for excellence. Roman felt a chill at the back of his neck, his little face showing great confusion. What was happening? Why did it feel so eerie here? Before long, Tom returned. Roe noticed that although Tom was young, he handled the horse with great skill, so she called him to the yard. Your name is Tom, right? Tom was as thin as a stick, with sunken eyes that looked like 2 holes. He wore Roman's clothes, which were much too short for him, and he stood there trembling in fear. Don't be afraid. Just answer my questions, Roe said, unable to bear seeing a child like this. Tom reminded her of Roman on his first day. Yes, I'm Tom, he stammered, lowering his head, his spine bent like a cooked shrimp. Roe softened her voice. How old are you? 16 years old, Tom lied. He was actually only 11, but he feared Roe would reject him for being too young, just like the owner of the carriage company had done. At 11, a boy is growing fast and eating a lot, but he is too weak to do heavy work, so no one wanted him. Seeing Tom's drooping head and trembling legs, Roe decided not to ask further. This child's mental strength was not as strong as Roman's. Having grown up a few years longer, he had faced more unfairness in life and needed gradual change. Tom, since Roman chose you, you must have some special qualities. You will live in the room by the side gate. The kitchen will provide you with 2 meals a day, and I'll pay you 20 copper coins each day. Are you willing? Tom's head shot up, then quickly lowered again, his voice filled with excitement. I'm willing, miss. He bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude to Roe. 20 copper coins a day, plus meals and accommodation. The drivers at the carriage company only earned 50 copper coins a day and didn't provide food or lodging. Apprentices under 18 sometimes even had to pay to work. Tom felt like he had been hit by a huge fortune, feeling dizzy, like he was drunk. Roman was right. She truly was the kindest and most beautiful noble lady. Tom didn't dare look at Roe and instead gazed gratefully at Roman. Roman caught his eye, raised his chin proudly, feeling honored. With the driver, there was also someone to run errands. Roe had previously used Troy for errands and felt a bit guilty about it. Troy's background was mysterious. Not only was he skilled in swordsmanship, but he also had a striking griffin mount. Even Princess Lillian regarded him highly, so it was wrong for her to boss him around. Thinking of Lillian, Roe asked Tom, "Did Miss Rossetti say when she would return?" Tom shook his head. "No." Mississippi Roe thought for a moment and instructed, "Then you should wait at the academy gate. If Miss Rossetti comes out, please invite her to get in the carriage." The two knights were still staying with her, so Lillian would definitely return. Tom happily ran to the side gate, where the carriage was parked. He loved interacting with the horses. Roman also ran back to the flower bed, bent over, and started pulling weeds. At first, Roe thought he was tending to the garden, but now she realized he was pulling weeds to feed the horses. "Roman, come here." "Yes, miss." Roman immediately dropped the weeds and ran over, wiping his muddy hands on his pants and then using his hand to wipe away the snot that was about to drip from his nose. Seeing this, Roe felt the weight of her educational responsibilities. If she let Roman grow up like this, she couldn't imagine a handsome young man, nearly 6 feet tall, using his hand to wipe snot from his mouth while gazing at her with deep, affectionate eyes. What a sight that would be. "Miss, what's wrong?" Roman looked up at her, unaware of the snot streak on his face and the muddy smudge around his mouth. Roe hesitated, wanting to say something but afraid of hurting his pride. Finally, she took out her handkerchief and wiped his face. "Roman, I'll give you the money for the horse's feed. From now on, Tom will be your little brother. Can you help me take care of him?" No boy could resist the excitement of being called a little brother. He immediately smiled with crescent-shaped eyes. "Sure." Roe handed him the handkerchief. A big brother should have the demeanor of one. You need to set a good example for Tom, so he becomes a clean and polite good driver. Roman held the handkerchief with both hands. "I will." Roe successfully handed over the snot-covered handkerchief, feeling relieved. She went upstairs to her bedroom. Currently, only 3 people lived on the second floor: herself, Lillian, and Troy. With both Lillian and Troy absent, it was quiet. She wanted to try divination again to see if yesterday's reading was a fluke or if she truly had this ability. Roe took out the turtle shell, placed her left hand below and her right hand above, and held the shell in her palm, closing her eyes. In the deep night sky, the stars moved and the star map reappeared. Roe gazed at the swirling golden star trails and asked her first question. "Am I the daughter of King Adder?" This time, the turtle shell did not crack, but the stars still provided some hints. If yesterday's divination was a prediction, today's was to clarify doubts. Logically, clarifying doubts should be easier than predicting. After observing the stars, Roe frowned. "It's actually not true. Did I guess wrong?" The original owner was not the daughter of Queen Isis and the king, but of the person who eloped with her. Roe looked at the star map again. "Am I the daughter of Queen Beiji Isis?" The stars twinkled, and the comet's tail swept across the sky, giving another answer.
"Not."
Roe stared at the stars, genuinely surprised this time. So, she was neither of royal blood from King Adder nor Queen Isis. She was just an orphan from a fisherman family? Well, she blamed herself for watching too many melodramas. Hearing such a plot made her mistakenly feel like the main character. Since it wasn't her, it meant that Asina had mistaken her for someone else, and her actions and appearance had led to the misunderstanding. Should she clarify it with her? Roe thought it wasn't necessary. Why would she refuse a chance that had come to her door? When Asina asked her if her surname was Isis last night, she had answered that way on purpose to create a misunderstanding. Moreover, she couldn't explain to Asina the truth of being a commoner. She couldn't reveal her background. Having already offended them, revealing the truth would only lead to her quicker demise. Roe closed her eyes and withdrew from her mental world. After looking at the star map today, her dizziness had actually lessened a bit. It seemed that clarifying doubts in divination was indeed much easier than predicting. Half an hour later, Bella returned with a cart full of ingredients. She was very happy after shopping, feeling the joy of being a generous spender for the first time. Since she had many items to buy, the merchants eagerly rushed to sell to her. They even helped her carry the goods to her door with a cart, worried she couldn't manage. Bella excitedly shared her market experiences, and after listening, Rose shook her head and smiled. These merchants were clever. There were only a few families in the city who could afford meat, so they had to seize the opportunity with such a big customer like her. After all, with poor meat preservation technology and high prices for salt and spices, making jerky wasn't cost-effective and meat would spoil quickly, leading to big losses. The poor couldn't afford meat, and merchants couldn't sell it all. When Bella started moving the ingredients into the kitchen, Roman and Tom came to help. The two boys struggled to lift the heavy milk barrels inside. With everything ready, Ro put on a clean apron and went into the kitchen with Bella. "Master, are you really going to cook?" Bella exclaimed, her mouth wide open. Ro nodded. "Come, I'll teach you how to make bread. This is a royal secret." Bella was so excited that she didn't know what to do with her hands and feet. Could she really learn a royal secret? Ro had Bella start a fire and put the spices into a pot according to the recipe, covering it to simmer. Then she taught her to take out the milk and begin making butter. Bread without butter has no soul. It can't give off a milky aroma. While making butter, they also made cream since it was the same process. Without a high-speed mixer, they had to whip the eggs and milk by hand. Ro called over the two helpers who cared for the knights, and with Roman and Tom, the 6 of them stirred for 2 hours before succeeding. Without white sugar and gelatin, Ro used almond candy and fish glue as substitutes to make the cake's cream base, unsure of how it would taste. She made small cakes while verbally guiding Bella to make small breads, which needed to rise, and the butter needed to settle, making Bella a bit anxious. Why was making bread in the royal kitchen so complicated? Would they be able to serve on time? As the sun set, Ro placed the cake base into the bread oven and started refining salt. Coarse yellow sea salt had a bitter taste. Adding it to the brine would ruin the flavor, so it had to be purified before use. The almond candy also had many impurities and wasn't sweet enough. Ro sighed at the trouble and began to purify the sugar. "Bella, remember to buy a bag of wheat tomorrow. I'll teach you how to make malt sugar." She wanted to train Bella to be a chef who combined Eastern and Western styles, comforting her poor stomach that had suffered in this world.
"Got it, master."
Bella's expression was a mix of crying and laughing, feeling both encouraged and deflated, her hair almost falling out from stress. Her hands had stirred cream all afternoon and were still shaking. She suddenly thought that maybe this royal secret wasn't worth all the trouble. But looking at her master, who had just complained about the bitter salt and was now complaining about the sugar not being sweet enough, Bella let out a long sigh. What could she do? She had such a delicate and picky master. No matter how troublesome, she had to do it. She couldn't let her kind and beautiful master do it herself. Could she? As a qualified maid, she had to learn to ease her master's worries. Bella regained her confidence and boldly snatched the almond candy from Ro's hands, angrily saying, "How can you do this?" She picked up a hammer and smashed the almond candy, making a loud noise. "This kind of rough work isn't for your delicate fingers. Let me handle it." Ro watched as Bella swung the hammer with determination, unable to hold back her laughter. "Bella, you're really adorable." It was her luck to meet so many lovely people after coming here. When Bella heard the compliment, her face turned red, and she swung the hammer even faster. Her master's voice must have some magic, she thought. Perhaps it was like a siren's song that enchanted people. Otherwise, how could she suddenly feel so strong after hearing her words? In the evening, Lillian returned. Ro looked out the window and saw her holding a wooden box, hurrying into the knight's room. In the room, Robert, Vincent wake up. Lillian approached their beds and gently called out. The two knights groggily woke up, burning with fever and in pain, but still struggled to sit up and salute her. "Your Highness." "Don't move, lie back down." Lillian pressed them back down. "You're badly injured. No need for formalities." They lay back down, their faces flushed from fever, but showing a strange pallor. Lillian set down the wooden box, took out her wand, and cast 2 spells. No spying, no eavesdropping. After finishing the spells, she opened the box and took out 2 crystal bottles, each the size of an egg. "This is the healing potion I got from the dean. Each of you gets one." She placed the crystal bottles in their hands. "Drink up." "Your Highness, we are unworthy of such kindness." The 2 knights were moved to tears. The healing potion was a high-level magical potion, worth a fortune and hard to find. How could they not be grateful that the princess would seek such magic for 2 mere knights? Lillian disapproved, saying, "A knight's loyalty is priceless. You are my most trusted, and you are injured protecting me. I cannot betray your loyalty. Drink the potion, my brave knights. I cannot lose your protection and support." Robert and Vincent immediately teared up. Their princess was so kind and valued her subordinates. She would surely become a compassionate ruler. The 2 knights quickly drank the potion, and the powerful energy of the high-level magic began to heal their injuries. In just a few moments, their faces looked much better. Seeing their change, Lillian finally relaxed. "Great, the potion is working. After some more rest, you should be fine." As she spoke, the 2 knights suddenly rolled out of bed, enduring the pain to pick up their swords and knelt on one knee before her. "What are you doing? Get back in bed." Lillian took a step back. "No, Your Highness, please accept our oath." The 2 knights said in unison, their attitude firm. Lillian was moved and slowly stood tall, placing her hands together in front of her abdomen. "My knights, please make your promise." "I swear by my life to offer you my complete loyalty. Sacrificing for you is my honor. Serving you is my faith. My sword will fight to protect you until my last breath." This oath is unbreakable. After Robert and Vincent finished speaking, they bowed their heads and raised their swords. "I accept your oath and grant you honor." Lillian solemnly extended her right hand, gently touching their heads. With their loyalty pledged, the 2 knights stood up. This was their second oath. The first had been when the king awarded them their knightly medals. Lillian looked at the 2 tall young men, feeling very satisfied. 2 bottles of magic potions had gained her 2 loyal followers. Her efforts had been richly rewarded. After drinking the potion, the 2 knights felt energized. Seeing they still had energy, Lillian decided to sit down and talk with them. "This is how we were saved, thanks to Ro. Otherwise, we would have been devoured by the demons." She told the knights how Ro and Troy rescued them and how they ended up here. They believed Lillian's words, but they still had some doubts about Ro and Troy. "Your Highness, I find Ro's words very suspicious. She claims she discovered the demons through divination, but even astrologers struggle to predict such things. How could a beginner mage do it?" Vincent said. Lillian shook her head. "You must believe that there are geniuses in this world. Some people's talents cannot be judged by common sense. And don't forget, we summoned the demons ourselves. We didn't follow the taboos when we entered the demon sea and got tainted by dark energy, which attracted the demons." Vincent realized this too. They had unknowingly absorbed dark energy in the demon sea, which became stronger and led to the sudden appearance of the demons when they reached the pine forest. It was indeed their own fault. Robert raised a question. "But Your Highness, if Ro is truly a royal member, why was she chased by pirates at the seaside and asking us for help? Where were her guards at that time?" Lillian pondered. The royal family is in serious conflict. She may have been persecuted by a certain faction and had to disguise herself as a commoner to seek our help. As for her guards, they might have been delayed by someone else, and found her later. Robert suddenly understood. That is indeed possible. Now that I think about it, those pirates are strange. I've never heard of pirates in that coastal area before. Why did they suddenly appear? Vincent nodded. Yes, and regular pirates usually just loot treasures. Those pirates were ruthless, killing anyone they saw and even burning fishing villages. Robert said, fortunately, they were all shot dead by your orders, which avenged the innocent fishermen. Thinking of the tragic state of the village they later saw, both knights showed pity in their eyes. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since Ro doesn't want to reveal her identity, we shouldn't pry, Lillian sighed. Besides, who doesn't have their own secrets? She had pretended to patrol the border, but she was actually looking for witches hidden among the people to find traces of the legendary necromancer. Unfortunately, not only did she fail to find anything, but she also lost a team of men. Your Highness, you. Robert was about to say something when he suddenly caught a strong scent in the air, and his mind went blank. What is that smell? Vincent also inhaled deeply. It smells amazing. It's the scent of spices. Lillian immediately looked out the window. Various spice aromas blended harmoniously with a warm and rich spiciness that was captivating. There was also a hint of fragrant oil, with a sweet and rich aftertaste. Gurgle, a hungry gurgling sound echoed in the room. The two knights instantly turned red and pressed their stomachs. You stay here. I'll go take a look. Lillian awkwardly turned away, not wanting the two to know she was also hungry. After the princess left, the two knights whispered in the room. How can there be such a delicious smell? Is someone performing a ritual? A ritual? Does a ritual smell this strange? Why do I feel so hungry when I smell it? I think there's a familiar scent in there. Vincent thought hard. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I know. It's the smell of meat. The smell of meat? Robert gulped. What kind of meat could smell this good? It can't be. The two realized at the same time, looking at each other in horror. It can't be human flesh, right? Ugh, in the bedroom, the sound of two people retching echoed. Lillian quickly stepped outside and found the scent outside was even stronger than in the room, filling the entire courtyard and making her mouth water. Could this be some kind of poisonous fragrance? Lillian was startled and quickly covered her nose with a handkerchief. She looked around and noticed that everyone in the courtyard had mysteriously disappeared, leaving it eerily quiet. The scent grew stronger as she approached the kitchen. Lillian held her breath and walked toward it. Princess, what are you doing out here? Lillian turned around to see the two knights fully armed, their faces serious, with cloth covering their mouths and noses, and their swords gleaming. We're here to protect you, Robert said gravely. We suspect this is human flesh. Vincent nodded. Yes, Your Highness, there is danger here. There might be demons cooking live people. How could meat smell this good? It must be a temptation created by the devil. The two knights were so certain, and Lillian's expression grew serious. The scent is coming from the kitchen. Vincent, Robert, you must be careful. Yes, Your Highness. The two knights approached the kitchen door cautiously, hearing the low laughter of demons inside, which only strengthened their suspicions. With a loud bang, they kicked down the door, raising their swords high. Vile demons die. The wooden door fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, revealing the scene inside the kitchen. They saw 6 living people gathered around a pot, holding knives and forks, all turning to look at them with hungry eyes. Robert and Vincent were horrified by this bizarre sight. They're possessed by demons. They want to eat us. Ro was startled by their forceful entry. She had managed to stay calm until she heard them suspecting she was possessed by a demon, which made her lose her composure.
Stop it.
She scolded sternly. Who gave you permission to kick down the door? Is this how knights behave? Outside, Lillian heard Ro's voice and immediately realized something was wrong. She walked to the door and pushed the two knights aside. Ro, are you in there? As she spoke, she scanned the kitchen and, upon seeing the pot emitting a delicious aroma and the ingredients on the counter, she couldn't help but smile wryly. I'm sorry, we misunderstood, Lillian said apologetically. We've never smelled anything so delicious and thought. Anyway, I'm very sorry, Ro. Ro hadn't expected this to be the reason. It's okay, Lillian. I should have told you in advance. I'm sorry for scaring you. No, it's our fault for rushing in without understanding, Lillian said, feeling embarrassed. But what are you cooking? It smells amazing. Ro put down her knife and fork to explain. I'm doing a potion-making assignment. This is a fragrant dish I made, simmering some beef and chicken. Would you like to try some? Hearing it was beef and chicken, Lillian's interest was piqued. Is it okay? After all, it's your assignment. Of course, I can do it a lot, Ro warmly invited. But this place is too small. Let's move to the dining room. I'll have Bella bring it over. Ro and Lillian left the kitchen. Vincent and Robert exchanged glances, revealing bitter smiles. They felt embarrassed today, not only for themselves but also for the princess. They were the ones who misunderstood first, yet the princess took all the blame. Apologize? Vincent asked. Robert gritted his teeth. Yes. A noble knight is never ashamed to make up for his mistakes. Outside the dining room, the two bowed to Ro together. I'm sorry, Miss Ro. They explained their mistakes and promised to make double reparations, asking for her forgiveness. It's all right, gentlemen. Acknowledging one's mistakes and correcting them is a great virtue. Ro accepted their apology. Lillian looked on in amazement. Acknowledging one's mistakes and correcting them is a great virtue. She savored these words, feeling a unique rhythm that made them sound particularly profound. Ro must come from an ancient royal family with deep literary knowledge to speak so eloquently. In reality, Ro was just subconsciously rhyming while translating into their language. The four of them sat at the dining table, and Bella quickly brought over a plate of beef chunks. On the round iron plate were 4 or 5 pieces of beef the size of fingernails, with a spoonful of sauce underneath, garnished with 2 small mint leaves and a small pile of shredded carrots on the side. The presentation was exquisite, with a delightful aroma and flavor, but for the two knights, this little meat was hardly enough. However, the enticing smell of the meat made their mouths water, and without thinking about why there was so little, they reached out to grab the pieces. Lillian was also hungry, but seeing that Ro hadn't started yet and there were no spoons, she hesitated. Fortunately, she hesitated because Bella soon returned with a tray, placing 2 sets of cutlery wrapped in white silk next to the plates. Ro skillfully picked up her knife and fork, pierced a piece of meat with her fork, and elegantly brought it to her mouth, chewing slowly without making a sound. Lillian observed her out of the corner of her eye, learned how to use the fork, and gracefully picked up a piece of meat to eat. The two knights, holding meat with sauce on their fingers, suddenly felt awkward seeing their actions, unsure whether to eat or put the meat down. After a few seconds of hesitation, they quickly tossed the meat into their mouths and began to chew with delight. This tender beef had no gamey taste at all. It was salty, fragrant, and slightly sweet, leaving a delicious aftertaste without any bitterness. Even Lillian couldn't help but widen her eyes for a moment. The food she had in the palace was already top-notch, but the meat often tasted a bit off. This meat was surprisingly delicious. She couldn't help but speed up her eating, and before she knew it, she had finished all the meat. Lillian was astonished. She couldn't eat this much meat in one sitting at the palace. How did she finish it all? The two knights finished with a look of satisfaction. They usually ate a lot, and this meat only whetted their appetite, leaving them even hungrier. Seeing this, Ro gave Bella a glance. Bella turned and brought in 4 glasses of sweetened lemonade, gently placing them on the table. Ro explained to the 3. Bella also made some desserts, but they won't be ready for a while. Please have some lemonade to cleanse your palate. In fact, the desserts were already prepared, but due to the order of serving, she was worried that serving the cakes first would ruin their taste, so she had Bella bring the lemonade first. At this time, some people were already using lemons, but it was still rare, and it would take centuries for it to become popular. Ro took a sip from her ceramic cup. The lemonade was slightly sour and sweet, with a unique aroma. It wasn't as good as what she had in her previous life, but it was acceptable. However, when she looked up, She noticed that the three of them hadn't drunk any and couldn't help but ask, "Don't you like the taste of lemon?" Lillian showed an embarrassed expression. "It's not that we don't like it, but drinking water can upset our stomachs. We usually drink wine." She felt awkward saying it. She had thought Ro came from a noble background, but now seeing her drink water was a bit strange. People with slightly better conditions wouldn't choose to drink water. If they did, it would only be from clean mountain springs. Everyone knew that the city water was not only dirty but also toxic, with little bugs in it that could cause stomach pain. All the waste in the city was dumped into the rivers, and fearing illness from contaminated water, most nobles wouldn't even bathe, only occasionally wiping their bodies with wine or urine. The two knights also showed signs of reluctance. They often traveled and had experienced stomach pain from drinking water, so they were even more cautious. They couldn't understand how someone as particular about food as Miss Ro could be so careless about drinking. Seeing their expressions, Ro realized what they were thinking. She almost forgot that people at this time believed water was toxic. She hadn't thought of it before because Bella and Roman always drank water, and she didn't see anything wrong with it. Now that she thought about it, they must be too poor to afford wine and had never experienced the life of the wealthy, so they found her drinking water quite normal. Ro felt awkward. "This water comes from a well, boiled and cooled. It's clean and has been sterilized. It won't upset your stomach. Besides, you all seem weak right now. Drinking wine isn't good for your recovery. It's better to drink sterilized water." Lillian, being a potion master, seemed to think of something when she heard sterilized. She hesitantly looked at the water in her cup. The liquid in the cup was clear and transparent, looking quite clean. Moreover, she looked at Ro. If Ro drank this kind of water every day without getting sick, didn't that prove she was right? After thinking it over, Lillian decided to trust Ro's words. She picked up the cup and seriously took a sip. Her eyes brightened. The taste was sweet and fragrant, with a hint of lemon sourness, surprisingly delicious and very refreshing. It was completely different from the taste of wine and beer. Since the princess drank it, what could the two knights do? They picked up their cups, gulping it down. Forget it. What's a little stomach pain? It doesn't necessarily mean death. Reassuring themselves, the two prepared for stomach aches. Seeing this, Ro rang the bell on the table, and after a few seconds, Bella brought out the small cakes and bread. She lifted the cover, and a sweet aroma instantly filled the room. Lillian sniffed carefully, as if she could smell the scent of eggs, milk, and wheat. Strangely, she used to find the smell of eggs and milk off-putting, but today it seemed so fragrant. She glanced at the triangular yellow cake on the table, hesitated for a moment, and then reached for the golden bread. Lillian wasn't interested in the bread. The flour outside the palace wasn't as finely milled, and the fermentation wasn't sufficient, sometimes making it taste gritty. If she weren't hungry, she wouldn't want to eat this bread at all. Thinking disdainfully, Lillian took a bite of the bread, and her expression changed instantly. Why was this bread so soft and fluffy, rich in milky flavor, sweet and fragrant, with what seemed like a layer of filling in the middle? She tore the bread open and found a creamy white filling that melted in her mouth, sweet like clouds in the sky. Lillian ate faster and faster, finishing the small piece of bread in just a few bites, then looking at the cake. The first two foods hadn't disappointed her. Perhaps the cake would bring her a different surprise. Unlike Lillian, Vincent and Robert loved eggs and milk, as well as pastries made from egg and milk with flour. They immediately picked up the cake, surprised at how light it felt. At this time, the cake was actually quite similar to bread. Cakes originated in ancient Egypt, and both bread and cake were made from flour, but cakes included honey and eggs, making them slightly softer than bread. Thus, when Vincent and Robert picked up the cake, which felt as light as a cloud, they were amazed. How is this cake so light yet fluffy? The two rough men immediately decided to eat first and ask questions later. Taking a bite felt like biting into a moist, soft cloud, sweet and fragrant, as if they were floating on air, making them unable to resist the bliss. Another bite was rich and delicious, making them want to swallow their tongues. They could no longer bother with savoring. They devoured it hungrily, finishing the cake in just a few bites, licking their fingers in a daze. Lillian took small bites of the cake, her eyes squinting with happiness. She never expected the cake to be so delicious. Seeing their blissful expressions, Ro thought that Western recipes suited Western tastes better. Although they also enjoyed the braised meat, they weren't as captivated by it. Indeed, Westerners have a lifelong sweet tooth. Their pursuit of sweetness is ingrained in their genes. However, Ro then realized that the braised meat was made according to her own preferences, and due to the lack of spices, it didn't taste as good as real braised meat. No wonder after finishing the cake and bread, Lillian wiped her mouth, showing a satisfied expression. There are always better things out there. She used to think the food she ate was the best in the world, but she never expected the food here to be 100 times tastier. Ms. Lillian, if you had to rate my fragrant gel, what score would you give it? Ro asked curiously. She wanted to know if her fragrant gel could pass. Full marks, Lillian said without hesitation. The taste is excellent. Don't you think it's off topic? After all, it's more suitable for cooking meat. The essence of a fragrant gel is in its aroma. This gel has a very harmonious scent. Even without the taste of meat, I believe its fragrance can be captivating. Hearing Lillian's praise, Ro felt relieved. Since Lillian, who teaches potion making, gave such a high rating, Professor Phil's score wouldn't be low either, right? Knowing the two knights were still hungry, Ro asked Bella to bring up some more chicken, then returned to the kitchen. She divided the broth made from the spices into 2 portions, one for cooking chicken wings and feet in a clay pot, and the other for marinating meat. The portion in the clay pot was her assignment for the next day. That night, Ro took a daisy to the market and silently recited a prayer for the pharmacist. If the original owner had a next life, she hoped for peace and happiness. The next day, in the potion-making classroom, Professor Phil asked the students to present their fragrant gels for evaluation. The classroom was filled with strong spice aromas, each with its own peculiar scent, mixing together to create a strange chemical reaction. Some were sour and bitter, with a faint odor. Ro sniffed for a while and thought it smelled like a uniquely formulated traditional medicine. Professor Phil graded quickly, usually just smelling the scent, asking about the preparation process, and then giving a corresponding score. The full score was 10, but most students only received 6 or 7 points, with some not passing at all. It wasn't until he reached Asina's desk that Professor Phil slowed down momentarily. Your fragrance has a different scent. Did you add something else? Yes, I added cardamom and frankincense and a bit of white pepper. Professor Phil nodded. Not bad, 10 points. Whispers filled the classroom as Ro heard a girl nearby scoff. Isn't it just adding some more expensive spices? I could do that too. What's so special about it? Exactly. The professor never said we could add other spices. He's clearly biased towards Asina. They must be related. Quiet. Professor Phil glared at them sternly. I never said you couldn't add things. If you didn't think of it, don't be jealous of classmates who are better than you. The students in the class were angry but silent. Some bolder classmates still whispered complaints. It's true. If we're just grading based on the rarity of spices, why even make fragrant gels? Just rank by family background. Isn't this against school rules? Professor Phil slammed his hand on the desk, the sound cold. Whoever speaks again will lose 10 points. The threat of losing points worked effectively, and the classroom fell silent. It was only the second class, and many students hadn't earned any credits yet. Losing 10 points would put them in the negatives. With a stern face, Professor Phil continued to check the assignments. Asina put away her fragrant gel, calmly looking around the classroom. She remembered everyone who had questioned her. Professor Phil soon reached Ro's desk. Where's your fragrant gel? Ro opened the iron box. Right here. Professor Phil looked down and saw a small, translucent gel-like substance, square and resembling a cut yellow crystal. What is this? He showed some interest. Ro presented her prepared explanation. This is fragrant gel. Fragrant gel. Professor Phil savored the term, finding it beautifully poetic. He picked up the iron box to smell it but felt a bit disappointed. The scent is okay, but not strong enough. Professor, this is just its cooled state. To release its fragrance, it needs to be heated. Ro took out a prepared oil lamp and a small spoon, scooping a piece of the gel and placing it over the flame. As the gel melted, a rich aroma suddenly filled the air, overpowering the existing scents in the classroom. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. How strange. Why do I feel hungry as soon as I smell this fragrance? Me too, I really want to eat something. I want to take a bite of that fragrant gel. The classroom erupted with the sounds of growling stomachs, students tightening their belts, looking embarrassed. Professor Phil, closest to the source, had the loudest stomach growl, but he showed no sign of panic. Ro, how did you make this fragrant gel? Ro replied, it's made by simmering spices, fish gelatin and chicken gelatin for 7 hours, then filtering and letting it cool naturally. It can be used as a fragrance or melted in the mouth. What? It's edible. A student perked up, eyes shining like light bulbs. Really? Slurp. No wonder I wanted to eat it as soon as I smelled it. Slurp, slurp. Gurgle, gurgle. Slurp, slurp, slurp. In no time, the classroom was as lively as a frog pond. Caught up in the excitement, Ro's own stomach growled, too. Well, it seemed she was a bit hungry as well. After all, people didn't have breakfast at that time. Only one meal at noon, and wealthy people would have afternoon tea. With just that little food to last through the night, and then an early class the next day, it was no wonder they were all starving. The aroma of the marinated meat gel was just a trigger. The enticing scent made everyone in the classroom drool, and Professor Phil swallowed hard, picking up a parchment scroll. Very innovative, I'll give you 10 points. Thank you, Professor. The sounds of gurgling stomachs continued, with swallowing noises echoing. Professor Phil said, Ro, you should blow out the oil lamp now. Okay, Professor. Ro quickly blew out the lamp and covered the iron box, leaving the melted part of the gel in the spoon. Professor Phil hurried back to the podium. All right, let's start the lesson. Seeing the hungry students with eyes shining green, he maintained a serious face. Today, we will discuss how to prepare the potion for making sausages and the procedure for the process. Ro? Wait, what did you just say? Sausages? The sounds of hunger in the classroom seemed to quiet down a bit. We'll use the materials you made for the fragrant gels as a base. Classmates. Ro. What did you say?
Can you repeat that?
Use lime water, add the spice broth, stir until warm, let it settle, and then scoop out the top layer of broth. You can have a servant blow it into the body using a horn, or let a doctor insert a funnel or syringe then squeeze it into the intestines. When the urge arises, you can start releasing. I see some classmates have even made spice smoke, which is great. Using tobacco smoke for enemas is also a highly regarded method. A classmate who made snuff said, Professor Phil remained expressionless. The specific method is to blow the smoke into which can stimulate the respiratory tract and treat some breathing difficulties. Rovi kept a serious face, starting to question whether her decision to stay at this school was right. The classmates also looked serious, struggling between hunger and nausea. Enemas are a fashionable trend among the nobility. Many noble women enjoy enemas during afternoon tea, and noblemen also like to have them after meals. The infamous King Louis XIV, known as the Stinking King, bathed only 7 times in his life, but had over 2,000 enemas. In this era, anyone who hasn't had an enema wouldn't dare claim to be a noble. But the problem is that the students in the class are still young. They haven't reached the age to use such tools. Although they sometimes hear their parents talk about enemas, they have never experienced it themselves. Most importantly, when Professor Phil assigned the task of creating a fragrance, he didn't specify that it was for making an enema solution, so everyone worked hard on it. Now, everyone learned that the perfume/snuff/pastes they made were to be used for enemas. This is completely unacceptable. If everyone thinks about it carefully, they can understand why this is happening, as this is a potion class. The fragrance assignments in potion class can't possibly be for making perfumes. They must be related to curing diseases. It's just that everyone was too excited when they received the spices and didn't think about it. Rovi looked at the soup in her spoon and felt she could never look at meat jelly the same way again. She took out a handkerchief, poured the contents of the spoon out, wiped it clean, and put it back in the tin box. Goo, a long, loud growl came from beside her. The sound was so loud that even Professor Phil at the front heard it clearly, stopping his lecture to look over. The classmates quickly turned their heads, shocked to see the girl who made the sound. What a brave soul. Such disgusting content didn't dampen her appetite. How good must her appetite be? The classmates looked at her with a mix of jealousy and intrigue. Rovi turned her head and saw the girl hurriedly look away from her, covering her blushing face with her hands. Everyone kept staring at her, and the girl, feeling embarrassed and annoyed, dropped her hands and said loudly, "I just got a little dizzy from hunger, so what? Aren't you all hungry? Don't you want to eat?" The girl asked her soul-searching questions and then, in a moment of desperation, looked at Rovi. "Dear, can I have a bite of your meat jelly?"
I really can't hold back.
The atmosphere in the classroom became eerily quiet as everyone silently turned their gaze to Rovi. Rovi glanced at Professor Phil and, seeing he wasn't stopping her, pushed the box toward the girl. "Of course, please enjoy." The girl blushed deeply. She regretted her words as soon as she said them, but seeing Rovi actually agree, she felt a reckless determination. "Thank you, Rovi. I promise I'll only have one bite." She eagerly opened the box, quickly scooped a piece of meat jelly with a spoon, and tossed it into her mouth. The fragrant meat jelly slowly melted in her mouth. With a gentle bite, the rich collagen-filled texture bounced around her teeth, and as her tongue brushed over it, she could taste the rich and savory flavor, an absolute delight for her taste buds. The meat jelly was not only non-fishy, but also incredibly fragrant, with just the right amount of salt, perfectly savory, and not bitter at all. The girl chewed slowly, savoring it, her satisfied expression resembling someone who had tasted something divine. Truly, the meat jelly was aromatic, delicious, and had a wonderful texture. It was a triple delight for the senses. Absolutely delicious. Ghoul, that was the sound of swallowing saliva. Goo, that was the sound of a stomach growling. The classroom seemed to turn into a nighttime rice field, with frogs croaking endlessly. After finishing that spoonful of meat jelly, the girl licked her lips, still wanting more, and returned the box to Rovi.
Thank you.
"No need to thank me," Rovi replied with a kind smile. The girl smiled back gratefully, then stood up to face the podium, bowing. "I'm sorry, Professor. I broke classroom rules. Please deduct my points." Professor Phil sighed. "It's understandable. Sit down. Just don't do it again next time." That meant no points would be deducted. "Thank you, Professor." The girl bowed again and sat back down. For the rest of the time, Professor Phil had the windows open to let in some fresh air, which helped disperse the aroma, and the students' cravings slowly faded. The bell rang. It was noon. The classmates cheered and packed up their study materials, ready to head to the cafeteria. "Rovi, wait for me." Rovi was called outside the classroom by the girl who had tasted the meat jelly. "I'm Quinn Ferguson." "Thank you for earlier, Rovi." Quinn curtsied slightly, lifting her skirt. "No need to thank me. It was just a small thing," Rovi replied, curtsying back. Quinn shook her head. "You don't understand. I was starting to feel stomach pain. Luckily, I had a piece of meat jelly, or I might have fainted from hunger." Rovi was surprised. "How could you be that hungry?" Quinn's delicate face turned slightly red. "I've been dieting to lose weight. Yesterday, I only had an apple, and when I woke up this morning, my stomach felt uncomfortable. So, when I smelled the fragrance in class, I couldn't control myself." Rovi said worriedly, "Dieting is not good for your health, Quinn. You're already very slim. You really don't need to lose weight." Quinn looked gloomy. "But my waist is still thick. The new corset I bought doesn't fit." Rovi saw her already frighteningly thin waist and shook her head. "Your waist is very slim. The corset must be too small. You should get a different one, Quinn. If you always wear a corset that's too tight, your ribs will be compressed and deformed, pressing into your abdomen." Quinn's face turned pale. "Is it really that scary?"
Much scarier than that.
"If your waist is too tight, it will also make childbirth difficult in the future. Pregnant women can easily suffer from hemorrhaging and die, Rovi said seriously. Quinn shivered in fear. Dear, thank you for the warning. I'm going to take off the corset right now. She lifted her skirt and ran down the steps, as if racing against death. Rovi sighed as she watched her retreating figure and slowly walked down. Rovi. Just as she reached the bottom of the stairs, a few classmates surrounded her. Rovi, can you sell us your meat jelly? By the classroom window, Asina watched the scene below, crushing the scented candle in her hand. Asina, why do you have to oppose her? She hasn't done anything to you, has she? No, she has, Asina said with disgust. She's extremely annoying. Annoying enough that I want to scratch her face. She threw the broken scented candle on the ground and stomped it into the mud, turning back to coldly question the person behind her. Why did you give that brat such a high score? Professor Phil said helplessly, if you are the only one in class to get a perfect score, the others will be jealous of you. Let them be jealous. Who cares about the feelings of those lowly people? Asina, this is not Atra. Professor Phil gently reminded her. She was just a princess of the Atra kingdom, and the Atra king did not rule the entire West. People from other countries would not fear her power. Asina understood his implication but remained disdainful. Even if this isn't Atra, it would be easy for me to kill them. Professor Phil felt a headache coming on. Don't talk like that. You know the Sharia Magic Academy forbids fighting among students. Uncle, one must be flexible. Who says I want to kill them at the academy? Asina, the king sent you here because he doesn't want you to kill people. He hopes you learn kindness and compassion. He doesn't want me to kill? He just doesn't want me to kill his pregnant mistress, Asina said cruelly. Those shameless women dream of being queens. I just removed the little jerks in their bellies to feed the dogs and they want to fight me. I didn't want to kill them. They insisted on throwing themselves onto my sword. Professor Phil shuddered. Asina, how can you be so cruel? Those are living people. Shut up, uncle, Asina said coldly. If it weren't for me and my mother holding our position in the palace, do you think you could have everything you have now? Without our cruelty, the Phil family would have lost its title long ago. Could you still live comfortably as a noble?
Don't preach to me.
Just because you've been comfortable for so long doesn't mean you're innocent. I didn't see you hesitate when you framed Queen Isis back then. Professor Phil fell silent. After a long time, he said, that was my father and sister's doing. I just helped them send a message. Asina mocked, since you could help them send messages back then. Why can't you help me now? I don't need you to do anything. Just turn a blind eye. Don't worry, I don't have time to deal with those little bugs. I only want to squash the biggest one. You want to kill Ro? Professor Phil felt anxious. But her identity is still uncertain. She might not even be Queen Isis's daughter. What if you kill the wrong person? Better to kill the wrong person than to let one go.
Asina said coldly.
I tested her the night before. That little brat thought I mistook her for someone else and happily walked right into my trap. Do you know what that means? Professor Phil asked, confused. What does it mean? It means her current identity is that of a fake noble, just a commoner. Even if I kill her, it won't have serious consequences. What do you plan to do? I heard there are many rogues in the city. They should like her seductive face. Professor Phil felt uneasy. The rogues won't know she's a commoner. They probably wouldn't dare to touch her. Uncle, you're so foolish, Asina smirked.
Just have someone pretend to be a rogue.
My guards are coming back soon. A rogue pretending to assault a fake noble would be much more entertaining than torturing those crying pregnant women. Ro, Asina's blue eyes brewed a dark storm. You had your chance to leave, but now you can't escape Sharia. You can only die here. Why did you have to be so exceptional? Even if you realize your identity, you won't threaten me. Once I'm done playing, I can let you go. But it's a pity you learned everything. If the ministers in the capital, who dream of a perfect heir, find out, where would that leave you and your mother? Meanwhile, after finally escaping the enthusiastic noble classmates and promising to treat them to a meal next time, Ro hurriedly left the school. Tom's carriage was waiting at the school gate, and not far behind the carriage stood Troy in black clothes. Ro felt safe as she got into the carriage, which Tom drove back to the courtyard. As soon as she got out, a wave of sour liquid surged in her stomach, which she forced down. Riding in the carriage had freed her feet, but it had upset her poor stomach. She wondered how those nobles managed to endure it without feeling carsick. Ro pinched her palm for a while before the dizziness faded. "Master, should we serve the meal now?" Bella ran over to ask. "Yes, please." She hadn't eaten breakfast and was hungry. Bella brought out the bread and small cakes she had just learned to make yesterday, along with a tomato beef soup and a vegetable corn salad as Ro had instructed. "Isn't anyone else here?" Miss Rossetti and the two knights went out to look at houses. They won't be back for lunch. Speaking of them, Bella felt a bit resentful. Before leaving, the two knights had raided the kitchen, taking away most of the bread she had baked. Although they paid her well, they almost ate up the portion she had saved for her master. If they had money, why couldn't they just buy food outside? Bella thought to herself. Ro took a sip of the beef soup. "Bella, go check if Troy is still around. If he is, ask him to come in for lunch. Since Lily and the others weren't here today, Troy should feel less awkward." But the swordsman has already eaten. Bella counted on her fingers. He snuck in last night and ate 8 loaves of bread and 17 pieces of cake. This morning, he jumped in through the back window and ate 2 pounds of beef, 8 braised eggs, and 5 loaves of bread. After counting, her shoulders slumped. "Master, I'm so tired. I spent all night making bread, and it's not enough for them to eat one meal." "Ro, is Troy a pig? How can he eat so much? Eating this much without worrying about bursting. Doesn't he know how expensive meat and eggs are? He eats like a bottomless pit." Seeing the dark circles under Bella's eyes, Ro felt sorry. "Bella, don't stay up late making bread anymore. From now on, you're the housekeeper here, and your salary will double. 1 silver coin a day. Go hire 2 more maids who are hardworking and kind-hearted." Bella looked miserable. "Got it, master." Ro found her expression strange. "Why aren't you happy?" "I am happy. So moved that I could cry." Bella wiped her eyes, feeling that her master was close to going bankrupt. Is she really that moved? Ro was a bit shocked. Next time Troy goes to the kitchen, tell him that his meal expenses will be deducted from his salary. "Okay, master." Bella perked up, happy that her master finally understood the need to save. After lunch, Ro returned to her room to start today's divination. She had a question she wanted to ask for a long time, hoping to get an answer today. Entering the spiritual world, Ro looked at the star map. "Can I return to my original world?" The star map lit up, and the star trails formed a circle. Suddenly, 4 golden characters appeared on the sky. "There is a beginning and an end." Luo Wei looked at her image in the sky, puzzled. Previously, it only showed star signs, but today it wrote words directly. "And what is there is a beginning and an end mean?" Luo Wei set that phrase aside and asked her second question. "How can I return to my original world?" The text on the sky disappeared and new star signs appeared, but this time, she had to interpret them herself. "The snake bites its tail, going round and round." Luo Wei frowned at the star signs. "The starting point covers the end point. The starting point is the end point. The end point is the starting point." A flash of insight struck Luo Wei, and she understood the meaning of that phrase. Galon Chronicles is a strategy game she had never played, but she had seen its login screen. It described the social chaos on Galon Star, where many heroes rose and wars broke out frequently. Players logged in as small lords and competed with others for territory, building city-states and claiming power. The social environment Luo Wei found herself in was different from the game's description. Although the continent was somewhat unstable, it was still peaceful, not yet at the point of war. Could it be that she had crossed over before the game started and had to wait for it to begin to return? The game's start was the beginning, and also the end point of her journey. Given the current situation on the continent, it might take another 10 years for chaos to arise. By then, many players might enter the game and meet her, telling her how to log out. So she had to survive until the game started. The more Luowei thought about it, the more excited she became. Returning to her original world seemed just around the corner. Today's divination felt a bit strange. After asking 2 questions, she didn't feel mentally exhausted. She even thought she could try divination again. Had her mental strength increased? Fortune favors the bold, so Luowei decided to try once more. What must I do to survive? This time, the star signs dimmed, and a line of text appeared on the sky. Without skin, where will the fur attach? Without skin, where will the fur attach? Literally, it means if a person loses their skin, there's no place for the fur to cling, implying that if she lost her foundation for survival, she wouldn't be able to live? So, what was her foundation for survival? After a moment of thought, Luowei understood the meaning of this phrase. It referred to her disguise, as everything she had now was because she pretended to be a noble. If she lost that disguise, she would be in danger. It was like the saying, without lips, the teeth are cold, meaning they depended on each other. Though she understood, Luowei still felt something was off. The first divination result, there is a beginning and an end, seemed similar to the second result. The end point is the starting point. Wasn't that a repetition? Luowei exited her mental world and was surprised to find she didn't feel dizzy at all today. She felt even better than after yesterday's divination. It seemed her mental world had indeed grown stronger. Luowei optimistically thought that at this rate, she might really become a fortune teller. Then she would change her name to Luo the Half-Immortal. For the next 3 or 4 days, Luowei encountered no danger. During these days, she did a divination for herself every morning, and the results were always good. Lillian went to school, the nights moved out, and Asina had been much quieter, not causing her any trouble. So boring Luowei sighed in the small courtyard. People like her felt uncomfortable when life became too calm. She wanted to stir things up. Bella, Roman, how about we open a bakery? Spices were too expensive, but bread was still doable. They could set up across from the school, targeting those noble students. Open a shop? Sounds great. Roman danced with excitement. Our bread is so delicious. Many people will come to buy it. Bella looked hesitant. Opening a shop requires renting a place and hiring workers. It costs a lot of money. Since becoming a housekeeper, Bella had been very concerned about the family's finances. The expenses were too high, and she feared mismanaging it would lead to bankruptcy. While shopping for groceries, she met Fanny, a maid from the Lord's house. They became friends since they often bought meat from the same shop. Yesterday, she shared her worries with Fanny, who introduced her to the Lord's housekeeper. The housekeeper warmly shared tips on managing a household. That was, always help the master manage finances and daily affairs. But the master spent money like water, and she couldn't control it. Just like now, Luowei stubbornly decided, Troy, let's go check out some shops on Academy Street. Troy jumped down from the roof.
When? Now.
Bella watched them leave, feeling even more anxious. Luowei went to look at shops while Troy kept a distance of about 20 meters, ensuring the locals wouldn't notice him while keeping her in sight. He didn't like entering shops other than taverns, and the shopkeepers didn't welcome him either. Luowei looked at several shops, but the owners didn't want to sell. The ones for sale were too small, and she wasn't interested. Just as she was about to give up, a young man with a sharp face approached her. Miss, are you looking to buy a shop? I have one for sale at a low price, and it's spacious. Want me to take you to see it? Luowei sized him up. You don't look like a merchant. I'm selling it for someone else. It's a 2-story shop on the street for just 1 gold coin. They need to move quickly, the sharp-faced man said. Luowei glanced at Troy, who was nearby, and agreed. Okay, take me to see it.
Great.
Follow me. I'll show you a shortcut. It's very close. As he spoke, the sharp-faced man led her down a narrow alley. Academy. Asina, you still want to use me? Do you really think I'm foolish? I promise this time it's not like that. I just want to take you to see a good show, Asina coaxed. Don't you hate Luowei? She's about to meet her end. Don't you want to see it? Vina watched her warily. Why should I trust you? Asina smiled like a siren. It's just to watch. You don't have to do anything. How could I use you? I know it was a bit much to ask you to deal with her before, so today I'll handle it myself. You can get some satisfaction from it. She insulted you so much. Don't you want to mock her a bit? She leaned closer to Vina's ear and whispered, Don't you want to see that wretched girl being torn apart by thugs? A spark of interest lit up in Vina's eyes. Is what you said true? Of course. I even gathered a group of old and ugly beggars to join in the fun. Asina smirked, her gaze fierce. All right, I'll go with you, Vina said, her eyes turning. Invite a few more people. Let's all go together. The path became more winding, and at an intersection, the sharp-nosed man suddenly sped up, turned sharply, and disappeared into a side alley. Roxy lifted her skirt and took a few steps, getting lost in the maze of alleys. Clop, clop, a strange sound echoed in the narrow alley, like someone dragging their shoes and scraping against the walls. When Roxy turned around, she saw a drunken, burly man stumbling into the alley, wearing filthy clothes that hung loosely on him, exposing his chest hair and belly button. Noticing her, the man changed direction and approached her, saying, Oh, let me see. There's a little beauty here. The closer he got, the more nauseating the smell of alcohol and sweat became. Beneath his messy hair, his squinty eyes stared at Roxy, like a wolf eyeing its prey. Roxy looked around but saw no one else, then focused back on the burly man. Who sent you, Asina, or Vina? Burp, what are you talking about? The man let out a foul-smelling belch, scratching his chest with a confused expression. A real thug wouldn't be so clean, Roxy frowned, glancing at his chest. No fleas, and your chest hair isn't tangled. What are you scratching? The man showed a hint of shock, then his expression darkened. Even if you've figured it out, what can you do? You're still in my hands. A bloodthirsty, brutal smile appeared on his face as he smashed a bottle. Too bad you offended someone you shouldn't have. Otherwise, with your looks, I could have had more fun. Too bad for that bunch of scum. The bottle shattered, spilling bright red liquid, filling the air with a sickly sweet smell. Roxy quickly took out a handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose. Troy. Clang. A sound of a sword echoed as a sharp light struck the burly man, sending him flying. Troy appeared in front of Roxy, holding her and leaping onto the rooftop. Leave one alive. Okay. Troy jumped into the alley, wetting a cloth with a flask and covering his mouth and nose. The burly man was knocked against the wall by the force of Troy's sword and fell heavily to the ground. In pain, he quickly pulled out a whip from his waist. Who are you? Seeing the hilt of Troy's sword, he was horrified, realizing that the powerful wind magic pattern engraved on it had just knocked him away. Didn't the princess say Roxy was just a commoner? How could a commoner have a magic swordsman by her side? Troy stepped closer, gripping his sword. You don't need to know my background. Now tell me, who sent you? The burly man trembled. I can't reveal my master's identity. Troy, Roxy commanded from the rooftop, her voice cold. If he doesn't speak, kill him. On the other side of the wall, Vina heard the commotion in the alley and turned back, disappointed. Is this the good show you mentioned? A swordsman killing a thug? Asina's face darkened. She hadn't expected a swordsman to protect Roxy. But a flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes. How dare a mere countess's daughter show her face? The plan has some flaws, but it's fine. At least we can test if she's pretending to be a noble, Asina said calmly. Vina looked at her incredulously. What else do you need to test? Her guard is about to kill yours, and you still doubt she's a noble? Enough. Asina suppressed her anger and tried to explain calmly. That doesn't necessarily mean he's her guard. He could just be a swordsman friend she knows. Just wait and see. As long as Nicholas reveals his identity, Roxy wouldn't dare to kill him, Asina said proudly. Because commoners are weak and cowardly, they wouldn't dare to kill a noble. Vina was skeptical, turning to look through a crack in the bricks. In the alley, the thug-like guard refused to confess, making Roxy lose her patience. Troy, kill him.
Yes.
Troy nodded, raising his sword, the sharp tip aimed directly at the burly man's throat. No, stop, stop. The burly man shouted in fear. I'm a noble. You can't kill me. My father is Baron Prisley of the At Kingdom. I'm his son and heir. You can't kill me.
At.
Troy tightened his grip on the hilt, looking at Roxy. Should I still kill him? Uft. How can you believe a thug's words? Roxy stood on the rooftop, her eyes icy. Break his jaw and kill him. On the other side of the alley, Vina turned sharply to look at Asina. Didn't you say she wouldn't dare to kill him? I overestimated her intelligence. She probably doesn't realize how serious the consequences of killing a noble would be, Asina said darkly. Vina mocked her. She doesn't know how serious it is? A commoner killing a noble is punishable by death, but nobles killing nobles are not. I told you, she's not a noble. Asina was infuriated, her eyes turning red. You should hurry and save your poor guard, Vina said gleefully. Soon my friends will bring the city guards here. Who allowed them to call the city guards? Asina's voice turned harsh. Vina laughed triumphantly. Don't you like using me? What's wrong? Not satisfied with the way you're using me? Asina could no longer stand by and watch. She quickly went around the wall, shouting, Stop. Seeing Asina appear, Roxy showed a surprised expression. Asina, what are you doing here? You're stalling on purpose. Waiting for me to come out, aren't you? Asina shot her a cold glance. Tell your people to let him go. He's a noble. Killing him will only bring you trouble. Roxy was astonished. Asina, what are you talking about? He's just a lecherous thug. People like him only cause harm. A flicker of anger crossed Asina's eyes as she directly ordered Troy. You, let him go. You can't afford the consequences of killing an heir to a barony. Troy seemed not to hear her, not giving her a single glance. Asina clenched her fists, feeling a deep humiliation, and glared at Roxy with hatred. You fool, if you kill him, you'll be sentenced to death. A commoner killing a noble is a crime of sacrilege. The sacrilegious will first be branded, then have their intestines pulled out and be burned alive. Aren't you afraid? Nicholas was the only son of Baron Prisley. If he died, Baron Prisley would likely go mad. Asina truly wanted to save him. She wasn't lying to Roxy. A commoner killing a noble would indeed be punished for sacrilege and face those 3 tortures. Branding means stripping the criminal of their clothes and binding them to a torture platform to face public condemnation and insults. Pulling out intestines involves cutting open the criminal's stomach and pulling out their intestines. Burning is a dual punishment for the soul and body, forcing the criminal to repent in the flames until they are reduced to ashes. No one is not afraid of these 3 tortures. She believed that after saying this, Roxy would surely let Nicholas go. Asina confidently looked at Roxy. If you don't want to die, let him go. Asina, you're crazy, Roxy said with a smile, shaking her head. I'm neither a commoner nor is he a noble. I'm just killing a thug who tried to offend me. How could that be a crime? Troy, do it. Ro, how dare you? Troy swung his sword, and a head rolled to the ground, still wide-eyed, before he flicked it towards Asina.
Asina screamed loudly.
Blood splattered everywhere, covering the walls and floor, warm and steaming in the cool autumn air. Troy was clearly a skilled executioner. Despite the killing, not a drop of blood touched him. Only a smear of blood remained on his silver sword, which he wiped away with a cloth. Asina's sharp scream attracted a crowd. Vina stood pale at the alley's entrance, followed by a group of equally pale noble ladies. A squad of city guards rushed out from behind them, surrounding both ends of the alley. What happened? A soldier with a bushy yellow beard stepped into the circle, looking seriously at the head on the ground. Who did this? Asina, still shaken, pointed at Ro on the roof. It was her. She ordered her guard to kill him. The bearded soldier looked up at Ro. Miss, can you explain why this happened? Of course, Ro replied gently, extending her hand down. Troy, bring me down. Troy sheathed his sword, leaped down, and set her down far from the broken bottles and the body. The soldier was shocked by Troy's skill. Sir, Ro said, still covering her face with a handkerchief, lowering her eyes to sniffle. I'm so sorry. I was terrified, so I had my guard kill him. Her eyelashes fluttered like a delicate butterfly, her fingers gripping the handkerchief gently, looking fragile like fine crystal. The soldier's tone softened. He didn't want to frighten this delicate lady. Don't worry, as long as we are here, no one can harm you. Can you tell us what happened? The soldier said earnestly. Please, we are here to uphold justice and will ensure you are treated fairly. Ro lowered her handkerchief, revealing a grateful smile. Thank you, sir. Your words make me feel much safer. She glanced cautiously at Troy behind her. Well, I accidentally wandered into this alley and got lost, then encountered a lewd rogue. My guard arrived just in time to stop him, but he pulled out a strange bottle of wine. Right over there, Ro pointed to the broken bottle nearby. My guard was furious and said he intended to poison us. Sir, he must be a repeat offender. He might have harmed many others. I was really scared, so I understand completely, the soldier said, filled with righteous anger. Such a bad person deserves to die. You did well. However, he didn't take Ro's word for it alone and sent a soldier to check the bottle. The soldier returned, terrified, and reported, Sir, that's a bottle of wine mixed with succubus blood. It's highly toxic. The bearded soldier looked at Ro with sympathy. Miss, you were right. This man used a filthy poison. He must be a repeat offender who wanted to harm you because of your beauty. Rest assured, neither you nor your guard are guilty. You should be rewarded by the city of Sharia for getting rid of a vile rogue. Ro smiled through her tears. Really, sir? Thank you so much. You are truly a just man. The soldier replied solemnly. Thank you for your kind words, dear lady. You and your guard may leave. We will handle the cleanup. Wait, Venus suddenly stepped forward. Sir, I suspect this is not so simple. Sir, didn't you notice any red flags? How could a rogue have succubus poison? That kind of potion isn't cheap, and he dared to target a noble lady. Don't you find that strange? The soldier's expression turned suspicious. Are you suggesting someone is behind this rogue's actions? Yes, I suspect someone wants to harm my dear classmate, Venus said, looking at Ro. Ro, don't you agree? Oh my, Ro gasped, covering her mouth, looking shocked. Is that true? Someone wants to harm me? Venus' features twisted for a moment. That deceitful woman was pretending to be weak, as if she hadn't just called for murder. Not wanting to look at that fake face anymore, she turned to Asina with a smirk. Asina, you invited me out today and specifically brought me to this alley. You wouldn't know anything, would you? A deep chill flashed in Asina's eyes as her nails dug into her palm, quickly putting on an innocent expression. Vina, how could you say that? You were the one who called me out. She looked hurt, as if betrayed by a friend, staggering back and clutching her skirt, teary-eyed, looking at the soldier. Sir, I really don't know how this happened. She forced a smile. Since Vina suspects me, you can investigate me. I have nothing to defend myself with. Discovering my friend is like this has broken my heart. Asina, have you no shame? Vina shouted angrily, her face twisted in rage. You make it sound like I did this. This was all your plan. Stop pretending to be innocent. You're a vile snake. Vina was furious, feeling like she was surrounded by fakes. Asina lowered her head, defeated. Yes, it was all me. Sir, arrest me. Don't investigate my friend. Sir, see? She admitted it. Vina exclaimed, laughing maniacally. You wicked woman. You finally confessed. Sir, now you know that rogue was her guard. This was all her scheme. She even gathered a group of beggars to help ruin Ro. They are probably nearby. Please arrest her and interrogate her thoroughly. Vina's voice was sharp, making the soldier furrow his brow. But instead of ordering Asina's arrest, he turned to the group of noble ladies behind Vina. You all, who called you here? The noble ladies, still in shock, replied cluelessly. Vina called us here. The soldier's sharp gaze turned to Vina. Miss, do you have anything to say? Vina glared at them in anger, then explained to the soldier, Asina called me first. I only invited them after. Realizing that wouldn't clear her name, she quickly defended herself. If I did this, why would I call them to bring you here? Asina cried. Wah, so you planned to frame me all along? Shut up, you filthy witch. Vina shouted, turning with a fierce stomp, her expression twisted like a demon. The man with the beard looked back and forth between Vina and Asina, finally settling his gaze on Vina. A helpless girl and an arrogant young lady. It's clear which one is more suspicious. The man with the beard stopped Vina. "Miss, please do not bully the innocent." "Innocent?" Vina pointed at Asina, nearly overwhelmed with anger. "Yes, and I suspect you are involved in this case," the man with the beard said sternly. "I think you need to come with us." Vina widened her eyes. "No. How can you do this?" She admitted it was her. "Didn't you hear? Why do you suspect me?" "That young lady was obviously forced by you," the man with the beard said, his eyes shining with wisdom. "You won't frame a good person." "I am not framing her. She did it." Vina quickly called for Rovi to testify. "Rovi, tell them who did it." Rovi hesitated. I'm not really sure, but Asina did threaten me before, saying she would teach me a lesson." Vina felt satisfied, glancing triumphantly at Asina, and confidently told the man with the beard, "Now you know who is framing whom, right? A barking dog doesn't bite. I'm the good person. She's the bad one. And you can ask the beggars nearby. They will surely tell you who the real culprit is." The man with the beard frowned in thought for a moment, then ordered his soldiers to search for beggars nearby, and turned to Asina. "Poor young lady, did you do this?" Asina wiped her tears and looked up. "Sir, it really wasn't me. I can swear to the goddess of love." She clasped her hands over her heart and closed her eyes. "Great goddess Freya, who governs love and compassion, if I have sinned, please punish me." "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking," Venus sneered. "The high gods don't care about these small matters. Your oath means nothing unless the goddess truly shows a miracle." Just as she finished speaking, a holy white light radiated from Asina, and a swan pattern appeared on her forehead. "It's the blessing of the goddess." The noble ladies gasped. "Oh my, I've seen a miracle." The man with the beard was shocked and immediately declared, "This young lady is innocent." "Impossible." Vina's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. She clearly lied. How can this be?" "She did it." The man with the beard quickly countered, "Miracles do not lie. The truth proves she is innocent." Vina shook her head repeatedly. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Suddenly, she had a thought and pointed at the mark on Asina's forehead. "I know. She is favored by the goddess. She didn't sincerely pray. She just summoned the mark of divine favor." "Listen to what you're saying," the man with the beard said seriously. "If that poor young lady is favored by the goddess, she could never do such a thing. How could someone loved by the gods be a bad person?" The other noble ladies chimed in. "Yes, those favored by the gods are rare and chosen for their pure souls. How could they do bad things?" As everyone debated, the soldiers who had gone to search returned. "Report, sir. We found no sign of beggars nearby." "How is that possible?" Vina suddenly turned to Asina. "You lied to me." A hint of mockery appeared in Asina's eyes. She hadn't searched for any beggars. The more people there were, the more trouble could arise. She only said that to lure Vina over. If things went wrong, she could use Vina as a scapegoat. Now it seemed her initial decision was quite foresight. The man with the beard no longer believed Vina's words. He waved to the soldiers. "Take this lying young lady back to prison." "No, I didn't do it. You can't take me away." Vina struggled desperately. Although her status meant she wouldn't face severe punishment, maybe just a couple of days in jail, the thought of a dirty prison and scurrying rats terrified her. "I won't go. Do you know who I am? Let me go." "Sir, please let her go." Rovi stepped forward. The man with the beard looked puzzled. "You want me to let her go?" "Yes," Rovi nodded, speaking gently but firmly. "I believe Vina is not that kind of person, and even if she did it, I wasn't harmed. Let's end this matter here. I won't pursue it." She smiled at the man with the beard, her beautiful face slightly pale, but her eyes radiated warmth and kindness, like a saint spreading light. "Sir, the goddess says that forgiving others is forgiving oneself. Please give Vina a chance to change." The man with the beard couldn't help but admire her. You are truly a noble person. Your character shines as brightly as your beauty. Although he didn't know which god had said that forgiving others is forgiving oneself, such words clearly came from a loving and powerful deity. The man with the beard released Vina and had the soldiers carry away the body of the rogue. Asina looked at the body, her hatred crashing like waves against her chest. She cast a dark glance at Rovi and Vina, clenching her fists. "Troy, let's go," Rovi called out, walking toward the alley exit. "Wait," Vina suddenly stopped her. When Rovi turned to look, she awkwardly said, "Our grievances are settled, and don't think I'll thank you." "Fine, suit yourself," Rovi nodded and left with Troy. Vina stomped her foot. "What do you mean? What do you mean?" A few noble girls stood nervously to the side, not daring to say a word. After leaving the alley, Troy asked Rovi in confusion, "Why did you let them go?" "Because I, as a fake noble, cannot confront them directly." "Of course, I wanted to give them a chance to change." Rovi raised an eyebrow. "Didn't I just say that? Wasn't that just to fool them?" "Oh, you caught on to that?" Rovi looked at Troy with interest. "Then let me ask you, why did you react so strangely when you heard that rogue say he was from Atria and saw Asina? What's strange about it? You know your reaction was off, and you were afraid I would notice?" Troy fell silent. His eyes hidden behind the mask were dark and unreadable. "If you don't want to talk, that's fine. I don't want to know." Rovi naturally shifted to another question. "What is that divine favor?" Troy looked at her curiously, his voice ambiguous. "Are you really from this world?" Rovi paused. "Why do you ask that?" Troy stopped as well, "Because you never seem to know things everyone else does." He often felt that Rovi was not from this world. Not only did she lack common knowledge, but she also seemed out of place when with others. Like someone drifting outside this world, occasionally peeking in, remaining calm no matter what happened. "You seem like an observer," he said. He didn't expect Troy to be so perceptive. Rovi was genuinely startled. But she quickly recovered and joked, "You caught me. I'm really not from this world. I am a god from the heavens, here to save you." Troy's green eyes stared at her, and he suddenly heard the sound of his own heart pounding. After returning to the small courtyard, Troy sat on a stone bench in the garden, lost in thought. "Master, what's wrong with Sir Swordsman?" Bella asked, puzzled. He just sat there as if he had lost his soul. "I don't know," Rowena said, confused. "He suddenly became like this on the way back and hasn't spoken to me. Wasn't it just a joke?" Why was he giving her the cold shoulder? "I know why." Little Roman squeezed between them and raised his hand. "Troy must be lovesick. He's thinking about his beloved girl." "Mind your manners. You should call him Uncle Troy, you know?" Rowena pinched Roman's cheek and asked with a smile. "And who taught you such a word as lovesick? You should be learning better at your age." Roman puffed out his cheeks.
Tom said it.
"Tom is lovesick too. He likes the daughter of the carriage shop owner." Rowena laughed. "No wonder the carriage shop owner kicked him out. It turns out he wants to steal someone's cabbage." Roman looked confused. "But the carriage shop owner doesn't grow cabbage. This cabbage is not the same as that cabbage." Rowena ruffled his soft hair. "Roman, I'll take you to school and let Tom go with you. Kids need to read more books." "Miss, I don't want to go to school." Roman hugged her leg. Rowena said seriously, "A knight must have a high level of education. Don't you want to be my knight?" "I do. I want to go to school and become the most educated knight," Roman said immediately. Rowena smiled mysteriously.
"Good boy."
"Just waiting for you to say that my little carrot head's plan can begin." After telling Bella to enroll Roman and Tom at the Sharia Academy tomorrow, Rowena went upstairs to change her clothes and returned to school. She returned to school earlier today because she wanted to visit the library. The original owner had lived in a fishing village, so her understanding of the world was quite limited. She didn't even know about the so-called divine favor they mentioned today. To avoid such situations in the future, Rowena was determined to read all the books on religious classifications. After flipping through the books, she finally understood what a divine favored one was. A divine favored one is a believer favored by the gods. These believers have a very pure faith and are the promoters of the gods on earth, so they are also called the gods' favorites. Gods bestow a mark on their favorites, signifying that this person is chosen by them. They will protect this person and grant them extraordinary abilities. Divine favored ones are rare. One can be born among thousands, and most of them are nobles, with almost none among commoners. The book suggests that nobles are descendants of gods, thus having purer and stronger souls, which is why they are favored by the gods. Commoners, on the other hand, are descendants of sinful people. Their souls are dark and dirty, filled with greed, ignorance, vulgarity, and foolishness, so the gods do not like to choose favorites among them. However, there is one type of god that likes to choose commoners, and that is the evil gods. According to the book, there are thousands of gods in Galenstar, but only a few dozen are frequently mentioned, such as the sea god worshipped in the original owner's village, the love god worshipped by Asina, and the sun god, moon god, thunder god, fire god, harvest god, wisdom god, etc. These gods are collectively known as the gods of light. The church is the temple of the gods of light, with the sun god and moon god as the supreme gods, while the others are main gods, and below them are some sub-gods, like the soil god and irrigation god under the harvest god. These gods are righteous gods, while the evil gods include the wolf god, death god, lich god, plague god, and so on from the dark god camp. The evil god that the original owner sacrificed her soul to is the death god from the dark camp, a very wicked deity because it turns people's souls into the undead, causing them to lose themselves in the night and never reach heaven. But Rowena thought that this death god might actually be a good god. After all, it fulfilled the original owner's wish. On the contrary, the love god, who protects someone like Asina, probably isn't a good god. After reading the book, Rowena felt very heavy-hearted. Although she knew there were gods in this world, she used to think they were like those described in the Song of Audrich, high above the clouds and indifferent to worldly matters. Now it seemed that while the gods did not descend to earth, they were using divine favor to indirectly control the power struggles among humans. Rowena boldly speculated that the reason righteous gods only chose nobles and not commoners was likely because commoners had no power to build temples or gather faith for them. And the reason evil gods liked to choose commoners was probably because the nobles had already been won over by the righteous gods. They couldn't pick watermelons, so they had to settle for picking sesame seeds. Rowena sadly realized that she was that sesame seed. She was so exceptional, yet no god favored her. They truly had no vision. Rowena closed the book and was about to put it back when a sudden sharp pain shot through her back, as if hundreds of needles were stabbing her, causing her to nearly fall under the table. After a while, she could finally straighten up and reached back to touch her back. There were no needles, nothing at all. Oh no, could it be that she was punished by that so-called divine punishment for criticizing those gods in her mind? Rowena's heart sank, and she quickly returned the book to the shelf and hurried out of the library, back to her dorm in the rose garden. She tightly closed the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and then lit the oil lamp on the table. The small bronze mirror was propped against the wall, with the oil lamp in front to prevent it from sliding down. After doing all this, Rowena gently took off her top, turned her back to the lamp, and looked at the mirror. In the dim light of the ancient bronze mirror, the flickering flame reflected a mysterious black totem. Rowena's pupils contracted as she saw the intricate patterns covering her entire back, and her heart began to tighten. Good news, she had also caught the eye of a god. Bad news, the one who noticed her was an evil god. When did the evil god choose her? It couldn't have been today. Rowena suddenly remembered something from the original owner's memory, the words Troy said the night he came to find her. He said, "Offer your soul to the darkness, call upon the name of the death god, and ask for his response to help you through this calamity." At first glance, there seemed to be no problem, but upon closer thought, Troy's words were very certain, as if he was sure he could get help from the death god.
Why?
They were strangers. Why would Troy come to tell her these things? Was he not afraid that she would report him to the temple to lessen his guilt? Unless, at that time, she already had this mark and he discovered it. But when exactly was that? A scene flashed in Rowena's mind, where Vina had some strong men jump up and tear her clothes, pulling her outer skirt apart. The original owner was hanging on the city wall, her head bowed, and when her clothes were tugged, her shoulder would easily reveal a large area. Rowena touched her right shoulder. The mark was large and clear. If someone stood high enough, they could see a corner of it. Was Troy standing on the city wall at that time, or perhaps in a nearby tree, just happening to see this scene? As Rowena pondered, she put on her top and put away the bronze mirror. If it weren't for the sudden pain in her back today, she wouldn't have noticed such a large totem on her body. Great, another reason for someone to want her dead. Oh, evil God, should I thank you for not putting it on my forehead? It really felt like they caught her like a sesame seed, giving her such a large tattoo, afraid she could use a knife to cut it off, right? Rowena was filled with resentment, and her impression of this death god had plummeted to the bottom. After the autumn equinox, the weather in Sharia grew cooler each day. In the land at 40 degrees north latitude, outside the Tropic of Cancer, day and night shifted, with nights growing longer and days shorter, time passing swiftly. Rovi's Bakery on Academy Street finally opened in an inconspicuous corner, but surprisingly, business was booming. Bread cost 1 silver coin each, and cakes were 3 silver coins a slice. If the cake had nuts and fruit jam filling, it cost an extra silver coin. Whenever other shop owners passed by, they looked on in awe, unable to understand why the shop was successful or why the bread was so expensive. Eventually, they reluctantly contributed to her success by buying a small cream-filled bread, praising it while eating, but still complaining about the price. Commoners didn't dare come near, as there were too many noble students entering and exiting the shop. Although Rovi's shop was not in a prime location, it was spacious, with 2 small floors. The first floor sold bread and cakes, while the second floor served tea. Without tea leaves, she made fruit tea, sweetened with malt syrup she taught Bella to extract, using fruits from nearby farms, which were plentiful in autumn, making them cheap. Rovi had mastered the most profitable milk tea business from her past life, and her once flat purse was now filling up. Iskria dessert shop quickly became the favorite spot for noble students. Now, those with status no longer ate in the cafeteria, but took pride in enjoying afternoon tea at Iskria. The shop employed 6 staff members, 2 maids trained by Bella, and 4 hired workers for mixing milk, barely managing the daily operations. Making cream was time-consuming and labor-intensive, so the cream cakes were always in high demand and sold in limited quantities. Rumor had it that some opportunistic commoners learned to buy cakes from her shop and resell them at high prices to the school's nobles, with cakes selling for a gold coin each. Rovi thought to herself, nobles' money is easy to earn. Hawkins' shop barely managed to pay her 3 months' rent for the secret recipe, while a noble could easily spend 50 gold coins in her dessert shop in a month. Here, 1 gold coin, Rovi placed the coin on the counter. Like herself, she contributed to the shop's earnings every day. Of course, Mississippi. Your cake and fruit tea will be served in the private room on the 2nd floor. Please relax there with your friend for a moment, the maid smiled, handing her a copper token marked with a number. Okay, Rovi took the token. Sheen, let's go upstairs. Sheen Ferguson happily followed her up, chattering, Rovi, the chef here is a genius. How do you think he makes such delicious food? Rovi shook her head, I don't know. Yeah, no one knows. Many nobles from the school have come to inquire, hoping to lure the chef away, but the chefs here remain indifferent. The owner of Iskria is so mysterious. Of course, she held the secret recipe for the butter, which was made in her courtyard and sent over. The chefs in the shop couldn't make it. As for those nobles wanting to poach her staff, some even tried to use their power to intimidate her. Luckily, her shop was on Academy Street, protected by the Sharia school, so they couldn't succeed. Recently, she spread the rumor that the owner of Iskria dessert shop was a high-ranking noble, which deterred some of those with ulterior motives. When the desserts arrived, Sheen scooped cake with a small spoon, sighing, Rovi, your parents must treat you very well to let you come here for cake every day. Aren't you here every day too? If you hadn't invited me today, I wouldn't have come. Rovi looked puzzled, why not? Is the cake not good? Sheen shook her head. I could eat it forever and never get tired, but I'm running out of money. She said sadly, I counted my coins yesterday and realized I don't have enough for this month's expenses. I wrote to my family, but I don't know if my mother will send me money. I heard from my friends that they wrote home long ago, got scolded in return, and didn't receive any money. They've started wearing corsets again to stave off hunger. What's sad is that they can't even fit into their corsets anymore, and neither can I. Jean pinched the soft flesh around her waist, glancing longingly at the cake on her plate, then finally took a big bite, as if chewing on the flesh of an enemy. Iskria is truly terrible, draining the wallets of Sharia's noble students. Rovi touched her bulging coin purse, saying seriously, Exactly. Jean nodded in agreement. Rovi, there you are. A new guest arrived on the second floor, Princess Lillian Rossetti. Teacher Lillian. Rovi stood up. Are you here for tea too? Yes, the fruit tea here is so sweet. It always lifts my spirits. Lillian winked at her, just like you. Rovi blushed slightly. Thank you for the compliment. Lillian had eaten cake in the courtyard and was probably the only one in the academy who guessed she was the owner of this place. After finishing their afternoon tea, Jean linked arms with Rovi as they left the dessert shop. Hey, isn't that Vina? Why is she so late today? Jean exclaimed in surprise. Vina was also a regular here, but today she looked unwell, her eyes red like a rabbit's. As she passed them, she shot them a glare and hurried into the cake shop. Rovi wondered, what's wrong with her? Soon, they learned the reason for her distress. Rumor had spread throughout the academy that Vina's fiancé, the intermediate magic pattern apprentice Egbert Mansfield, a young lord from an earl's family, had confessed his love to Asina with a bouquet of roses and a jeweled dagger. It was said that Asina had rejected him, believing he shouldn't betray his engagement and hoping he would treat Vina well. However, Vina had stormed out and pushed Asina, nearly sending her into the lake. In his anger, Egbert humiliated Vina and declared he would break off their engagement. The noble girls at school spoke of Vina with disdain. She acted like a shrew, blaming Asina for seducing her fiancé instead of confronting her unfaithful fiancé. Please, her fiancé is so short, and Asina is so beautiful, a favored one of the goddess of love. How could he possibly be attractive to her? Exactly. Asina even forgave her rudeness and sternly warned Egbert not to pursue her again, but Vina continued to scream like a madwoman, even accusing Asina of using magic on Egbert. Haha, love magic? Don't say that. The goddess of love wouldn't grant love to a fickle person. Rovi listened thoughtfully. Although Asina's proud nature likely looked down on the short Egbert, it didn't rule out the possibility that she might have intentionally tempted him to get back at Vina. Moreover, books said that those favored by the gods were granted extraordinary abilities, but Asina hadn't shown any talent in several subjects. Perhaps her ability was directed elsewhere. Vina's suspicions weren't unfounded. The talent granted by the goddess of love should indeed be related to love, not fertility, right? But perhaps not. Asina was indeed as beautiful as a rose, with golden hair shining like satin and blue eyes resembling the waters of Swan Lake, universally recognized as a symbol of beauty and the image of the goddess of love. Her facial features were well-defined and striking, exuding an aggressive beauty. If she didn't often lower her gaze and wore a gentle smile to soften her intense beauty, she would have likely driven the boys at school wild. If she wanted to entice a man, she wouldn't need magic. Just a loving glance would suffice. Actually, I think Vina doesn't really like her fiancé that much, Jean suddenly said. Rovi asked, why do you say that? Jean held her chest and replied, if I were her, I would be too heartbroken to eat. But Vina can still go out and buy cake. Pfft, Rovi laughed. Maybe she truly loves cake. Speaking of which, Vina has gained quite a bit of weight lately. Her cheeks look chubby and less annoying than before. Rovi had to admit that she is a bit superficial. No, she is more of a cute creature lover. She likes adorable beings, like that big, shiny-eyed spider. Thinking about the spider made Rovi feel a bit gloomy. It's been over a month, and the person who tried to assassinate her still hasn't been caught. However, that person hasn't made another move since then, probably out of fear of Troy, which is some good news. The next day, Back at the small courtyard, Rovi sat in her room thinking about what her special ability might be. The god of the undead shouldn't be stingy enough not to give some benefits to his followers, right? Rovi closed her eyes like a Sina and called out, "Evil god of the undead and lord of the night, Odalit, who holds the power of death's order, please tell me what gift you will grant me." She waited quietly for half a minute, but there was no response. She got up, took off her clothes, and looked at her back in the mirror. She noticed the previous marks had disappeared, leaving her back completely white. Rovi? Could it be that the god of the undead was scared away by her? Is he that stingy, only making people work without giving them anything? Does he run away when workers ask for their pay? Rovi thought for a few seconds and felt that, as a god, he shouldn't be so shameful as to run away like that. So the problem must be with her prayer? Was it insincere, or was the way she prayed wrong? Rovi remembered the mental state she was in when the pain in her back first appeared, and an absurd thought crossed her mind. Could it be that gods are that vain? Should she give it a try? She closed her eyes, placed her hand on her chest, and sincerely said, "Great and just God of the undead, Odalit, who holds the power of death's order, your brilliance is admirable, your tolerance is praiseworthy, your beauty surpasses that of the god of love. You are the true exalted one, truly worthy of faith." Suddenly, her back felt warm, and Rovi opened her eyes to look in the mirror. The tattoo had indeed reappeared. It was large and black, with dense, twisted lines like coiling snakes. She remained expressionless, even wanting to let out a cold snicker. She never expected him to be such a god. He likes to hear flattery from his followers and enjoys being praised. No wonder when she imagined him as a good god last time, thinking the god of love was not a good thing, he couldn't wait to show his presence. It turns out he was just responding to the nice words he heard. Isn't this ridiculous? You're an evil god. An evil god who doesn't like to hear others call him evil but prefers to be praised for being just, kind, and glorious. Rovi thought to herself that this evil god has some issues. This world has some problems too. Having found the right way to approach the evil god, Rovi closed her eyes and praised, "Great god of the undead Odalit, you are so just, kind, gentle. You are better than all the gods, loving your people and followers more than anyone else. I am your most loyal follower, Rovi. Please grant me power." Her back felt a sudden heat, followed by an itch, as if something was about to emerge from her shoulder blades. Rovi was startled and opened her eyes to look in the mirror. On her left and right shoulder blades, black lines twisted like boiling water, and suddenly a bulge formed under her skin, as if something was about to pierce through. Sharp pain shot from her back to her limbs, and all her bones began to ache, as if they were being forcibly broken and reassembled. The pain made her stumble and fall to the ground. Rovi dug her fingers into the cracks of the floor tiles, biting down on her back teeth, afraid to make a sound and attract attention from downstairs. All right, you really are something, evil god. Is this how you bless someone, trying to turn her into a monster? Rovi regretted it immensely. Knowing the evil god was evil, why did she still boldly pray for benefits? It's like trying to get something from a tiger. How could she forget that lesson? The bones in her back creaked, making a sound that sent chills down her spine. Rovi trembled in pain, drenched in sweat. After what felt like an eternity, she suddenly felt lighter, as if something was breaking through her back, fanning a cool breeze by her ear. The sharp pain disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented lightness. Rovi's heart raced. She seemed to know what had grown on her back. With a thought, before she could push herself up with her hands and feet, the thing on her back spread its wings, lifting her off the ground. In the mirror, a pair of huge black wings appeared behind her, stretching about 3 meters long, just enough to extend beyond her arms, and the feathers that fell down wouldn't touch the ground. A very convenient ability for escaping. Her childhood wish had come true. She no longer needed to envy Troy's griffin mount. Having her own wings was much cooler. However, would the black wings immediately make people suspect her connection to the evil god? Just as Rovi thought this, she noticed the color of her wings changing. Not only did the wings turn white, but her hair also became white, looking like a little angel. She was just missing a halo on her head. Fearing that would actually happen, she quickly stopped that thought. She had to admit, the god of the undead was indeed a generous boss, giving her a pair of wings and even a new look to go with them. Rovi even sensed that the ability she gained was more than just that. But she couldn't quite grasp what other abilities she had for now. Great god of the undead Odalit, you are truly the most generous and loving deity I have ever seen. He treats her so well. It can't be just because she is his only follower, right? How pitiful. As Rovi thought this rebellious thought, she retracted her wings. As the wings magically re-entered her body, the marks on her back slowly faded away. Her hair color returned to black, and aside from being a bit damp from sweat, she looked unchanged. Generally speaking, when you take something from someone, you should help them in return. A divine follower must carry out the will of their god, providing pure faith or helping to gather followers. Rovi had been an atheist, so her faith was clearly not very pure, making it hard for her to provide that. He probably knew this too. After all, gods can easily hear people's thoughts. So all Rovi could do now was gather followers. But would she really not get killed for trying to make people worship an evil god? Moreover, she wasn't sure if the god of the undead was good or bad. It was best to find a way to test it out. Of course, this needed careful planning to avoid angering the flattery-loving god, who might just kill her with a thought. Rovi's current plan was to probe Troy's background. Since he could recognize the mark of the god of the undead, he might also be one of his followers. The small courtyard was very quiet. After Roman and Tom went to school, the house felt a bit empty. Bella was shy, and Troy also didn't like to talk. When Ro came downstairs, no one rushed over to greet her anymore. Sigh, she suddenly felt a bit of the sadness of an empty nester. Ro walked into her little garden and found Troy looking out at the distance by the apple tree near the wall. "Troy, can we talk?" Troy looked down at the ground. "About what?" "Come down first." Troy jumped down, glanced at her with his green eyes, then looked away. "Go ahead." Ro found it strange. Troy had been distant for the past month, quickly avoiding her gaze as if she burned his eyes. She shifted her position to stand right in front of him, squinting as she asked, "Troy, you're a follower of the dark god, right?" Troy's pupils contracted sharply, and he shook his head. "No." "Liar." Ro stepped forward, observing his expression through his mask. "If you're not, why did you agree to my hiring at the tavern when I said that?" Troy pressed his lips tightly, gripping the hilt of his sword, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. "Are you a follower of the god of the dead?" Troy suddenly looked at her with a flash of hostility in his eyes. "Don't be nervous, I won't report you. I don't dislike dark gods. In fact, I'm quite interested in them." Troy looked shocked, then his pupils darkened, and he hoarsely warned her. "Curiosity can kill you. Don't try to touch anything related to dark gods. Be careful not to get burned." Ro quickly reached out and touched his arm. "Like this?" Troy recoiled as if pricked by a needle, covering his arm. "You. What about me?" Ro stepped in front of him again and poked him. "What's wrong with just touching?" Troy reacted as if someone had taken advantage of him, backing away 7 or 8 steps, staring at her stiffly. You're a girl." "What of it?" Ro stepped closer. "Am I not a girl, or a boy?" Troy warily watched her hand. When she raised it, he flinched, as if bristling. "Don't touch me," he whispered sharply. But this time Ro didn't touch him. Instead, she reached toward his face, her delicate fingers stopping just a foot away from it. "Troy, what do you look like under that mask?" Troy moved his lips, then suddenly turned away. His low voice came, "Very ugly, not good-looking." "I don't believe you. Your eyes are so beautiful. I can't believe you're ugly." Troy's muscles tensed as he faced away from her, his fingers loosening then tightening again. "Troy," Ro tiptoed but couldn't reach his ear, so she had to go around to face him. Looking up, "No matter what you look like, you're beautiful in my eyes." After all, most Westerners looked the same to her. She was face-blind and mainly recognized people by their hair and eye color. "Troy, let's exchange secrets." You show me your face, and I'll tell you one of mine. Troy tightened his grip on the mask and turned away. No. Ro got angry. You won't show me? Is it because you have a mark of the dark god on your forehead?
Troy trembled. No.
Such a big reaction. And you still say no? Ro didn't expect to hit a nerve and asked, feeling complicated, which dark god's mark is it? Is it the god of the dead, Odalit? Are you his chosen one? Strange. Even if you have his mark, you don't need to wear a mask all the time. As long as you don't show it, no one will see. Troy's back stiffened. He turned around and said firmly, I am not his follower, and I don't believe in gods. The day of divine descent is coming, and I will prove that to you. Day of divine descent? Ro remembered that this world designated November 1st each year as the day of divine descent, believing it to be the day the gods were born. Why prove it on that day? Can't you do it now? Troy's tone was strange, because only on the day of divine descent will the temple open its doors and pour out real holy water. Everyone will go to the temple square to receive the holy water's baptism. Aren't those holy waters fake? Ro wondered. She remembered Balki saying that the holy water he drank as a child was scooped from a well by a priest. The holy water on that day is not fake. Troy's eyes deepened. You could say that only the holy water on that day is real. The gods will grant holy water with the power to remove evil. If I were a follower of the dark god, I would be burned to ashes by the holy water. Ro's eyelids twitched, and her heart raced. It seemed the heavens loved to play tricks on her. One moment she was feeling good, and the next she was in a panic. Suddenly, the idea of large wings didn't seem so appealing anymore. The baptism of holy water on the day of divine descent wouldn't be mandatory, would it? Ro returned to school and took out the tortoise shell that she hadn't used in a long time. Since the last time she divined it was good, but that day she was attacked by a fake thug, Ro had lost faith in her divination results. Moreover, since that day, her divination had returned to the first situation. Looking at the star map made her dizzy and nauseous, and she felt weak for a long time after exiting the spiritual world. As her coursework became heavier, she had to focus her energy on other things, so she dared not easily divine again. Didn't fortune-tellers often say that revealing heavenly secrets would bring about punishment? She didn't care about being lonely or isolated, but the lack of wealth and life was truly her Achilles heel. Wealth and life. She couldn't afford to lose either. Pulling her thoughts back, she picked up the tortoise shell and focused on entering a meditative state. In the spiritual world, the stars and orbits formed a magnificent scene. Ro looked at the sky, standing on the giant tortoise shell, and asked the first crucial question. Is the day of divine descent good or bad for me? The great fire star lit up again, indicating that this time it was bad. Ro could accept this result. Bad meant there was danger, but it wasn't a certain death. The second question, what should I do to turn bad luck into good? The great fire star suddenly erupted with blinding red light, and the stars in the sky fell like they were weightless, crashing down on her with searing heavenly fire. Ro looked up, her dark eyes burned red by the flames, and the entire spiritual world melted into a sea of lava. Boom! She opened her eyes, crouching on the ground, clutching her painfully throbbing head. The stars were telling her that this calamity was unavoidable. If she tried to escape, it would only lead to death. Ro gasped for air, tears streaming from her blurred eyes. The burning pain faded with her tears, and the cool air rushed into her body. Was this the feeling of holy water falling on her? Ro wiped the useless tears from her face and stood up, supporting herself on a chair. She couldn't just endure this pain, not to mention whether she could last until the end of the day of divine descent. If the holy water burned her skin, others would immediately see she was a follower of the dark god. She had to think of another way, at least something to make her look unaffected by the holy water. Ro's gaze deepened. She remembered that advanced magic apprentices learned a spell called the transformation spell. There are 15 days until the day of divine descent. Rovi cannot find an opportunity to learn advanced magic, whether from people or books. She cannot meet any senior magic apprentices. Even if she manages to meet one and asks them to teach her advanced spells, they would likely refuse. The library's parchment scrolls do not contain magical spells, as there is a fear that students with low magical power might steal advanced spells and end up losing their minds to powerful magic, becoming drooling fools. After all, there are records in the library's prohibition regulations of a case where a commoner, trying to win a competition, stole an advanced binding spell and ruined their life. Since then, magic books have only been in the hands of the teachers at the school. The best plan Rovi can think of is to steal a magic book from Professor Moses, read it, and then return it. However, Professor Moses never lets her book out of her hands, making her goal very difficult to achieve. Rovi has considered running away or hiding in her room on that day, but the Academy's notice shattered her hopes. On the morning of the day of Divine Descent at 7 o'clock, all faculty and students must gather at the Academy Square for the annual holy water baptism. Anyone who tries to avoid it will be treated as evil. On the afternoon of the day of Divine Descent at 2 o'clock, a grand demon-slaying ceremony will be held in front of the Sharia Temple. All faculty and students of Sharia Magic Academy are welcome to attend. The first notice is mandatory for students. The second notice, issued by the Lord of Sharia and the temple, is optional. With little time left, Rovi feels increasingly anxious. Surrounding students excitedly discuss where to go for fun on the day of Divine Descent, as there are no classes that day and the holy water baptism is quick, taking less than an hour, which feels like a whole day off to them. Rovi lowers her heavy gaze and murmurs, "Why do we have to go? I just want to sleep in that day." Well, many years ago, it wasn't required. It was mainly because an evil necromancer infiltrated the academy, Bark said, who grew up in Sharia and knows some history of the Sharia Magic Academy. It was about 10 years ago when I was 6 or 7. A senior magic apprentice suddenly appeared at the demon-slaying ceremony and kidnapped a death row inmate from the execution platform. Later, after an investigation, it was found that he was actually a puppet controlled by a necromancer. We don't even know what his intentions were for sneaking into the school. Rovi gasps, covering her mouth in fear. Oh my, was that necromancer caught in the end? Of course he was, Bark said proudly. Dean Morrison personally took action. The necromancer hadn't even escaped the city before he was taken down with one blow. His body was turned to ash by holy water. That's amazing, Winnie said with admiration. Dean Morrison is truly a powerful magic master. He's a senior magic master, Bark corrected. I've heard that the dean is already striving to become a grand magic master. There are 8 levels of magic: beginner, intermediate, and advanced magic masters, followed by senior magic masters, grand magic masters, and holy magic masters. Magic apprentices like them can become officially recognized beginner magic masters after graduating if they study hard. Rovi feels a sense of helplessness. All the teachers at the academy are at least advanced magic masters. Even if she learns the transformation spell, can she deceive their eyes? No matter if it works or not, she has to try. Rovi quickly comes up with 3 plans, a triple insurance, hoping at least one will work. First, find a way to distract Professor Moses and steal her magic book. Second, create a waterproof coating for herself to see if it can protect her from holy water. Third, as a last resort, if all else fails, she could run away, even though the divination says she can't escape. But what if? As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. She is determined to change her fate. Rovi first completes the preparations for the second plan. She asks Bella to buy a large bucket of wild honey under the pretense of making lemon honey water, from which she extracts 2 pounds of beeswax. When heated and melted, this beeswax can be applied to the skin to block out water droplets. It may look fake, but that's okay. She can cover it with makeup. In addition to the beeswax, Rovi also makes a bowl of sheep fat, which solidifies into white cream after removing the odor, providing some waterproofing when applied to her neck and arms. The third plan is easier to prepare. She just needs to carry all her coins with her that day. The most important is the first plan. How can she get Professor Moses's magic book? Bark's words inspire her. She could create a puppet to lure Professor Moses outside her room at night, then sneak in through the window to steal the book. She is not a necromancer and cannot make a human puppet, so she can only create a simple version of a mechanical doll. Rovi is an engineering student and worked part-time as a science teacher in an extracurricular class for elementary students during her undergraduate years. She once taught students to make a craft project to help them understand the principle of a phonograph, which is to create the world's first recording device, using a needle to record sound vibrations carved onto a spiral cylinder wrapped in tin foil, recording and releasing sound. The alchemy classroom has metal tin, and there are material shops on the Academy Street selling needles and metal cylinders, so making a simple phonograph is not difficult. She just needs to make a wind-up chassis with gears to hold the phonograph and then shape it into a human form, placing it quietly by Professor Moses's window at midnight, making sounds to lure her away. It doesn't need to be too detailed. It will be dark anyway, but the doll must move quickly, or Professor Moses will return soon. However, sometimes ideals are grand, but reality is harsh. A mechanical device powered by winding gears won't move very fast, and its power won't last long. Rovi tossed and turned all night, finally coming up with a brilliant idea when she saw birds flying over the treetops in the morning. She would make a kite, suspending the puppet from it to float past Professor Moses's window. Once she notices, she would cut the kite string, letting the kite carry the puppet away. To give the kite enough power to lift the dummy, Rovi diligently studied wind magic patterns and weight-reducing magic patterns, carving them onto every frame of the kite and every inch of the puppet's exterior. After finishing all this, 2/3 of her time was already gone. She also needs to leave enough time to study spells, so she must act quickly. Professor Moses lives in a detached villa outside the academy. She is unmarried and enjoys solitude, leading a very dull life. It is said that she is a lover, but she has never been seen with him. Fate seems to be on her side. The night is breezy, the trees sway continuously, and the howling wind covers the arrival of an uninvited guest. Rovi sneaks out of the school quietly in the dead of night, carrying her prepared props, and flies to the roof of the villa. The puppet she made is truly ugly, so ugly that it frightens her to look at it. It's a bitter truth. If the Academy had given her a bit more time to learn more magic patterns and spells, she wouldn't have wasted 10 days making such a shabby thing. With the strong wind, Rovi releases the kite, guiding the puppet down to Professor Moses's bedroom window, then cuts one of the strings. In the darkness, the puppet knocks on the wooden window, producing a hoarse and strange voice. "Professor Moses, clack clack, I'm here to find you, clack clack clack." "Who is it?" Eugela Moses, always shallow in thought, was startled awake by a voice and looked out the window. Who is outside? That voice called her professor. Could it be one of her students? She got out of bed, approached the window, and pulled back the heavy curtains, seeing only a tall black figure quickly moving away in the dark night. A faint wave of magical energy filled the air, but the voice didn't sound human. Neither male nor female, mixed with a scratching noise. A puppet. Professor Moses realized what it was and grabbed her wand from beside the bed. The puppet was too far away for her spell to hit, but she didn't hesitate and climbed out the window to chase after it. Behind the chimney on the roof, Rose saw Professor Moses running off and, confirming she wouldn't return soon, quickly jumped in through the window. The bedroom was too dark, so Rose used her wand to light a small flame, allowing her to see the room's layout. There was a spacious bed, a large wardrobe, and some small furniture like a dressing table, a small stool, and a coat rack. As Rose scanned the room, a glimmer of silver caught her eye. A spellbook was under the pillow on the bed, revealing a silver corner. Of course, such an important item wouldn't be left too far from Professor Moses. She hurried over and picked up the silver spellbook from under the pillow. But the moment she grabbed the silver book, she suddenly noticed there were 2 pillows on the bed. At the same time, she heard the sound of a door opening outside the bedroom. Darn it! Rose glanced at how far she was from the window, quickly extinguished the flame, set down the spellbook, and crawled under the bed. With a creak, the door opened from the outside, and a pair of large feet in soft gray slippers stepped inside. Strange. Why is the window open? The person walked over to the window, looked around, then turned back. Madam? Where is she? Did she go out? He approached the bed, bent down slightly, and picked up the spellbook next to the pillow. Why is this book left out again? The man complained as he took the spellbook over to the wardrobe. Ro couldn't see his upper body movements, but from his calves and the heels of his slippers, she guessed he was a man in his 30s, probably Professor Moses's lover. The wardrobe was opposite the bed, a dark mass that was hard to see, but the man opened the wardrobe door and placed the book inside. Ugh, it's late. I should go look for her. He walked to the door, opened it, and left. Ro waited a few seconds, heard another door open outside, then crawled out from under the bed and quickly moved to the wardrobe. She opened the wardrobe door, and it was filled with spellbooks. On the left side were clothes, and the right side was clearly a bookshelf. She lit a small flame and quickly searched. The silver book was on the shelf, but she felt she might find something even better tonight. On the top shelf, there were 7 or 8 parchment books. She pulled one out and found it was a high-level spellbook. What luck! That phrase popped into Ro's mind as she tore out a page from the spellbook, leaving the hard cover behind and stuffing it back. After finishing this, she no longer lingered and flew out the window. On the hillside, Professor Moses had trapped the puppet with a binding spell and flew over with a levitation spell. She initially thought it was a prank by some amateur puppeteer, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was even worse than that. The puppet's body was woven from thin vines, dressed in a ragged burlap outfit, with a sheepskin mask painted with facial features, ugly to the point of being unbearable. What kind of toad-like thing is this? Professor Moses couldn't help but curse. The puppet was so ugly, not only were its limbs oddly proportioned, but the face had 2 red circles painted on the sides. Those 2 additions were unsettling. She touched it and found the puppet's face was smeared with grease and flour, with one big and one small eye drawn with charcoal, sporting frighteningly long eyelashes. It must be some brat's doing, Professor Moses concluded, as only a brat would create something so ugly. Girls care about beauty and can make themselves look good. If Ro heard this, she would surely protest, claiming she painted big, beautiful eyes. Professor Moses tore open the puppet's belly, revealing a lump of metal junk that was not well crafted at all. A metal needle rested on a tin foil cylinder, making a constant sizzle sound, which was torture for someone who preferred quiet. However, out of curiosity about how this broken thing could make sounds, Professor Moses didn't crush it but instead carried it back to the villa. "You're back. What did you catch?" A delicate-looking man stood at the villa's door, the night wind blowing his robe around. Professor Moses, with a frosty expression, threw the puppet on the ground. An ugly thing with a voice box inside, and it had a self-destruct mechanism using burning charcoal, which I extinguished with water. That's a clever idea. If the materials weren't so ordinary, it might have achieved the desired effect, the refined man said with a smile.
She? Isn't it a brat?
Oh, it's a brat. I misspoke, the refined man said gently. It must be a brat. Madam, you're too tough on your students in class. Look how much effort this child put into this prank. Humph, I hope I catch that little rascal, Professor Moses said angrily. The refined man smiled, his gaze falling on the still crackling puppet. Why not show this to the professors teaching alchemy? It might be a great invention. Professor Moses glanced at the puppet and nodded. Meanwhile, Ro had finally obtained the spellbook she had longed for and could finally get a good night's sleep. She had stayed up for 10 nights, sleeping only 2 or 3 hours each day, sometimes feeling like a wandering spirit. Without holy water, she felt she could ascend to the heavens on her own power. There were 4 days left. Surely that would be enough time to learn a high-level spell, right? Ro thought uncertainly. With so many people at the academy, she didn't dare bring the spellbook back to her dorm, so she left it in the small courtyard. In the quiet night, Troy suddenly opened his eyes, reaching for the sword beside his pillow, listening closely to the faint sounds outside. Very light footsteps, slow breathing, likely an adult, with soft and smooth exhalations. It was a woman. He listened for a while, then pulled his hand back under the blanket, staring at the ceiling. Ro, what is she doing back at this hour? After a moment, he heard more rustling outside, like the windows shaking or birds flapping their wings. Troy's mind raced, and he quietly sat up, getting out of bed and walking barefoot to the window. Through the window crack, a dark shadow flew out from under the eaves and soared into the sky. Troy slowly opened the wooden window, his forest green eyes fixed on the slender figure. The strong wind cleared the dark clouds, and moonlight poured down. Troy widened his eyes slowly, as if he had seen something incredible. A pair of huge white wings swept across the night sky, and the girl flying under the moonlight looked like a pure angel from a myth, or a stunning moon goddess from tribal legends, descending at midnight to soothe the poor souls trapped by nightmares. Troy had excellent eyesight. Even from hundreds of meters away, he could still see the angel's radiant profile. Her face was exposed to the cold moonlight, porcelain white as snow, with her magnificent wings resembling two beautiful holy fans, and the pure white feathers glimmered with an unapproachable brilliance. Troy clutched his chest, where his heart ached. For him, this was both a beautiful dream and a nightmare. In midair, Ro glanced back quietly, her anxious heart finally at ease. She hadn't expected Troy's hearing to be so sharp. Just opening the window had startled him awake. Fortunately, her strong intuition about being watched allowed her to quickly switch to a fair complexion and cover her vulnerable waist. Earlier, Ro had used her original dark skin because she thought black suited her better for hiding in the night, but now that she had been discovered, she felt a bit short-sighted. Black wings were good for concealment, but once exposed, the consequences could be serious. White wings, though more noticeable, could be explained away as belonging to a minor deity, like the dove god or seagull god. As Ro thought this, she flew back to school. The pure white figure descended from the starry sky, landing gracefully in the rose garden, causing the vibrant roses to shyly close their buds. A dark-feathered crow landed on a willow tree by the lake, its crimson eyes recording the scene before it flapped its wings and flew toward the boys' dormitory. Caw, caw, caw. Kyle was awakened by the sound of the crow pecking at the window frame, and when he got out of bed, his eyes were dark and murderous. Beast, if you're fine, I swear I'll strangle you. He strode over, opened the wooden window, and grabbed the crow. Caw, caw. The crow emitted a rough, hoarse sound, and a white shadow flashed in its red eyes. What the heck is this? Kyle squeezed the crow's neck, squinting one eye and widening the other, peering into its red eyes as if looking through a fine kaleidoscope. After a moment, he released the crow, excitement filling his gaze. So it's not a witch's bloodline, but an angel's bloodline? My dear sister really knows how to make friends, but what good is it to just have friends? Kyle clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. Just as she doesn't know where she falls short compared to me, she won't realize how easy it is for me to take away her connections. Especially since that connection was an innocent girl. As long as he showed her a glimpse of his status and charm and offered her a bit of kindness, she would fall madly in love with him. Once he gained control over her fragile, love-starved heart, she would do anything he asked, even if it meant ordering her to strip and kneel. Just like the daughters of those ministers outside the palace. However, as Kyle looked at the crow again, a hint of confusion crossed his face. Why did I only see her come back and not leave? Caw, caw. You say you were watching my sister when you suddenly saw a white light flash in the sky, and that's how you followed her to the girls' dormitory? Caw, from now on, just keep an eye on Ro when Chad is around my sister. For some, this night felt long, like for Kyle and Troy. But for Ro, it was just a blink of an eye. She hadn't even fully woken up before it was time for class. Magic Patterns class. Professor Mike spent half an hour explaining speed-up and growth magic patterns, leaving the rest of the time for them to practice on the sand table. He also assigned homework, asking them to make a seed sprout and bloom within a week. Professor Mike was a clever old man. To prevent cheating, each student received a different seed. Some seeds may look the same, but the flowers they bloom can differ greatly in color. Don't think you can fool me by buying flowers from the market. Some of your seeds are cooked and won't sprout. He tapped the desk, laying down the rules. If anyone's flower doesn't match the requirements, or if a seed that should sprout doesn't, or one that shouldn't does, I will deduct all your class points. Rose summarized in her mind. Growing a flower doesn't earn points, but failing to follow the rules results in point deductions. Professor Mike was truly an interesting person. She picked up the seed and suddenly remembered a story she learned as a child. The teacher gave the children flower seeds, asking them to grow the most beautiful flowers. However, on the day of the assignment check, one child came to school with a lonely flower pot. Everyone laughed at that child, but the teacher praised him because it was a test of honesty, using a bag of cooked seeds to identify the most honest person. So, was Professor Mike testing their honesty or their ability? The adult world might be different from that of children. Ro carefully put the seed and the iron piece used for carving magic patterns into her cloth bag and stood up to leave the classroom with everyone. Ro, let's walk together. Chin approached her warmly. She was a true lady, with the only unusual trait being her fondness for getting close to beautiful girls. Ro once saw her getting close to the wild witch from the neighboring class, a short-haired girl with a fiery temper from the exiled city of the north, a place filled with chaos and bloodshed. Now, Chin seemed to have attached herself to Ro, coming over every day to link arms with her, as if it gave her the energy to be happy all day. Do you want to go to the cafeteria or eat outside? Ro asked for her opinion. Since she had her own little kitchen, she rarely ate at the cafeteria, and when she did, it was mostly to see Winnie and Bark. Notably, the Harkin shop had produced the first batch of pure white wool sweaters and sent her 2 sets, which Ro planned to wear this afternoon. Let's eat outside, Chin said joyfully, like a bird released from a cage. I got a bag of gold coins from my mother so I can eat at Ice-Gory for a month. Great, then let's go to Ice-Gory Dessert House. Ro was happy to attract some business to her shop. The two chatted and laughed as they left the classroom. Just as they reached the swordsmanship square, a familiar crow flew right at them, startling Chin, who covered her mouth and gasped. Toby, stop. You're flying around again. A tall, chestnut-haired boy chased after the crow and, upon seeing Ro, suddenly showed a look of surprise. What a coincidence, Junior. I've run into you here again. Hello. Rovi held the crow in her hands, feeling a bit embarrassed. She had forgotten the other person's name, only vaguely recalling it was something like Air. Over a month ago, they had also chased a crow together here. Western names are often long and similar, so it's really not her fault. At least she remembered a few key words: crow, boy, and gem. Senior, here's your crow back. Rovi handed the little bird over. She didn't understand why this crow had become so still in her hands, completely unlike what the senior had described as mischievous. The brown-haired boy took his familiar back, smiling as he said, "It seems Toby really likes you. Look at it, such a small thing, already knows how to admire beauty." That sounded a bit strange, and Rovi forced herself to compliment. So it's called Toby. What a lovely little bird. The boy gazed at her with affection. Meeting you here for the second time must be fate, Junior. How about I treat you to dinner today? And this young lady beside you. Let's go together, he quickly added before Rovi could refuse. If you don't accept my invitation, I might just be heartbroken. Chin's face already showed a gossiping expression, her eyes darting between the two, and she winked at Rovi. Dear, hurry and agree. Say yes to the senior. Senior Kyle is the pride of the advanced department. He has been standing here for quite a while just to apologize to us. Can you bear to make him sad? Kyle straightened his back, brushed his hair back with his hand, and flashed a charming smile. I believe my junior won't refuse me, right? Students passing by frequently glanced over, making Rovi feel embarrassed as she dug her toes into the ground. Now she understood why the senior's words felt strange. They were a bit greasy. He hadn't been like this during their last encounter. Had he really changed so much in less than 2 months? Really, it's not necessary, senior. I'll take you to Ice-Gory for dessert. I heard girls love to eat cake there. Today, it's on me. You can eat as much as you want. Kyle interrupted her. He opened his cloak to reveal a gem-studded belt, then took off the pouch hanging from it and weighed it in his hand. Don't worry about making me go broke, he sighed. There's no way to spend money at the academy, and gold coins just take up space. Rovi had almost blurted out her refusal, but hearing him say that made her swallow her words. Most of the girls in her dessert shop were regulars, but the boys from the academy rarely came. Recently, her female customers had nearly spent all their money, and fewer people were buying cakes each day. It was time to attract some new customers. This senior seemed wealthy. He could easily afford a premium monthly membership at the dessert shop, right? All right, Rovi smiled sweetly. Thank you for your kindness, senior. Chin also chimed in. Thank you, Senior Kyle. No need to thank me. It's just an apology gift, Kyle said with a charming smirk, his brown eyebrows slightly raised, radiating his charm. Inside, he looked down on them, thinking they were just two naive girls. The moment he mentioned cake, they eagerly agreed, showing no restraint typical of noble ladies. They probably didn't come from prominent families. But that was better. Daughters of minor nobles were easier to handle, and he didn't have to worry about giving them a title. Being a mistress was enough. Calculating thoughts flashed in Kyle's eyes, and his smile deepened. The three of them walked to Academy Street, and before they reached the dessert shop, a rich aroma wafted through the air. The strong scent of milk and freshly baked whole wheat bread filled their noses, making their mouths water. Rovi and Chin were used to it, but Kyle, upon catching the scent, nearly forgot how to walk. What is that? It smells amazing, he exclaimed in shock. It's the dessert from A-Score. They just baked fresh bread at noon. Haven't you tried it, Senior? Chin asked, puzzled. No, Kyle swallowed hard, unable to resist following the scent. Kyle rarely left the academy because the buildings in Sharia City were in ruins, with dirt and unpleasant smells everywhere. The food outside was hard to eat, and nothing ever caught his eye. So, even though he often heard people talk about how delicious the new dessert shop on Academy Street was, he never paid attention and had never come out. How good could something on the commoner's street be? No matter how tasty, could it compare to the palace food? He had eaten cream cakes before. They were often greasy and hard, not as soft as white bread. He scoffed at those who praised them, thinking they had never tasted anything good. But now, Kyle wasn't so sure. He quickened his pace and entered the legendary A-Score dessert shop, immediately spotting the staff bringing out steaming golden bread to the counter. The sweet aroma was almost criminal. Sir, what would you like to order? The maid quickly approached. I'll have this. Kyle pointed at the sliced toast in the basket. One of these, please. Would you like anything else? We have freshly baked jam cakes, the maid offered. No, I just want this, Kyle said impatiently. Cake wasn't as appealing as this square piece of bread. The maid showed a hint of surprise. This was the cheapest and most basic bread in the shop. Seeing the noble young man dressed so lavishly, she thought he would at least order some decorated cakes. However, she had been trained in smile service, so she kept her smile no matter what the customer requested. All right, sir. Would you like to eat in the shop or take it to go? Hearing this question, Kyle remembered he was here to treat someone to a meal. To eat in, he said, then turned to Rovi and Chin. Sorry, I lost my composure. What would you like to order? Chin giggled, covering her mouth. It's okay, Senior. We were the same on our first visit. I'd like a slice of taro cream cake and a cup of grape bubble tea. Rovi said, then I'll have a slice of fig bread and a cup of honey pomelo tea. After she finished ordering, she looked at Kyle. Senior, don't you want to try the little cakes here? They have great fruit tea drinks upstairs. Kyle wasn't interested in cake at all, but seeing Rovi recommend it so earnestly, he quickly figured out the reason. She probably wanted to eat it herself, but was too shy to say so. Women can be so troublesome. They want something but have to beat around the bush, making men guess. It's really annoying. He shook his head, turned, and rested his elbow on the counter, propping his chin up with his hand, and said grandly, I'll have one of everything you have, both cakes and fruit teas. Bring out anything else delicious. The maid's perfect smile faltered slightly as she asked in disbelief, You really want one of everything? That might be too much to finish. Kyle smirked. If I can't finish it, I'll throw it away. Do you have a problem with that? The maid trembled in fear. And no, please wait. I'll calculate the total. Kyle grabbed a handful of gold coins from his pouch and tossed them onto the counter. Keep it all. No need for change. And no, it needs to be calculated. That's the shop's rule. The maid quickly calculated, her hands shaking. Sir, the total is 13 gold coins and 45 silver coins. How much? Kyle's eyes widened in shock. 13 gold coins and 45 silver coins. The maid glanced at the coins he had placed down, cautiously saying, Sir, you only have 8 gold coins here. Kyle's face suddenly turned very ugly. How could a few pieces of cake be so expensive? Was it made of gold? The maid was quick to notice his expression and immediately explained, We have 13 types of bread, 7 kinds of layered cakes, 3 desserts, 15 fruit teas, and 8 specialty sweetbreads. The layered cakes are 4 silver coins each. 5 silver coins with cream decoration, cream puffs, and croissants are 10 silver coins each. The main cost comes from 5 types of fruity alcoholic drinks and 8 sweet and savory pizzas. The fruity drinks use the best wine from this year and are newly made high-purity distilled liquor, costing 1 gold coin per glass. The sweet and savory pizzas use the finest ham from the West, expensive shrimp, cheese, and various rare fruits like pineapple and strawberries. All right, Kyle's forehead twitched with anger. It's just a few gold coins. It's not like I can't afford it, so stop talking. He dumped a pile of gold coins onto the table, gripping his money pouch tightly. Is this enough? You blind fool. 1 gold coin is 20 grams of pure gold, and this pile must weigh about 7 or 8 taels. Kyle's heart ached. Although he was a prince, he didn't have much money to spend. His father was an ambitious ruler who wanted to expand the duchy's territory during his lifetime. To ensure enough military funding, everyone in the palace had to live frugally. Moreover, King Janoko was very strict about his children's education. He knew that a lavish lifestyle could lead to corruption, so he didn't allow his children to indulge in extravagant pleasures. He wanted them to stay clear-headed to choose the best heir. His father could provide them with fine clothes and carriages to show their status. He could provide food and shelter for their healthy growth, but he wouldn't give them land or tax rights, so they couldn't maintain private soldiers. Spending these few gold coins would nearly wipe out half a month's living expenses for Kyle. How could he not feel pain? He still had to pay Chad's salary and feed the gold-consuming beast. Was he really going to sell the gems on his belt? Kyle's face grew darker than the kitchen stove, and the maid didn't dare to reach for his gold coins. Sir, you've ordered too much. How about I help you return some? She kindly suggested. Return what? I said if I can't finish it, I'll throw it away. Kyle was furious. Asking him to return it was just slapping his face. Just a second ago, he was acting generous, and now he was worried about money. What would those 2 greedy and vain women think? Now immediately get everything I ordered ready. Do you understand? The maid jumped a little. Understood, sir. Then take my money. Kyle glared. Why, yes. The maid nervously picked up the gold coins, counting them one by one. When she reached the 14th coin, she stopped and found 55 silver coins. Sir, here are your remaining gold coins and the silver coins. Please check. The pile of silver coins formed a small mountain mixed with 7 or 8 gold coins, which she gently placed in front of Kyle. The maid felt a bit uneasy, thinking this noble young man wouldn't accept it, and she would have to persuade him again, leading to another round of anger. There was nothing she could do. Her boss had instructed the shop not to overcharge customers. And with her boss nearby, she couldn't openly defy those orders. I said no. Kyle really wanted to refuse, but when that shiny pile of gold and silver coins was pushed in front of him, he realized how much money it was. It could buy over 2,000 steaks in the academy cafeteria, enough for over 800 meals for a whole year. His words got stuck in his throat, and he changed his mind. No need to count. I don't mind if it's a little less. Unexpectedly, the maid became serious. Sir, Our A-score dessert house will never shortchange a customer. We have received professional training, and those who can't do math can't be cashiers. She pulled out a rectangular wooden frame from under the counter, filled with equal strings of black beads, divided by a horizontal beam into 2 rows of 5. This is our arithmetic tool, an abacus. If you don't believe me, I can redo the calculation. Kyle's face turned red and green with anger, wishing he could punch this calculating maid who was embarrassing him. Using a bunch of strange beads as a math tool? What nonsense! He had never seen such a thing. How could he know if it was accurate? No need to calculate, I believe you. Kyle gritted his teeth, speaking each word with effort. If it weren't for the people around, he would have killed this darned commoner today. Behind Kyle, Ro couldn't hold back her laughter but dared not laugh out loud, her lip muscles aching from holding it in. Later, she would definitely give this maid a raise for being so dedicated, willing to offend a noble to protect the shop's reputation. And Chin, who had been starry-eyed looking at Kyle, now had a hesitant expression, as if her fantasy about this idol had shattered. Kyle stiffly stuffed the coins into his pouch, feeling as if his heart had died. He wanted to drag this shop down with him. After he accepted the money, the maid sighed in relief, her face brightening with a friendly smile as she recited the promotional line, "Sir, we also have a membership recharge discount. As a distinguished customer like you, if you recharge or spend 10 gold coins at once, you can enjoy a new cake promotion where you get 1 free for every 10 spent. In the future, just show your membership card when you buy desserts, and you can enjoy a 20% discount. Would you like to join?" Hearing the words distinguished customer, Kyle's expression improved slightly, but when he heard recharge 10 gold coins, his eyes turned cold again. "No thanks, I don't want to participate in such a cheap promotion." "Really not participating?" The maid seemed regretful. "The total price of the desserts you just bought has already exceeded 10 gold coins, so you can directly become our monthly gold member without any extra payment. You can enjoy priority reservations and delivery service, and we can refund you 2 gold coins at the discounted price." Kyle's eyes lit up. "Refund 2 gold coins? Gold member? VIP service?" He perked up immediately. "Well, in that case I'll join." He wanted Ro to see what a generous man he was, able to treat her to an extravagant dessert feast worth over 10 gold coins, and be a distinguished member here. To show off his generosity, Kyle turned around, tousled his hair, and looked at Ro with sparkling eyes. "Junior, I'll give you this membership card. From now on, you're a gold member here." Before Luo Wei could say anything, Chin couldn't hold back. "Senior Kyle, actually Luo Wei also has a gold membership. She still has 50,000 points in her card, which means she has 5 gold coins left to use. Who gives out a membership card with no points at all?" Not to mention Luo Wei, even Chin herself had gotten a silver membership card. A silver membership can be obtained by recharging just 1 gold coin, with a 10% discount. She came today wanting to recharge 10 gold coins to upgrade to a gold membership, which would give her a 20% discount on cakes. The staff said that gold members can also customize birthday cakes, allowing them to design their own cake patterns, something she had been looking forward to for a long time. Chin touched her newly filled purse, her expression a bit dreamy. It was really strange. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that what Senior Kyle had just said made her want to cover her face. It made her want to quickly go upstairs and hide, though she didn't know why. Chin had never heard the term secondhand embarrassment. If she had, she might have understood why she wanted to hide. However, Chin's words put Kyle in an awkward position. His lips trembled, and his cheeks turned a bit pale. "Haha, so you have one too, Junior? Ha, what a coincidence." Repeated social embarrassment left him feeling weak, and his brain was so overwhelmed that he ended up saying such stiff words. Kyle's face twisted for a moment as he looked at the cashier maid and asked, "Do you only have gold memberships here? No higher levels?" The maid instinctively replied, "Yes, we have bronze, silver, gold, and supreme diamond VIP levels. If you recharge 100 gold coins on the spot, you can get a diamond membership card." 100 gold coins. Kyle clenched his fists. This must be a scam. With 100 gold coins, he might as well go rob someone. Even though he was furious inside, Kyle forced himself to appear calm. Just 100 gold coins? No big deal, but carrying that much gold is too troublesome. Do you accept other payment methods? He puffed out his chest, showing no fear. Because he had noticed when he entered that people buying cakes only paid with gold and silver coins, and the maid's cash box only had those two types of currency, so she would definitely answer no. If she said no, then it wouldn't be his fault. He had plenty of money. He could easily take a gem from his belt worth a fortune. The maid hesitated for a moment, but instead of saying no, she asked, "Sir, which payment method would you like to use?" "We accept any physical items, but we do not support credit or loans." The owner had told her during training that some wealthy nobles don't like to carry cash. They might casually toss out a gem or a few pearls. In such cases, bartering is acceptable, so don't be too rigid. Of course, Luowei had never seen such a scene in real life. She had only seen it in novels and on TV. Rich girls play with slingshots made of gold beads, tossing them away without a second thought. Some wealthy young masters throw gold and silver ingots when buying dumplings for the female lead, never counting copper coins. This game world might be just like those novels and shows, where nobles enjoy tossing gold into the water just to see the splashes. The maid didn't offer an easy way out, and Kyle felt like he might crush his silver teeth. "Can I pay with a gem?" His chest heaved as he suddenly pulled out a sapphire the size of a fingernail from his belt and placed it on the counter. "Look, is this enough to buy a diamond membership?" The maid had no idea how to appraise gems and looked at Luowei for help. "It's a beautiful sapphire." Luowei leaned forward casually. "It has a hint of purple, is clear and pure, with a bright color, like a blue cornflower. This size must weigh around 4 or 5 carats, right?" Chin's eyes widened. What a stunning blue. This must be a top treasure from the So River region. A 1-carat gem is worth 100 gold coins. Their voices weren't quiet, and since they were blocking the way, a long line of people had formed behind them. Upon hearing about the sapphire, many gathered around. "Oh my, it's a sapphire from the So River." Such a high-grade sapphire is usually reserved for royalty, right? Kings might even gift them to favored subjects. One is enough to buy a title in the Southern Principality. So, it's Senior Kyle. There have been rumors that he comes from royalty. No wonder he can produce such a valuable sapphire. Oh my, is Senior Kyle using a gem to recharge for a Supreme membership? Ace Curry has been open for so long, and no Supreme member has appeared yet. Am I about to witness the birth of a Supreme member today? Senior Kyle truly is a noble member of the royal family. He just gave away a top sapphire. I'm so envious. Me too. I want it so much. It would make a beautiful necklace. Kyle felt elated. All the humiliation he had just faced vanished in an instant, replaced by a sense of pride. "Senior, something so valuable. Maybe you should reconsider?" Luowei glanced at Kyle, adding fuel to the fire. "I don't think this shop can afford such a large amount. We just came to have a meal. No need to recharge so much." She shouldn't have said anything. As soon as she did, Kyle's chin shot up. "Recharge? Why not? It's just a gem. I have plenty." He had to become a Supreme Diamond member today. Worried that the maid might block his path to becoming a Supreme member due to the cost, Kyle waved his hand. "No need to compensate. Just give me the membership at the price of 100 gold coins." Luowei brushed her hair back, and the maid immediately replied, "Of course, sir." She carefully wrapped the sapphire in a handkerchief, placed it in a box, and then took out a wooden box, presenting it to Kyle with both hands. "Esteemed Diamond member, this is your waist badge. Please take good care of it. It has a unique serial number, and there are no replacements for lost ones." Kyle took the wooden box and opened it in front of everyone, revealing a warm white jade plate, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect a small dessert shop to have such exquisite membership cards. This was a round plate carved from white jade with cloud patterns, adorned with a golden and silver braided knot and 4 long-lasting knots, designed to be worn at the waist, with silver tassels hanging down. Wow, the Supreme membership card is so beautiful. The pattern of the cord is so unique, and that knot looks like a butterfly. It's so pretty. Is this really just a membership card? I want to buy one to wear around my neck. It would look great with my puffy dress. Amidst the crowd's chatter, Kyle proudly hung the badge on his belt, perfectly covering the spot where the gem was missing. As he walked, the tassels swayed gently, adding a touch of elegance and making him appear taller. The envious gazes from those around him greatly satisfied Kyle's vanity. He flicked his coat and casually looked at Luo Wei and Qin. Ladies, shall we head upstairs? Just wait. These two women will surely be captivated by him now. Okay, senior. Luo Wei was very pleased. 1 gram equals 5 carats, and this sapphire weighs 30 carats, so it can't be priced by the gram anymore. The larger the gem, the more expensive it becomes, with its value increasing exponentially. This deep blue gem resembled the 20-carat cashmere sapphire Luo Wei had bought in her past life, which she acquired for $4 million. Due to lower prices, gems in this world are a bit cheaper, but this sapphire is still worth at least 600 or 700 gold coins. With a cake costing 100 gold coins and a net she made herself for less than 10 silver coins, plus a worthless jade pendant, she exchanged it for 700 gold coins. What a fantastic deal! The three of them went to the second floor, where a maid guided them to a VIP area, placed flowers on the table, lit incense, and brought 3 milky white beans, followed by 3 large bowls of warm water with floating flower petals and 3 wet towels. Kyle looked annoyed. He spent 100 gold coins and got this. If they were going to skimp, they could at least have brought some wine instead of just bowls of water with flower petals. No one would drink that. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he saw Luo Wei and Qin picking up the white beans and dipping their hands into the large bowls, rubbing them in the water. What is this for?
He gasped.
Are noble ladies so unrefined now? Do they really have to stir the water with their hands? Are those beans salt or some kind of spice? Can it even be drunk after that? Senior, why aren't you washing your hands? Qin looked at Kyle's confused expression, feeling a sense of superiority. As someone who had been through this, she could tell from his face that he misunderstood, likely thinking it was drinking water like she once did. Senior, these are soap beans used to wash off dirt from your hands, Qin explained while washing. Ice Curie provides hand-cleaning services for members before meals, and these are all free. Kyle felt embarrassed and quickly grabbed a soap bean, dipping his hands in the water and washing like they did. After washing their hands, the three used towels to dry off, and the maid took away the wash basin before bringing out the desserts they ordered. Plates of exquisite small cakes and fragrant buttered bread were placed in front of Kyle. Since there was so much food, the maid even brought out a 3-tier dessert stand that was originally meant to be served later. Beef and cheese pizza and shrimp and bacon pizza were cut into wedges and placed on the large plate at the bottom, with colorful small cakes stacked in the middle, topped with nougat and cookies, creating a dazzling display. Qin had come here many times, but had never seen such a setup. She was so excited her eyebrows seemed to dance. Oh my goodness, this is truly a feast for the eyes. Senior Kyle, you are so generous. With the tangible benefits before her, Qin's admiration for Kyle returned significantly, though her eager gaze lingered on the small cakes rather than on him. Luo Wei smiled and said, "Thanks to Senior Kyle, this is the first time I've seen so many desserts on one table." Previously, she thought this kind of dessert stand could only be sold at someone else's banquet, so she was surprised it was unlocked so soon. Now she didn't have to think of ways to advertise. Kyle had already done the promotion for her, as seen by the amazed looks around them. "No need to thank me. Feel free to take whatever you want," Kyle said, enjoying the praise from the two ladies. His throat moved as he focused entirely on the delicious food on the table. Smelling the enticing aroma, he eagerly picked up a small croissant.
Wow.
The flavor and texture were incredible. After 2 bites of the bread, he grabbed a slice of the beef pizza. The sweet and savory soft crust was filled with meaty goodness, and with one bite, a creamy, stretchy cheese pulled away in strands. Oh my goodness! What is this? It's so delicious. Kyle was a boy with a strong appetite. His father didn't want him to indulge with women, so he often turned to food for comfort in the palace. He had tasted delicacies from all over, but nothing compared to what he was eating today. He couldn't stop after just one bite. "Dear guest, here are the drinks you ordered." Newly trained maids lined up, carrying glasses of colorful drinks in crystal cups, walking lightly, and the liquid in the cups didn't even wobble. "This is grape boba tea, this is honey grapefruit tea, this is rose sweet orange snowtop, and this is sweet strawberry juice." The vibrant fruit teas dazzled the three of them. "Dear guests, please allow me to introduce these special fruit cocktails. They have a high alcohol content, and excessive consumption may lead to intoxication. Please drink responsibly if you have a low tolerance." Kyle immediately frowned. "What nonsense. Just bring them quickly. Do I look like someone with a low tolerance? I drink like it's water. Hurry up, I can handle my liquor. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk." He had just eaten too much bread and was feeling a bit stuffed. The drinks arrived just in time. He had no interest in those fruity teas. Only poor people drank those. He only loved alcohol. The maid had already given her advice, and since the guests weren't listening, she simply placed the drinks down gently while introducing their names. "This is Red Lotus Fire, made with wine, hibiscus, and pomegranate juice. This is Peach Desire, made with special white grape distillate, sweet lemon juice, and sea salt. This is Kiss of Heaven, made with blueberry wine. This is Tequila Sunrise, a strong cocktail." Kyle impatiently listened to her finish, grabbed the Tequila Sunrise, and gulped it down. Burping, he sneered, "What strong liquor. It's just like water, no kick at all." He covered his throat, feeling a burning pain, as if boiling water was flowing down. "What kind of drink is this?" He burped again, shaking his head, feeling the table wobble in front of him and a burning sensation in his chest. What was happening? Why was he feeling dizzy? Kyle held onto the table, swaying in his seat, his face turning as red as a monkey's bottom, and his ears felt hot. Burp. He let out a long, foul-smelling burp and suddenly collapsed face first onto the floor. Luo Wei and Qin exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Luo Wei truly hadn't expected Kyle to have such a low alcohol tolerance. He had immediately chosen the strongest cocktail, tequila, which had an alcohol content of 40%, and he downed it in one go. She almost believed him when he confidently claimed he could drink like it was water. And now he was out cold. "What do we do now?" Qin said worriedly. Luo Wei calmly called over 2 maids to help Kyle to a soft couch by the window, planning to wait for him to sober up before sending him home. He had barely eaten a quarter of the food on the table. He might want to continue eating when he woke up, so sending him away now would be a waste. As soon as the maids laid Kyle down on the couch, he sat up on his own, his eyes dark and brooding as he looked at them. Do you think my sister-in-law is a good person? My poor brother-in-law James might have been killed by her. She just wants to return to the palace to compete with me for the throne." Thud. Luo Wei heard footsteps coming up the stairs behind her and felt uneasy, quickly turning to look. "Is that so? So this is how my brother sees me." At the top of the stairs, Lillian stood there with a frosty expression. Kyle was quite drunk and shouted, "Who let that widow in? Get her out, throw her out. Enough." Lillian trembled with anger, a wave of fury filling her chest as if it would burst the buttons on her dress. "Vincent, Robert, come up here." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was piercing. Even when angry, this princess maintained her royal composure and didn't shout in someone else's establishment. The 2 knights waiting downstairs rushed up quickly, kneeling beside her. "Your Highness, shut my brother's mouth, so his ridiculous voice doesn't disturb the guests here." "Yes." The 2 knights stepped forward and roughly stuffed a cloth into Kyle's mouth. "Tie his hands and take him back," Lillian ordered.
"Wait."
A young man suddenly appeared at the top of the stairs, hurriedly walking to Kyle and kneeling before Lillian. "Your Highness, is it appropriate to treat the prince this way?" "Appropriate?" Lillian sneered. "I think I should write to father and ask if I have the right to discipline my own brother." She emphasized the words "my brother." To Lillian, what others said didn't matter. It was the slander against her brother that truly hurt her. Chad lowered his head, silent. The king had always favored the eldest princess, and if she wrote to father, the prince would likely be scolded. With our mother gone and father busy with state affairs, I believe as the eldest sister, I should be able to discipline my brother who brings shame to the royal family without anyone objecting. Lillian shot Chad a cold glance and raised her head. Vincent, Robert, take him away. Yes, Your Highness. Vincent and Robert grabbed Kyle like victorious roosters and marched past Chad. Chad's expression changed repeatedly, but he ultimately didn't dare to confront the princess, so he followed with his sword. Lillian's expression softened, and she looked apologetically at Ro. I'm sorry, I handled some family matters in your place. Standing beside them, Jean's mouth dropped open in shock as she turned to Ro. You are. Oh no. A secret was revealed. It's okay. Actually, this is partly my fault for letting Senior Kyle drink that cup of wine, Ro replied to Lillian, then reached out to help Jean close her gaping mouth. I'll explain later, she whispered to Jean. Jean closed her mouth, but her excited eyes couldn't stop darting around. Seeing this, Lillian covered her face. I'm really sorry. I seem to have messed up again and forgot you didn't want to reveal your identity. No, Jean won't say anything, right? Ro asked. Jean nodded vigorously, raising her finger. I swear to the heavens I won't say a word. See, Teacher Lillian, you didn't mess up, Ro said with a smile. And even if it got out, it wouldn't matter. I will let people know eventually. Ro, you really are a sweetheart. Lillian smiled genuinely this time, pulling out a pouch from her sleeve. So, can you help me register this troublesome guest as a Diamond member? Of course. Ro took it personally and had a maid assist Lillian with the membership. Seeing her actions, Lillian's fondness for her clearly grew. I think girls like shiny things, so I put some diamonds, a few pieces of jewelry, and some gold coins inside. The gold coins can compensate for the guests I scared away on the second floor. Some diamonds? Jewelry by the string? Ro opened the heavy pouch, and sunlight streamed in, reflecting dazzling light that almost blinded her. Half a bag of beautifully cut, sparkling diamonds, a string of pea-sized seawater pearls, a gold necklace with emeralds, a rare pink diamond necklace, a soft chain ruby bracelet, and 10 gold coins. Just that string of seawater pearls must be worth hundreds of gold coins, right? Teacher Lillian, isn't this too precious? Ro asked hesitantly. Not at all. It doesn't compare to my gratitude, Lillian said gently. Ro, do you think a princess's thanks isn't worth this much? Ro felt the weight of this expensive gratitude. Of course it's worth it. Then accept it. Our friendship is beyond what money can compare. Okay, Teacher Lillian, Ro took out the ruby bracelet and put it on. This is a testament to our friendship. Lillian showed a joyful expression. The maid quickly brought the diamond membership card. Lillian picked up the jade token and saw the number 1 in the center. What is this? It looks like some kind of writing, she asked, pointing at the number. Teacher Lillian, you're amazing, Ro exclaimed. This is a script from an ancient country we have called Indian script, and this is the number 1. Lillian said curiously. But wasn't my brother the first to buy one? I gave him number 2. This one is specially reserved for you. Ro playfully pointed to her head and feet. Only the 3 of us know about this. No one else does. Lillian covered her mouth, laughing so hard that tears sparkled in her eyes. Ro, you're just adorable. That foolish brother of hers thinks he can steal her friend? He doesn't even consider who Ro is, trying to win her over with money and status, but she doesn't care about those things. What she values is true friendship, and the greatest part of that has already been given to her. It was still early, and the 3 hadn't eaten much, so they gathered around a table and continued eating. Lillian sat in Kyle's previous spot, casually taking the cake he had bought and elegantly eating it bite by bite. The other drinks Kyle hadn't tasted were all consumed by Lillian. Teacher Lillian, this peach drink has a high alcohol content, not much lower than the tequila sunrise Senior Kyle had. You should drink less, Ro advised, worried she might get drunk. It's fine. My drinking capacity is not something that little brat can compare to. After finishing her drink, a flush appeared on Lillian's cheeks. She was slightly tipsy, but still clear-headed. Good wine, not bad. Her eyes sparkled. For this kind of wine, 1 gold coin is too low a price. The liquid burned warmly as it went down, leaving a sweet aftertaste. The scent of ripe peaches was sweet and intoxicating, making her feel as if all her desires were about to burst forth, like being lost in a cloud. Such strong liquor, if sold in the northern cities, would likely be snatched up by the nobles at sky-high prices. Or it could be sold cheaply to the countries bordering the Kanoko Duchy, quietly sent to their armies. Lillian swirled the last cup of wine, her eyes flickering with light, exuding an alluring aura. Ro paused, sensing the taste of power. Princess Lillian usually seemed delicate, but after drinking, she unintentionally radiated a sense of dominance. It seemed she was also someone who could disguise herself. After finishing dinner, Lillian left first, while Ro and Qin strolled down the street, chatting leisurely. Qin hooked her arm around Ro's. "Quick, tell me, is the ice cream shop really yours?" "Ro, you've kept it a secret from me. You don't consider me a good friend anymore, huh?" "No, it's not like that," Ro reassured her. "When I said it was my place, I meant my family is managing it. I wrote to them complaining about the terrible food here, and they sent someone to open the shop." "Isn't that the same?" "It's still your shop," Qin excitedly nudged Ro. "It must have been your idea to open it here to benefit us all." "You're so sweet, dear." Receiving another compliment, Ro chuckled.
No.
"Stop hiding it. Opening a shop is a hassle. Your family only wanted to send a cook for you, but seeing us eat so poorly, you couldn't bear it, so you had them open a shop on Academy Street for everyone." Qin imagined the scenario, looking at Ro with teary eyes. Dear, you're so considerate. Even if it drained your wallet?" Ro pushed her away gently. Qin pouted. "I spend my money willingly, so mind your own business." "All right," Ro took her arm back. "I'll give you a month of gold card membership, so you can eat and drink for free, okay?" "Yes." Qin's face lit up. "You said it, so I'll save on my recharge this month." But Ro looked ahead. What's going on with Senior Kyle and Teacher Lillian? Why did he say that? You don't know? Qin glanced around and whispered, "I heard from other students that the new Professor Lillian is the Grand Princess of the Kingdom of Janoko. She married Marquis James Rossetti 7 years ago, but he died a year later. She inherited his vast fortune and lands and returned to the palace last year. With the same last name, she married her?" "Yes, her cousin, the son of the king's brother. Many say this is a scheme by the king and the princess to reclaim the territory from Marquis James. Without evidence, it's better not to spread rumors. Sometimes gossip can ruin a person." Although Lillian seemed ambitious, Ro didn't think she was the type to do anything for power. Even if James was killed by her, there might be a reason behind it. "Ro, you're too kind. The royal family has many secrets," Qin said, looking at her with disappointment. "Be careful not to trust everyone. Even those closest to you can betray you." Ro was surprised that even naive Qin could say such things. It made her see her in a new light. At 2 in the afternoon, the sun became a bit glaring. Worried about getting tanned, Qin hurried back to school, while Ro walked under a tree and asked, "Why do you like jumping around on rooftops and treetops? Aren't you afraid of being seen during the day?" The leaves rustled, and a figure in a black cloak appeared. "Who else would look up at the rooftops besides you?" "I don't always look. I just happen to see you every time I look up," Ro defended herself. Troy hid his face under his hood, showing only part of his chin. "Going back?" "Yes." When they returned to the courtyard, Ro rubbed her eyes and said she was tired before heading upstairs. Troy watched her enter the room, his heart racing, then quieted as the door closed. A door separated 2 worlds. One side was light, the other was darkness. Troy pulled down his hood and jumped onto the apple tree. In late autumn, the fruit trees had shed their leaves, leaving only a few sparse yellow leaves on the sunny side. Troy sat among those yellow leaves like an old crow guarding a cold cave. Ro chuckled at her own metaphor, quietly closed the window, and took out the magic parchment she had hidden yesterday. It was a bit tragic. Professor Moses only taught them spells but not how to read magic text, so she couldn't pronounce any of the spells. No matter, She could find the corresponding spells based on what she had already learned and work backward to figure out the words and grammar. With confidence, Ro opened the parchment, but then there was nothing more. She had overestimated herself and underestimated the power of the magic text. Not to mention working backward to find meanings. Just looking at advanced magic text made her dizzy. She could only endure for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, Ro closed the book, her expression heavy. The advanced magic text had a dizzying effect, which she had never expected. She placed her hand on the parchment, her fingertips tapping softly. She had to learn, otherwise, she would be in trouble. After thinking for a long time, Ro pulled out her long-unused turtle shell from under her skirt. Closing her eyes, she meditated and asked, "Will forcing myself to read magic text make me stupid?" The stars aligned, Jupiter shone, and misfortune turned to fortune. "I won't become stupid, but I will gain unexpected benefits. What should I do to learn magic text?" In her astrology, the Pegasus star shifted to her south, and suddenly the sky darkened, ejecting her from the star alignment. Ro opened her eyes, puzzled. The south? What's in the south? Did it mean she had to leave the city again to find someone? Ro looked south but saw a closed window. Her heart stirred, and she walked over to open the window, instantly spotting the old crow perched on the bald apple tree in front of the courtyard. Could it be him that the stars pointed to? Can a swordsman use magic too? "Troy, come up." The old crow moved slightly, raised its head to glance at her, and suddenly flew down, taking the last leaves from the apple tree with it. The yellow leaves fluttered down like butterflies. Troy's black cloak billowed in the wind as he walked under the eaves, carrying a few fallen leaves. In an instant, there was a knock at the bedroom door, and the cloaked swordsman appeared again. Ro opened the door, meeting Troy's questioning gaze, and got straight to the point. "Can you pronounce advanced magic spells? What do you want to do? Teach me if you can." Troy shook his head. "Beginners learning advanced spells will become stupid." "I won't." Ro raised the turtle shell in her hand. "I've consulted, and the result says I won't." Troy looked at the green turtle shell in her hand with a bewildered expression. "No one uses a turtle shell for divination," he said. "Real astrologers use crystal balls and tarot cards." "Nonsense. Those who use turtle shells are the most serious," Ro threatened directly. "Teach me, or I'll deduct money." Troy was silent for a minute. "Fine, I'll teach." After a fierce internal struggle, he chose to compromise for money. Ro handed him the spellbook. "I want to learn advanced transformation spells, invisibility spells, and waterproof spells." Troy flipped through a couple of pages and stopped. "I don't have a wand. I can only pronounce them, but I can't cast magic." "That's fine. I just want to learn how to pronounce them." Troy sighed in relief and recited the spells she wanted to learn, though he was clearly not very practiced and stumbled over the words. Generally, intermediate magic apprentices start teaching magic text, while advanced apprentices specialize in one subject. Troy had chosen to become a swordsman and only studied magic text for a year, so he had mostly forgotten it. Ro didn't mock him. She was thinking about something else. The spells Troy pronounced were correct, right? There weren't any extra or missing words, or was he improvising? She wondered how forgiving magic text was. If one word was wrong, the meaning could change drastically, and that would truly be the end for her. As the sun set, the small courtyard suddenly became lively. Bella returned with the maid after buying groceries, and Roman and Tom rushed in with their little backpacks after school. Ro heard loud crying from the courtyard and curiously went downstairs. "Who is crying?" "Miss." Roman ran over excitedly, his chubby red face lifted. "It's Tom. His beloved girl was taken away this afternoon." Ro looked at Tom, who stood outside the door with his head down, wiping his tears and occasionally sniffing back sobs. What happened? How could the carriage owner's daughter be taken away? "She's not the carriage owner's daughter. She's Tom's new crush, Lydia."
Ro was surprised.
How could Tom have moved on so quickly? Whose daughter is Lydia, and why was she taken away? Roman noticed that the mist didn't pinch his cheeks today and said sadly, "Lydia is the daughter of the lamb vendor's brother. Her parents died from illness when she was very young." Today, her aunt, Mrs. Dog, reported her to the temple, claiming she was a demon who put rat poison in their water jug, and then Lydia was taken away. That's not true. Lydia isn't a demon, Tom cried out. She used sleeping powder, not rat poison. Ro was astonished. How do you know? Tom sobbed. Yesterday, Lydia came to me and said she overheard Mr. Dog and Mrs. Dog planning to sell her to a brothel. She wanted to escape, but was scared she wouldn't run fast enough, so she asked me to help her by sleeping powder. I got that sleeping powder from the doctor. I told him it was for training horses, and that's why he sold it to me. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have helped her buy the medicine. I need to turn myself in to get Lydia back. Turning yourself in won't help. Lydia can't come back. Roman clutched his heart. This is clearly Mrs. Dog's scheme. She wants to harm Lydia. Upon hearing this, Tom cried even harder, his wails echoing for miles. Ro helplessly pinched Roman's cheek. Why did you have to upset Tom? He's already so sad. Roman crossed his arms coldly. He should have advised Lydia to run away yesterday. If she had left then, she wouldn't have been taken today. Tom cried even louder. She's just a little girl. How could she survive on the streets as a homeless child? Ro shook her head. Most beggars on the street were boys, and there were too many bad people outside. Little girls couldn't survive. But why does Mrs. Dog want to harm Lydia? Bella, listening to Tom's story, felt confused. I often go to buy meat and see Mrs. Dog every day. She always has a smile on her face and seems like a kind person. Not at all, Roman said with disgust. Mrs. Dog is a fierce and unreasonable person. Her son, Matthew, is just as awful. He bullies weaker kids at school and likes to peek at girls in the bathroom. Tom wiped his tears and said angrily, I know why she wants to harm Lydia. Mr. Dog tried to assault Lydia, and Matthew saw it. He threatened Lydia to play a stripping game with him, or he'd tell Mrs. Dog. Lydia refused, so Matthew told Mrs. Dog that Lydia was seducing him. Mrs. Dog got very angry and almost killed Lydia. Roman nodded. Yes, Matthew bragged about it at school, saying Lydia didn't listen to him, and he almost beat her to death. He even told us to follow his orders, or he'd hit us. Ro frowned. How can such young children be so malicious? Matthew is 11. He's tall and heavy. One punch can knock someone's teeth out. Roman said. Lydia is only 9. She has been beaten and hurt by Matthew and Mrs. Dog, Tom cried. Bella covered her mouth in shock. Oh my, how can there be such wicked people in the world? She once thought the worst thing was her aunt not giving her food, but now, in comparison, she suddenly felt her aunt was quite nice. Poor Lydia, what will she do? Bella's eyes filled with tears. Will the monks at the temple clear her name? Roman shook his head. I heard people on the street say that Lydia will be taken to the execution platform on the day of divine descent in 4 days for a holy water baptism and witch trial. Bella turned pale.
What?
A witch trial? But she's just a child.
Why?
A deep, magnetic voice interrupted. Ro turned to see Troy had come down without her noticing, his green eyes filled with a heavy gloom.
Why?
He asked again. If it was just about the medicine, she wouldn't be tried for witchcraft. What other reason is there? The living room fell silent. Bella suddenly stopped talking, and even Tom ceased his crying, staring blankly at the ground. After what felt like an eternity, Roman suddenly looked at Troy and spoke clearly, because Lydia has long, reddish-brown hair. They say she has awakened as an evil witch. People with red hair are naturally despised. They can't make any mistakes or do anything out of the ordinary. Once they do, they are suspected of being witches and can be burned alive. The medieval witch-hunting book, Malleus Maleficarum, describes how to identify a witch. Witches are evil because women enjoy physical pleasures and can be tempted by the devil's body, while male wizards cannot. In their eyes, Lydia charmed Mr. Dog and Matthew, so she is a witch who indulges in sexual pleasure. Furthermore, Malleus Maleficarum also states that young or old women can be witches. Women with too many or no children are also witches, and women who are too poor or too wealthy are even more likely to be witches. Red hair, beauty, cleanliness, frequent bathing, moles on the face, and a love for gathering with female friends are all symbols of a witch. Lydia, being young, well-liked, childless, poor, and having red hair, fits almost all the characteristics of a witch. The method to determine whether a woman is a witch is through torture. The most definitive test is burning, which is what Roman referred to as the witch trial. If she survives 3 days and nights in the fire, it proves she is a witch. If she dies, it proves she is not. Lydia cannot survive this. Everyone present knows this. Swish, Troy drew his sword. "Troy, what are you doing?" Ro exclaimed sharply. Troy looked at her. "I'm going to save her. You said we are the masters here. If I do nothing while my kind are dying, I will be forgotten along with them. I'm telling you not to hate yourself, not to go die." If she were taller, she would have grabbed his collar and slapped him to wake him up. But Troy was as stubborn as a bull. "I'm not going to die. The people from the temple can't beat me. Are you going to hide with a little girl who has become a fugitive? How will you live after escaping? Can you make any money?" Mentioning money made Troy deflate. A fugitive like him, especially with red hair, would find it hard to be accepted anywhere else. Thanks to the support of the headmaster of the Sharia Magic Academy, Sharia was already one of the most accepting places among the Western countries. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped from the South to here. If he left Sharia, where could he go? Troy looked lost. Seeing he was starting to understand, Rovi let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, as long as he could listen to reason, he wasn't completely hopeless. If Troy ran away with Lydia, she really didn't know where to find another foolish yet capable swordsman. Without him by her side, her noble identity would lose much of its credibility. Troy, don't blame yourself. In a situation where you can't protect yourself, not saving her is the right choice. We can dye our hair. Troy suddenly blurted out. You said that if things get tough, I can change my hair color. Tell me how to dye it. He stubbornly stared at Rovi. Rovi almost choked on her words. I said it before, and I also said that if you don't listen, I'll report you to the temple. Why don't you listen? If I don't die from you making me angry today, I'll eventually die because of you. Who doesn't know you're my guard? After you break out of prison, the temple will come looking for me first. The key was that her identity wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. One check would expose everything. Troy turned his head away, avoiding her gaze. Just say I'm a stranger you hired from the tavern. Most monks are bullies. As long as you explain your identity, they won't make things difficult for you. Rovi smiled. Troy, having you is truly a blessing. Troy shivered, his eyes filled with emotion. Thank you. Meeting you is also. I'm not complimenting you. I know, Troy said with difficulty. Forget about me. You deserve better. Rovi resisted the urge to roll her eyes and interrupted him. Troy, are you determined to save that little girl? Troy lowered his head, his voice barely a whisper. Yes. I can't feel at peace if I don't save her. You still have a conscience? Rovi scoffed, taking a deep breath to ask, what if I say I can help you rescue her and take her to a safe place? Would you still run away with her? Troy suddenly looked up. You have a way? Yes, I have a plan. What plan? Don't worry about my plan. Rovi said irritably. Anyway, on the day of the divine descent, I will rescue her. Troy seemed to let go of a heavy burden. His tense muscles finally relaxed, and he visibly became lighter. Rovi felt annoyed seeing him. Did you find what I asked you to look for? What thing? Troy was confused. When did she ask him to find something? The grayish-white soil, Rovi said coldly. If I don't see that soil before tomorrow night, I won't be able to save the girl. I'll go find it right away. Troy rushed out the door. Rovi glanced around the room. Bella, Tom, Roman. Do you know what to say and what not to say when you see outsiders? Her dark eyes radiated a chilling intensity, as if they could pin someone to the ground. Roman raised a small hand. I know, I didn't hear anything. He covered his ears and kept his mouth shut. Smart little guy, I certainly believe you. Rovi placed her hand on his head and looked at the other two. If anyone tries to leak this matter, they can see if their mouth is faster than my knife. Don't forget, I can use magic. Bella, and Tom trembled, not daring to breathe. Rovi's expression was hard to read as she stepped outside and paused at the door. Remember, no matter who it is, even your best friends or closest family, you must not reveal a word.
Got it?
Bella and Tom nodded eagerly, thinking she couldn't see them, and answered loudly, "Got it, Master." Rovi had already left. It seemed she just said that and didn't intend to listen to their responses. After speaking, she walked away. Inside the room, Bella and Tom were drenched in cold sweat, not daring to move for a long time, their legs frozen in fear. Their previous master was gentle and kind, always wearing a slight smile and speaking softly, unlike other masters who scolded their servants. Over time, they thought their master was soft and had no temper, treating the place like their home and their master like family, joking freely with her. What happened today woke them up from their dream. The master was still the master, and the servant was still the servant, and they could never be mixed up. Their master was a high-ranking noble, respected, powerful, authoritative, and decisive. Although she was kind, she was not someone they could try to sway or betray. Bella and Tom reminded themselves to keep their position straight and not be so careless anymore. Roman also touched his head, deep in thought. And this was exactly what Rovi wanted to see. She had long noticed that these people in the courtyard were too familiar with her and not respectful enough. They might like her, appreciate her, or envy her, but they did not fear her. The consequences of servants not fearing their master were serious. It meant the master lacked authority, and the servants wouldn't consider the cost of betrayal. They might even act under the guise of wanting to help her, defying her orders and disrupting her plans. She didn't need clever subordinates. She just needed people to carry out her commands. Rovi went to the dessert shop and had a maid bring out a box of tongue seeds from the storeroom. This was something she had previously ordered a mercenary to collect from various places for making fruit drinks. People in this era only ate a few types of fruit, unlike the rich variety in later times. Some delicious berries hadn't even made it to the human table, like the wild strawberries Rovi used for making strawberry juice. So when she placed the order, she added a note stating that regardless of whether the fruit was edible, any new variety sent would earn a reward. That wandering mercenary had brought her a basket of tongue seeds he picked in the southern jungle to meet the quota. These seeds were toxic and inedible, but Rovi still had the servants keep them. Tongue seeds could be pressed to extract tongue oil, a natural varnish used to protect wooden furniture from decay. Rovi originally planned to use it to oil the tables and chairs in the shop to make them look shinier. But now, she needed to use the tongue oil for something else. Like a raincoat. A waterproof raincoat, like the cloak of a reaper. Rovi had the staff work overtime to press the tongue seeds into bright yellow, clear tongue oil. The ancient Chinese had been ahead of the world in developing the uses of tongue oil for thousands of years. They not only used it to make vehicles, ships, and furniture, but also as insecticide, soap, oil paper umbrellas, oilcloth, and for treating inflammation and burns. If she were burned by holy water, she might be able to use it. After getting the tongue oil, Rovi sent a male servant to the Hawkins shop to buy a large piece of black velvet fabric, which he brought back to the school. She stayed up late making a raincoat cloak. Rovi was very careful about the things she needed. It took 4 to 5 hours for a layer of tongue oil to dry completely. She used an oil lamp to speed up the drying, but only managed to apply it 3 times in one night. Before she knew it, dawn broke. Rovi took a short nap and hid the raincoat in the wardrobe. She still had classes during the day, and after class, she would secretly practice spells in the small courtyard. After practicing, she would make the raincoat, so she could expect to lose more sleep in the coming days. Before dark, Troy hurried back, carrying a package on his back. "Quick, look. Is this the kind of soil you mentioned?" he asked eagerly. Rovi opened the package and dug out a piece of soil. Its color, texture, and stickiness were similar to kaolin. She placed the soil in a bowl, added cold water, and the white soil quickly dispersed in the water. "Good, it's the soil I need. But I still need one more thing. Porcelain stone." The West had kaolin in large quantities, but they couldn't produce ceramics until the 18th century because they didn't know to add porcelain stone. Porcelain stone is an important raw material for making ceramics and glass. Since this world could produce glass, there must be porcelain stone mines. Porcelain stone can be artificially synthesized, but she didn't have much time left. Rovi described the characteristics and identification methods of porcelain stone to Troy, urging him to find it quickly.
Wait.
Troy was about to turn when Rovi called him back. Where did you find the kaolin? On a mountain on the west coast. How far is that from here? Over 1,000 kilometers. Over 1,000 kilometers? That was like crossing a quarter of the Western Plains. You ran over 1,000 kilometers in one night. Rovi exclaimed in shock. Troy nodded. Griffins fly fast. Indeed, keeping Troy around was the right decision. Her life and her work depended on him. Go look for weathered quartzite on the west coast. Rovi decided not to search herself and advised seriously. Bring back a lot. Some may only look like it, so you need to be careful. I understand. Troy jumped onto the griffin's back and flew into the western sky. Rovi soaked the kaolin he brought back in a large vat to filter out impurities, then called everyone in her household. Never trust others to keep your secrets safe unless their lives are at stake too. Rovi had them build a high kiln in the backyard and make molds while she took out parchment to draw the experimental flowchart. She planned to use air electrolysis to make nitric acid, then use nitric acid to make oxalic acid, and finally use oxalic acid to produce hydrochloric acid, which would react with calcium carbonate to generate carbon dioxide. This process could have been simple, as hydrochloric acid could be obtained directly through saltwater electrolysis, but salt was too expensive in this world, and personal purchases were limited. She couldn't buy that much salt. Making it from air was a bit more complicated, but at least it saved money, and she could replace many steps with spells and magic patterns, so it was feasible under the current conditions. The day after Rovi used a cooling magic pattern to create dry ice, Troy returned with a large basket of porcelain stone. With the porcelain stone, she had a plan for the Grim Reaper's sharp teeth and scythe. In Greek mythology, Cronus had a black scythe made from black rock that Gaia brought up from deep underground. He used this scythe to kill his father Uranus. Cronus was the legendary king of the Titans, who led the golden age of Greek mythology, and he was the father of Zeus, the king of the gods. He was a powerful and mad deity. The god Rovi wanted to portray was him, but since this world lacked Greek mythology, she feared Cronus's image might not intimidate the people, so she made some changes. She transformed the black stone scythe into a bone-chilling scythe, embedded ceramic fangs in her mouth, wore red contact lenses made from transparent resin, and surrounded herself with phosphorescent flames, hiding some dry ice in her clothing for visual impact. Rovi aimed to merge the images of the king of the gods Cronus, the god of time Kronos, and the messenger of the underworld, the Grim Reaper, into one god. She had already thought of a name, the great and dark god of death and time, King Coverclose, who holds the power over human souls and the 6 paths of reincarnation. The longer the name, the more powerful it sounded. Time flew by as Rovi prepared intensively, and before she knew it, it was November 1st, the day of the descent of the gods. As dawn broke, the church bells rang, announcing the arrival of the day of descent. Rovi packed away her raincoat, which she had coated with tung oil multiple times, into a cloth bag and also stored her valuables in a sturdy pouch, hiding them in her wide skirt. She sat in front of the oil lamp, applying layers of beeswax and makeup to her face with a small brush she made, carefully ensuring the oil and wax covered every inch of her skin. It still looked a bit fake, but fortunately, the holy water baptism ceremony at the academy started at 7 in the morning, when it was still dim, so her face wouldn't be too noticeable. At 6:40, the sounds of doors opening and playful shouts echoed outside. Rovi picked up her wand and practiced a transformation spell in front of the mirror one last time, successfully casting it. She tucked her wand and turtle shell into her sleeve, crossed her hands over her abdomen, pushed the door open, and walked out steadily. The swordsmanship square was packed with people. Over 1,000 students and more than 60 teachers from the academy stood there, solemnly placing their right hands over their left chests around the giant statue in the center of the square. The statue had 2 faces, one representing the warm sun god and the other the cool moon god. They shared the highest divine position, recognized by all as the king of the gods. The headmaster of the Sharia Magic Academy stood at the foot of the statue, holding a silver holy grail. Beside him stood the bishop of the Sharia temple, holding a tall vase the height of a baby. With these two as the center, on one side of the statue were the teachers of the Sharia Magic Academy, and on the other side were the temple monks. 100 pairs of eyes watched the students below like vigilant hawks, ready to catch any sign of disturbance. The students below dared not even breathe too loudly, each bowing their heads and lining up obediently, waiting for the holy water to be sprinkled from the headmaster's fingertips. From a distance, Ro watched as the blurry-faced dean moved his arms back and forth like a heartless watering robot. His figure looked tiny against the statue as he dipped his hands into the holy cup and flicked tiny droplets of water onto the students' heads. The dean worked quickly, and the bishop poured water into the holy cup just as fast. This was because after completing the baptism ceremony at the Sharia Magic Academy, the bishop had to go to the temple square to preside over the holy water baptism for the citizens. Seeing this scene, the heavy stone in Ro's heart lifted significantly. Just a little sprinkling of water, instead of soaking them completely, was the best news for her. Even if that holy water were concentrated sulfuric acid, this way it wouldn't cause widespread burns. Fortunately, she had been cautious and applied a thick layer of grease to her scalp. As they waited, the people behind her could no longer endure the long silence and began to whisper. The freshmen were at the front, the intermediate apprentices in the middle, and the advanced apprentices at the back, so Ro heard the quiet chatter of the intermediate students. When did Dean Morrison grow a beard? He's not as handsome as before. Yeah, he looks much older. Life in the wild is indeed tough. That's why taking students out for training is such a hard job. Haha, tell me about it. During our training, we burned Professor Pence's hair bald. He said he never wants to lead students again. Professor Pence is really gentle. He didn't kill you guys. Ro had heard of Professor Pence in the cafeteria. He was a male professor facing a midlife crisis, at risk of baldness, and cherished his few strands of hair. It was said that a student lost 2 of his hairs in class while waving a magic wand and was penalized with a whole year's worth of credits. As for their talk about training, it referred to the 3-month period from mid-June to mid-September when magic apprentices went out to learn. The leading teacher would take the students to dangerous places to collect magical materials and develop combat skills, enjoying some time in the wild. Next June, she would also go out with her classmates and follow the teacher for training. The line gradually shortened, and the chatter behind her quieted down. Ro glanced forward and saw only a few students left. It was almost her turn. Her heart, which had settled, began to race again, and she felt her cheeks flush. No, she couldn't get nervous. If her face got too hot, the wax would melt. Ro pressed firmly on the Naguan point on her wrist to ease her anxiety. As the people in front of her walked away, she got closer to the holy water. When only one person remained in front of her, her heart jumped to her throat. The holy water splashed down. The person in front was too short, and the splattering liquid seemed to fall onto her hand, sending a cool sensation through her nerves. Ro looked down as the droplet slid off her hand, leaving only a faint watermark, no burns. There was no pain at all. Her heart, which had been in her throat, settled back down. She didn't know if it was the wax she applied that worked or if the holy water was harmless, but it was still good news. As the person in front walked away, she stepped forward, her gaze only catching the dean's white robe and the soft leather boots beneath it. Holy water poured down from above, droplets landing on her forehead like spring rain in March, moist, cool, and full of life. Dean Morrison was indeed quick. Almost the moment she stepped forward with her right foot, water flicked from his fingertips. She didn't even need to pause. She could turn and leave the statue directly. A droplet hung at her temple, which she caught with her fingertip. Rose stared at the droplet, took out a white porcelain bottle from under her skirt, and poured it in. After receiving the baptism, the students left the school, riding horses and running wild outside. She quickly walked out of the school gate, hopped onto a carriage, and returned to her small courtyard. The demon-slaying ceremony would take place at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and she had 6 hours to prepare the scene. Ro checked her combat gear. A pair of ceramic bone wings, a scythe shaped like bones, a waterproof raincoat, 2 boxes of dry ice, a box of white phosphorus, a pair of colored contact lenses, and a set of false teeth. The dry ice wouldn't last long. She needed to move quickly. In the room there were also a dozen hydrogen balloons tied with ropes. The hydrogen was produced while making hydrochloric acid, and the balloon skins were made from thick, durable sheepskin that burned slowly. Ro handed the hydrogen balloons to Troy. "Remember, when I swing the scythe, you ignite the balloons. As soon as I carry Lydia away, you immediately let go of the ropes." Troy nodded seriously.
Got it.
"And this is dry ice. As soon as I appear, scatter it around the execution platform to create a fog." Troy silently took the box of dry ice, gripping the metal box so tightly that the color of his knuckles was visible. "I'll go." He suddenly looked up and said hoarsely, "Ro, let me go." He knew Ro planned to disguise herself as an evil god to rescue Lydia, so no one would suspect them, but he thought this plan was fraught with danger. One misstep could lead to their discovery, and she could be captured by the temple. Her future was so bright. She was different from him. He bore many bad names and a troubled past, and being a fugitive again wouldn't matter to him. "At this point, you're still saying this nonsense." Ro frowned at him. "There's no perfect plan in this world. Every action carries risks. If you don't want me to die, just follow my plan." Deep worry showed in Troy's eyes. "Fine, if you're really worried, let your griffin wait outside the city. If I fail, you can help us escape. Go out. I need to change clothes." Ro locked Troy outside. Every year, the day of divine descent was a sunny day, and this year was no exception. The sky was clear and windless. The long-closed main door of the temple was opened by 2 monks in yellow robes, revealing the brilliantly decorated statue and walls inside. The circular square in front of the temple was crowded with people. Several prison carts wobbled as they approached from the other side of the square. The death row inmates had already circled around Sharia City, accompanied by a long line of onlookers. Soldiers opened the prison carts, bringing down 7 or 8 death row inmates and leading them onto the execution platform. The platform was at the center of the square, surrounded by a circle of iron pillars to which the inmates were tied, facing the citizens below. The monks piled firewood at the feet of the death row inmates and poured flammable liquid over them, then retreated to the base of the platform, picking up burning torches. As soon as the clock struck 2, the temple bell would ring, and they would throw their torches onto the bundles of wood. The people on the platform looked numb, seemingly accepting their impending death. Most had their eyes closed and heads bowed, with only their dry, cracked lips trembling, revealing their inner thoughts. Fear, despair, and a final struggle. Among these death row inmates were an elderly woman over 70, a girl under 10, a sorrowful farmer, and a youth as thin as a stick. Out of the 7, 6 were women. Lydia was among these 7, the only one who hadn't closed her eyes. In her light green eyes, there was no trace of childhood innocence. She stared with wide, bulging green eyes at the people below, as if trying to memorize each face. The nearby citizens felt a chill from her gaze and picked up small stones from the ground to throw at her. "You filthy woman! Shut your darn eyes! Kill her! Kill her!" A stone hit Lydia's frail shoulder, and blood began to seep from under her clothes. She kept her eyes open, merely shifting her gaze to fix on the few who threw stones at her, her expression numb. Though her eyes showed no hatred, those she stared at were driven mad with fear. They recoiled as if they had seen a real devil, panicking and seeking help while stumbling backward into the crowd. Some brave souls picked up handfuls of stones and rushed forward, hurling them like projectiles, some landing around her, others hitting her directly. The sharp edges of the stones grazed Lydia's pointed chin, leaving a bloody mark on her face, yet she did not cry out, as if she felt no pain. The crowd grew chaotic, shouting in terror, pushing and demanding Lydia's immediate execution. "She is an evil witch. She must be an evil witch." She is watching us. Those are the eyes of a demon. She wants to taint our pure souls. Don't let her see you. Hurry, get away. Burn her. Burn her. Among those calling for her death were her aunt, who often asked for her help with sewing, a struggling uncle who would slip her extra pieces of meat when she bought from him, neighbors who watched her grow up, childhood friends, and once kind passers-by. Lydia stared hard at them, focusing on three plump, repulsive faces filled with excitement hidden among the crowd. The Dagas butcher family was all overweight. They ate meat every day, and their shop had endless supplies. The blood from the lambs flowed down the cutting board, a sight she had scrubbed clean countless sleepless nights. Even the dogs they raised were bigger than her. Lydia Dagas etched this scene deeply into her memory. If witches and demons truly existed, she would gladly embrace them, even if it meant offering her soul. Being devoured by a demon was better than being consumed by humans. At just 9 years old, Lydia was already tired of the ugly faces around her. So she lifted her head, gazing at the blinding sunlight, wondering if there really were gods in the sky, if demons could truly hear her call. Monks and soldiers tried to calm the chaotic crowd. With only a few minutes until the exorcism ritual began, they had to follow strict procedures to avoid disrespecting the divine. The spectators finally quieted down, watching the condemned with silent, hateful glares. Time ticked away, and finally, only a little sand remained in the hourglass. Once it fell completely, the flames of judgment would rise, accompanied by piercing screams. If someone was not afraid of the flames, they must be an evil witch or demon, and the bishop would personally bring holy water to the stage to exorcise them, allowing them to die in its light. The crowd eagerly looked at the platform when suddenly a heart-wrenching wail erupted from the back. A thin, haggard middle-aged man burst into the crowd, cradling a grayish baby corpse. He stumbled to the base of the platform and pulled out a chopping knife from the cloth wrapping the baby. Suzanne is not a follower of the evil god. She is not. Let her go, let her go. Get out of the way. Don't interrupt our ritual. The monks waved their torches to drive him away, but his expression grew more frantic. It's you slander Suzanne. She is a good mother, a good wife. She is not a follower of the evil god. On the platform, the farmer's wife, who had kept her head down, raised it with tears streaming down her face. Nick, go away, don't worry about me, just go. Her voice grew louder until she finally screamed, Nick, go, no, I won't leave. Nick shouted at the monks, holding the chopping knife. Our child is sick. Suzanne killed a chicken to offer to the god of life, not the evil god. She doesn't worship the evil god. Oh, misguided lambs. The cardinal stepped out with open arms, his loud voice drowning out the crowd. Trust in God. He will not mistake a good person nor let a bad one escape. If your wife truly did not offer to the evil god, accept our test. God will protect her. Nick's hand trembled around the knife as he pondered the cardinal's words. Rationality told him that a living person would only burn in the fire, but over 30 years of faith urged him to trust in God and not defy his will. As he hesitated, the hourglass ran out of sand. Time's up, ignite. The monks turned to the platform, raising their torches high. Suddenly, a strong wind swept across the platform, making it hard for the monks to see. Troy blended into the crowd, evenly scattering dry ice fragments. Thick white smoke rose from the ground, swirling around and quickly engulfing the platform. As the fog spread, barking dogs filled the square. What's happening? Why did the fog suddenly appear? It's so cold. My ankles are freezing. Ah, my dog. Big Yellow, stop. In confusion, the dogs broke free from their owners' leashes, barking as they raced away, disappearing from a square in an instant. As the crowd grew anxious, a deep, eerie voice suddenly echoed from all directions. Foolish humans, who calls my name? The voice was harsh and grating, like a demon crawling from the depths of night, whispering in their ears, cold and indifferent, yet laced with mockery and disdain. The crowd trembled, looking around. Who is speaking? Where is the voice coming from? Why is it everywhere? I know. It's the devil. It's the devil. The devil is here. The devil is here. The white mist thickened and rose higher, the monks' torches extinguished with a puff, as if an unseen demon had blown them out. They shouted and dropped their torches, scrambling down from the platform. The devil! It's the devil! Run! Above the platform, a thick fog began to clear, revealing a terrifying figure formed by flickering blue flames. The terrified citizens turned around and saw the most horrifying scene of their lives. His shape was indescribable, with a pale face hidden beneath a burning black cloak. Two sharp fangs pressed against his lower lip, and his crimson lips seemed to drip with blood. He floated silently in the air, with enormous skeletal wings behind him. In his right hand, he held a long white bone scythe made from the bones of some unknown beast, so white it was chilling, making anyone who glanced at it feel a sense of dread. Foolish humans, who calls upon my master? On the execution platform, Lydia stared intently at the demon wrapped in ghostly blue flames, her tea-green eyes shining with intense light. Are you here to take me away? Her throat was dry and painful from not drinking water for 3 days, and she could only produce a hoarse, unpleasant sound. Perhaps her voice was too soft. The demon did not hear her. Lydia looked at him with hope, salty liquid flowing from her torn lips, which she desperately swallowed to soothe her dry throat.
Are you
the evil god? The demon finally cast a pitying glance at her. Only in her eyes did it appear as pity. Everyone else was already terrified. My name is Indu, the messenger of the gods. The tall messenger lowered his gaze, his fiery red pupils casting down the most hopeful light upon her. My master is the great god of death and time, the dark god King Kovikros, who governs human souls and the 6 paths of reincarnation. After much thought, Rhoes decided to just cosplay as a minor Reaper's messenger. If the powerful god of death personally intervened to save a death row inmate, it would diminish his divine status. The god of death and time. Lydia's face showed shock as she whispered with excitement, the evil god really heard my prayers. Messenger. She suddenly looked up. Even though the back of her head hit the iron pillar painfully, she shouted through her tears, Messenger, I am a follower of the Master. Please take me away, take my soul. I am willing to sacrifice my soul to the darkness, to the great god of death and time, to serve his evil for eternity. The demon messenger swung his scythe, as if to reap her soul. His crimson lips parted, revealing a mouth full of sharp white teeth. Then, as you wish. Lydia happily closed her eyes. She had never felt so relaxed in her brief life. Everyone, don't run. There's no evil god here. Darn it, you trickster. The bishop of the temple appeared below the execution platform, his brown eyes glaring angrily at the figure in black above. The holy vial did not glow. There is no devil here. You despicable rat, how dare you ruin our sacred demon-slaying ritual?
What? No devil?
Those who heard the bishop's voice stopped in shock and looked back. Indeed, he is just a vile little man, not a messenger of the evil god at all. He merely used magic to disguise himself. The bishop raised the wand he had hurriedly retrieved from the temple. As long as I recite a spell, he will immediately reveal his true form. The panicked crowd halted, looking skeptically at the figure above the platform. Upon closer inspection, he wasn't that frightening. The smoke and flames looked scary, but they posed no real threat to them. The bishop sneered at the figure in black and waved his wand. Darn rat, reveal your true form. Nulina reveals spell. The bishop of Sharia was a mid-level mage, and the power of this spell was something Rhoes could not resist.
So, she did not resist.
The gem on the wand emitted a dazzling white light, shooting directly at her. What wings, what white mist, what red-eyed fangs. These are all illusions, insignificant insect. How dare you deceive a noble cleric? The bishop laughed mockingly. Look, see the true form of this darned rat. Master? Master? The monk trembled as he tugged at the bishop's robe, shaking with fear, liquid seeping from between his legs. Master, you must see. He is truly a demon.
What?
The bishop looked up in disbelief. The eerie figure still floated in the thick white mist, its ghostly blue flames gradually turning red, and its crimson eyes became even more terrifying. Those sharp fangs could easily pierce his throat and drain his blood in an instant. Its skeletal wings flapped faster, growing sharp black feathers that radiated an evil aura. He is angry. The demon is angry. Run away. The monk fled in terror, crying out just like the common people. The demon is angry. Its flames have turned red. It wants to kill. Run. Quick, run. In the chaotic square, only the bishop stood frozen, muttering impossible. How could this be? Pitiful mortal, your foolishness truly pains me. The demon flapped its wings, its dark red eyes glaring down, and the white bone scythe swung down.
Ah!
Fear overtook the bishop, and he couldn't help but scream, turning to run toward the temple. The holy vial. He still had the holy vial. The holy water inside could banish demons. Seeing him finally scared away, Rose quickly shook off all the dry ice under her skirt, raising the carbon dioxide concentration even higher. The phosphorescent fire on her body had burned for too long. The oilcloth was about to catch fire. She needed to extinguish it before going down to save Lydia, or it might ignite the oil on her. The white mist was so thick that she couldn't see any shapes. Rose used the smoke as cover to descend to the ground, quickly untied the ropes binding Lydia, and rescued her. Due to the high carbon dioxide concentration, Lydia was somewhat oxygen-deprived and fell into Rose's arms, clutching her sleeve like a lifeline.
Are you
here to take me away? Rose was taken aback, but then held her tightly. Yes. Time was of the essence. She steadied Lydia and was about to leave when suddenly a hand reached out beside her. It was the poor farmer woman, who had somehow freed one hand and firmly grabbed Rose's arm as she tried to leave. Do you want to come with me? Rose felt a pang of compassion. Before the demon-slaying ritual began, she had been hiding in the crowd with an invisibility spell, piecing together the tragic story of this woman from snippets of conversation. Her child was sick and on the verge of death, and she had no way to help except to pray to the gods. To make sure the gods heard her prayers, she killed the only rooster in her yard to offer as a sacrifice, not knowing that a neighbor she often quarreled with saw this and reported her to the temple. After her sacrifice, her child miraculously recovered, but another child in the village fell ill. The temple believed she had used evil magic to offer that child's health to the evil god, so they drowned her child and arrested her. Seeing the excitement in the farmer woman's eyes, Rose sighed. All right, let go of my arm first, and I will help you down. To her surprise, the farmer woman tightened her grip, a crazed smile spreading across her face. It's a person. It's a person. I've caught her. Someone come quickly. I've caught her. Her fingers dug painfully into Rose's flesh, her eyes darting nervously to the crowd below, her dry lips stretched wide as she shouted, Bishop, hurry, kill her. She must be a follower of the evil god. She is a follower of the evil god. Rose's expression changed suddenly as she forcefully pulled her arm away. The farmer woman's sharp nails tore Rose's sleeve into shreds, leaving 5 deep scratches on her fair skin.
Devil D.
A roar came from behind her, the bishop's voice filled with fury. She turned around abruptly to see the bishop opening the neck of a glass bottle, pouring its contents out. A clear liquid flew from the bottle, tracing a beautiful arc as it fell like a shower of flowers. Rose couldn't risk whether the holy water would work. She covered Lydia with her cloak and flew up into the sky, creating a strong gust of wind. A sharp pain shot through her back as smoke curled from her wings. The tattered cloak couldn't protect her from the holy water's assault, droplets seeping into her outer robe. In that moment, it felt like thousands of burning needles were piercing her back, the pain searing through her body, making her want to curl up. She would always remember the mistake she made today. Never try to save someone who has already surrendered their soul to faith. They are not human. They are like ghosts lost to the jaws of a tiger. Such pain is unforgettable. Once is enough. Devil, it really is a devil. It truly is a devil. The bishop, holding the empty bottle, looked at the smoking figure rising into the sky, his eyes filled with deep fear. Quick, go summon Dean Morrison. Notify the Lord and the Magic Academy. The crowd had already fled, and the bishop had to run toward the temple, calling out the names of others. But before he could reach the temple doors, dozens of fiery, smoke-billowing spheres suddenly rose into the sky. The true form of the devil was lost among these ascending objects. Injured and weak, Ro could no longer carry Lydia out of the city. Enduring the pain, she cast an invisibility spell on herself and Lydia and flew back to the small courtyard as fast as she could. Lydia had already fainted. Ro stuffed a cloth into her mouth and tied her to the bedpost. After this incident, Ro finally learned a lesson: never gamble on a person's humanity in any situation. This is not a peaceful world. In a peaceful world, she could still be betrayed, let alone in this terrible otherworld. Ro placed the raincoat over Lydia's head, looked in the mirror, and removed the rough contact lenses and the ceramic dentures that hurt her gums. She also painfully took off the bony wings tied to her own wings. Her once strong and powerful wings were now burned and pockmarked by the holy water, the soft, shiny feathers charred, resembling two bald, roasted chicken wings. Ro felt a pang in her heart. Scars on her back were one thing, but with her wings in this state, how could she fly again? She realized she had even waxed her black wings, but hadn't thought to waterproof them. Gently, Ro touched her poor wings and put them away. She wondered if she could heal them and decided to pray to the god of the dead for help. Ro took off her outer coat and looked at her back in the mirror. Though the raincoat had some holes, it still blocked a significant amount of holy water. Her back bore several scars that looked like they had been burned with a hot iron. They still stung, but it was much better than before. Ro washed her back with clean water, dried it with a white cloth, and finally used a soft brush dipped in tung oil to gently apply it to the scars. The largest scar was about the size of an egg, located at the base of her wings, likely where the holy water had flowed in. It looked as if a chunk of flesh had been gouged out, leaving a deep pit. Extreme pain turned to numbness. She could hardly feel it anymore, but her nerves were extremely fatigued, and her limbs began to weaken. Ro forced herself to change clothes, burned everything she had just used, and hid the sickle and bony wings in the rafters, thinking she might need them again. After doing all this, she removed the cloth from Lydia's mouth, pinched her nose, and woke her up. The frail little girl, nothing but bones, awoke from her nightmare, gasping for air, her pale green eyes staring blankly at her. Ro picked up her wand and squatted in front of her. When she saw Lydia take in enough oxygen, her breathing gradually calmed, and her gaze began to focus. She slowly asked, "Are you awake?" Lydia looked at her with uncertainty, shrinking back into the corner of the bed. "Who are you? Didn't the messenger save me?" Ro stood up. "I am the messenger you spoke of." Lydia's mouth fell open in shock, her thin face looking as pale as paper against her reddish-brown braided hair. "I give you two choices," Ro said, looking down at her. "First, leave Sharia, hide your identity, and never return. Second, stay by my side and be my servant." Lydia thought for a moment and said firmly, "I want to stay by your side and be your servant." "Congratulations, you chose the right answer." Ro tossed aside her wand. "If you had chosen the first option, I would have killed you." Even if Lydia was the person she had risked her life to save, she would not hesitate to kill her. She would not let someone who might expose her identity wander outside her sight. Agreeing to Troy's plea to save her was the most impulsive decision she had ever made, and she regretted it now. "Now, tell me, why do you want to stay?" Ro sat down in a chair, her dark eyes like a deep lake. A fierce fire ignited in Lydia's bright eyes. "Because I promised, I will sacrifice my soul to the great god of death and time, serving him for eternity." "Good. Your promise saved your life." Ro had thought Lydia realized she couldn't survive outside of Sharia, which was why she chose to stay, but the answer was a bit different. She hadn't misjudged. Those were indeed eyes filled with defiance and hatred even when facing death. "I must tell you something. I am not the messenger of the god of death and time, but the messenger of the god of the dead, the demon most feared by humanity." Ro supported her heavy head with her hand. After hearing this, Do you still want to serve him?
No, no.
Lydia looked shocked. She was silent for a long time before answering in a hoarse voice. In my heart, he is real, and so are you. I want to serve you. Who pulled her out of the mire? Who saved her life? Her soul would be sacrificed to whoever saved her. This person before her was the god she longed for day and night. I allow you to serve me, but right now I need you to do something else, Rose said, lifting Lydia's thin chin with her finger. Become a follower of the god of the dead, and pray to him with me. Feeling the warmth of Rose's finger under her chin, Lydia looked at her with devotion. Yes, my lady. The great and just god of the dead. The great and just god of the dead. Odalit, who holds the power to govern the order of the dead realm. Odalit, who holds the power to govern the order of the dead realm. I am your loyal follower. I am your loyal follower. I want to pray to you. I want to. Rovi led Lydia and offered a heartfelt hymn to the god of the dead. Her back felt slightly warm, but this warmth did not come from the burning of holy water. It came from the mark of the divine. Oh, great god of the dead. Do you see your followers' burns? Great god of the dead, please forgive your powerless follower, who, after being burned by holy water, has no remedy and can only weaken and die. Please do not feel sad. You have countless followers who can offer you the most beautiful praises and prayers in my place. Rovi prayed sincerely in her heart, believing that he would hear her voice. The warmth on her back grew more intense, and her shoulder blades began to itch, like ants biting her, an unbearable itch. Rovi knew the god of the dead had heard her prayer and that she had developed a follower for him. The itch on her back was proof. The blessings of the god of the dead were always so eerie. This itch was more unbearable than the growing pains when her wings had sprouted last time. Rovi gripped the armrests of her chair tightly to avoid scratching her back. She looked at Lydia, who was still praying with her eyes closed, and spoke to distract her. That's enough. Your prayer is over for today. Lydia opened her eyes, staring blankly at her. What should I do now? Her voice was hoarse and grating, like a duck that had swallowed gravel. You don't need to do anything. Just listen. Rovi pressed her fingers tightly against the armrest. From now on, you will be called Rosie, my servant. Lydia tilted her head back, her eyes like two polished turquoise stones, clearly treasured for many years. Rosie. A layer of mist formed on the turquoise, adding a sheen to the already glossy surface, reflecting bright light. Forget your old name. Forget everything from your past.
Can you do that?
Rovi asked. I can do it. Lydia's eyes filled with tears. The nightmares she wanted to forget day and night would finally just be a dream from today. Rovi did not care about her answer. If she couldn't do it, she wouldn't mind using magic to help. I have two things for you. One is hair dye and the other is invisible contact lenses. You need to change your hair and eyes to black. The hair dye was made by Bella using black beans and grape vinegar, and the contact lenses were made from leftover resin from her previous red lenses. Using these two items for disguise was safer than using magic. After all, Sharia was full of magic apprentices and wizards, and with her magic, any spell she cast would be too easy to detect. Lydia, no, now called Rosie. Rosie obeyed all of Rovi's arrangements because this was the redemption granted by the divine, the meaning of her existence. The itch on her back lessened a bit, and Rovi looked at her hand. The scratch marks had also disappeared. She bent down and untied the ropes binding Rosie. Follow me. She took Rosie down to the basement and lit the wall lamps. This used to be a wine cellar. It will be your bedroom from now on. You cannot leave here for the next month. You need to repeatedly dye your hair with the dye on the table until it turns pure black. You also need to learn to make black contact lenses yourself. I will have someone buy more tree resin. Don't worry about wasting it. Just do a good job, or the rough lenses will scratch your cornea. There is water and food on the table, and there is a chamber pot in the corner. Someone will come to change it regularly. After saying this, she lifted Rosie's chin, her gaze falling on the ugly scar on the side of her face. Fortunately, it hadn't damaged the muscle. The wound only looked severe. Given a child's strong healing ability, a month would be enough for the scar to fade. If she wasn't prone to scarring. Take good care of your face. I won't keep a servant with a scar by my side. Yes, ma'am, Rosie replied hoarsely. Rovi gazed at the youthful face. Although she couldn't distinguish the high nose and deep-set eyes typical of Westerners, she could tell it was a very alluring face. Perhaps the red and green color combination had a natural charm that attracted attention. Whether it was a splash of red among a sea of green or a single leaf among countless flowers. Beauty is not a sin. Don't intentionally hurt your face anymore. I know you could have avoided that stone.
Thank you, Mom.
Tears rolled down Rosie's cheeks, one drop at a time, sliding down her thin face. She knelt down, deeply bowing to the ground, her forehead touching the damp earth. Rosie, thank you, ma'am. Get up. Rovi had said enough for today. She arranged everything for Rosie and left the cellar. Half an hour later, the sound of hooves echoed outside. A girl who looked exactly like Rovi got off the carriage, her eyes wide with panic as she rushed into the courtyard. Master. The girl saw Rovi and looked at her like a lifeline, her eyes instantly moistening. Master, you're back.
Thank you, Bella.
Come in. I will change you back. The girl followed Rovi into the house. Moments later, the door opened and Bella emerged, now wearing a maid's dress. This was the plan they had discussed earlier. While she went to the execution site, Tom took Bella out to see the sights to create an alibi. Everything was perfect, except for Rovi's magic wand. In the room, Rovi looked at the small black stick in her hand, which had suddenly cracked and split from the base, falling silent for a moment. No wonder powerful wizards used wands. It turned out that magic sticks, like contact lenses, were disposable. If others found out, how would she explain it? Professor Moses had said they needed to use that stick for a year. Where could she find some asphalt to fix it? When Troy returned, she would have him look for coal and oil. Places with oil usually had natural asphalt. If not, they would have to refine coal and resin. Thinking of coal and oil, Rovi's mind quickly flashed through industrial formulas and ideas, finally settling on weapons. Coal could be smelted into steel to create various firearms she wanted, while oil could be used to make fuel and rubber and even mass-produce simple oil bombs. With these things, she could truly establish herself in this world. However, this small courtyard couldn't accommodate a large factory. It would be best to secure her own territory first. 2 hours later, Troy climbed over the wall into the small courtyard. Is everything cleaned up? Yes. I smashed those gramophones and threw them into the blacksmith's furnace, and the balloon skins were swallowed by the griffin. Rovi nodded. Did anyone see you? No, Troy said. But the city is under martial law. Monks and city guards are patrolling everywhere. We probably can't leave the city for the next few days. That's fine. I didn't plan to let her leave the city. Rovi looked seriously at Troy. Now that everything is settled, we need to talk about your issues. Troy, do you remember that you are my hired guard? Troy lowered his eyes. I know. Do you really know? Do you understand that your recklessness could cost your employer's life? Troy hung his head low, like a small beast being bullied. But he was not that weak.
Troy, this is the second time.
Both times you ignored your employer for strangers you barely know. Is this the code of conduct for mercenaries? Ugh. Troy knelt on one knee, holding his sword with difficulty, his voice strained. I swear on my life, I will never. Troy, mercenaries don't swear oaths, Ro interrupted. That's the code of knights. You are a knight, right? The only goal of mercenaries is to complete their employer's tasks. They don't talk about character or oaths. Only knights uphold bravery, kindness, compassion, and justice as their principles, always ready to sacrifice for their virtues. Troy stiffened, his grip on the sword relaxed. Ro knew she was right. You know so much about the royal affairs of the Kingdom of At. Are you a knight of King At? Ro answered her own question. A knight of King At must also be a general. How did you end up in this situation? Troy, if you don't clarify this today, I can't trust you anymore. Think it over. Ro dropped this line, stopped wasting words, and turned to walk up the stairs.
Wait.
Don't go, I'll explain. Ro turned back and saw Troy's pleading gaze. Don't leave, I'll tell you everything. All right, Ro sat down on the steps, I'm listening. Troy remained kneeling, speaking hesitantly. I was indeed a knight before, but I am not one now. At 14, my father sent me to a knight's castle as a squire. When I came of age, I became a squire knight. At that time, several principalities in the kingdom of it were at war, and I represented the king's army to fight, officially becoming a banner knight. In medieval Western society, generals had no ranks. The rank of knight was equivalent to that of a general. Noble children were sent to a castle at 14 to serve as pages for great nobles, and upon reaching adulthood, they could become squire knights, earning their own banner. Squire knights who had been to battle and gained military achievements could drop their squire status and become banner knights, gaining their own territory and castle. Troy achieved great military success, rising from knight to lord in 3 years, then from lord to baron, and was recognized by the king, becoming his guard. So you're a noble. How did you end up in Sharia? Ro asked curiously. Troy tightened his grip on the sword. Because I was framed. My friend envied my favor with the king and secretly poisoned my drink. When I passed out, he left a totem of the evil god on me, slandering me as a follower of the evil god. Queen Medusa sent palace guards to capture me and slandered me to the king, saying that red hair is a sign of the devil. If he didn't believe it, he could use fire to test me. I escaped and became a fugitive. Troy remembered the past, gritting his teeth in anger. Ro listened quietly and sighed. Sigh. Queen Medusa achieved her goal. What do you mean? Getting you away from the king, Ro said matter-of-factly. Didn't you say you were powerful? Someone like you, who is so strong yet so stubborn, is a threat to her control over the king. Troy's eyes widened. She wants to control the king? It's obvious. The king doesn't like her child and wants to establish another heir. She must pave the way for herself, or she'll be eliminated by the new king. Look at Asina's reckless behavior. She's so arrogant without royal recognition. Who gave her the courage? Clearly, it was Queen Medusa's ambition. Rose stood up and patted Troy's shoulder. Look on the bright side, brother. Someone with such strong morals, who doesn't do their job well even after getting paid, I'd want to get rid of too.
Troy.
What? Do you want to go back and continue protecting King At? No. Troy shook his head. He's not worth protecting anymore. Ro raised an eyebrow. Oh? Then, who is worth it? Troy glanced at her with his green eyes, his ears turning red. You. You are worth it. Then remember what you said today. Ro's voice turned cold. I don't want to see you make the same mistake a third time. Troy nodded eagerly. All right, stop kneeling. After a slap, Ro helped him up. Since you've led troops before, you must have a few loyal subordinates, right? I do have a few, but they suffered because of me. Some are dead, and some have escaped. Troy, Ro smiled. Would you like to wash away your sins and become a citizen of another country? Troy smiled bitterly. King It has issued a warrant for me. No country on the Western continent will accept us, especially since I have red hair. Since he became a fugitive, discrimination against red-haired people on the continent has intensified. In a sense, Lydia was also affected by him. Just because there's none on the Western continent doesn't mean there's none beyond it. If you can help me tear off a piece of land from the Western continent, I will pardon your sins and those of your loyal subordinates, allowing you to become citizens of my country. Troy suddenly looked up, his gaze intense. You're not a royal noble of the Western continent? Rose smiled brightly. Of course not. Then you. Troy swallowed hard, unable to believe his guess. Are the princess of the wasteland? Rose smiled but didn't confirm or deny. But this attitude made Troy's heart race even faster. My forces can't act here, and I haven't brought an army, Rose said calmly. This matter will have to rely on you to plan. Troy was both excited and troubled, but I don't have any troops left. His title was stripped, and his territory and army were taken back by the king. So we need to find a piece of unclaimed land, occupy it quickly at the lowest cost, and use it as our training ground. Unclaimed land, Troy pondered for a moment. The unclaimed land on the western continent is where various countries fight over, making it hard for us to take. Such places lack the soil for us to take root. The unclaimed land I'm talking about is a place no one dares to go. Ro hinted to Troy, like barren sand dunes, cold snowfields, places so desolate that no one wants to occupy them. They're such places, but... Troy hesitated. But what? Troy reluctantly spoke. But these are lands polluted by evil gods, inhabited by undead and demons, with many taboos. Touching them means death. He phrased it gently, but in reality, entering such places is like seeking death for humans. Yet Rose seemed intrigued. Oh? What places are polluted by evil gods? The Demon Sea, the Abyss Canyon, and the Forest of Calamity. Rovi remembered 3 places: the Demon Sea, the Abyss Canyon, and the Disaster Forest. In the original owner's memories, she had only heard of the Demon Sea, located near their fishing village, where fishermen avoided fishing. It was said that there was a demon island in the Demon Sea, filled with piles of bones, wandering spirits, man-eating monsters, and evil witches. Rovi squinted. Could the Demon Sea be a gathering place for followers of the god of the undead? I know about the Demon Sea. Tell me about the Abyss Canyon and the Disaster Forest, she said to Troy. The Abyss Canyon is located above the frozen tundra in the northern lands. Hot magma flows at the bottom, and the sound of demons roaring often echoes from within. Not far from the canyon is the infamous Exile City. The Disaster Forest is at the southernmost tip of the Western Plains. It's a mangrove swamp submerged in seawater, home to sea monsters, poisonous insects, venomous snakes, and brain-eating water monkeys. Anyone who enters will catch a disease. Troy spoke seriously, fearing Rovi might be tempted by these 2 places. Rovi was indeed not tempted because she had already made a decision. When school is out, we will explore the Demon Sea. The Demon Sea. It was the most terrifying of the 3 forbidden places. Troy regretted mentioning the Abyss Canyon and the Disaster Forest, realizing he should have described them as less dangerous. Rovi's decision was firm. There's still over a month. Contact your subordinates to see if anyone is willing to come. The pay is negotiable. Troy thought it was unlikely anyone would hesitate at the mention of the Demon Sea. Seeing the change in his expression, Rovi smiled calmly. If they don't want to come, look for mercenaries. I'll offer a bounty of 100 gold coins per person. I don't believe there aren't any brave souls. 100 gold coins. Troy's eyes lit up. Can I count myself and my griffin as 2 people? My griffin is quite strong. Rovi. Look, here's someone who values money over life. Due to the appearance of demons, the city was on lockdown. Patrols frequently walked down Academy Street, and all the shops were closed. The city gates only allowed entry, not exit. The only people still on the streets were monks and soldiers, along with students rushing back from outside the city. There were guards at the school entrance. Each student entering had to show their arms for inspection against a parchment. Not red-eyed, no fangs. Roll up your sleeves. No scratches either. You can go in. Rovi lowered her sleeves and walked into the school gate with a cold expression. The guard had no doubts about her. Every noble he asked to roll up their sleeves wore the same expression, as if insulted. He continued to compare the ugly demon portrait on the parchment with the students entering. The portrait was hideous. It depicted a monster with a green face and fangs, red eyes, a black body, a bloodied chin, and hands like skinny chicken claws, with flames drawn as weeping ghosts. It looked nothing like Rovi's cool Reaper disguise. It resembled a creepy chicken thief. The temple was truly despicable for using such a method to tarnish the image of the dark god's messenger. Rovi felt gloomy. People are visual creatures. If this portrait spread, who would still believe in the dark god? They would think, if the messenger looks so ugly, the dark god must be even worse. How could she attract followers then? Whoever drew that portrait, she would make them pay. Fuming, Rovi returned to her dorm. While changing into her nightgown, she saw her smooth arms and was relieved that the god of the undead had healed her injuries in advance. There were guards at the door. indicating that the bishop still suspected that the messenger was a disguise and had not given up searching for her. Her act was like walking a tightrope. One misstep could lead to disaster. If the academy's teachers and students weren't so uninterested in the commotion, she might have been discovered on the spot. A single spell could have knocked her down. She succeeded because she tapped into people's fear. Everyone was afraid of demons, so their first instinct upon seeing her was to flee, not confront her. She had observed the bishop in the morning. He looked like a worn-out old man, struggling even to hold a water bottle. His magical abilities were surely lacking. Fortunately, she had guessed right. As Rovi reviewed her actions from today, she wondered if she had left any flaws. If there was anything unexpected today, it was the holy water splashed by that peasant woman and the bishop. She hadn't expected holy water could actually burn her. The drop of holy water in the morning had no effect. Rovi's expression changed as she pulled out a small porcelain bottle from her discarded dress. Was the morning's holy water faulty, or was the person who splashed it the problem? She opened the bottle and turned it upside down. A drop of clear liquid slid down the bottle, hanging at the opening, about to drop. Rovi dipped her finger in the liquid. It felt cool and did not burn at all. Could it only be effective when she transformed her wings? Rovi focused her thoughts and summoned her wings, but her hands showed no change. She finally confirmed that it was just an ordinary drop of water. Morrison, the dean, did he switch the holy water? Rovi recalled the comments she heard this morning. The senior student said, "When did Dean Morrison grow a beard? He's not as handsome as before." Had the dean's beard appeared today, or had he been growing it for months? Wow, wow, caw. Suddenly, a harsh, grating bird call sounded outside. Rovi quickly retracted her wings and rushed to pull back the curtains. In the dim light, a familiar crow flapped its wings and flew off the windowsill, its legs twitching in the air, its flight erratic. Rovi frowned as she watched the crow fly over the treetops, its dark figure disappearing on the other side of the lake. She shifted her gaze back to the windowsill and suddenly noticed a dark shape. She focused and realized a large, furry spider was crouched outside the curtain, identical to the one she had found on her bed over a month ago. The infernal spider? Rovi quickly grabbed a cup and covered it again. Strangely, even though she had covered it, the spider crawled out from the other side of the cup. Rovi thought she had seen it wrong and flipped the cup again. This time, she swore she wasn't mistaken. The infernal spider really crawled out of the cup she had covered, as if it had learned to walk through walls. The furry spider moved its legs, then tossed out a messy bundle of crow feathers. Rovi. She had never seen a bug defeat its natural enemy and claim a prize. Under her gaze, the large spider leisurely climbed down the window frame, passing under her elbow and crawling into her room. Rovi bent down and placed the cup in its path, curious to see if it could walk through walls again. The infernal spider paused, touched the cup with its sensory legs, then suddenly lifted its body and tossed the cup aside. It acted so arrogantly, as if it didn't consider itself an outsider at all. Rovi watched the magic spider walk straight ahead, curious about where it was going, and followed closely behind. The fluffy spider, slightly bigger than an egg, moved its 8 legs quickly and soon reached her bed. Its furry head tilted, as if measuring the distance to the bed. Before Rovi could get closer, it suddenly jumped onto the bed with a duong, bouncing on the soft wool blanket. Oh, it's just a little jumping spider. Why is it even cuter? Remembering what Troy said about its deadly poison, Rovi hesitated to touch it. Instead, she poked it gently with the tip of her magic wand. Missed? Not believing it, Rovi poked it again. The hell spider suddenly raised its 2 long, spiky legs and knocked her wand away. Wow, that's quite strong. Now Rovi was genuinely surprised. How does it manage to touch objects without being touched itself? It could not only throw her cup, but also move her wand. What exactly are you? The hell spider tilted its head, its big, watery eyes staring at her. 3 pairs of tiny black pearl-like eyes were embedded in the bristles on either side of its head, resembling earrings and hairpins. Not to mention its two fluffy antennae, which covered its fangs like two puffy feather fans, shy and adorable. At least Rovi held her chest, overwhelmed by its cuteness. But she also remembered that this little creature, no matter how cute, was poisonous, and it was lying on her blanket, making it impossible for her to sleep. The cup couldn't contain it, and the wand couldn't scare it away. Rovi thought for a moment, emptied her coin pouch, and used her wand to place it in front of the spider. Be good, go inside. The big bed is not suitable for you. I might accidentally squash you. This is your home. Look at this pouch, so soft and hidden. This is where a proper little spider should stay. Little spiders shouldn't climb on beds. Be good, go in. The hell spider stared at her with its shiny big eyes, tilting its head. Its front legs moved, as if it was really considering what she said. Little spiders shouldn't climb on beds? It hadn't heard that before. Rovi read those two sentences in its adorable big eyes, and her affection for it surged. Of course, little spiders love warm little homes and wouldn't sleep on human beds. Go in quickly. Tomorrow, Mommy will feed you bugs. The hell spider's antennae perked up, waving enthusiastically as if to say it wanted to eat lots and lots of bugs. Okay. Mommy will prepare a big basket of bugs for you. Rovi couldn't help but smile widely, her face filled with a motherly grin. The hell spider shook its thin legs and turned to crawl into the coin pouch. Such a good little one. Rovi quickly tossed the pouch into the drawer and carved a binding magic rune on it. The cup couldn't contain you, but the magic rune can hold you, right? Rovi climbed into bed, feeling relieved as she blew out the oil lamp. After staying up for many nights, she fell into a deep sleep. In a daze, something crawled onto her face. Soft little paws scratched her skin, moving around with a fuzzy touch, poking her eyelids and nose. Rovi slapped her face, and the hell spider jumped away, landing beside her pillow, staring at her with its big, shiny eyes as she slowly woke up. What is that? Not feeling any bugs on her face, she turned over and immediately saw the fluffy spider staring back at her. She sat up quickly and glanced at the drawer. There were several scratches on the magic rune, like a child scribbling with a small knife on the wall. Rovi's gaze shifted to the spider, noticing its 8 fluffy legs, each with 2 sharp claws like little hooks. You did this, didn't you? The hell spider tilted its head. Rovi covered her face. What kind of spider is this? So cute even after causing trouble. Wait, it even broke the magic rune. That's too fierce. Just as she was about to use magic to immobilize the little creature, she sensed something was off. Why was the whole building so quiet? Oh no! Rovi quickly put on her clothes and opened the door, finding the hallway eerily silent with no one in sight. A bowl of cold water was by her door, and the old lady was nowhere to be found. Oh no, I'm late. That morning, Rovi lost a credit point from Coach Cumberland. Fortunately, she was only 5 minutes late. If she had slept through the whole class, she would have lost all her credits. While practicing swordplay, she suddenly thought of the hell spider crawling on her face. Could have been trying to wake her up? What a thoughtful little darling. After sweating it out in the square for the whole morning, when the sun shone on both sides of the supreme statue, Coach Cumberland announced their release. Rovi took a break with her wooden sword and stood up to leave. As she casually glanced around, she unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. Senior Kyle, she called out, hurrying over. Kyle turned his head, and upon seeing her, he shivered slightly. As senior, what a coincidence. Very coincidental, Rovi said, looking past his shoulder. Senior, isn't Toby with you today? No. Kyle struggled to find an excuse. He didn't want to get sunburned today. Sunburned? Rovi's tone rose. Yes, actually, Toby is a delicate little bird, afraid of being called black, Kyle continued smoothly. You know, little birds, like people, don't like others commenting on their appearance. Oh, I see. Rovi nodded in understanding. I saw a little crow by the window yesterday, bitten by a spider, and I thought it was Toby. Of course not, Kyle forced a laugh. Toby is terrified of getting dark. He won't go out at night, so how could he be by your window? Rovi furrowed her brow. It seems I really mistook him. A well-behaved little bird like Toby wouldn't peek into a girl's dormitory. Yes, yes, Kyle nodded, unable to resist rubbing his cold neck. Last night, his crow had crashed into the window, lying on the carpet, twitching, unable to stand up. Kyle picked it up to check, and just as he locked eyes with its red bean-like eyes, a huge spider with a menacing mouth part lunged at him. The hell spider dug its sharp claws into the crow's scalp, and its venomous fangs viciously pierced its neck. The master could connect with the senses of the summoned beast, and in that moment, Kyle felt as if his own neck had been stabbed by the spider. He felt dizzy and collapsed. If Chad hadn't found him in time, he might have spent the entire night on the cold carpet. God knows how much Kyle fears bugs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to summon a crow in the first place. That hell spider was found by Chad in the Monster Mountain during their training this summer. At that time, it was just an orange egg. Chad wanted to tame it, which is why he brought it back. Last time, he asked Chad to come up with a way to get rid of Rovi, and Chad actually put that thing in. He said that such a poisonous creature is wild and hard to tame, so how could it follow orders? As expected, the mission failed. Not only did he fail, but he also bit back, which made Kyle furious enough to scold Chad harshly last night. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Kyle looked at the beautiful younger student in front of him, and he couldn't feel any affection. Every time he saw her face, he thought of that spider that had attacked him, and even Rowei's gentle smile seemed a bit fierce to him. However, thinking of Rowei's identity as a descendant of angels, Kyle couldn't bear to give up. After hesitating for a moment, he invited her, "Junior, would you like to go out for a meal? I heard that the ice cream dessert house has a new beef burger set. Shall we try it together?" Rowei admired Kyle's strong mental resilience. After losing face in the store last time, he still dared to go back. His dedication to food was impressive. But then again, even though Kyle seemed mature, he was really just a 17-year-old kid, still not graduated from high school in his past life. While thinking, Rowei showed an awkward expression. "Sorry, Senior Kyle. Thank you for the invitation, but I already have plans. Besides, Teacher Lillian." Kyle's smile stiffened. After waking up from his last drunken episode, he had received 10 lashes from Sister Wong, and the scars on his back still hadn't healed. Sister Wong was so angry because she was afraid Rowei would be swayed by him. Rowei's refusal to accept his invitation must have been influenced by her. Filled with resentment towards Lillian, Kyle lowered his voice. "Junior, you can't really believe what she said, can you? Did she say I have a bad temper and that I'm stupid and poisonous? That's all false. The one with a truly cruel heart is her. What I said that day was not a lie. She personally killed her husband just to get his inheritance." "Really?" "No way," Rowei said in surprise, covering her mouth. "Teacher Lillian doesn't seem like that kind of person. How can she not? She always pretends to be kind to deceive others. She never does anything without a benefit. The reason she agreed to my cousin James's proposal was to target his wealth." Seeing that she still didn't believe him, Kyle lowered his voice even more. "Do you know why she came here to teach? It's to recruit some clueless students from the academy to serve her. Think about why she gave you a recommendation letter for the academy. She just wanted to use you." "Wait," Rowei looked at him with a strange expression. "How do you know that Teacher Lillian gave me the recommendation letter?" Kyle paused, his voice faltering. That's because every year during new student admissions, professors ask senior students to help organize materials. I happened to see a recommendation letter with Sister Wong's personal seal on it." After explaining, he thought he finally found a good excuse. After all, professors do ask students to help, but noble students usually don't do such labor. The real reason was that he had planted his own informant in Sister Wong's guard team. He just didn't know why that informant disappeared after arriving in Zyrea and never reported back to him. Chad had heard from Robert that the informant was swallowed by monsters along with several other knights. That was ridiculous. How could he not know there were monsters in Zyrea? Sister Wong must have discovered that knight was his and killed him outside the city. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying Lillian seemed. Suddenly, he shivered, and quickly looked around. Not seeing Lillian's figure, he relaxed. To be honest, those 10 lashes really hurt. They were almost as painful as his father's beatings. Well, Junior, I'll be going now. Let's meet up next time when you're free. Kyle shrank his neck, feeling like Sister Wong was watching him from some corner, and the scars on his back began to throb again. Okay, Senior.
See you next time.
Rowe smiled apologetically as she watched Kyle quickly blend into the crowd. Her gaze became meaningful. That crow was indeed Kyle's summoned beast, Toby. She only mentioned seeing the crow outside the window and didn't say it was at night. Kyle hurriedly jumped in to say that Toby doesn't go out at night. That excuse for a werewolf was really lacking thought. Stupid and poisonous? That description was quite fitting. Now, the identity of the person who wanted to kill her was clear. It was Kyle. She just didn't understand why he suddenly changed his attitude and wanted to befriend her. Could it be that he realized he couldn't kill her and thought of joining her instead? Rowe left the school with her wooden sword, strolling back to her small courtyard. Troy, what did you do with the hell spider I gave you back then? After entering the yard, she turned around to face Troy. I burned it. Troy met her gaze and added more detail. I first cut it in half with a sword, then burned it to ashes. Then why? Rowe was about to finish her sentence when she suddenly saw a shadow jump off her shoulder and pounce towards Troy's neck. Troy reacted quickly, sidestepping and drawing his sword to slash at the dark shadow.
Wait.
Rowe quickly called out to him. Don't cut it. It's that hell spider. Troy's grip on the sword faltered, and just as it was about to hit the spider, he managed to redirect it, causing the blade to scrape against the stone floor and create a spark. How? Is there another hell spider? He glared at the furry spider on the ground. Strange, I didn't bring it out. Rowe picked up a stick, crouched down, and poked the spider, which grabbed her with its claws. The strength was exactly like the spider from last night. Did you see where it crawled out from? Rowe wondered. I didn't see clearly, Troy frowned. It seemed to just appear on your shoulder out of nowhere. Bella, bring a cup out, Rowe called out. Okay, Master. Bella's voice came from the kitchen, and soon she ran over with a cup, screaming when she saw the spider on the ground. Oh my, where did this spider come from? It's so big. Keep it down. Don't scare it, Rowe said as she took the cup from her hands, turned it upside down to trap the spider, and stepped on the bottom.
Do you still want to keep it?
Troy looked at her disapprovingly. Hell spiders can cause excruciating pain and paralyze limbs. Let me just kill it and burn it. Yes, Master, the spider is poisonous. Be careful it doesn't hurt you, Bella added worriedly. Shoo. Rowe placed her finger on her lips and whispered, Don't make noise. Look, it's about to crawl through the wall. Troy shook his head. Don't say it's a juvenile hell spider. Even an adult hell spider can't do that. Just watch closely. It's not an ordinary hell spider, Rowe said seriously. What's so special about it? Troy asked, amused, looking at the spider under her feet. He stared at the cup at her feet, smiling, but then the smile faded. The cup didn't move or get knocked over, yet the hell spider emerged. First it poked its head and chest out, then its round belly, and its 8 legs walked out of the cup in pairs. The spider arrogantly stood outside the cup, raising its 2 front legs and spreading its feather-like appendages, showing off its fangs. It was demonstrating its power to those who provoked it. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't blink, Troy would have thought he was imagining things. Rovi, with mixed feelings, moved her foot aside.
Did you see that?
It has this ability. Troy struggled to speak. But the hell spider can't walk through walls. Only. He suddenly glanced at Bella. Rovi understood his look and instructed, Bella, take the cup back and wash it. Okay, Master. Bella picked up the cup and ran into the kitchen. What can walk through walls? Rovi asked. Troy fixed his gaze on the spider on the ground. Besides some smoke-like creatures, only the undead can. The undead? Rovi asked curiously. Are there undead spiders? Any living creature has an undead form, but undead beasts are rare. They usually don't appear without a necromancer summoning. Are you saying the spider was summoned by a necromancer? Troy wasn't sure. But who would summon a useless spider? Generally, undead beasts stay close to their summoner. If they're too far away, they lose their magical energy and disappear. Rovi's eyes flickered. Could this hell spider have been summoned by her? But she hadn't even learned the summoning runes. Wait, could this be a power granted to her by the god of the undead? Alright, let's not get caught up in this. What he said is true in general, but we can't rule out exceptions. Rovi pointed at the spider on the ground. This is an undead spider that wanders after death, just like a soul after a person dies. It approached me just looking for a place to belong. But no buts. We killed it, so it has a reason to seek us out after death. Revenge has its source. Troy felt a chill run down his spine at those words. Rovi took out a pouch and coaxed the spider inside, then looked up to find him still in a daze. Why are you standing there? Aren't you going to eat?
Eat, oh eat.
Troy rubbed his arms and drifted away like a wandering spirit. After lunch, Rovi returned to her room and wrote 2 small booklets, handing them to Troy. What is this? Troy asked, confused as he opened the leather booklet. Roman and Rosie's study plans. From now on, you'll teach Roman swordsmanship for an hour every morning and 2 hours of physical training in the evening. Also, teach him knightly etiquette, just like you did before. Give the plan for Rosie to Roman, and he should teach her what he learns at school every night before bed. Using resources wisely, Troy was more suited to being a friend than a subordinate. She needed to cultivate her own people. Although Roman and Rosie were young, in this era there was no concept of childhood. Children their age were often the main labor force in many poor families. Plus, children are easier to teach and won't be as rebellious as Troy. By the way, check if Roman and Rosie have any magical talent. If they do, I'll arrange a magic class for them. Troy admired her ability to push people to their limits, but he was skeptical about her idea of arranging a magic class for Roman and Rosie. Only a small portion of people have magical talent. Out of 1,000, there might not even be one. And among that 1 in 1,000, very few have strong enough talent to be detected in childhood. How do you know they don't have it if you don't try? Rovi said seriously. Don't underestimate anyone. I'm not underestimating them, Troy replied helplessly. It's just that it's hard to tell if such young children have magical talent. Only a magic stone can sense it. Rovi said, then go buy a magic stone. You should have a way to get one, right? Magic stones are hard to come by, but I have one. Then why aren't you getting it out? Troy looked up at the sky, feeling guilty. It's in the griffin's stomach. Rovi, why do you keep putting things in its stomach? What now? I'll just wait for it to come out. Rovi looked at him in disbelief. Troy, are you going to dig a magic stone out of a pile of dung? Troy defended himself. It's feces, not a dung pile. What's the difference? Troy lowered his head. Rovi closed her eyes in frustration. She couldn't bear to look at Troy anymore. Just thinking about how he had held her with those hands made her. Ugh. Rovi gagged, tears welling up. Troy's head drooped lower. I couldn't help it. When we were fleeing, it was inconvenient to carry valuables, so I agreed to put them in its stomach. I didn't expect it to not come out. Rovi. Wait, you've been fleeing for a year or 2, and it still hasn't come out? It hasn't come out at all. I've seen its feces. Is it stuck in its stomach? No, the griffin just doesn't want to go, Troy said with a frown. It thinks I can't afford to take care of it anymore, so it wants to keep the treasures for itself to give to a female griffin it likes later. Rovi's mouth twitched. You're not talking about your mount. You're talking about a griffin as if it's a person, right? It's my mount. Griffins are ancient creatures that have existed since the gods were born. They are very intelligent and have long lifespans. This griffin approached me during my battles. As long as I feed it meat every day, it will be my mount. We don't have a contract. Rovi thought for a moment. Call it over, I'll talk to it. It's just meat. How much can it eat? When it's hungry, it can eat a whole cow in one sitting. Rovi. Now calling it over means I have to feed it 2 fat sheep. Rovi held her forehead. After a while, she lowered her hand and called Bella over. Go to the market and buy 10 sheep. Make sure they're fat. An hour later, 10 sheep bleated as they crowded into her yard. Rovi looked at Troy. Blow the whistle and call the griffin over. I'll treat it to a meal. Troy blew the bone whistle, and soon a large bird flew down from the sky. The griffin landed slowly in the yard, its golden eyes fixated on the fat sheep trembling in the corner. Rovi had no experience communicating with griffins, so she had Troy relay her message. Tell the griffin that these 10 sheep are for it to eat, and I can provide it with 1 sheep every day in exchange for a few magic stones. Before Troy could speak, the griffin's head swiftly turned toward her, and its strong legs took small steps closer. Chirp! The griffin let out a melodious call toward Rovi, and Troy's expression instantly lit up. What happened? What did it say? Asked Ro. It didn't say anything, Troy replied heavily. I've just never heard it make such a delicate sound before. Really? I think it's quite nice, Ro said, just as the griffin lowered its large eagle head and rubbed its smooth top against her shoulder. Troy closed his eyes. It can understand you, and has already agreed. Ro touched the griffin's sleek feathers in surprise. So smart. She looked into the griffin's golden eyes and asked tentatively, Griffin, did you agree? The griffin lifted its neck, made a few gurgling sounds, and suddenly lowered its head to spit out a sheepskin bag covered in slime. My money! Troy's eyes widened in disbelief. You tricked me. You never swallowed it. The griffin pressed a paw on the wooden box, ignoring him, and turned to Ro, saying, Chirp, chirp. Ro smiled warmly and petted the griffin's smooth feathers. Thank you. I'll just take a few magic stones. The rest is still yours. The griffin skillfully opened the sheepskin cloth, revealing a wooden box secured with a latch. With a gentle claw, it opened the box and rummaged through it, pulling out a dozen magic stones, red, blue, yellow, purple, and green. It pointed with its claw, and then picked up 5 different stones to present to Ro. Ro quickly reached out to catch them. It released its grip and rummaged through the box again, pulling out a white stone and a black stone to give to Ro. Troy was stunned. Light element magic stone and dark element magic stone? How could these be in my box? Wait, why are there more things inside? He tried to step closer to examine, but the griffin pushed him away with a paw. Chirp! The griffin quickly closed the box, wrapped the sheepskin cloth back around it, lowered its head, and swallowed it whole. This smooth action showed it had practiced many times. My treasure box. Spit it out and give it back to me. Troy rushed forward to pry its mouth open. Chirp! The griffin let out a powerful eagle cry, kicked Troy away, and flew to the corner, grabbing a fat sheep with one paw and soaring into the sky. Ro put the 7 magic stones in her pocket and, seeing a few more sheep in the corner, asked curiously, is it not going to eat the rest? Troy looked lost. No, it just wants to catch them alive and raise them to eat slowly. Can griffins raise sheep? Yes, it has a pasture on a hill in the deep mountains, 70 kilometers away. This griffin is quite resourceful, Ro thought, marveling at nature's wonders. She turned to Troy. What's wrong? You look like you're about to die. My money. That's not your money, Ro teased. That's the griffin's treasure box. Troy seemed to be hit hard, standing motionless in the yard like a statue. In the afternoon, Roman and Tom came home from school. Miss, what's wrong with Troy? Roman asked, carrying his leather backpack and looking curiously at Troy, who radiated an aura of don't come near. Maybe he found out after digging through dung for years that the treasure wasn't there. Troy was looking for treasure in dung? Roman looked shocked. I've told you many times to call him Uncle, Ro corrected him. Roman pouted. He didn't want to call Troy Uncle, as it made him seem so small. Troy, you've been dazed for so long. You should move around a bit. Come in and test Roman's magic talent, Ro ordered. Troy walked in with a dull expression. Ro placed the 7 magic stones on the table. How do we test? Troy glanced at the table, feeling worse. They were all his, except for the 2 white and black stones. He listlessly told Roman, pick them up one by one and feel them. If you have the corresponding elemental affinity, the magic stone will light up. Roman nervously approached the table, his small hand hovering over the stones for a moment before reaching for the whitest one. The white one is a light element magic stone. There are hardly any light mages among tens of thousands. You might as well try something else, Troy said, lifting his eyelids. I want to try this one first. Roman huffed in displeasure, immediately grabbing the magic stone. The more Troy discouraged him, the more he wanted to try. Suit yourself. Troy didn't feel like saying more. This magic stone belonged to the griffin, who knew where it came from, and whether it even had magic elements was uncertain. After all, light element magic stones were as rare as light mages. Roman clenched the glowing white stone, his face turning red from Troy's "suit yourself." 10 seconds passed, and Troy glanced at him. Try another. This one didn't light up. Stupid Troy, I want this one. Roman shouted defiantly. He lowered his head, his eyes red as he stared at the stone in his hand, his arms starting to tremble as if he was putting in all his effort. Using force won't help. If it doesn't light up, it doesn't. As soon as Troy finished speaking, a dazzling white light burst from Roman's hand. It lit up. Roman exclaimed joyfully, opening his fingers and presenting it to Ro like a treasure. Miss, it lit up. Ro gently patted Roman's head.
See?
Roman is amazing. I knew you had magical talent. Roman grinned widely and proudly held the stone up for Troy to see. Didn't you say it wouldn't light up? Troy was still in shock. How could a street urchin possibly have the talent of a light mage? He snatched the magic stone from Roman's hand, held it for a moment, and the light dimmed until it disappeared, never lighting up again. It wasn't the magic stone's fault. He looked at Roman in a daze, opened his hand, and reached out. You hold it. Try again? Fine, I'll try. Roman confidently took the magic stone, held it tightly, and it lit up again. Troy couldn't quite express his feelings. All right, put it down. Try the others to see if you have any other elemental affinities.
Oh.
Roman tried the remaining stones one by one, but none lit up. Ro asked Troy, how's his talent? Is it good or bad? Troy's voice trembled. Very good. He has pure light elemental affinity. If he goes to the church, he could even become the next paladin. I don't want to go to the church. Roman panicked, looking at Ro. Miss, please don't send me away. I just want to be your knight. Ro hurried to reassure him. I won't send you away. How could I bear to? I still need you to protect me when you grow up. Roman finally calmed down, but shot Troy another glare. Stupid Troy. All right, enough noise, Ro said, putting away the magic stones. Let's go to the cellar and test Roxy. One is already impressive. Can there really be two? Troy muttered. The three of them walked down the dark stairs into the basement, smelling a damp, moldy odor. Ro knocked on the partition door, calling Roxy out to try sensing with the magic stones. Roxy knew what this meant, took a deep breath, and reached for the magic stones with her calloused fingers. Like Roman, she first picked up the white stone, held it for a moment, but it didn't react. Without Troy's prompting, she switched to a blue wind element magic stone. Still no reaction. Roxy wasn't disappointed. She continued trying the blue water element stone, yellow earth element stone, purple lightning element stone, and red fire element stone. None of them lit up. Troy secretly sighed in relief. This was the normal situation. How could they find someone with magical talent among a bunch of kids? He watched as Roxy silently picked up the last stone, and after 20 seconds without a reaction, she stubbornly held onto it, shaking her head slightly. Dark element magic stones were everywhere, but pure affinity for this element was rarer than for light mages. Moreover, dark mages were not well liked. Historically, the few that existed were all powerful villains. It was better that the stone in this child's hand didn't light up. Although Troy thought it was better not to have dark element affinity, Rosie clearly disagreed. She held onto the magic stone tightly, her turquoise eyes narrowing with tension. Sweat beads formed on her pale forehead, glimmering under the dim wall lamp. Let go, Troy said gently. If you keep trying, you'll hurt your hand. The black magic stone was not smoothly cut. Its edges were sharp, and it was unclear where the griffin had chiseled it from. Don't disturb her, Rose said, stopping Troy with a hand. her gaze fixed on Rosie's hand. "Didn't you hear?"
What?
Troy asked, confused. The sound of the stone cracking. Just as she finished speaking, there was a sharp crack, and the stone in Rosie's hand shattered into several pieces. She opened her fingers, and the broken pieces lay in her bleeding palm. The once shiny black magic stone now appeared dull and covered in dust. "Sir, I did it." The little girl's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like a saw scraping against glass. I see," Rose said softly, lifting her thin little hand to remove the broken stone pieces and pulling out the shards embedded in her flesh. "Rosie, you are a rare genius." "I did something wrong. I crushed your magic stone," Rosie said with a painful, raspy voice, tears welling in her eyes. "That was indeed not right." Ro lifted her chin to make her look up. "But Rosie, your mistake isn't here. The magic stone can break, but it shouldn't hurt your hand when it does. Take care of your body, that's my command." Rosie turned her tired eyes, hot tears streaming down her cheeks. Troy stood by, bewildered. What does that mean? How did the magic stone break? He had never seen anything like this in over 20 years. How could a 9-year-old girl have such strength? The magic stone was the hardest material in the world. As long as the magical elements inside weren't exhausted, it couldn't be destroyed. He had once tried to cut a magic stone with a sword and nearly lost his nose to the rebounding blade, yet now, a frail little girl had crushed it with ease. How was that possible? Troy stared with his clear but foolish green eyes, horrified as he looked at Rosie. Could this child be the legendary stone spirit, a magical creature that eats stones? "Oh, Troy, you're so foolish." Roman couldn't hold back. "Didn't you hear Rosie? She succeeded. Rosie is like me. She has magical talent." Troy's pupils shook in disbelief.
How? How could that be?
The magic stone didn't even glow. Roman didn't understand why it didn't shine, but he thought for a moment. White stones glow white, red stones glow red, so black stones must glow black. "Is there black light?"
Troy asked, dazed.
Roman nodded confidently. "Yes, but we can't see it because it's too dark." Ro had just finished bandaging Rosie's hand when she heard their conversation and was momentarily speechless. One was bold enough to say it, and the other was gullible enough to believe it. And then there was Troy, strong but truly foolish, believing a 7-year-old's words. Worried that Troy might be misled by childish talk, Ro quickly spoke up. "Troy, have you ever seen a dark element magic stone glow?" Troy shook his head. "No, only dark magic users can use dark element magic stones, but dark magic users are very rare. I've never met one." "Then how do you think it would glow?" "But other magic stones do glow. Just because other magic stones glow doesn't mean dark element magic stones do." In Ro's understanding, there was no such thing as black light because black is essentially the absence of light. When you mix the 3 primary colors of light evenly, they cancel each other out, resulting in white light. When you layer the 3 primary colors of pigments evenly, you get black, which belongs to the colorless category. This means black is a state of being colorless and lightless. As long as this world follows some physical laws, black light cannot exist. Black stones don't glow unless their blackness isn't pure enough to release colored light waves. Ro picked up a gray magic stone fragment. "Can you feel if this stone still has magical elements?" Troy's eyes showed a hint of confusion. "I can't feel it. I don't have dark element affinity." Ro paused, casually putting down the fragment. "I can't feel it either." She had previously tried to understand the composition of holy water and looked for information in the library, but found nothing about it. However, she did see some explanations about magical elements. People in this world believed that magical elements were 7 energies that decomposed from the body of the creator after their fall, and these energies made up all natural phenomena. This is a typical naive materialist viewpoint. Although it's incorrect, it has some reference value. From this perspective, the existence of magic becomes understandable. Since humans are transformed from the blood of the creator, and these 7 energies are also decomposed from the creator's body, people with strong souls can utilize these energies to gain magic through a series of rituals. In principle, the stronger the soul, the more magical elements one can affinity with, so almost all mages can affinity with wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning, though they may have a preference for different elements. Light and dark elements are exceptions. Light represents the righteous gods led by the sun and moon, while darkness represents fallen evil gods. Only those favored by these two types of gods can affinity with the corresponding elements. Light and dark elements cannot coexist. Those who affinity with light elements will never affinity with dark elements, and vice versa. Ro had indeed felt the energy emanating from the black magic stone when she picked it up, indicating her affinity with dark elements. Fortunately, dark element magic stones don't glow. Otherwise, if someone tested her with it, wouldn't it reveal everything? Ro put away the remaining magic stones and looked at Troy. What do you think of Rosie's talent? Troy was silent. He didn't know whether to be shocked that Rosie also had magical talent or that she was a pure dark element affinity user. Or perhaps he was shocked that both children Ro had brought back had magical talent, one with light affinity and the other with dark. Such an unlikely event, less probable than the sun colliding with the moon, had just happened right before his eyes. What's wrong? Are you like those people, discriminating against dark magic users? Ro's face darkened. I don't, Troy said with a bitter smile. I can't discriminate against others when I'm in this situation myself. Besides, Rosie hasn't done anything wrong. She hasn't even started learning dark magic. That's good to hear, Ro said, her expression softening a bit. It was Troy who insisted on saving Rosie. If he wanted to abandon her just because she had the talent for dark magic, then the knightly code he upheld would just be a joke. Ro gave him a warning look. Don't let anyone know about their magical talents. She had said the same thing to Rosie and Roman. An innocent person can suffer for having something valuable. You don't have the ability to protect yourselves right now, so you must keep your secret safe, understand? Roman and Rosie nodded seriously. Understood. I'll help you find suitable magic books. Until then, you should learn swordsmanship from Troy. Especially you, Rosie. Don't think that just because you're a girl, you don't need to learn these things. Because you're a girl, you are more likely to be bullied, so you should strengthen your body. She tucked Rosie's sticky black hair behind her ear and said earnestly, Rosie, you can't stay underground forever. Once you have strong abilities, you can remove these disguises and walk proudly in the sunlight. Rosie looked at her and nodded firmly. I understand. Mississippi don't call me miss like that. Just call me miss like Roman does. I hope you become a magnificent female knight. Yes, miss. Rosie choked out, her voice hoarse. Roman glanced at Rosie, feeling a strong sense of crisis. He was no longer the only little knight in the miss's heart. Someone was trying to take his place. Roman lowered his head, his brown eyes darting around, and his small hands clenched into fists. He made a decision. From now on, no matter what Troy taught them, he would practice 10 times more than Rosie and be much better than her, so the miss would know he was the strongest knight. After Ro left, Troy's little knight training class officially began. According to the pamphlet, he would first paint a picture for the children, describing the benefits and glory of becoming a knight, and then explain what a knight is and how to become one. Troy didn't understand why he had to paint a picture first, but that didn't stop him from drawing a circle on the ground and starting the lesson. The benefits of becoming a knight. You can have your own knightly territory, and you can collect taxes from the people in your territory, like land rent and family taxes. You can also have them help you build houses and roads. Rosie lowered her eyes. She knew what paying taxes meant. Farmers in Sharia had to give 1/3 of their food products to the Lord and work for him for 12 days a month without pay. They also had to pay 1/10 of their land as tax to the temple. For example, her uncle's sheep on his farm had to give 1/3 to the Lord, and if they were sold in the shop after slaughter, they had to pay a high sales tax, which could take up to half of the product's value. Roman frowned too. Although he had been a homeless child, even homeless children had to pay taxes. The Lord's followers would collect begging and passage taxes from them every month, and if they couldn't pay, they would be kicked out of the city. Both children looked disgusted by the idea of taxes, and Troy couldn't continue. He shifted to explaining the process of becoming a knight. Children from noble families are sent to serve a knight as a page at the age of 7. At 14, they can enter the knight's castle, become the lord's squire, learn the 7 knightly skills, and study etiquette with the lady. Then they can participate in the knighthood ceremony, where the older knights will lead us in an oath and hold a sword ceremony. During the ceremony, the lord will tap your shoulder with a sword. Don't resist. This signifies that he accepts your loyalty. A knight's loyalty is precious. You can only pledge it to one person for life. However, if you meet someone you love, you can also pledge your loyalty to them. Your beloved will stroke your head and accept your affection. Roman and Rosie listened attentively, but after hearing all this, their expressions turned a bit disappointed. Troy asked, "What's wrong? Can we become knights even though we're not from noble families?" Roman asked sadly.
Of course not.
Only those from noble backgrounds could become knights. But looking into the hopeful eyes of the 2 children, Troy couldn't bring himself to tell the truth. Yes, even though you aren't nobles, you are talented and can be exceptions to become knights. Troy wasn't good at lying. He always got nervous and looked at the ground when he did. But the 2 children believed his lie and were immersed in the joy of thinking they could become knights. Seeing Roman and Rosie smile made his guilt for lying fade away. Perhaps Ro really had a way to make them knights. After all, she came from royalty and held a high status. Troy thought again about what Ro had revealed to him, and his blood began to boil with excitement. If he could help her conquer a territory, she would gain real power, and not only would Roman and Rosie's dreams of becoming knights come true, but his own wishes could be fulfilled as well. There were still 1 month and 18 days until the Sharia Magic Academy's break. More than a month was enough time for his old friends to arrive from the southern countries. In the next 2 days, Ro didn't leave the school. One reason was that the city was under strict control, making it inconvenient to go out. The other reason was that they had to attend the magic rune class again, and she hadn't finished her homework for it. Her luck had always been terrible when playing card games. She once got the title of unlucky after 1,000 draws without getting a shining card. Now her luck was still terrible. She seemed to have drawn a cooked flower seed. Ro checked the magic rune in soil, and everything seemed fine, but her seed just wouldn't sprout. When she dug it out, the outer skin was rotten. How could a seed that wouldn't sprout be used to test if the magic rune was effective? Ro picked up the rotten seed and held it under the oil lamp to observe its structure. It looked a bit like a morning glory seed. There were morning glories growing all over the school, so it was easy to find an identical seed. Ro walked around the garden and successfully gathered several seeds and a few morning glories. Back in her dorm, she lined up the seeds and placed the morning glories in a row, then took out a stack of iron pieces she had bought and began to draw the magic runes. A magic apprentice's magical power is limited. She only carved 10 acceleration runes and 10 growth runes before feeling dizzy and exhausted. After resting for a while, she paired the 2 types of runes and placed 7 seeds on top, leaving the remaining 3 pairs of iron pieces for the morning glories. With 20 runes operating simultaneously, small whirlpools of air began to swirl on the table. Ro watched in shock as the 3 vibrant morning glories quickly withered and rotted in the whirlpool, turning into a mushy mess. The seeds on the other iron pieces also quickly molded and decayed. Ro picked up each iron piece to check. She was sure she hadn't drawn the runes incorrectly, but why did they have the opposite effect? Suddenly, a hell spider appeared out of nowhere, jumping onto her desk and excitedly raising its front legs to dive into the air whirlpool. Under the influence of the magical elements, its bristles stood upright, its fur became shinier, and its dark eyes sparkled with joy. Rovi sat quietly for a long time. Staying calm might not be her fault. Actually, the recent experiment was not rigorous. She should control the variables and redo it. As Rovi comforted herself, she divided the 20 magic patterns into 3 groups: 5 growth patterns, 5 speed patterns, and 5 overlapping growth and speed patterns. The flowers and seeds placed on the speed patterns showed little change, but the flowers on the growth patterns gradually rotted, and the seeds slowly grew mold. The seeds and flowers with the 2 patterns combined rotted as quickly as in the previous experiment. She figured it out. The speed pattern was fine, but the growth pattern had a negative effect. Rovi sighed deeply as she watched the hell spider moving around in the metal piece, absorbing energy. The hell spider tilted its head, seeming confused about her sigh. Rovi tossed the metal piece with the growth pattern to it. Here, play with this. I want to figure out how to make the seed sprout. The hell spider jumped up, caught the stack of metal pieces with its claws, and, like a diligent little worker, moved them to the corner of the table, then comfortably lay on top to watch her study the magic patterns. Rovi picked up her carving tool, squeezed out the last bit of magic power, and began to carve the warming pattern. The growth pattern gathered earth elements, but something was wrong with her earth elements. They couldn't promote growth, only death. If that's the case, she wouldn't use earth elements. After all, Professor Mike was checking the flowers, not the magic patterns. Making the seeds sprout was easy. As long as the temperature and humidity were right, they would sprout naturally. Once the seeds sprouted, she could mix in some nutrient solution, add a few speed patterns, and let them bask in the sun during the day. How could she not get flowers? 2 days later, Rovi walked into the magic pattern class holding a pot of blue morning glories, blending into the colorful sea of flowers. Most students held flowers, and while the types varied, a closer look revealed they were similar to the wildflowers blooming around the academy. A small group held empty flower pots filled with soil, sitting in the middle of the flower sea, waiting for Professor Mike's inspection. However, when Professor Mike entered the classroom, he only glanced around before stepping up to the podium. Those who didn't grow flowers, stand up. Everyone exchanged looks, and the 10 or so students holding empty pots stood up, confused. I gave each of you carefully selected seeds. No one should have seeds that won't sprout. He looked at the group with displeasure. You are honest, but your work does not meet my standards. Either you didn't care for the seeds properly, or your magic patterns were poorly drawn. Whatever the reason, your work has failed, so you lose 5 points. Rovi looked at her flower pot, where green morning glory vines wrapped around a small stick and trumpet-shaped purple flowers gently swayed in the breeze. She had nurtured this plant for 2 days. This assignment was indeed not difficult. With so many students in class, how could Professor Mike remember who had mature seeds, who had immature seeds, and what color the flowers were? Those seeds were so small, mixed together, it was impossible to tell them apart. It seemed he just wanted to discourage shortcuts. Rovi remembered her goal when she first arrived, to get top marks in every subject. She set that goal because she had no money and wanted to earn a tuition waiver and a scholarship by being first. Now, she wasn't worried about the few gold coins for tuition, but she still couldn't give up on the scores in 2 classes, magic patterns and spells. Her false noble identity was a ticking bomb. To avoid being blown up when it exploded, she had to study magic patterns and spells well and become a magic tutor as soon as possible. After the magic pattern class, Rovi headed to the cafeteria. She hadn't seen Winnie for over half a month and wondered how she had been. Miss Rovi. Winnie. On the familiar tree-lined path, Rovi ran into Winnie and Balk. These two always appeared together, but today they seemed to spark something different. Winnie quickly broke free from Balk's hand, blushing as she ran over. I haven't seen you in so long. Are you going to the restaurant today? No. I came specifically to find you, Rovi gently asked. Are you free this afternoon? I'd like to have tea with someone. I'm free. As long as it's your invitation, I'm free, Winnie said, glancing apologetically at Balk. Balk looked at her pitifully, as if he had been abandoned by his owner. Rovi smiled and asked, What about Balk? Does he want to join? Balk's face instantly lit up, nodding vigorously. I'm free. Thank you, Miss Rovi. Then let's go now. Rovi adjusted her soft cashmere shawl and winked at them. Let's get there early to grab a spot. There are usually a lot of people at the Ice-Curie Dessert House in the afternoon. Ice-Curie Dessert House. Winnie exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide. Is that the dessert house where a piece of cake costs 4 silver coins? Yes. You promised to come with me. You wouldn't back out now, would you? Winnie and Balk looked both excited and hesitant. But the desserts there are so expensive. I'm treating you, so why worry about the price? Rovi lifted her chin, Do you want to go or not? Answer me.
Yes.
They both replied in unison. Then let's go. Rovi knew the two were a bit intimidated by the noble students, so she led them into a private room. Once the door closed, no one outside could see in. Winnie and Bulk finally relaxed, excitedly looking around the room. Soon, the white plates on the table caught their attention. Is this a plate? Winnie hesitated to touch it. The plate was shiny and white, clearly very expensive. Bulk also marveled. What kind of plate is this? Why is it so smooth, like a pearl? It's porcelain, specially customized tableware from the shop, only provided to guests who reserve private rooms, Rovi explained softly. To be precise, it was only for gold and diamond level members. This batch of ceramics looked different from the ones she used to make scythes and bone wings. The scythes and bone wings were unglazed and had a grayish color, making them look like white bones. The glazed ceramics had a glossy appearance and warm colors, definitely not reminiscent of her scythes. She wanted to hire a group of fearless mercenaries to venture into the Demon Sea and secretly train them, which would be a huge expense. Relying solely on her cashmere and cake businesses wouldn't last long, so she needed to find more sources of income. First, let the customers at the cake shop get to know the porcelain, and then spread the word through them. Naturally, savvy merchants would come seeking to buy. As Winnie and Bulk carefully touched the pristine porcelain, the maid brought in the desserts they had ordered. The two were enchanted by the sweet aroma, eagerly picking up their spoons, and after Rovi took a bite of a cake, they dug in with gusto. However, halfway through, a loud commotion suddenly erupted outside, like a wave rolling in from afar, followed by several screams from downstairs. Rovi rang the bell to call the maid. What's happening? Why is it so noisy outside? The maid trembled as she replied. The temple is executing a blasphemer. They just dragged him past the street in a cart. The streets were filled with crushed flesh and blood, the condemned man's limbs bound to the spokes of the cart, blood splattering everywhere. Winnie turned pale at the news, and Bulk stopped eating. I think I heard my father mention it yesterday. Bulk swallowed a piece of pizza as he recalled, the temple is executing a farmer today. What was her name? Oh, I remember now, it's Susan. Susan, the farmer woman who scratched her arm. Rose's eyes flickered as she stood up and walked to the window. In the middle of the street, there was a wet, dark red drag mark, flanked by clear tire tracks and hoof prints, mixed with damp soil and rotten vegetable leaves, likely dragged here from the market. As expected, the temple's execution cart would circle the city a couple of times, dragging the body through every street. It was a bloody and brutal execution that scared away all the pedestrians. No one wanted to get splattered with the flesh of a condemned criminal, and the once lively Academy street fell silent. Has the temple gone mad? Ro heard someone discussing it downstairs. Why didn't they give a warning? That drop of blood almost hit my face. A blasphemer should be burned, right? Why was she sentenced to the wheel? She found it strange, too. Blasphemy usually resulted in burning, while the wheel was typically reserved for traitors. Rose sent her maid to find out more, but the maid returned with surprising news. The temple's monk issued a notice that the condemned criminal was guilty of blasphemy against the evil god. Since it was blasphemy against an evil god, they couldn't punish her as they would for blaspheming a good god, so they used the wheel instead. Ro asked, wasn't her previous crime worshipping an evil god? How did it change to blaspheming the evil god? Yeah, Bulk also wondered, and when did blasphemy against an evil god become a crime? The maid lowered her voice. The condemned touched the evil god's messenger on the day of divine descent, which is disrespectful to the evil god. The temple says that the evil god is still a god and should not be disrespected, or it will bring endless disasters. What a sarcastic statement. Ro understood. The temple couldn't catch the evil god's messenger and feared retaliation, so they quickly executed Susan, who had scratched the messenger. It seemed the temple ultimately believed her disguise. As Ro left the dessert shop, she glanced back. The mud and blood outside had been washed away by the staff, but a few suspicious dark red stains remained on the wall, with flies buzzing around. This world was filled with a foul stench, nurturing a swarm of greedy flies and maggots. At night, The annoying buzzing of flies even followed her into her dreams, ringing in her ears. Half awake, Ro pulled the blanket over her head. The flies buzzed all night but finally quieted down. The next morning, Ro's first task was to check the doors and windows. Ever since she learned that Kyle was watching her with crows, she made sure to close everything tightly every day, ensuring not a single fly could get in. The cloth strips in the gaps of the doors and windows were untouched, and the hair tied to the handles was unbroken. Where did that fly come from? Rose searched around but found nothing, her gaze landing on a pile of iron pieces on the table. The magic patterns had faded, unable to gather earth elements, and the house spider had cruelly abandoned it. She opened the drawer, but it was empty too. She searched every corner of the floor, still finding nothing. Finally, Ro looked at her soft bed, where the blanket was still unmade, and anything could be hiding inside. She walked over and shook the blanket, and sure enough, a large, fluffy spider fell out. "Didn't I tell you, little spider, not to get on the bed?" Ro picked up the blanket and scolded the disobedient house spider. The spider looked at her with its shiny black eyes for a moment, then suddenly jumped high, landing on the pillow and burrowing underneath. "Trying to hide, huh?" Ro dropped the blanket and removed the pillow, confronting the spider that didn't seem to realize its mistake and was tilting its head cutely. The spider raised its front legs, asking for a hug, while Ro raised her hand. No, she couldn't hit it. One slap would either kill it or get her poisoned. "Little spider," Ro lowered her hand. "Look at where you're living. I'm not charging you rent, so shouldn't you work off your debt? Other jumping spiders catch mosquitoes and work hard all day. I haven't seen a single mosquito or fly in here, and you're so big. Your work skills aren't very good." The house spider glanced at her, moved its legs, and turned away, showing its fluffy backside. Upset? Ro was surprised. This little creature could really understand her words. All right, I won't talk about you anymore. Turn around, and I'll give you a name." The house spider actually turned around, looking at her with its big, watery eyes. Strangely, Ro thought, she could see expectation in those two black spider eyes. "How about Lucas?" she suggested in a negotiating tone. The house spider waved its legs, looking annoyed. "Don't like it? Lucas is a nice name. Do you know how cute Lucas is?" The house spider didn't want to listen and was about to run away, covering its face with its legs. "Let's change it. I'll give you a different name." Ro looked at its resisting back and suddenly realized something. "You're not a girl, are you?" The house spider stopped. It really was a female spider. No wonder it didn't like the name Lucas, which is for boys. "How about you be called Nicole?" "Nicole?" The house spider bounced and turned in a circle, tilting its fluffy head like an excited puppy. "Nicole, you need to work hard catching bugs from now on." Nicole stared at her with its round, shiny eyes and waved its legs. Now, there was a little pest control guardian in the bedroom, so she probably wouldn't have flies buzzing around her ears tonight. After Ro finished washing up, she headed out. Today, she had a spell class and needed to get to the classroom early. The fire spells had already been taught, and Professor Moses was now teaching water spells. The basic water spells included water escape and water dragon techniques. As long as they could condense water, they were halfway to success. Once they became intermediate magic apprentices, they would learn upgraded water spells, like freezing spells, greatly enhancing their magical attack power. Kaelilera.
Can.
Professor Moses broke the long spell into segments, teaching it line by line, while the students followed her, each with their own unique pronunciation. Some pronounced it Cayenne, others Galil, and the heavy accents nearly threw Ro off.
Kawajilera.
Even her neighbor, Chin, got the tone wrong, mispronouncing every word of the spell. On the podium, Professor Moses's patience was wearing thin. "Stop." She stepped down from the podium, calling on students one by one from the front row to recite. After all the students had recited, Professor Moses divided them into small groups, letting those who had learned the spell guide those who kept mispronouncing. Most of the students with accents were commoners. Ro was assigned 3 commoner students. Miss Ro, Luce, Jack, Bin. Ro called each of their names gently, saying, "Don't be nervous." I'll say it once, and you just follow me. Kaelilera. Kaenlin. Alright, I already know where you're mispronouncing. Ro patiently corrected them one by one. Luce, you like to say instead of l. Repeat after me. Kaelili. Kaenli. It's l, not any Lily.
Nelly.
It's l. After one class, Ro was exhausted. There was no choice. There was only one magic school on the Western continent willing to accept commoners, and the class was filled with students from all over. Almost everyone had an accent, making communication extremely difficult. Nobles usually look down on attending the same school as commoners. They have their own elite academies, and if they don't want to go to school, they can hire private tutors. It's also a great honor for a wizard to be a godparent to a noble family. But who could resist the excellence of the headmaster of the Sharia Magic Academy? Headmaster Morrison is the youngest high-level magic master in the entire Western region and the most likely candidate to become a Grand Master. It has been over 500 years since a Grand Master appeared in the Western region, making him a highly sought-after figure. However, Headmaster Morrison has a peculiar temperament. Despite coming from an ancient noble family, he prefers interacting with commoners rather than nobles. Initially, kings from various countries tried to befriend him by funding the establishment of the school and selecting outstanding offspring to attend. In the end, Headmaster Morrison built the academy in a remote area, the secluded town of Sharia. Sharia is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the town is run down. Many princes and princesses turned back at the city gates, unable to bear the sight, and fled in the opposite direction. Later, Headmaster Morrison somehow managed to attract a group of exceptional teachers, making the Sharia Magic Academy appealing even in its remote location. In fact, many of the school's rules benefit commoners, such as requiring students to live in the academy castle, prohibiting overnight absences, and allowing outstanding students to have tuition waived. The daily schedule of half-day classes is designed to give common students time to work and earn a living. Rovi admired the school's progressive educational philosophy and the motto students of all backgrounds are welcome, and she couldn't help but admire the headmaster. In this era, he is truly a giant. The teachers at this school, whether it's the cool yet warm-hearted Mother Moses, the wise Professor Mike, the mysterious Baroness Tobias, or the caring Professor Temple, are all giants of their time. In early winter, the days are short, and even the birds begin to flee. The tall sycamore trees lose their yellow caps to the western wind, and palm-sized leaves fall, revealing empty nests among the branches. The teaching building of Sharia Magic Academy is not a modern educational structure, but a magical Gothic church. Standing outside the classroom and looking up at the towering spire, it feels as if one could fly up to the clouds with this magnificent building. On one side of the church is a wide, straight stone path, with sycamore trees standing faithfully along the sides. They have served as street trees for over 40 years. Dried leaves shaped like duck feet cover the stone path, crunching underfoot like potato chips. Rovi picked up a fallen leaf, and through its duck-foot shape, she seemed to see the sycamore tree outside her childhood home, which was as thick as her finger. That was when her mother had just planted it, and the sapling had only a few small, soft leaves, smaller than this leaf. Last year, I planted a sycamore tree, and the green leaves are high and cool. Her mother had taught her many poems about sycamores, but as a child, she didn't understand the profound words and liked this straightforward line. The sycamore is the tree of her hometown, and no matter how similar the leaves in this foreign land are, they are not sycamores. Dark clouds rolled in, and it started to rain lightly at night. Rovi lay under her blanket, covering her ears. The buzzing sound had been continuous since midnight. This was definitely not a fly, as the tighter she covered her ears, the louder the noise became. She had wrongly blamed Nicole. It turned out the problem was with her. Rovi got out of bed and lit the oil lamp, hugging her knees with a heavy heart. Hearing voices can be a sign of a nervous system disorder. Had she finally developed a mental illness due to stress? The buzzing in her ears grew louder, gradually sounding like someone was murmuring, the words unclear. Rovi sat up for most of the night, wanting to sleep but unable to. Just before dawn, The murmuring finally grew louder.
Great. Soul. God.
I beg you. Rovi tightened her blanket, her expression becoming more serious. It was a man's voice, seemingly praying to an evil god. Rovi held her breath, concentrating on listening. I pray to you. I want to sacrifice.
Kill them.
The prayer became clearer, and she was almost able to understand. God of death and time. I am your follower, and the voice suddenly stopped. And I what? Nicole? Why did it stop so suddenly? Rovi rubbed her ears, confirming she really couldn't hear that voice anymore, which made her feel worse. Boom! A deep bell rang from afar. It turned out dawn had arrived. Rovi opened her tired eyes and reluctantly got out of bed. She hadn't had a good night's sleep since coming here 2 months ago. She thought not sleeping well was bad enough, but it turned out that worse things were brewing. Struggling to stay awake during astrology class, Rovi received some bad news. Headmaster Morrison announced to the entire academy the 12 holy knights had received a divine message and were to leave the church to preach in various countries. They might pass through Sharia in 2 days, so students were advised to wear their magic robes and pay attention to their appearance. I don't want to wear the magic robe. The Sharia magic robe is ugly and black, just a piece of cheap rag. If my cousin at the Tarslant Noble Magic Academy sees me, she will laugh at me to death. Chin complained while walking out. Rovi recalled that when they enrolled, the school did give each student a black cloak with a Sharia Magic Academy badge. That magic robe was indeed a bit ugly. It was neither fully black nor gray, made of ordinary linen without any patterns, resembling a rag covered in coal dust. No wonder they hadn't seen anyone wearing the same outfit since enrolling. It seemed everyone had a deep resentment towards the ugly uniform. The academy teachers didn't require them to wear uniforms regularly, probably because they also thought the cloak was unattractive. But Rovi couldn't care about the beauty or ugliness of the uniform anymore. She was now worried that the Holy Knights would really come to Sharia. Asina had previously threatened her with the Holy Knights. If they really came, she would definitely seize the opportunity to expose her. Rovi scanned the crowd and immediately spotted the shiny golden hair among them. Asina wasn't waiting for her usual followers today. She was walking hurriedly towards the school gate alone, looking somewhat anxious for some reason. Hey, it's Gladys. Just as Rovi was puzzled, Chin suddenly pulled her aside. Chin, like a fickle girl, held her with one hand while waving vigorously at another woman with the other. Gladys, want to hang out together? Rovi followed her gaze and saw a striking girl. She was truly eye-catching. The girl, with a look of world-weariness, had rare short silver hair and pale blue eyes like frozen lakes. Gladys Sharp, the daughter of the Wolf Lord from the exiled city of the North, has a fierce personality and is rumored to enjoy eating raw meat, earning her the nickname Savage Witch. Her father does not hold a title, but the Ice Wolf tribe is the most powerful force in the North, and as the chief's daughter, no one sees her as a commoner. Gladys always has a scowl on her face. When she heard the sound of a harp, she frowned and walked over. Chin, she paused, then looked at Ro. Ro was surprised that she knew her name. Chin often talks about you, and so do others, Gladys explained. I see, Ro said with a gentle smile. Gladys, nice to meet you. Gladys pulled the corners of her mouth slightly, as if trying to smile but failing, her frown deepening. The weather is nice today, and you look nice too. Ro glanced at the sky. It was gray, and didn't seem very nice. Chin linked her arm with Gladys's. Gladys, you look troubled today. Did something happen? Ro admired Chin's social skills, able to communicate easily with Gladys. Nothing, the paladin is coming. It's annoying, Gladys said. Ro nodded in agreement. She found it annoying too. Right? You don't want to wear those ugly robes either, do you? Chin began to complain about the unattractive school uniforms, as if she had found a kindred spirit. Gladys. Ro. Their eyes briefly met, both seeing the helplessness in each other's gaze. Chin linked her right arm with Ro and her left with Gladys, complaining all the way from the church to the school gate. When Gladys saw the school gate, a look of confusion crossed her face, as if she wondered why she was brought here. She stopped walking, and no matter how much Chin pulled, she wouldn't budge. Gladys, aren't you going out to eat? Chin asked. No, I need to find the principal and ask for leave to go home, Gladys said heavily. Ask for leave to go home? Chin asked in surprise. But the school is about to have a break. Why go home now? I just want to go home, Gladys said coldly. So you can ask for leave? Ro pulled her arm out from Chin's. Sorry, Chin, I just remembered I also need to find the principal to ask for leave. I can't stay with you at noon. Chin looked at Ro in confusion. Do you want to go home too? Ro nodded seriously, yes. Chin hesitated for a moment. Okay, you two go ahead. I can't ask for leave. My mother would make me copy the family rules if she found out. Ro and Gladys exchanged glances, then turned and walked back together. Will Principal Morrison be in his office during lunch?
He will.
Gladys seemed familiar with finding the principal, leading Ro into the side corridor of the second floor of the cathedral, arriving at the principal's office door. Knock, knock, knock. Gladys knocked 3 times.
Come in.
A warm, middle-aged man's voice came from inside. Gladys opened the door and walked in. Ro hesitated for a moment, but followed her into the office. Gladys, what do you want this time? As soon as Gladys appeared, Principal Morrison leaned back in his chair, looking troubled but gentle. Principal, I want to ask for leave. Gladys stood stiffly in front of Morrison's desk. Ro entered a step behind but was caught by the principal's gaze as she stepped in. And you, student, what brings you here? Ro gently closed the door and stepped forward to bow. Good afternoon, Principal. My name is Ro, and I'm a junior magic apprentice. I also want to ask for leave. Now, Principal Morrison looked even more troubled as he glanced at both of them. So, Gladys, Ro, can you tell me your reasons for taking leave? Gladys showed an annoyed expression, as if asking for a reason was bothersome. She frowned and thought for a moment. Winter is coming, and I need to go home to hunt bears. They eat people. Ro waited for Gladys to finish before saying, My father fell seriously ill, and I want to go home to see him one last time. Gladys immediately turned to look at Ro, sympathy showing in her eyes. Ro looked sorrowful, gazing hopefully at Principal Morrison. However, Morrison's brown eyes fixed on them as if he could see through them. So, how long do you want to take leave? Gladys, 10 days. Ro cut it down. I only need 5 days. 1 for 10 days, 1 for 5 days. Morrison opened a sheepskin book and chuckled briefly. Heh, you both come from the north, but can you really make it back in such a short time? Ro was thinking of how to argue, but Gladys blurted out. Then I want to take a month. Principal Morrison's expression darkened, and just as he was about to speak, there was another knock at the door. Come in. The wooden door opened, revealing a boy with messy light blonde hair, who asked weakly, Is this the principal's office? Yes, come in, student. The boy closed the door and stepped inside, leaving muddy footprints from his worn straw sandals on the carpet. He looked at Principal Morrison and gave a simple smile. Principal, I want to ask for a few days off. My mother is seriously ill, and I need to go home to take care of her. Principal Morrison glanced at Ro. Ro, what are you looking at her for? She's going home to collect her father's body, which is a different reason from this boy's. Principal Morrison asked the boy, What is your name? My name is Hall Felix. The principal glanced at the sheepskin paper on the desk. Hall, you were recommended for admission by Professor Temple. The information he provided shows you only have a father. Hall scratched his head. My father married a stepmother. Principal Morrison's expression remained unchanged. Your father is 60 years old, and he can still marry a stepmother? Haha, Hall chuckled a couple of times. Yes, he can. Principal Morrison's gaze swept over the 3 of them, and he closed the sheepskin book with a headache. Your leave requests are denied. You can go back now. Knock, knock, knock. Another knock sounded. Principal Morrison paused for 3 seconds before speaking. Come in.
Knock, knock, knock. Come in.
Knock, knock, knock. Principal Morrison pointed at Gladys. Go open the door.
Oh.
Gladys reluctantly walked over, grabbed the doorknob, and pulled it open with a clatter. Oh no, my eggs. A girl with messy hair stumbled in. holding a basket of eggs. The basket almost tipped over, but Gladys caught it just in time, preventing it from spilling on the soft wool carpet of the principal's office. "Thank you so much. Otherwise, my eggs would have broken." The girl steadied herself against the door frame and hurriedly thanked Gladys. "Lola, who is inside? Is the principal in there?" A voice with a duck-like quack came from outside. Rose saw Principal Morrison take a deep breath and said to the people outside, "You two students, please come in." Lola stumbled into the principal's office, followed closely by a dark-skinned boy who eagerly squeezed in. "Two students, please state your purpose," the principal said tiredly. Lola quickly placed the eggs on the principal's desk. "Principal, these are eggs for you. I'm Lola and Theodore, and I want to ask for leave." "Reasons?" Lola rubbed her hands together. "My grandmother is ill, and I want to go home to take care of her." The dark-skinned Theodore grinned. "My father broke his leg and is dying. I'm just waiting to go home to bury him." As soon as Theodore spoke, Ro knew trouble was coming. Sure enough, his father was almost gone. She only wanted to go back to see him one last time. She hadn't said anything too definite, thinking she might use the sick father excuse again next time. But Theodore said he wanted to go back for the burial. His father had only broken a leg, and he was already planning to bury him. He was harsher than she was. After listening, it turned out that only Gladys, with the least believable excuse, sounded the most convincing. Looking at Dean Morrison in front of them, whose face was turning into a palette, it seemed like it was the first time in his long teaching career that he encountered so many shameless students at once. "Lola, Theodore." The dean took out a roster from his drawer and flipped through it. "Lola, a junior magic rune apprentice. Your enrollment records show that you do indeed have a sick grandmother." "Yes, Dean." Lola clasped her hands tightly. "My grandmother is old and often ill. She is my only relative, and I want to go see her." "That's understandable," the dean sighed. "Your leave can be approved. How many days do you need?" As soon as he said this, the others looked at Lola with jealousy, their eyes showing varying degrees of regret. If they had known to fill out their enrollment forms properly and included more sick relatives, it would have been better. Lola, under the envious and jealous gazes, happily said, "Just 3 days, Dean." The dean glanced at her records again and nodded. "All right, remember to come back to me to cancel your leave in 3 days."
Thank you, Dean.
Lola bowed gratefully. "Take your eggs back. I don't accept gifts from students." Lola lowered her head in embarrassment. "These are for you. Please don't refuse." Before she could finish, a few chirps came from the basket of eggs on the table. Everyone's gaze focused on the basket, their eyes widening. Chirp, chirp. Accompanied by the sound of cracking, the chicks inside the eggs struggled to break free from their shells, their soft yellow bodies pushing out, with wet feathers clinging to their pink skin. The newly hatched chicks had bright black eyes and soft bodies that couldn't stand up, so they opened and closed their pink beaks in the air, making tender, crisp chirping sounds. Several chicks hatched all at once. The room filled with the anxious chirping of the chicks, and the serious dean's office suddenly turned into a chicken coop. Ro glanced at Lola's messy hair and thought she had figured it out. Those eggs must have been taken from a hen's nest right after class. Lola was so embarrassed she was about to cry, and Dean Morrison covered his forehead. "Lola, please take your chicks away." "I'm sorry, Dean." Lola bowed deeply and hurriedly picked up the basket. Dean Morrison, still worried, said, "Lola, you can't keep chickens in the academy, understood?" "Understood." Lola nervously protected the basket, nodding repeatedly. "I won't keep them. I'll just eat. Send them away." Her face turned so red, she looked like she was steaming. She bowed again to Dean Morrison and quickly exited the office with the chicks. Dean Morrison shook his head, still feeling uneasy. He pulled out a blank piece of parchment and wrote a line. "New rule. Students are prohibited from keeping chickens in the academy." He paused for a moment and added another line. "Note, no livestock or poultry is allowed." After finishing, he dried the ink and finally felt satisfied, lifting his head to continue dealing with the troublesome students in his office. "Theodore, junior spell apprentice, your enrollment records show you come from the southernmost Black Reef coast and are an orphan. Where is your father?" Theodore replied immediately, that information is a year old. I've already reunited with my long-lost father. Dean Morrison slammed the roster shut and looked at them. You four, lying and deceiving. This is serious. You're punished to go organize books in the library attic. Go now, and don't leave until you finish. The four were kicked out of the dean's office. They never expected that not only would they not get their leave, but they would also be punished. Ro quietly asked Gladys, do we really have to go? Gladys frowned. If we don't, they'll call our parents. Theodore added, and we'll lose points and get a warning for the whole academy. Hall said, actually, organizing books isn't so bad. It's cleaner than cleaning the stables. All right then. The four of them walked dejectedly toward the library. On the way, Ro asked Gladys, have you been to see Dean Morrison before? From the dean's tone, it seemed he was quite familiar with Gladys. I've been 3 times, Gladys said angrily. He never agreed. Ro asked curiously, agreed to what? I wanted to move out, but he wouldn't allow it.
Well.
She also wanted to move out, but the school rules clearly stated that students must live on campus. I wanted to swap my horse for a polar bear, and he wouldn't allow that either. Ro, that's a bit ridiculous. In equestrian class, if you ride a polar bear, what if it eats someone else's horse? For the 3rd time, I said I wanted to transfer schools. He still wouldn't agree? Gladys shook her head, getting angrier. He said no school wants me.
Ah.
Ro was at a loss for words. 2 hours later, the 4 of them sat panting on the floor of the library attic, their arms too sore to lift, and every breath filled with dust. I take back what I said. Hall lay back in despair among the piles of books, his eyes already dull. This place is not cleaner than the stables. The attic of the library was piled high with mountains of old books, all collected by the academy, but not yet organized. Most were parchment books, with a small portion on papyrus, stored in copper boxes that weren't sealed tightly, and mice had left droppings inside. The attic was dim, with dust over an inch thick on the ground, and cobwebs hanging everywhere. It felt like they had entered a spider's lair. It must not have been cleaned in over a decade. I'm exhausted, Theodore said, holding a broom covered in cobwebs, collapsing beside Hall. Gladys leaned against a neatly stacked copper box, her gaze starting to drift. Ro, feeling rested, stood up with support. We've finished half already. Let's all work hard and try to finish before dark. She picked up a cloth and continued wiping the dust off the books, placing them one by one into the bookcase against the wall. Seeing her action, Theodore suddenly spoke up. I forgot to ask, this esteemed young lady, what reason do you have for wanting to take leave? Ro sensed a hint of hostility in Theodore's words. She placed the book in the cabinet and turned to him, like your reason. My father is ill. Theodore smirked. It seems we've dragged you down, making such a delicate, noble lady suffer punishment with us commoners. We people. Ro glanced at the 3 of them, noticing that Theodore had clearly aligned Gladys and Hall with his side.
Why?
She thought Theodore disliked nobles, yet he treated Gladys as one of his own while excluding her. I'm taking leave on my own, not because of you, Ro said calmly. Gladys looked up. Ro, you don't want to wear the magic robe, right? Ha, I knew it. Theodore stood up mockingly. Only nobles would have such thoughts. Us commoners can't understand. He strode to the attic door and opened it. This noble lady, you don't have to suffer with us anymore. Please step outside. We'll clean this place up. Ro looked at him coldly. Senior, this is the punishment given to us by the dean. I know, but you don't have to do it. We'll handle it for you. Theodore turned to the other 2. Gladys, Hall, what do you think? Hall smiled innocently. I'll listen to the senior. Gladys nodded slowly and said to Ro, you can go first. We'll manage. The 3 were clearly pushing her away. Ro looked at them. Can you give me a reason for your hostility? Gladys frowned. There's no hostility. I like you. Then why? Because we need to discuss something, and we don't want you to hear it. Is that reason enough? Theodore gestured towards the door. Please leave. With that said, staying would only bring humiliation. Ro tossed aside the burlap and walked past Theodore, lifting her skirt. She glanced back at them. Good luck. She guessed what they were discussing might relate to the paladin, but since they didn't want her to hear, she wouldn't rush to expose her weaknesses. Some things are better kept to oneself. Otherwise, it would be like tangled vines. Touching one could reveal all the roots beneath. Back in her dorm, Ro pulled the curtains tight and began to divine for herself. Will the paladin come to Sharia? The stars indicated, yes. Will the paladin's visit bring me danger? The stars flickered, and the Tianpeng star shone dimly. Autumn and winter meet Tianpeng, half good, half bad. Another mixed omen. Rose set down the turtle shell, already knowing what to do. Success comes from careful planning and wealth from taking risks. Hasn't she always been this way? What she feared most about the paladin was the holy water and the judgment stone. She had felt the power of the holy water. It was manageable as long as it stayed outside her body. The judgment stone, from what she knew, was a stone that could detect lies. Involving rules of language, the room for maneuvering was vast. Overall, no problem. Her most important task now was to form a mercenary group to go to the Demon Sea. A month is neither long nor short. It could pass quickly. She didn't want to find out too late that she hadn't gathered enough people. She needed to hire at least 10 or 20, right? Before sleeping, Rose's left eyelid twitched continuously, lifting her spirits. Left eye twitches for wealth, right eye for disaster. She had a strong intuition that things were going to be stable. But at night, that strange prayer voice started again. This time, the voice was hoarser than last night, but the sincerity in the words had escalated. Ro could clearly hear the content of the prayer. Great God of death and time, who governs human souls and the 6 paths of reincarnation, I am your faithful follower, Nick. Oh God, please accept my soul. Please guide me. I want to avenge my wife and children. The prayer repeated over and over, and Nick's voice grew weaker. Rose's gaze deepened. She recognized him as the husband of the peasant woman who had hurt her. But why was his prayer reaching her ears? And she had randomly invented a god, yet someone had started to believe in it. Were the gods in the sky really born from the primordial creator? Ro recalled the history she had read. 2,000 years ago, a great war of faith erupted on the wasteland. Followers of the gods fought each other to claim belief for their deities, and the flames of war quickly spread from isolated areas to the entire wasteland continent, eventually involving the gods themselves. Once a god intervened, all gods would enter the battlefield, making this unfair warfare again. The war between gods was far beyond human imagination. When the gods clashed, it darkened the sky, obscured the sun and moon, and turned the paradise of the wasteland into scorched earth overnight. The scars left by the divine war took a long time to heal. Lava and black water flowed everywhere in the wasteland. Volcanoes spewed dark gray smoke year-round, and former forests turned into scorching deserts. The harsh climate left the vast plains barren, with not even a bird daring to fly over. Only the remnants of the wasteland clung to survival, guarding the few remaining temples, struggling to live in the arid desert. When Ro first saw this history, she felt a sense of awe at the capriciousness and unrestrained nature of the Western gods. Now, reflecting on it, she felt a strange dissonance. Aren't the gods born as divine beings? Why do they fight for human belief? In their Chinese mythology, heavenly gods are selfless. Those who need belief are human gods, people who accumulated enough faith in life to become gods after death. The Western mythological system, however, is based on bloodlines. Only those with divine blood can become gods. Since they were born as gods, what belief do they need to fight for? Could these gods be false deities? If this world could truly create gods through faith, then the voice she heard could be explained. Her invented deity had gained followers, so she heard the prayers of the faithful. Rose's heart tightened. Her first reaction was not joy but fear. Would a god already seated allow a new god to take away their power? She didn't have full confidence in fighting humans, let alone gods. Wouldn't she die even faster? Should she just watch this opportunity slip away? Ro clenched her fists. As the saying goes, the bold starve the timid. She immediately abandoned her warm bed, sent Nicole out for a quick look around, and then pushed the window open and flew out. One must leave two paths. If she couldn't wait for her companions to log into the game, becoming a god might be her only way home. Ro flew back to the courtyard, quickly changed into her previous outfit, hid her magic wand in her sleeve, and flew out of the city in the direction of the voice. In a small village just 3 kilometers from Sharia's city gate, 7 or 8 low thatched houses were scattered about. These square houses, built of stone, housed both people and livestock, with humans and animals living at opposite ends, and a fire pit in the middle for cooking and warmth. Nick knelt by the fire pit, continuously praying to the dwindling flames. Suddenly, the flames surged, producing a loud roar, and among the rising sparks, a cloud of black mist formed, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. "Foolish mortal, are you praying to my lord?" A deep, mysterious voice seemed to float down from above. Nick was startled, opened his eyes, and saw this scene, causing him to fall sideways to the ground in fear. Trembling, he crawled upright and knelt before the shadow above the flames. "Great messenger of the gods, it is I am Nick." He dared not look directly at the messenger's majesty, bowing his back and staring at the flames in the fire pit, like a lamb willingly offering itself. "The great Lord has shown mercy on your weakness and sent me to hear your prayers. Believer Nick, what is your wish?" Nick, still on the ground, humbly pleaded, "Great messenger, I want to know if my wife Susan's soul can ascend to heaven." "No," the indifferent messenger replied from above. I do not ferry those who bring about their own destruction. Your wife's soul has already dissipated." Nick's body shook like a leaf, immense fear nearly crushing his spine. "Great one, messenger, please guide me. I want to avenge her, greedy human." The messenger's cold voice remained steady, yet Nick felt a deep chill. "You have only one chance to fulfill a wish. I have already answered your question." Nick trembled, an overwhelming regret rising within him. His only wish had been used up just like that. "Great messenger, I beg you." Nick pressed his fingers into the dirt. "Please grant me another wish. I am willing to sacrifice my soul to you." "Your soul has long been sacrificed to my lord. After death, it will be reclaimed by him." "Hypocritical mortal, your faith is not pure enough. When you can wholeheartedly worship my lord, that will be the time you can fulfill your wish again." The fire went out, and the messenger's figure faded into the darkness, leaving behind a trembling farmer on the ground. For a long time, no sound came from the simple thatched hut. Nick got up from the cold ground, and despite his worn and haggard face, a hint of excitement flushed his cheeks. "When I can wholeheartedly worship my lord, that will be the time I can fulfill my wish again." The great god of death and time, the deity he faithfully worshipped, his hope for the rest of his life, the light of his faith. Nick reignited the fire, adding dry wood to the flames. In the cold, silent night, the warm flames illuminated the dim longhouse. Rovi left the village, racing back to the city, changing clothes before dawn, and returning to school. Last night, time was tight. She didn't have time to make a tongue oil coat and dry ice. The effects were all real magic. She had tricked Nick, but her magic wand had cracked even more. The cracks on the wand extended from the bottom to halfway up its length. It would break in two after just 3 or 4 more uses. Rovi found a piece of ribbon in her closet, wrapped it around the cracked area, and tied a big bow. This way, no one would notice her wand was broken during the next class. They might just tease her about being flashy, but ineffective. She wondered where this magic wand came from, and if she could find another one. In the afternoon, Rovi showed her bow-tied wand to Troy. "Do you know where I can find this kind of branch?" Troy saw the dark wand with a bow and twitched his mouth. He had never seen such a strange magic wand. "This is a branch of spirit wood. It only grows in the Beast Mountain Range." "The Beast Mountain Range, where is that?" Rovi thought back to the map she pieced together in the library, but didn't recall seeing such a place. The Beast Mountain Range is a place only wizards can enter, located in the northeastern part of the Western Plains. There are many magical beasts and magical plants inside, and spirit wood grows deep in the forest. Northeast. Rovi calculated. The Demon Sea was to the north, and they could conveniently visit the Beast Mountain Range on their way there. With just over a month left, there would only be 5 more spell classes at most. If she used the wand carefully, it could last until then. Thinking this, Rovi asked, "Is Spirit Wood easy to find?" "There's a lot in the Beast Mountain Range, but," Troy explained, "Spirit Wood only grows in valleys with the richest magical elements. There are many magical beasts there, making it tricky to harvest. Also, Spirit Wood grows slowly. It takes 50 years to reach the thickness of a pinky finger. Finding a sufficiently old branch to use as a magic wand is quite difficult." Rovi examined the unremarkable little branch in her hand, realizing that such an ugly-looking plant was a rare one that took 50 years to grow. Indeed, one shouldn't judge by appearances. She put away the spirit wood and lazily asked Troy, "Do any of your old friends want to come over?" Troy looked a bit nervous. "The letter has already been sent. They should come, right?" "Ugh, you sound unsure." Rovi shook her head. "If they don't come, you should look for some mercenaries, the kind with professional ethics. Don't hire those who take the money but don't do the work and have strong personalities."
Troy.
He felt like she was mocking him, but he had no evidence. "By the way," Rovi remembered something, "when Roman comes back, tell him not to go to school for the next few days. He should stay in the cellar with Roxy." Troy's expression turned serious. "What happened? Didn't you hear any news at the tavern?" Rovi shot him a glance. "The Paladins received a divine message and are coming to preach their doctrine in various countries. They will be in Syria the day after tomorrow." Roman had such great talent. What if he caught the attention of the Paladins on the way and was taken to the church? And Roxy, being an affinity for dark elements, was destined to become a dark wizard. She needed to hide well. Otherwise, if the Paladins found her, they might crush her in the cradle. After warning Troy, Rovi hurried back to school. What she said yesterday was all out of anger. Although exposing weaknesses to others could lead to betrayal, having like-minded friends to help each other was still easier than fighting alone. Since Theodore and the others didn't want to include her, she would secretly follow them to see what they were up to and borrow any good ideas. Gladys was perceptive and hard to track, and Theodore was an intermediate apprentice, making it difficult to approach him. Rovi set her sights on Hall Felix. Hall was a new student like her and Gladys this year, and he seemed a bit slow to react and quite simple-minded. She should be able to learn something from him. In the evening, Rovi saw Hall enter the artificial lake area behind the academy from the tower's bridge and immediately ran downstairs to follow him. Under the swaying willow branches, Hall sneaked around a large rock, stepping 1 foot into the muddy shore of the lake. Rovi hid behind another large rock to spy on him and quickly saw him step in with his other foot as well. Hall continued to stomp around in the mud, getting his legs covered in muck and his pants soaked, yet he still enjoyed this strange activity. Rovi, could the way to resist the Paladins lie in this mud? Hall stepped into the muddy ground, creating a depression. The foul-smelling muddy water seeped into the hollow, mixing evenly with the surface muck under his feet, turning into a puddle of sludge. Rose saw him bend down, scoop up the sludge with his hands, and smear it on himself. The rough hemp clothes were caked with thick mud, slowly drying in the cool breeze. Hall patted his clothes, knocking off the large clumps of mud, and washed his hands in the dirty water before climbing back up the bank to leave. His worn-out straw sandals left a trail of stinky, muddy footprints across the dry grass by the lake. After he walked away, Ro approached the spot where he had dug in the mud and looked down from the shore. This muddy area was nothing special. The surface soil was hard and dry due to the lack of rain in winter, but the mud underneath was still wet, causing one to sink when stepped on. Standing by the lake, she could smell a strong, unpleasant earthy odor, different from normal soil. The mud, soaked in wastewater and rich in humus, emitted a foul stench. Ro covered her nose and took a couple of steps back. She remembered that the waste from the student dormitories seemed to be dumped into this lake.
Hall really went all out.
Ro couldn't understand the purpose of this mud and didn't want to smear it on herself, so she quickly left the lakeside. Confused by Hall's actions, she shifted her gaze to Gladys. But Gladys had been very calm these past few days, her life unchanged, the only difference being that she had switched to a thick fur coat. She wore a vest made of wolf fur, with a white fur collar around her neck, making her skin look as white as a handful of snow from a mountain. Many female classmates envied her fur vest and rushed to the southern market to buy one. Rose shared this news with Bulk, suggesting that Harkin shop buy some wolf and rabbit fur to take advantage of the trend and make some profit. The 3-month cashmere project she and Barton had planned was about to end in half a month, and once the fur trend passed, they could profit from those noble ladies again. Thinking about business, Ro walked slowly to the cafeteria. The college dining hall was still crowded. The first floor's business hadn't been affected by her opening a dessert shop. Most nobles had low titles, and their annual income was barely enough to maintain their status. Sometimes, they would even argue with the kitchen staff over a missing spoonful of jam. The lower-tier nobles lived no better than commoners. They just had slightly more respectable homes. Ro bought a vegetable salad and sat down with Winnie. "Miss Ro, are you having vegetable salad again?" In Winnie's memory, it seemed like every time Ro came to the cafeteria, she only ate a bowl of vegetables, with the exception of one steak at the beginning of the school year. "Yes, I want something light," Ro replied, though the cafeteria only had this option that was palatable. Although Ro had been taught not to speak while eating, Westerners loved to chat at the table. Winnie slurped her soup while talking. Bulk left right after class to help at the shop. "He said thanks to you, the business is doing well." Rose smiled. "That's their hard work. I haven't done much." "Winnie, do you know someone named Theodore?" "He's also in the intermediate department." "Theodore? I know him," Winnie said. "We were in the same class last year, but after moving up to the intermediate department, I joined the swordsman class, and he went to the spell class." "I went to the library yesterday," Rose said, frowning. "Theodore was there too, and for some reason he was really rude to me, even though I didn't know him before." "Theodore is just like that," Winnie said angrily. "Miss Ro, don't mind him. He's just a nasty pig, rude to everyone except for Lola." "Lola? Lola was in my class before. She's very good friends with Theodore. They knew each other before coming here to study." Winnie explained. "Theodore is from the southern coast, where people have bad tempers and dislike everyone. That's just how he is." In Winnie's description, Theodore was a talented young magician, somewhat arrogant, often looking down on classmates with less magical talent. He also had a grudge against nobles and had intentionally hurt several noble boys during this year's magic exam. It puzzled many that a commoner could be so bold in the academy. The common students in Winnie's class disliked Theodore. Although they were all commoners, Theodore was too arrogant and refused to bond with them. "He looks down on us, and we look down on him too." Winnie continued to criticize Theodore. "You wouldn't believe it, but he always smells like fish. Everyone says he used to be a fisherman and got really tanned. Who would like him? This morning, I saw him in the hallway with 2 stinky salted fish hanging around his neck. Oh my God, it was suffocating. Even Professor Pence couldn't stand him and sent him outside the classroom to listen to the lesson. He deserves it." Winnie's exaggerated tone made Ro laugh. All right, don't get upset. Let's not talk about him and eat." "Okay." Winnie took a sip of her soup. "Oh no, my soup is cold." As winter temperatures dropped, the warmth of the food dissipated quickly. Winnie couldn't talk anymore and started gulping down her meal. After lunch, Winnie went to practice sword fighting, and Ro left the school, deep in thought as she walked towards the small courtyard. Troy quietly followed behind her. "Troy, if you faced a paladin, do you think you could escape?" Troy thought for a moment and replied, "I haven't tried. I don't know. I won't be leaving school tomorrow, so you don't need to wait for me outside. Just take care of Roman and Rosie at home." Troy stumbled slightly in his steps. After a pause, he replied, "Okay." The gray sky grew lower, but after a night, the clouds parted and sunlight broke through. Ro, wearing a gray-black magic robe, stood in the square practicing sword fighting with her classmates when she suddenly heard the sound of hooves behind her. The iron cavalry approached, shaking the ground. All the students in the square put down their swords and turned to look at the school gate. The heavy iron gate slowly opened, and a group of knights in silver armor and red capes rode in on tall horses, charging from afar. As they passed, dust flew up and stones scattered. The sunlight shone on their silver armor, reflecting blinding white light. Rose stared at them, the intense light making her eyes misty, and tears dampened her eyelashes. The gate swung open, and a brown-red warhorse, fully armored, reared up, its conical iron spike on its forehead pointing skyward, resembling a unicorn's sharp spiral horn. Nay! The dazzling silver light shattered the blue bricks under their iron hooves. The paladins had finally arrived. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, 6 paladins rode into the school on majestic horses and stopped outside the square. Their faces were hidden behind hard golden masks, topped with vertical strips like Corinthian helmets, adorned with short, stiff manes, resembling the brave Spartan warriors of ancient Greece. The eyes behind the masks looked down at the students in the square through the gaps, but no one could see where their gaze fell. Lady Tobias and a bald male professor quickly approached them, placing their right hands over their left chests and bowing. "May the sun and moon deities shine upon you. The Sharia Magic Academy welcomes your arrival." The leading paladin, still on horseback, returned the greeting. "May the deities bless you. We have been sent by His Majesty to convey greetings to Dean Morrison." Lady Tobias replied, "Dean Morrison has sent us to guide you. He is hosting a banquet in the dining hall to welcome you." Professor Pence added, "Your steeds will be cared for by dedicated staff, so please rest assured." The paladins exchanged glances and dismounted. "Then we shall trouble you to lead the way." "Please." Lady Tobias and Professor Pence walked ahead of the paladins, guiding them into the square. To reach the academy's dining hall, they had to pass through the square. Rovi and her classmates put away their wooden swords and stepped aside, bowing their heads with their right fists pressed to their left chests to show respect to the paladins. As the paladins spoke with Lady Tobias, Rovi quietly moved to the back of the crowd, hiding behind 3 or 4 rows of people, making her presence less noticeable. But she stood next to Asina. Asina also moved to the last row, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight like a large piece of gold. When the 6 paladins passed by the line of students, they suddenly stopped. "Excuse me?" Lady Tobias turned back in confusion. The leading paladin looked toward the back of the crowd, his eyes behind the mask seeming to search for something. "There is a special aura here," the paladin said, suddenly walking toward them. The crowd parted automatically, creating a wide path for him. Rovi's heart raced, and she lowered her head, trying to blend back into the crowd. However, Asina closely followed her, moving whenever Rovi did, making it difficult for Rovi to retreat without drawing attention. Rovi mentally scolded Asina a million times, her mind racing to think of how to handle being exposed by her. She dared not look up, nervously staring at the ground. The heavy footsteps of the paladin grew closer, the sound of clanking armor echoing in her ears. Soon, a pair of silver metal boots entered her line of sight and stopped right in front of her. Rovi's breath caught, her fist pressed to her chest, feeling the rapid beating of her heart. "Miss, your hair is beautiful." Rovi froze, her stiff neck slowly relaxing. Through the helmet, the paladin's deep voice had a cold, metallic tone. "Thank you for the compliment, sir." Asina's voice was softer than usual, with a slight tremor that added a hint of allure to her delicate tone. "Miss, you seem to carry a special aura. Can you tell me the reason for it?" The paladin's voice was gentlemanly yet distant, reflecting his excellent upbringing, making even his questioning feel polite. Asina's voice softened further. "I don't understand, sir. What kind of scent do you mean?" "A scent not found in mortals," the paladin reminded her. "You might want to think carefully." "I understand, sir. Perhaps you are referring to the aura of a divinely favored one?"
"Oh,
"You are a divinely favored one?" The paladin's tone changed immediately. "Yes, sir. I am a follower of the goddess of love," Asina replied. "I apologize for my rudeness, Mississippi. We shall meet again." The paladin walked away. Rovi lifted her head, using her peripheral vision to track his figure as he approached Lady Tobias and Professor Pence, saying something to them. The 2 professors looked hesitant, but the paladin touched the oval gem embedded in his chest armor, and they eventually nodded. As he left, Lady Tobias exchanged a few words with Coach Cumberland, then led the 6 paladins across the square toward the Academy's dining hall. Once the paladins departed, the square erupted with chatter. Students excitedly discussed the paladins' attire, accessories, horses, their powerful presence, and their gentlemanly tone and clear pronunciation. They were flushed with excitement, thrilled to see paladins for the first time in their lives. Amidst the cheers, Coach Cumberland approached Asina. Asina, please join me for lunch on the 2nd floor of the dining hall after class. The paladins wish to praise the glory of the goddess of love with you. Asina's lips moved slightly, seemingly afraid. Don't worry, the dean and Professor Tobias will be there, Coach Cumberland reassured her. Just relax. Okay, thank you, Coach. Asina smiled gratefully. The surrounding classmates looked on with envy, wishing they could take her place to pray with the paladins. The morning classes passed in a mix of excitement and anticipation, knowing the paladins were on the 2nd floor of the dining hall. As soon as class ended, they rushed to the dining hall to catch another glimpse of the paladins. This time, Asina couldn't cling to Rovi. She handed her wooden sword to a younger classmate and left the square. Rovi felt a weight lift off her shoulders, relieved that the ordeal was over. However, this relief didn't last long. As she stepped out of the school to head to the dessert shop, she saw several flashes of silver light on the street. The paladins were unmistakable. Their armor gleamed brightly, and with the sun shining, they looked like moving sources of light. To the townspeople, this was a manifestation of holy light. They followed the paladins' path, each one kneeling by the roadside in reverence to their arrival. Not just 6 paladins. Rovi suddenly realized this. Paladins were everywhere in the city. Only 6 had entered the Magic Academy, while 6 more wandered the streets, seemingly searching for something. Rovi had a strong sixth sense that whatever the paladins were looking for was related to her. She should have thought of this earlier. Why did the paladins come to this small town of Sharia first to preach their doctrine? Moreover, isn't preaching the doctrine the bishop's job? When did it become the paladin's duty? What would they use to preach? A sword? Or a spear? Rovi initially thought the 12 paladins would split up to visit different countries, with maybe one coming to Sharia, but unexpectedly, they all came here. She retreated back to the academy, wanting to return to her dormitory. Passing the rose garden, Rovi noticed 2 paladins standing by the lake, one looking at the water, the other watching the garden. She quickened her pace, bypassing the flowers to reach the Romanesque-style dormitory building. Although light mages cannot sense dark elements, they might have other ways to detect their presence, and she didn't want to risk her life. As long as she could get back to her dormitory, everything would be fine. Polite paladins would never barge into the girls' dormitory. Rovi stepped onto the cobblestone path on the lawn, nearing the dormitory door when an owl suddenly flew over her head and landed on the top of the door. Rovi, this is Professor Tobias. Please come to the 2nd floor of the dining hall. Rovi, I am. The owl called out 3 times, its yellow eyes with black pupils staring at her, ready to keep calling if she didn't respond. The paladins by the lake noticed the commotion and turned their gazes toward her, making her feel uneasy. Rovi tightened her fingers. Okay, Professor Tobias, I'll be there right away. Hearing her response, the owl turned its head and flew away. Rovi turned and walked toward the academy dining hall. The 2 paladins saw her path and didn't follow to investigate. Rovi's right eyelid twitched the whole way. She recalled the fortune she had drawn earlier, which was half good and half bad, and suddenly felt that the divination results weren't very reliable. So far, she had only seen the bad and not the good. The girls' dormitory was not far from the academy dining hall. If she walked quickly, she could get there in 7 minutes. The dining hall was crowded, with commoners and nobles mingling together, all looking up at the 2nd floor. After being at the academy for so long, this was the first time Rovi saw nobles and commoners in such harmony. She passed through the crowd, entered the dining hall on the 1st floor, and climbed the spiral staircase step by step to the 2nd floor.
Who is that?
Why is she going up too? That's a new student this year. I think her name is Rovi. I heard she has a big background. Rovi? What's her last name? I'm not sure. Her background is mysterious, but it's said she's a royal princess. Yeah, very mysterious. I saw Senior Kyle get turned down by her before. He was so arrogant. Isn't anyone going to investigate? It's hard to find out. Her identity is probably kept secret. Don't have any bad thoughts. Be careful not to offend the forces behind her. Am I having bad thoughts? Can't I just want to befriend her? Is that friendship? You just want to climb the social ladder. What's wrong with climbing the social ladder? Don't you want to? I know my place. Pfft, you just want to climb but can't. The people downstairs looked enviously at the figure on the staircase, whispering and discussing Rovi's identity, admiring her chance to meet the paladins face to face. They all thought meeting a paladin was a rare honor, while Rovi knew the struggle of the journey. In just a few dozen steps, her back was already soaked. Junior. As soon as she stepped onto the carpet of the second floor, a charming boy with chestnut hair strode toward her. Junior, why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you. Rovi was puzzled. Senior Kyle, why are you here too? Kyle puffed out his chest. I'm the prince of the Genoke Duchy, here to pay my respects to the paladins on behalf of my country. Oh, did your father agree to let you represent his country? Rovi swallowed that question and asked, Senior, how did you know I would come? Kyle winked at her and said in a magnetic voice, Guess. I can't guess. Haha, I told the paladins to invite you.
How about that? Happy?
Rovi, that I'm really so happy. Senior Kyle, she said with difficulty. How did you think to invite me? Kyle proudly said, I saw several people from your junior class, but not you. I guess they probably didn't know your identity. The divine favored one named Asina from your class could come to the banquet. You are a descendant of angels, so you're not any less than them. I immediately mentioned you to the paladins, and they were indeed very interested in you, so they asked Professor Tobias to invite you.
How about that?
I'm always thinking of you, so you should think of a way to thank me. Rovi took a deep breath, trying to suppress her urge to hit him. She forced a smile and asked, Senior, when did I become a descendant of angels? Oh, come on. You can't hide anything from me. I've known for a long time, Kyle said, winking. One night, I saw you flying in the sky. Rovi's fingers trembled. She now fully understood the terrifying nature of a clumsy ally. Thank you so much, Senior Kyle. I really don't know how to thank you, Rovi said through gritted teeth. We can talk about thanks later. Come on, I'll take you inside. Kyle confidently led her into the afternoon tea room for teachers. As soon as the door opened, 10 pairs of eyes turned to look at them. Kyle was very pleased and introduced her. Paladin, this is my junior, Rovi. Rovi quickly glanced up and bowed to the dean, the paladin, and the 2 professors. Good day, Dean, Sir Paladin, Professor Tobias, Professor Pence. Come in, Rovi, Dean Morrison said first. Sit down. There's no need for so many formalities here. The paladin nodded at her. Miss, please take a seat. There was only one paladin in the room, the paladin leader Alvich Emerson. The other 5 knights had already finished their meals and were out walking around the academy. Most of the people sitting at the long table were familiar faces, including 3 teachers from the academy, Asina, Gladys, and 2 unfamiliar young people, along with Kyle and Rovi, making a total of 10. Rovi lifted her skirt and walked slowly toward the long table. The dean sat at the main seat facing the door, the paladin leader at the main guest position, leaving one empty seat in the middle, with Asina sitting on the other side of the empty seat, and another empty seat to her right. Strangely, the plate on the second empty seat showed signs of having been used, indicating that was Kyle's spot, and the seating order was all mixed up. But Rovi really didn't want to sit next to the paladin, so she planned to sit in the corner by the door. Unexpectedly, Kyle rushed ahead and pulled out the chair for the first empty seat, saying, Junior, you should sit here. Rovi stepped back slightly. No, Senior, you should sit there. I'm fine here. Miss, please sit next to me. Alvich had taken off his helmet before the meal, revealing his handsome face and deep-set eyes. He looked at Rovi with a probing gaze, his voice gentle yet firm. I haven't seen a descendant of angels in a long time. Since the sun and moon gods have brought us together, perhaps it is a sign. Please take a seat. I believe we will have pleasant conversations. Rovi lowered her gaze and smiled. Yes, with the sun and moon gods watching over us, Sir Paladin, I will gladly comply. She steeled herself and walked over, sitting down with Kyle's help. Alvich observed her closely, noticing her differences from others through her words and actions, and his eyes narrowed. Miss, your aura is unique, not quite like the nobles of the Western continent. I am indeed not a noble from the Western continent, Ro replied softly. Oh, does the lady come from the wasteland? Not exactly. Ro lifted her head, a hint of pride in her expression. My country is to the east of the planet, a land even larger than the Western continent. Her tension turned into extreme calm, and her voice was so proud that she didn't even sound the slightest bit guilty. Moreover, she wasn't lying. Her homeland is indeed to the east of the planet, just not Galan, but Earth. Alvich reached up to his chest, showing a look of surprise. Could it be Misty Plains? Does it really exist? Rose smiled but said nothing. Alvich was even more shocked. If Misty Plains exists, why hasn't anyone found it? Not just Alvich. Everyone present looked equally astonished. There had always been legends of a third continent, but thousands of years had passed, and many treasure hunters and gold seekers, dreaming of getting rich overnight, had gone out to search without bringing back any news of Misty Plains. Eventually, they all thought it was just a fictional place made up by some bard. But today, someone claimed that Misty Plains is not fictional. There really is a third continent on Galan. Kyle exclaimed, but isn't the legendary Misty Plains to the north of the Western continent? How did it become the east? This was a question everyone at the table wanted to know. Rose saw the curious eyes around her, smiled slightly, and first answered Alvich. My country is very far from the Western continent. Getting there is as difficult as flying to the stars. Then she answered Kyle. Our continent is vast. Most of the land is in the east, with a small part in the northern hemisphere of the west. This answer wasn't wrong. She was talking about a continent, not a country. The Eurasian continent is indeed large, and part of Europe is in the western hemisphere, like Iceland. Alvich raised another question. Since it's so hard to reach Misty Plains, how did you get here, miss? Ro lowered her eyelashes, looking sad. It's a long story, and some details are not meant for outsiders. In short, I came here due to certain unexpected events. This is a test for me, and I fear I can only return to inherit what is rightfully mine after I complete it. This statement revealed a lot of information. What kind of unexpected events? Also, why must she undergo a test to inherit what belongs to her? Everyone present, experienced as they were, immediately thought of the dark secrets of certain powerful families. Looking at Ro, they felt a twinge of sympathy and sorrow. A fragile 15-year-old girl, crossing treacherous seas to end up in the Western continent, and she still has to complete some test. How cruel those people must be. Ro noticed the pitying gazes and smiled again. But it's not too bad. I have people protecting me, and no one dares to treat me poorly. Plus, the teachers and students at Sharia Magic Academy are wonderful, and I'm quite happy here. The dean and 2 professors nodded, showing their appreciation for her words. They understood the importance of supporting the academy. Well done. So, dear, are you a great noble from Misty Plains? A soft voice came from beside her. Ro turned her head and saw a fleeting jealousy in Asina's eyes. I'm so sorry, dear. I mistakenly thought you were a commoner pretending to be a noble. I was wrong. Can you forgive me? Asina spoke apologetically, her face showing just the right amount of remorse and nervousness. Ro looked into her bright blue eyes and smiled gently. What is there to forgive? It's just a misunderstanding. Asina, please don't blame yourself. As long as you know you were wrong and correct it, we can still be good friends. A fire ignited in Asina's eyes. Even if she hated Ro in her heart, she had to show a touched expression. Thank you, dear. You truly are a magnanimous person. No need to thank me, Asina. Being forgiving is a noble's basic virtue, Ro said softly. Asina's facial muscles twitched, and she tightened her grip on the knife in her hand. Alvich suddenly spoke up. Miss, may I ask, what is your family's title in Misty Plains? Asina's words reminded him that there was a flaw in Ro's statement. He noted that she didn't seem like a noble from the Western continent. Her answer was, I am indeed not a noble from the Western continent, but she never claimed to be a noble from Misty Plains. Alvich stared at Ro, waiting for her answer. I have no title, Ro said, a hint of modesty and pride in her eyes. We are the rulers of the country, and all officials serve us. The mockery on Asina's face froze in place. How could this be? She really is a noble. A royal noble. Could it be that the man who saved Queen Isis and left was not a commoner, but the king of Misty Plains? Or perhaps Ro is not really Queen Isis's daughter, and she has mistaken her identity? Asina sat stiffly in her chair. If she had mistaken her identity, then all her schemes against Ro would become a joke. Kyle looked at Ro with burning eyes. A noble lady of royal descent deserved his status. Alvich gazed at Ro in awe. So you are a noble princess of a great kingdom. Ro shook her head. I have many siblings. I am just one of them. Not particularly noble. You are too humble, Alvich said with a smile, reaching for a nearby wine pouch to pour her a drink. This is my favorite fruit wine. Please give it a try. Miss, may I ask which angel's bloodline you descend from? Here it comes, Ro perked up, thinking about how to phrase her response. The true gods sit high in the clouds, and their messengers are called angels. The fallen gods dwell in darkness, and their messengers are called demons. Ro is neither an angel nor a demon. She is a favored one of the god of the undead, and the wings on her back are merely a blessing from him. How should she respond to avoid being accused of lying? Ro slowly opened her mouth. I apologize, my lord. After thousands of years of changes, many records from my ancestors have been lost, and the bloodline has become very thin. In my family, I am the only one who has gained the ability to fly, so I am not very clear. I hope I haven't embarrassed you. The belief wars from 2,000 years ago were so fierce that she couldn't believe there were no fallen gods or angels. Moreover, most Westerners had moved over from the wasteland, so their history must be incomplete. With thousands of gods of all sizes on Galan, would they really send paladins to investigate just because she said she didn't know? Ro looked apologetically at Alvich. When faced with a question she couldn't answer, she preferred not to choose between yes or no, but to throw the question back to the one who asked it, letting them solve it themselves. A hint of regret flashed in Yalvich's eyes, but he did not pursue the matter. He was on a mission and had no time to help a little girl find her ancestor.
No need to apologize, miss.
It was my impertinence to ask, Yalvich said, pouring himself a drink from the bottle on the table. He raised his glass and said, It was rude of me to invite everyone here without warning. I have important duties and cannot stay too long. Let this drink serve as my apology and farewell. Shall we all drink together? Yalvich displayed both gentlemanly charm and knightly boldness as he raised his glass to the crowd, who all lifted their glasses in response. Rovi picked up the glass of wine that Yalvich had poured for her. As the liquid swayed, she felt a strong sense of unease. This drink is suspicious. But everyone at the table was raising their glasses, and all eyes were on the table. She had no chance to switch it out.
Pour it out?
What if this wine is holy water? If she accidentally spills it on herself, all her efforts would be wasted. Thank you, Dean Morrison, for your hospitality, and to the 2 professors from the Academy, thank you. Ha ha ha, Sir Paladin, you are too kind. Everyone, please. Please, Sir Knight. After the mutual compliments, the hands holding the glasses slowly moved to their lips. Rovi held the glass of what could be poison, raised her left hand to cover half her face with her sleeve, and slowly brought the glass closer to her lips with her right hand. If it comes to it, she might have to pour the wine into her sleeve, hoping her clothing's absorbency is strong enough not to let it drip onto her legs. Rovi lowered her eyes, preparing to find the right moment to quickly spill the drink. Bang! A loud noise suddenly came from the door, interrupting the drinking process. Everyone at the table put down their glasses and looked toward the door. Rovi's tense heart relaxed, and she gently set down her glass.
Saw thee.
I didn't mean to fall here. A short boy stumbled in, apologizing to the room in a panic, not daring to lift his head. Egbert. Professor Pence recognized the boy immediately and scolded, "What are you doing here?" Egbert, embarrassed and angry, covered his bruised face and said, "I'm sorry, Professor. I don't know how I ended up here. I was just passing by and suddenly slipped. We'll deal with you later. Close the door and get out," Professor Pence ordered. Egbert, too scared to look up, sulked as he pulled the door shut behind him, his face disappearing through the crack. Professor Pence turned back, somewhat embarrassed. "My apologies, Sir Paladin." "That's all right, Professor. It's good for students to be lively," Yalvich said with a smile as he raised his glass again. "Now, shall we continue?" Yes, let's continue." Rovi steadily lifted her glass, and Yalvich glanced at her. "Miss, would you like me to pour you some more fruit wine?" "No, thank you, Sir Paladin. I haven't finished my drink." Rovi extended her hand to show him the liquid in her glass. Yalvich smiled and clinked his glass with hers. "Perfect, then let's drink together." "All right, cheers." Rovi raised her glass to her lips and tilted her head back, drinking it all in one go. The bitter liquid slid down her throat and into her stomach, suddenly igniting a burning sensation. Rovi quickly looked at Asina, only to find Asina staring back at her. A flash of hatred crossed both their eyes. Rovi hadn't expected that the glass she had switched with Asina while everyone was distracted by the door contained poison. When did Asina realize she wanted to switch glasses? When did she put the poison in? Rovi clenched her fist under the table, the burning pain in her back dispelling all her rational thoughts, making it impossible to calm down. She gritted her teeth, trying to suppress the wings on her back, and sat in her chair with a serene smile. Soon, just a little longer, the paladin would be leaving. After finishing his drink, Yalvich stood up to bid farewell to the dean and the two professors. They quickly rose to see him off, and the dean and professors escorted Yalvich out of the dining room. Rovi and the remaining guests also stood up, bowing to the paladin as they watched him leave. Finally, the footsteps of the four faded away, seemingly reaching the staircase and descending. "You all continue, I'm leaving." The first to stand was Gladys, frowning as she kicked her chair and strode toward the door. It seemed she was very displeased with the lunch and didn't want to stay. Rovi also pushed away from the table, smiling at the others. "Please, enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave now." She quickly walked out of the tea room, the pain in her back intensifying, feeling the protruding wing bones pushing against her clothes, tightening around her neck and making it hard to breathe. At this rate, she wouldn't be able to leave the academy dining hall without revealing her true form. Rovi glanced at the rooms lining the corridor and spotted a storage room for drinks. She quickly opened the door and slipped inside. The dimly lit storage room was filled with wooden barrels, with spilled wine on the floor near the door and two opened wine barrels standing upright. The rich aroma of wine filled the air, intoxicating and dreamy. Rovi shook her head to clear her dizziness and walked over to lift the lid of one of the barrels. Under the lid, silvery hair shimmered like bright frost and flowing satin, making her want to touch it. Rovi reached out her hand, and in the next moment, the satin slid to the sides, revealing a pair of glowing green eyes. The girl bared her sharp canine teeth, her nose wrinkling with fine lines, and let out a growl like a wild wolf. Beneath her silver hair were a pair of furry silver ears, trembling slightly in the damp, intoxicating air. Gladys. A werewolf. Rovi's frozen mind started to turn again. She gripped the barrel lid tightly and said hoarsely, "Don't be afraid." She replaced the lid, turned, and leaned against the half-height barrel, supporting herself on her knees and breathing heavily. The wings on her back could no longer be suppressed, bursting forth with a loud rip, growing into a pair of massive white wings. But the wine in her stomach acted like a potion of desire, making it impossible to control her thoughts. Temptation and redemption pulled her in different directions, while destruction and survival intertwined, causing the white wings to gradually darken from the edges. What kind of drug did Asina use? Why did it feel so addictive? Creak. The door suddenly creaked open, a thin beam of light flooding into the room before being swallowed by darkness. A figure slipped through the crack and quickly shut the door behind them. Even in the dim storage room, the golden hair stood out, but her deep blue eyes glowed with a hint of madness. Rovi lifted her heavy head, her vision blurred as if through frosted glass, and she vaguely saw dark red wings sprouting from behind her, lacking feathers, with slender bone fingers covered by thin membranes, resembling bat wings. Above her head were a pair of red, pointed horns, exuding an alluring aura of desire. Rovi stared dazedly at Asina, who was also looking at her in a daze. Stork wings. You are the envoy of the god of life. Asina staggered a few steps inside, her weak body suddenly collapsed, kneeling on the ground. The dark red bat wings drooped into the murky puddle of wine, emitting hot white smoke. Rovi's legs felt weak too, but she held onto the barrel, focusing on the swaying Asina. You are a succubus? Asina's face twisted with anger as she tried to get up, but her body felt too weak to move. She could only kneel in the wet puddle of wine, glaring at Ro with fierce eyes, her snake-like tail swaying in the air like a scorpion searching for its prey.
Ha!
You switched my wine. Asina's breathy voice was incredibly seductive, her gaze filled with hatred, yet her voice made one feel weak, like a soft, boneless siren luring in her chosen victim. The sweet scent filled Ro's nostrils, and she swallowed hard. You switched my wine too? Her voice was not much better, cold and ethereal with a slight tremor, becoming more captivating the more she held back, like ice meeting fire, the steam making her face flush. The two exchanged glances, and in that moment, they both understood the problem. They both thought the other's wine was safe, so they took the chance to switch cups. Asina created the opportunity to swap her cup with Rose, and Rose seized the moment to switch her cup back with Asina's. In the end, they both drank from their original cups. Ro exhaled a heavy breath. So, the paladin tampered with every cup of wine? Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared as Asina leaped up, her sharp claws aimed at Ro's throat. Anyone who knows her secret must die. She used the last of her strength to strike. Bang! Ro grabbed the barrel lid and held it up. The 2-inch-long red claws pierced through the lid, getting stuck in the tightly constructed wood. Asina cried out in pain, her fingers hitting the wooden lid, the splinters digging into her tender nail beds, causing her to stagger back, pulling her claws out with great effort. That blow had drained all her strength. Asina fell to the ground, glaring fiercely at Ro. I should have killed you back then. When they first met, after the first potion class, and that night in the castle corridor when she tested her, she should have killed her.
Kill me?
Ro gasped. Asina, you don't have the ability. Her earlier resistance had also exhausted her strength. Ro leaned against the barrel and slid down, finally sitting on the cold ground. Asina, weren't you a favored one of the goddess of love? How did you become a succubus? She asked drowsily, her voice barely audible. And you? Asina's voice was weak. You are clearly the daughter of Queen Isis. How did you become the princess of the Misty Plains? When did I ever say I was the daughter of Queen Isis? If you're not her daughter, how could you have stork angel wings? Only the descendants of the life goddess Isis can have stork wings. You also said it's the descendant of the life goddess, Ro replied with a low laugh. Do you think there is only Queen Isis among her descendants? Of course, there were more than just her. Asina had thought of this at the wine table, but she didn't want to admit it. Admitting she was wrong would mean acknowledging she looked like a fool. She pressed her lips together, unwilling to answer. Asina, whose descendant are you? Ro asked. Let me guess, you have the traits of a succubus. Are you a descendant of a succubus or a favored one of the god of lust? The god of lust is the evil god opposing the goddess of love, and his emissaries are succubi. A descendant of a succubus could inherit their bloodline and gain the god of lust's blessings, thus acquiring succubus abilities. Ro leaned towards the first guess. Asina was a descendant of a succubus. A person cannot be a favored one of two gods at the same time, especially if they are opposing deities. Even if I am a descendant of a succubus, so what? Asina said warily. Would you dare to kill me? Who knows, Ro replied, gripping the barrel lid tightly. It depends on who recovers their strength first. The storage room gradually fell silent, and neither spoke. Time flowed like the wine spilling on the ground, drop by drop. In the quiet space, only their breathing became increasingly clear. Asina suddenly spoke hoarsely. There's another voice. Who is it? I don't know. Ro closed her eyes, resting against the barrel. Don't know? Asina glared at her. That voice is behind you. Who are you hiding? Ro didn't want to waste energy talking and ignored her. Asina sniffed the air. Succubi are sensitive to scents. In the rich aroma of wine, she caught a hint of a non-human pheromone. She was very familiar with this scent, having raised many hunting dogs to dispose of corpses in the past. It smells similar to a dog's scent gland, but not quite the same. Is it a wolf? Asina stared at Ro. Is that wild woman in wolf for hiding behind you? Why is she hiding here? I know, she's a werewolf, isn't she? Ro opened her eyes. Since you're so curious, why don't you come over and see for yourself? Asina's eyes were filled with rage. If only she could move. Filthy, shh. Ro interrupted her curse, signaling her to listen to the sounds outside. A faint scratching noise came from the corridor, as if someone was approaching. Asina panicked and struggled to get up, trying to escape through the small wooden window. Ro bit her tongue to clear her mind a bit. She leaned against the barrel and stood up, turning to whisper into the barrel. Someone's coming. Quickly give me your coat. Gladys bared her wolf teeth at her, completely lost to reason, unable to understand her words. Ro immediately dropped the lid and held her head down, quickly stripping off her wolf fur coat and covering the barrel again. After doing all this, she looked towards the window and saw Asina leaning against the stone wall by the window, looking utterly hopeless. There was definitely someone outside. Ro quickly walked over and whispered, Asina, are you sure I'm a descendant of the stork angel? Asina looked at her with red eyes. Which, I'm dying, are you happy, slap? Ro ruthlessly slapped her, leaving 5 red marks on her fair face. She used all her strength for that slap, causing Asina to stumble and fall, her left cheek quickly swelling. I'm not bragging. Answer my question, and maybe I can save your dog's life. Ro said coldly. Having used so much force, her palm was also tingling and hot. Asina was stunned by the slap, but hearing that Ro could save her life sparked a glimmer of hope. Are you really that kind-hearted? Stop talking nonsense.
Yes.
Asina covered her swollen face. You are a descendant of the stork angel. Don't you know that? Ro scanned the area and saw the stacked barrels nearby. She said to her, go hide behind the cabinet. No matter what you hear, don't move. What do you want to do? Asina asked distressfully. Draw the people outside away. After saying this, Ro walked towards the door, pulling at her collar and tugging at her torn clothes until a large part of her chest and back was exposed. She then draped the wolf fur coat over her chest, covering it with both hands. The rustling sounds in the corridor grew closer, finally stopping outside the wine storage room. Ro deliberately made her footsteps louder, reaching the door and kicking over a wine barrel. With a loud thud, the barrel fell, spilling dark, murky wine everywhere like a rushing waterfall. She stood the barrel back up, tried to squeeze inside, but quickly backed out. At the door, she covered her chest with her left hand and gently pulled the door open a crack with her right. The door to the wine storage room opened inward, with no lock inside, making it impossible to close tightly. The bolt and lock were on the outside. She peeked through the crack, saw no one, and let out a big sigh before closing the door again. Creak! A hand reached out from outside, firmly blocking her from pushing the door open.
Ah!
Ro exclaimed, stepping back a few paces. The wooden door was pushed open from the outside, revealing the determined and proud face of Alvich.
Paladin.
Ro tightly held the wolf fur coat over her chest, her face turning slightly red. You! How did you suddenly? I'm sorry, I think I might be a bit drunk, and my wings couldn't help but show. Alvich looked at her wings, which were white with black tips, resembling a stork's wings. Are you a descendant of the stork angel? Do you think so too? Rose's eyes lit up with joy, and her wings fluttered. My classmate said the same thing just now. Alvich's gaze fell on the fur vest she was holding in front of her chest. Miss, that wolf fur coat doesn't seem to belong to you, does it? Rose shyly lowered her head. I borrowed it from a classmate. I'll return it once I change back in my dorm. Is that so? Alvich looked behind her, his sharp gaze scanning the wine storage room, finding nothing suspicious. Except for the overturned barrel and the spilled wine. How did the barrel fall? It's all my fault, Rose said, too shy to look up. I was afraid someone would come in, so I tried to hide in the barrel, but my wings wouldn't fit. It was so embarrassing. Alvich touched the jade pendant on his chest, showing no reaction, indicating she was telling the truth. He glanced around the wine storage room, which only had a small window, dimly lit, revealing only the general layout. The air was thick with the smell of alcohol, sour and bitter, with nothing else to smell. There was a faint scent of wolf, but it was too weak to notice, likely coming from the wolf fur coat. Alvich felt a bit disappointed. None of the 5 people he suspected were here? Miss, Alvich finally asked, is there anyone else in this wine room besides you? Anyone else? Rose shook her head in confusion. No. You're the first person to open the door since I came in. The room only contained a wolf that looked human and a succubus. If werewolves count as humans, then she would admit defeat. Alvich dismissed his doubts. All right, miss, I apologize for the offense. I must leave now. I hope to make amends next time. No need to be so polite, Paladin. I wish you a safe journey. No need for apologies, and she hoped there wouldn't be a next time. Alvich finally left. Ro relaxed her shoulders, closed the door, and leaned against it. Only then did she think about why they would mistake her for a descendant of the stork angel. It was just luck. Her wings happened to have black edges. The stork angel had long fallen, and the descendants of its bloodline had wings like hers. The stork angel was originally a messenger of the goddess of life, taking the form of a white stork with black edges, delivering babies to couples wishing for children. Bestowing new life upon humanity was one of the goddess of life's powers. She once held the authority over fertility and entrusted the task of blessing childbirth to the stork angel. But the stork angel fell in the faith war 2,000 years ago, and the goddess of life lost that ability. Later, this authority passed to the goddess of love, Freya, who simultaneously governed human love and fertility. Rose's thoughts were chaotic. With the danger past, a burning pain returned to her limbs. Her bitten tongue hurt so much that swallowing was unbearable. After an unknown amount of time, the heat inside her body slowly subsided. Ro retracted her wings and walked to the barrel, lifting the lid to check. Gladys was already curled up inside, sleeping, her brows tightly knitted, seemingly in pain in her dreams. Fortunately, she didn't snore, otherwise, Ro wouldn't have been able to cover for her. Behind Gladys stood the Ice Wolf tribe, the largest force in the exiled city. Saving her was a profitable business. The Abyss Canyon was near the exiled city, and if she ever wanted to visit, she might need the Ice Wolf tribe to guide her. But thinking about the person lying behind the barrel made Ro feel uneasy. This was the best chance to eliminate Asina without her having to lift a finger. If the paladin discovered Asina was a succubus, he would naturally deal with her. What a shame. To avoid exposing Gladys, she had to let the enemy go. However, looking on the bright side, she now held a deadly secret about Asina, right? Ro turned and walked towards the back of the shelf where the barrels were stored. She stopped as she rounded the wooden rack. There was no one behind her, only traces of spilled wine on the ground. She looked at the small window in the wall. A piece of cloth was hanging from a nail on the window frame. Ro walked over and took it down. The linen fabric must have come from Asina's dress when she jumped out the window. Ro put the cloth in her pocket and found a clean stool to sit on in the wine storage room. After more than 20 minutes, there was finally some movement from the barrel at the door. The lid of the barrel was pushed open by a silver-white head, and Gladys brushed aside her hair and climbed out. Awake? Ro rested her chin on her hand, watching her. Gladys was startled, her ice-blue eyes wide with surprise. Ro, you haven't left? Ro tossed the wolf fur coat to her. You didn't wake up, so how could I leave? Gladys caught her fur vest, a rare shy expression on her face as she quietly said, "Thank you for saving me." Ro was surprised. You know what happened just now? Gladys shyly replied, I know, just not fully awake to react. Ro nodded and stood up. I'll go change clothes now. She pointed to her tattered coat. Wait, wait, Gladys called out, nervously handing her the wolf fur vest.
Vermine.
What about you if I wear it? Ro asked, realizing this fur was likely meant to cover up scents. I'm not afraid, Gladys shook her head, firmly pushing the vest into Ro's arms. I'll go back with you. Ro thought for a moment. All right then, let's go together. She put on the fur coat, adjusted her collar, and left the wine storage room with Gladys. The two went downstairs, and the dining room on the first floor was nearly empty. Gladys. A voice like a duck's quack rang out again. Before Ro could see the person, she caught a strong smell of salty fish. Theodore Hall. Gladys turned to the right upon hearing the voice and saw Theodore and Hall. She quickened her pace to approach them. What are you doing here? Ro also turned her head and spotted the two boys standing not far from the stairs, slowly stopping in her tracks. Theodore noticed her and frowned slightly. Gladys, why are you with her? Gladys then realized Ro had not followed and stepped back to stand beside her. Theodore, don't say that. Ro saved my life. What? Theodore was taken aback. Gladys pulled Ro forward and whispered, the paladin gave me a drink made of holy water and blood. After I drank it, I transformed. If Ro hadn't helped me, my head would have been chopped off by the holy sword. Theodore and Hall widened their eyes, surprised by how dangerous Gladys's experience had been today. I told you that the wolf skin didn't smell strong enough. You should have listened to me and soaked it in dog's blood, Theodore said quietly. It's not about the smell, Gladys replied helplessly. They called me over just because I have white hair. White hair is a sign of the Northerners, who are collectively referred to as barbarians by the people of the West. They are known for their violent nature and savage customs, with most living near the City of Exiles. The City of Exiles is where criminals are sent, filled with all kinds of evildoers. The barbarians do not worship the sun and moon gods. They have their own totem worship, making them seem utterly irredeemable in the eyes of the church. In the church's view, they are also the most likely to worship evil gods or be tempted by demons. It was completely normal for the paladin to test her. It wasn't because her wolf skin didn't smell strong enough, unless she changed her hair color. By the way, what about you? Are you okay? Gladys looked around. Did you encounter any paladins on your way here? We're fine. I saw them leave the academy before coming over, Theodore replied. I heard you were called away by a paladin and didn't see you come out, so Hall, and I wanted to find you. Yes, we were just about to go upstairs when we saw you coming down with this lady, Hall said, glancing at Ro. Gladys immediately turned to Ro, apologetically saying, Ro, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to rush you away last time. Thank you for saving me today. After how I treated you, you still helped me. No need to thank me. I just think it's ridiculous to judge someone based solely on their race. I would have saved anyone today, Ro replied. After saying this, she pulled her hand away from Gladys. You must have things to discuss. I won't interrupt you.
Goodbye, Ro.
Gladys looked at her, unsure of what to do. Miss Ro, please wait a moment, Theodore suddenly spoke, his dark face showing a hint of respect. I apologize for my rude behavior last time. Please forgive me. Miss Ro, I'm sorry, Hall added, scratching the back of his head, also apologizing. Ro. Gladys brightened up, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her. Stay with us. Let's have fun together. No. Thank you, Ro shook her head. Gladys grew anxious and grabbed her hand. You wanted to touch my ears, right? If you stay, I'll let you. Ro's expression suddenly became serious. Oh no, her hand felt a bit itchy. Touching ears isn't important. I mainly want to make friends with you all, Ro said, standing tall and serious. Gladys thought she really didn't want to touch them, her eyes not shining as brightly as before. Theodore and Hall exchanged glances, both clearing their throats and looking down. But this isn't a good place to talk. I need to go back to my dorm to change clothes first, Ro told the three of them. Let's pick a spot to meet. I'll find you after I change. Okay. Gladys answered quickly, as if an invisible tail was wagging behind her. Since learning that Gladys is a werewolf, Ro no longer saw her often furrowed brow as a sign of disdain for the world. She found her cute instead. Sounds good. Theodore and Hall agreed. The four of them arranged to meet half an hour later under the third willow tree by the lake. That spot was a bit smelly, so fewer people went there. After saying goodbye to Theodore and Hall, Ro and Gladys stepped outside the dining hall and felt a sense of revival in the fresh air. Winnie's description was spot on. It really stank, almost suffocating her. And Hall, he smelled strongly of mud and had a foul odor. She initially didn't want to stay, not out of pretentiousness, but because it was too stinky. Back in her dorm, Ro changed into clean clothes and washed her face and hands to get rid of the smell of alcohol. Estimating the time, she took her magic wand and turtle shell and headed out. Gladys had been waiting on the second-floor corridor. She lived on the third floor and changed clothes faster than Ro, having already waited 5 or 6 minutes. Ro. Seeing Ro come out, Gladys waved at her. I'm over here. Ro walked over to join her, and they headed together to the third willow tree by the lake. Gladys, who were those two people sitting next to you at lunch? I don't think I've seen them before, Ro asked on the way. Oh. One is a senior from the intermediate class named Hessel Calansis from the Beast Mountain. The other is a senior from the advanced class named Sebastian Noel, also from the City of Exiles like me. One is from the Beast Mountain and the other is from the City of Exiles. Together with Gladys, who is also from the City of Exiles, and the uniquely scented Asina, the four of them are either special themselves or have special backgrounds. And she, originally, shouldn't have been involved in this mess. It was all thanks to Kyle dragging her into it. Lost in thought, the two of them had already reached the lakeside. Theodore and Hall had arrived even earlier, sprawled on the grass by the lake, chewing on blades of grass and chatting aimlessly. To Ro's dismay, Theodore still had a salted fish hanging on him, and Hall hadn't changed his clothes either. Did they really need to be this cautious now that the paladins were gone? Gladys also found it unbearable. Werewolves have sensitive noses, and the smell made her turn green. Theodore, Hall, why didn't you change clothes? Theodore got up and brushed off the grass from his clothes.
Hey, why change?
What if the paladins come back unexpectedly? Their noses are sharper than dogs. Hall agreed. Yeah, it's not easy to get my clothes this dirty. Ro and Gladys both took 3 steps back, unable to tolerate the two boys. Finally, they pinched their noses and walked over. Gladys said in a muffled voice, let it go for today, but tomorrow you must change. Okay, we'll change tomorrow. When Theodore wasn't being confrontational, he was quite straightforward and likable. The four of them sat on the grass and discussed what had happened today. After a few exchanges, both boys looked at Ro with a gambler's expression. Miss Ro, do you want to guess what our identities are? I bet you can't guess, Theodore said confidently. If I win, Hall has to give me 10 copper coins. Hall chuckled foolishly. I bet Miss Ro can guess. Let me guess? Rovi smiled at them. What if I really guessed correctly? If she guessed right, would these two turn against her? Theodore said, if you guess right, I'll grant you 1 request. Hall added, I'll be the lady's servant for 7 days. You both said it, Rovi said, intrigued, studying them. Theodore, you come from the seaside, and today you have salted fish hanging on you to hide your scent. You must be from the sea tribe, right? Theodore raised his chin. Anyone could guess that. There are many sea tribes. You need to say which one I belong to for it to count as a correct guess. Rovi's smile grew wider. Then I'll say it plainly. You are from the giant sea monster tribe. Theodore's eyes widened. How did you guess that? It wasn't hard to guess. He was so dark he couldn't possibly be a mermaid. However, Rovi considered herself a person of good taste, so she spared her classmates' feelings. Legends say there are 7 major sea tribes: the sirens, mermaids, giant krakens, sea serpents, sea beasts, sea monsters, and sea pythons. Among these 7 tribes, only the first 4 can transform into humans, and of those, the giant sea monsters are the strongest, matching your personality. So I guessed you were a giant sea monster. Theodore became increasingly pleased, giving Rovi a look that said, "You have good insight," and proudly declared, "That's right, I am from the giant sea monster tribe." Rovi couldn't help but laugh. While other monsters were secretive about their identities and sometimes resented their parents for being monsters, Theodore was proud of who he was. The giant sea monster tribe was indeed powerful, originating from the giant kraken of the North Sea, with massive bodies and strong tentacles, completely unafraid of humans. In the past, their ancestor, the kraken, didn't just eat people one by one. It swallowed entire ships whole, along with their crews. Books say that the Westerners dislike these tribes because their ancestors ate humans, but Rovi thought this reason was ridiculous. It was clear they feared their strength and wanted to eliminate them, using their ancestors who hadn't even gained intelligence thousands of years ago as an excuse. The Kraken consumed fewer people than the Westerners did. Thousands of years ago, when humans were hungry, they would capture people from other tribes to eat, not just prisoners of war or decaying corpses, but even their own relatives. Moreover, the humans of Galen's star had also eaten many sea tribes. Among the 7 major sea tribes, aside from the sea beasts, sea monsters, and sea pythons that hadn't appeared for thousands of years, the remaining 4 tribes were nearly extinct. Mermaids were the first to fall victim because of their beauty and large tails. Once caught, they were sent to noble and clergy banquets, where people admired their looks while flaying their bodies to eat raw mermaid meat. They believed that eating mermaid meat could enhance beauty and prolong life, leading to a frenzy of capturing mermaids, and now they have vanished from the seas. Next were the sirens, creatures with human heads and bird bodies, who liked to dwell on islands and shared a common ancestor with mermaids. Each siren possessed rare beauty and an unmatched singing voice, and in the past, royal nobles and even bishops liked to keep a siren to sing for them. However, sirens were proud, and most starved to death in cages. The sea serpent tribe had it even worse. Their ancestors were 3 beautiful snake-haired women, the most famous being Medusa, along with her 2 sisters, known as the Gorgons. The sea serpents inherited their ancestors' beauty and snake hair, and often sunbathed and fished in shallow waters, where humans would ambush them with nets. Once captured, sea serpents would have their hair cut off and given to the rich to keep as pets, or they would be imprisoned in dark basements, unable to bear the pain and dying by crashing against the walls. Only the giant sea monsters escaped this fate because their true form was a poisonous octopus, which was neither edible nor attractive, and they were particularly fond of complaining. A giant sea monster's size increases with age. The older they get, the larger they become. If a young giant sea monster is angered, it will complain to the elder, and when the giant octopus elder intervenes, one tentacle can destroy half a city. Such power is indeed extraordinary. So, it makes sense that Theodore is so confident in the academy. Despite being poor, he has a strong background. Rovi pondered and then asked Theodore, "The giant sea monster tribe must have its own inherited abilities, right? Why are you at the Sharia Magic Academy?" "Because I'm a half-monster," Theodore said casually. "I didn't inherit my mother's abilities, only my human father's magical talent." Theodore told a familiar story. A young noble went on an adventure at sea but fell overboard and was saved by a naive giant sea monster girl. The young man was not afraid of her. He fell in love. He took her back to land, claiming he wanted to marry her and have children. They enjoyed a sweet time together until the giant sea monster girl became pregnant and gave birth to a human baby who didn't inherit the giant sea monster abilities. The man suddenly turned against her. It turned out he never loved the giant sea monster girl. He only wanted her to give birth to a little giant sea monster. The giant sea monster's ability was to consume will, instilling fear in humans. The man intended to take the little giant sea monster and train it as a weapon to seize territory and power. When the giant sea monster girl learned the truth, she was heartbroken and slapped the noble's head off, taking Theodore back to the sea. Humans do not accept half-monsters, but the monster tribes are more tolerant. Theodore is the first new little giant sea monster in 200 years, and the giants in his tribe adore him. However, the sea is fraught with dangers, and there are many sea monsters. A little giant sea monster cannot stay in its mother's embrace forever, especially since she has found a new partner. He must learn to be independent and grow stronger. With no other choice, he went ashore to learn magic from humans. I heard that only Sharia Magic Academy accepts students without considering their background, so here I am, Theodore said, shrugging. What a twisty story. Rovi and Gladys exclaimed together. What's so strange about it? This kind of story has played out hundreds of times among those silly mermaids. Theodore pouted and urged Miss Rovi, hurry, and guess what race Hall is. I bet you won't be able to guess. Hall, with his innocent face, was actually more cunning than anyone else. He was a total black sheep. While Theodore was silently criticizing him, Hall wore a simple, harmless smile. Rovi rested her chin in her hand, studying Hall. This is indeed a bit hard to guess. He liked to smear mud on himself. Could he be a crocodile monster or a warthog monster? No, if she guessed based solely on that, then elephants, rhinos, and even puppies love to roll in mud too. This hobby isn't unique. Hall was covered in mud to mask his scent. Theodore mentioned that paladins have noses sharper than dogs. They can smell things ordinary people can't, just like how a Sina was discovered. So what scent was Hall trying to cover up?
Mut, Rot, Fezes, Swamp?
Can't guess, huh? Haha, Theodore laughed. 10 copper coins are mine now. Hall, pay up. That's unfair. Gladys defended Ro. Why should guessing 2 be the winning condition? Each should count separately. Theodore disagreed. It was agreed to guess 2. Gladys, you're being unreasonable.
I'm not.
You're the one being unreasonable. No, you are. You're the one being unreasonable. Gladys was so angry her ears almost popped. She frowned and argued with Theodore. The 10 copper coins are your bet with Hall. Your bet with Ro has different requirements. Theodore rolled his eyes. No, it's my bet with Hall against Ro. She has to guess both correctly to win the bet. Otherwise, it doesn't count. Gladys argued back. You didn't say that before. You're being sneaky. How about this? We give Ro 3 chances. If she can't guess correctly in 3 tries, then she loses, Theodore suggested to Hall. No need, Ro smiled lightly. I've already guessed. Are you sure? Theodore doubted. Then what is it? Death Knight. Ro looked at Hall. It's a Death Knight, right? Hall nodded with a smile. How did you guess that? Theodore said, frustrated. Those were his 10 copper coins. That was his food money for 2 days. Gladys was also curious. Ro, how did you know it was a Death Knight? Ro explained, I heard someone say that humans have a genetic taboo. When they see the corpse of their kind, they experience a hallucination of smelling the stench of death. It's a nerve signal that can't be masked by any scent. Only the smell of human waste can eliminate it. I haven't experienced it myself, but I remembered that and took a chance with my guess. To guess it right on the first try is impressive, Theodore said in awe. Hall slowly said, Miss Ro is very knowledgeable. Ro, you're very smart. Gladys praised. Ro humbly replied, I was just lucky to have seen some information on that. Earlier, while researching the Chosen and the evil gods, she had come across a Death Knight god in the evil god faction, which reminded her of the Death Knights in World of Warcraft. In common online literature, Death Knights are powerful corpses formed from the remains of strong monks and wizards. In a physical sense, they are dead, but their souls are trapped in their bodies, unburned and undying. Death Knights prefer to dwell in dark, deep dungeons or roam damp, cold forests or swamps. They possess strong magical powers and are covered in deathly toxins. In this world, Death Knights are somewhat different. They are the cursed offspring of witches and swamp dryads. The curse on the witch causes her child to mutate at birth, slowly decaying into a corpse. Later, the cursed witch and the swamp dryad mated, giving birth to half-witch, half-dryad children. These children are born as corpses, but do not decay and possess the ability to reproduce asexually like trees, forming a new race known as the Death Knight race. Death Knights worship the Death Knight god, who is also an evil god, ranking among the top 5 in the most evil gods list, even higher than the wolf god. As for the god of the undead that Ro worships, he ranks first on the evil god list, causing fear among people, much like a rat in the street. Under the god of the undead, there is the second-ranked god of plague, the third-ranked god of lust, and the fourth-ranked god of slaughter. The higher the rank of a god, the fewer followers they have, and the greater the fear they instill in humans. Ro sighed inwardly. Among the 4 of them, 3 were followers of evil gods, except for Theodore, the sea demon, who did not believe in any god. The other 3 worshipped gods ranked in the top 10 of evil gods. Gladys and Hall were even more dangerous, being both demons and followers of evil gods. If caught, they would be doomed. After the bet ended, Hall approached Theodore to collect his winnings. "Senior, where are my 10 copper coins?" he asked, extending his hand. Theodore, with a dark expression, searched his body and reluctantly handed over 10 copper coins. Hall smiled apologetically and took the coins without hesitation. Ro raised an eyebrow. No wonder he bet 10 copper coins. It turned out he only had 10 coins in total. Now Theodore was left with nothing. He was considering where to forage for wild vegetables tomorrow. Unfortunately, it was winter and wild vegetables were scarce, so he could only dig up tree roots. "You need to pay your bet too," Gladys reminded them. Theodore huffed. "I never said I wouldn't." He looked at Ro. "Ro, do you have any requests? Just say it. I'll fulfill anything I can." "I haven't thought of anything yet. Can I tell you later when I think of something?" Ro asked. "Sure." Theodore agreed readily. Hall also looked at Ro. "Miss Ro, for the next 7 days, I will be your servant. You can ask me to do anything." Ro raised an eyebrow. "Anything?" "Yes," Hall smiled innocently. "All right, then you can go home, take a bath, and change your clothes tonight. I'll tell you what to do tomorrow." Ro had already thought about how to use him. Since Death Knights know dark magic, she could have him help Ro with some divination. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? This could also be seen as giving him leverage, as she knew the identities of the 3 of them. To ensure their trust and comfort, it was necessary to reveal some weaknesses. As for Asina, her identity as the princess of the Mist Kingdom might make her wary for a while, but it didn't rule out the possibility of her suddenly wanting to eliminate her one day. Though that possibility was slim. If she wanted to kill her, she would first have to consider whether she had the strength to take Gladys down too, unless she could pull Gladys to her side. After Theodore and Hall introduced their identities and backgrounds, Gladys and Ro briefly introduced themselves as well. Actually, they didn't need to say much. Theodore and Hall already knew. One was the daughter of the strongest tribe leader from the north, and the other was a mysterious princess from the Mist Realm. Who in the academy didn't know their names? After their conversation, it was just getting dark, so they paired off and headed to their respective dorms. After walking a few hundred meters, Theodore turned and asked, "Didn't you say last time that we shouldn't reveal our identities to others? Why did you encourage me to tell Ro today?" Hall maintained his usual smile. "Last time, you were so impulsive that you drove her away, leaving just the 3 of us in the attic. Today, she learned Gladys's secret. If she thinks about it, she could suspect us. It's better to tell her directly and build a good relationship. My intuition tells me she has secrets too. I'll take this 7 days to find out more about her." "You're truly a Death Knight," Theodore remarked. "Your heart is dark." Hall accepted the compliment. The next day, after Ro finished her magic rune class, she saw a fresh-looking young man with light golden hair outside the classroom. Hall had changed into his most suitable coarse linen clothes and put on a pair of wooden shoes. He no longer emitted a strange smell but instead carried a fresh scent of grass and wood. "Miss Ro, is there anything I can do for you today?" "Wait and see. Follow me." Ro took Hall out of the school and back to her little courtyard. Standing at the entrance, she suddenly realized she needed to name the courtyard. It had been called Little Courtyard for so long, it sounded too low class. Once inside, she asked Hall to wait and called for Bella. Bella, please order a nameplate this afternoon to hang on the wall outside. Let's call it Starro Cottage. Starro Cottage? Bella repeated awkwardly. Ro took out her charcoal pencil and a piece of cloth, writing down, Starro Cottage. These two words together actually refer to Starro Villa, not her English name. Her English name is Ro, which is a common name in the West. Both Ro and Ro can be first or last names, and the Western names Ro and Ro are derived from this spelling. However, the pronunciation of Ro doesn't clearly convey the sound of way. Ro initially wanted to write 3 Chinese characters with pinyin, but after thinking it over, she decided against it. Carving the characters on her bedpost would mean only she could see them, and she could easily paint over them later. But a nameplate would be visible to anyone passing by. What if a fellow Earthling recognized the Chinese characters she wrote and accidentally revealed her origins to the locals? Then she would be labeled a demon and burned at the stake. In short, it's wise to be cautious. After discussing the nameplate, Ro quietly told Bella to take Rashi to her empty study on the west side of the 2nd floor to wait. Bella went off to do that, and Ro took Hall to the dining room, treating him to lunch. Though he was supposed to be her servant for 7 days, he was still her classmate, so she couldn't treat him like a servant. After Hall enjoyed 2 servings of delicious toast and steak, his fondness for Ro grew rapidly. He thought, no matter if he could find dirt on Ro, he needed to build a good relationship with her. Having a wealthy, noble friend was fantastic. If Ro sponsored him a meal every day, that would be amazing. After lunch, Ro got to the point. Hall, you're a lich, so you must know some dark magic, right? Hall smiled slightly, a little. What do you want me to do? Ro said mysteriously, you'll find out when you meet her. She stood up. Please follow me, Hall. Curiously, Hall followed her upstairs. Ro opened the study door and called out, Rashi, come meet the magic teacher I found for you. Hall looked inside and saw a striking little girl with black hair and eyes walking toward him. The girl looked about 7 or 8, a bit frail, and her vision seemed poor, but she had a calm demeanor. Hello, teacher. I'm Rashi. Rashi bowed to Hall, her voice a bit deep, like a boy's. Hall looked at Ro in confusion. Miss Ro, what is this? Rashi is the daughter of my guard. She secretly came here with her father when we arrived in the West. Her magical talent is quite special, and I couldn't find anyone to teach her here. Luckily, I met you. Ro explained and asked, Hall, would you like to see her talent? Hall understood what she meant and recalled her earlier questions during lunch, surprised. Could she be an affinity for dark elements? Yes, and only for dark elements, Ro said with concern. I found out that people here seem to discriminate against dark magic users, so I haven't dared to find her a teacher. Hall, you said yesterday that you would do anything. Can I ask you to be Rashi's magic teacher for 7 days? That should be okay, right? Both were clever people, and Hall immediately grinned. Of course. Not just 7 days. I can be her magic teacher for 3 years. That would be too much. Ro shook her head. Our agreement is only for 7 days. Extend the agreement, Hall said quickly. It's an honor to teach such a talented dark magic user. Miss Ro, please let me be her mentor. Hall thought to himself, if he became Rashi's teacher, wouldn't that make him half of Ro's person? Wouldn't she have to take care of his meals, saving him a lot of money while enjoying good food? Teaching a dark magic spell was easy. He had known it since birth, so it wouldn't be hard at all. However, Hall said, looking troubled, I don't have an extra magic wand. That's fine. You can teach her the basics first. I'll get her a wand when I have a break. Are you going to the Monster Mountains? Hall asked in surprise. Ro replied, yes, I plan to go.
Why?
How coincidental. Theodore and I also plan to go after the break, Hall said with a smile. They were so broke they could barely afford food, so they wanted to go to the Monster Mountains to gather some items to sell. Only there could they freely pick things, as long as they had the ability. Miss Ro, why don't we go together? And maybe he could hitch a ride with her and get some meals. Sure, Ro agreed. With a lich and an octopus sea monster by her side, their safety on the trip was greatly increased. Both were very satisfied with this arrangement, and their plastic friendship grew a bit stronger. After assigning Hall his tasks, Ro left the courtyard and went to the Esquire dessert shop. At 3:30 in the afternoon, it was just the right time for Lillian to come for her daily tea. As soon as Ro went upstairs, she heard a greeting from the window. Ro, good afternoon. Why are you so late today? Good afternoon, Teacher Lillian, Ro said, setting her skirt down and walking slowly to sit across from Lillian. I've been a bit busy these past few days. Busy with what? Lillian asked with concern. Sigh, Ro sighed sadly. Teacher Lillian, you know I just want to quietly finish these 3 years and study magic well, but sometimes unexpected things happen. Lillian seemed to understand something and gently put down her fork. I'm really sorry. I heard about yesterday's incident. Did my brother cause you trouble? Not really trouble, but I did have quite a few classmates come to talk to me today. That was no exaggeration. When she entered the classroom today, she was surrounded by a crowd of classmates, each wanting to ask her about the Misty Plains. She used many excuses to send them away, and her mouth was dry from talking.
And
Ro hesitated. Lillian said gently, Ro, if you have something to say, just say it. We're friends, aren't we? All right, I'll be direct, Ro said, troubled. Not long ago, I noticed Senior Kyle was watching me. His crow flew to my window at night. Lillian clenched her fist. That brat. I'll teach him a lesson when I get back. Please don't do that, Ro quickly stopped her, feeling a bit embarrassed. Otherwise, Senior Kyle will know I reported him. He meant well. Don't worry, I won't mention you, Lillian squinted her eyes. Just for daring to act on his own and represent the king at the banquet yesterday, he won't escape a beating. After quickly finishing her afternoon tea, Lillian left the dessert shop, full of anger. Ro finally felt relieved. That foolish senior brother deserved a good scolding from his sister. She hummed a tune as she went downstairs and called her newly promoted manager and cashier aside. Have any customers come to buy porcelain in the last few days? The manager, Teresa Cece, looked down and replied, 3 people. One was an out-of-town merchant, one was the Lord Steward, and the last was Lady Rossetti. How many sets do they want to buy? Have they paid a deposit? The merchant wants to speak with you personally. The Lord wants to order a set of tableware for 5 people and has already paid a deposit. Ms. Rossetti ordered 2 sets for personal use and a set for small gatherings. She paid in full and requested that we prioritize her order and add her family crest to the tableware. Then let's make Ms. Lillian's first. After work, take their orders to the small courtyard and give them to Troy so he can discuss with the workers at the kiln. The price for a white porcelain plate is 1 gold coin. A set of personal tableware, including bowls, plates, cups, and spoons, costs 8 gold coins. A set for 5 people costs 45 gold coins. The small gathering set, which includes 10 cups, plates, bowls, and spoons, totals 101 gold coins. The Lord and the Princess are very wealthy. It's enviable. We'll have to work Troy and the Griffin a bit harder to bring back more clay. If that merchant comes again, just tell him I'm busy and can't meet. Also, let him know that all ceramics in the shop are not discounted. If he wants to cooperate long-term, have him draft a contract for me. I need to complete a transaction first to see if he is suitable as our business partner. Convey that exactly to him. Dismiss any merchant who immediately inquires about the ceramic making process. If they just want to haggle, then you can negotiate with them. Yes, master, Teresa replied excitedly. Such an important task, and the master entrusted it to her. She must not let the master down. Rovi left the dessert shop and went to a quieter place.
Troy.
Here. Troy appeared from somewhere unexpected. I didn't go out yesterday. Did anything new happen in the city? The paladins had been around for a long time yesterday. They must have done something. There are 2 new things, Troy said with a strange look. The archbishop was stripped of his red robes and demoted to a purple-robed archbishop. Was it the paladins' doing? Yes, they said he was ineffective and demotion was the lightest punishment. Will the church send another red-robed archbishop here? Probably not, Troy explained. The church originally had only 9 red-robed archbishops, each overseeing the religious affairs of a nation. They can't come to Sharia. The red-robed archbishop in Sharia is a nominal position. The archbishop was made a red robe only after the Sharia Magic Academy was established. Although he has the title, he only oversees Sharia and operates under the authority of an archbishop. Rovi nodded. So, it doesn't make much difference whether he was demoted or not. It does make a difference. I heard that the archbishop fainted when he received the news of his demotion. After being splashed with water by monks, he knelt in the temple all night to repent. Good for him. He deserves it. Let him be splashed with holy water. Rovi felt good. You said there were 2 new things. What's the other good news? Troy glanced at her and said quietly, the temple posted a notice. The notice says there is no god of death or time. They have captured the bad person impersonating a divine messenger to deceive everyone, and he will be burned to death before sunset today. After he finished speaking, the air fell silent for a minute. Huh. Rovi slowly narrowed her eyes. How interesting. This must be the Paladin's idea, right? So the Paladin's purpose in coming out this time was not to preach any doctrine, but to catch someone who was trying to collect faith and become a god. Now that they hadn't caught anyone, they wanted to solve the problem at its source, finding a scapegoat to impersonate her and burn her at the stake. But how did the Paladins discover this? When she disguised herself as a false divine messenger at the execution site, she hadn't alerted the church. Just when she could hear the prayers of the believers, the church sent the Paladins out.
Could it be
a divine revelation? Did the god discover her? If her guess was correct, the Paladins were probably still hiding somewhere in the city and had not left at all. Where would they hide? A location immediately popped into Rovi's mind. The temple. Troy, I'm heading back to school. Please remind Hall to wear his magic robe tomorrow so he can make a good impression on Roxy. Troy nodded.
okay?
Rovi hurried back to school and informed Gladys and Theodore that the Paladins had not left Sharia. Both of them looked serious after hearing this, and Theodore angrily exclaimed, I knew the church people were cunning. The Paladins are a bunch of treacherous people. Keep your voice down. We need to know this, but don't let it leak, Rovi reminded him. But Theodore frowned. Lola is coming back today. What if she runs into the Paladins? Rovi. Lola isn't one of them, is she? Theodore's eyes wandered. Well, she successfully took leave, and we didn't tell you her identity. Oh, just guess for yourself. When she returns, I'll bring her to meet you. Rovi felt exhausted. Their little execution squad was growing larger. How many strange characters were hiding in the Sharia Magic Academy? As the sun set, a towering flame ignited in the center of the temple square. Thick black smoke floated above the square, and the cries of the condemned echoed from the flames. Nick recognized the person in the flames. He was not a divine messenger, but a thief who had stolen lambs from their village last year. Today, hearing that the temple was going to execute someone impersonating a divine messenger, he rushed over with the villagers, forgetting to feed his chicks. The moment he saw the criminal, Nick knew the temple was deceiving everyone. He had seen the divine messenger with his own eyes. How could he not tell the difference? The temple's choice of a fake to impersonate only showed their fear of the god of death and time, unwilling to capture the divine messenger. Nick's faith grew stronger. He quietly slipped away from the crowd and returned to the village. He needed to raise more livestock and farm well to offer rich sacrifices to his god. The Paladin stayed in Sharia for 2 days and 2 nights, leaving on the 3rd morning. How did Rovi know this so clearly? Because on the 3rd morning, the Paladin leader, Alvich, came to the academy again to say goodbye to the principal and entrusted him to give her something. Rovi, this is what the Paladin leader asked me to give you this morning. He said it is an apology for offending you. Principal Morrison came to the classroom and personally handed her the silver box. Thank you, Principal. Rovi opened the exquisite silver box and was taken aback. Inside was a ruby necklace, the base of the gem carved into the shape of a rose. Next to the necklace lay a freshly picked laurel branch, with a few drops of dew on the green leaves. Laurel leaves seemed to symbolize power and glory. Why did Alvich give this to her? The principal also noticed the laurel branch and showed a hint of surprise on his gentle face, then sighed and shook his head. Alvich has dedicated his life to the divine. Love is a forbidden taboo for him. Take this, Ro. This is a blessing from Yalvich. He won't disturb your life. Keep this gift well. You might need it later. Dean Morrison seemed to hint at something. Ro found it strange, but obeyed him and carefully put away the gift. The laurel branch was left to dry by her dormitory window, waiting to be preserved as dried flowers. Laurel leaves symbolize power and glory, but they also represent love. Legend has it that the sun god Apollo fell in love with the nymph Daphne, who was wandering in the woods. However, Daphne longed for the moon goddess and did not want to marry Apollo. Apollo chased after Daphne, and fearing his fiery passion would burn her, she sought help from a river god and transformed into a laurel tree. Apollo, in pain from this unrequited love, wished for the laurel tree to remain evergreen and immortal, using laurel leaves to adorn his crown. Thus, laurel leaves became a symbol of honor. Ro understood the meaning of laurel leaves and could grasp the dean's intent, but she didn't understand why Yalvich would express his feelings for her. They had only met twice. Could it be that Westerners have a tradition of marrying a woman just for showing her shoulder? Are paladins really that simple? Ro leaned toward the idea that Yalvich was testing her with this gift. Perhaps the necklace contained some kind of listening magic circle. On the afternoon of the paladin's departure, the execution squad gathered again, this time with an additional member. Hello, Miss Ro.
I'm Laura.
Laura had heard about the recent events from Theodore and had a good impression of Ro. Just call me Ro, Senior Laura. Ro replied gently. Why so polite? I usually just call people by their names. Theodore poked Laura's back. Hey Laura, where have you been hiding these days? You look so healthy. Have you been eating well? Laura raised her paw and swiped it, making a smack sound as she brushed his hand away, noticing the others stiffen and shyly tuck their paws away. I've been hiding at a farm in the suburbs, Laura said softly. There were so many little chicks there, and I brought my chick with me. As she spoke, she licked her sharp little fangs, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Ro noticed her action and felt a jolt in her heart. This doesn't look good, does it? Loving chicken, could she be a fox spirit? Shouldn't cats catch mice? Why are you eating chicken every day? Theodore quickly exposed Laura's secret. You eat chicken without inviting me? I'm going to tell the dean that you're secretly raising hens in the dormitory. Laura huffed. Go ahead and tell. The dean said no raising chickens. I already sent them to the farm. You send them to the farm without letting me eat?
I'm starving.
Theodore complained. Go get them back. I'll help you take care of them. I don't want to. Laura distanced herself from him. I've already sold them to the farmer. I need to save up for next semester's tuition. Theodore grabbed his hair in frustration. Then what are you eating now? I can catch little birds. Theodore felt a mix of anger and sadness. If only he could catch birds too, but all he could do was dig up tree roots. Ro was lost in the shocking revelation that Laura was a cat beast, her mind filled with images of a fat cat stealing chicks, unaware of Theodore's misery. Gladys couldn't understand why Theodore was so poor. Didn't his family give him gold coins when he came ashore? Only Hall watched the two playfully, occasionally chiming in to advise Laura to cherish small animals and not catch little birds, and to tell Theodore to endure his hunger. He had found a long-term source of meals, and now watching Laura and Theodore argue was particularly amusing. Hall successfully diverted their conflict, and Laura and Theodore began to argue with him. Gladys looked on in confusion for a moment, then took off her coin pouch. I have money. I'll lend it to you. Don't fight. Ro snapped back to reality and proposed a solution. The ice cream shop is hiring part-time workers for 30 copper coins a day. You two can give it a try. Laura and Theodore turned their heads in unison. Really? Ro nodded. Really? Once she said hello to Teresa, she could bring them in. Theodore, with his bold personality, would likely be strong enough to work in the kitchen as an egg mixer. Laura, being gentle and nimble, could serve as a waitress in the shop. That's great. Theodore and Laura cheered, then turned to Gladys. Gladys, can we borrow a silver coin from you? We'll pay you back when we earn money from the part-time job.
Sure.
Gladys lent them each a silver coin. In the evening, dark clouds drifted across the sky, and suddenly it became dark. A cold wind howled, and icy snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The roses in the garden had already withered, with only a few late-blooming flowers swaying in the wind and snow, adding a touch of color to the lonely, cold winter night. Ro tightly closed the doors and windows and drew the curtains. The castle in winter shed its romantic exterior, becoming eerie and cold. Even the oil lamp on the desk seemed to be at risk of being extinguished by the chill from the stone walls. Nicole lay in the little wool nest Ro made for her, as if in a deep winter sleep. Spiders are cold-blooded creatures, unable to move in low temperatures. Although Nicole was a spectral spider, she was still influenced by her past habits. A few days ago, when the paladin was around, Ro was afraid they could sense the undead, so she didn't dare to summon Nicole. Now, as soon as she called her out, it started snowing, and the little one got cold. She added 2 layers of cashmere cloth to the spider's nest, then blew out the oil lamp and crawled into her cold bed. It was snowing even in her dreams. Thick snow covered the garden, like a layer of white carpet. Rose saw a white-haired girl sitting by the flower stand, snowflakes resting on her shoulders. "Gladys?" she called out, but the girl did not respond. Ro curiously walked over and tapped her shoulder. "Gladys, why are you sitting here?" Crack! Gladys turned her stiff neck, her bloodshot eyes looking at her, and opened her mouth, spewing out a mouthful of black blood. Ro gasped and took a step back, and the scene before her suddenly changed. She saw a small girl with frail limbs engulfed in roaring flames. Suddenly, a torrential rain fell from the sky, and black clouds and rainwater flooded Sharia as countless undead surged into the city, fighting for the girl's broken soul. The little girl devoured these undead, giving birth to an evil demon. The church sent paladins to exterminate the evil. They searched house by house in the city, eventually arriving at the Magic Academy. A long sword pierced Gladys's chest. Black tentacles of an octopus broke into pieces and fell. The succubus's wings melted by holy water, and the lich severed its own arm and jumped into the mire. In an instant, the academy was filled with dozens of corpses, some familiar, some not. Ro took another step back, and the surroundings changed again. In the pitch-black night, a foul-smelling sludge monster entered the city. It was still Troy. He killed the monster and cut open its belly, revealing several corpses that had not been fully digested. The Lord, awakened in the middle of the night by the city guards, hurried over and recognized an accessory on one of the corpses, concluding that it belonged to a princess from the north. In the blink of an eye, the original owner was hanged on the gallows. It was still early autumn when the paladins arrived. They investigated in the city for a while, then entered the Sharia Magic Academy, where they detected a presence that did not belong to humans. Gladys was dead, Asina escaped with the help of the guards, and Theodore and Hall's fates remained unchanged, except that the paladins now had a captured orange cat, and they were discussing how to train this cat beast to be a loyal mount. The strange dream slowly faded away as Luowei opened her eyes to the dull sound of knocking. There was no warmth in her blanket, and her feet felt icy cold. Maybe she should ask the Harkin shop to make her 2 thicker wool blankets. If she kept getting this cold, she would catch a chill sooner or later. Luowei put on her slippers, opened the door, and brought in hot water. When she dipped her hands into the basin of hot water, she finally felt some warmth returning to her limbs. She had almost forgotten the dream from last night, only remembering many corpses and blood everywhere. It was no surprise that she was having nightmares after such a tense time. The snow outside had stopped, leaving a thin layer in the garden that melted into water as soon as the sun came out. As December began, the snowfall increased. Winter at 43 degrees north is no joke. The temperature can drop to -20 degrees at its coldest, and right now, the nighttime temperature was already around 0. During the day in class, Luowei noticed groups of noble girls huddled together, chattering excitedly. Vina was among them, speaking animatedly. She quietly moved closer to listen and learned they were discussing a type of fabric called cloud velvet, rainbow skirts, and dawn shawls. Luowei remembered that Balk had mentioned using her secret formula to weave cashmere as soft as clouds. She had casually suggested calling it cloud velvet, and it seemed Balk had taken her advice. As for the rainbow skirts and dawn shawls, they were likely skirts and shawls made from dyed cashmere. Barton had sent her a few outfits before, but she never wore them because she found the colors too bright. People in this world loved colorful fabrics, probably because dyeing technology was underdeveloped and dyes were expensive, so colored fabrics showed their noble status. Unlike people in the 21st century, who pursued quality and sophistication, most of Luo Wei's friends in her past life preferred black, white, and gray, with hardly any red or green in sight. I ordered a rainbow skirt the day before yesterday, along with 2 dawn shawls, 1 orange and 1 pink gradient. I paid an extra 5 gold coins for rush delivery, and I'll have them tonight.
Vina said proudly. Wow.
Vina, can I see it when you get it? I also ordered a shawl, but the tailor said there are over 30 people ahead of me, so I won't get mine for at least 10 days. Mine too. I ordered yesterday, and the tailor said my rainbow skirt would take half a month to make because this batch of fabric is already sold out. Who is so fast? Isn't it those upperclassmen from the advanced department? They know Sharia better than we do and often shop at that store. The shop owner tells them first when new fabric arrives. Seriously, I asked the Harkin shop owner yesterday, and he said this batch of cloud velvet was on pre-sale half a month ago. Those upperclassmen kept it a secret. We didn't hear a thing. Hearing her friend's complaints, Vina raised her head high. Wait. I'll go get back at them tonight. I'll order all the next batch of cloud velvet fabric, so those upperclassmen can't buy a single shawl. The girls around her instantly cheered, gathering around Vina, chattering excitedly. Vina, you're the best. You're my best sister. Vina, can you sell me one after you order? Please, Vina, me too. You have to save one for me. Vina, I also. Vina smiled. Don't rush, one at a time. Don't worry, you'll all get one. Since the last time she fought with her fiancé, Egbert, and was laughed at by her friends, Vina hadn't enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention for a long time. Luo Wei quietly returned to her seat after listening. Not letting the bearded man take Vina away was indeed the right decision. If Vina spent a few days in jail, she might be too embarrassed to return to school. She was a big client. She couldn't be lost. That night, Vina indeed wore a dazzling rainbow cashmere dress. The soft dress had fine gold and silver threads woven into the hem, with snowflake-shaped crystals adorning the edges. The neckline was embroidered with three-dimensional colorful patterns, making it warm and eye-catching, drawing gasps from her friends around her. This cashmere dress cost 15 gold coins. Harkin Shop also had basic cashmere coats made from thicker material, less flashy but well-tailored, costing 10 gold coins each. The dawn shawl was the most expensive because the spun cashmere threads were very fine, and dyeing was complicated and labor-intensive, costing 20 gold coins. After this round of business, Barton Harkins was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. He even laughed in his sleep, waking Mrs. Harkins in the middle of the night, who pulled his ear and kicked him out of the bedroom. The next day in class, Vina wore that dress, fluttering into the classroom like a colorful butterfly. As she passed Luo Wei, she deliberately lifted her skirt, looking very proud. "Vina, your dress is nice." Luo Wei called out to her, slowly continuing, "But didn't you say that only commoners wear this kind of woolen undergarment?" Vina's smile froze. "Why, you vengeful woman, so petty. This is precious cloud velvet, not just wool." "Oh, so it's cloud velvet." Luo Wei stretched her tone. "Isn't it still made from wool?" "The undergarment I wore before was also custom-made cloud velvet from Harkin Shop." Vina looked around and quickly lowered her voice. "I was wrong, okay? Can you not mention that anymore? I admit I was blind and didn't recognize its value. Please don't tell anyone about this." Luo Wei rested her chin on her hand, bored. "Now you know you were wrong. Why didn't you apologize back then?" Vina fidgeted. Sorry. Go home and write an apology letter, filling it with 100 I'm sorries, and I'll forgive you." "Don't go too far," Vina said, her face pale. "My father is Count Wesley." "TSK, a count?" "I'm so scared." Vina's face turned bright red. "Why you wait? I'll go home and write the letter tonight." "A complaint letter?" "It's an apology letter." Vina ran off in a huff, as if being chased by a ghost. Luo Wei shook her head. A foolish, noble girl could actually be quite cute if you didn't consider what she did to the original character in her past life. The last half-month of this semester flew by, and soon it was December 19th, the day before the school holiday. All the teachers assigned winter break homework, and Luo Wei was busy writing down the assignments in her sheepskin notebook when she suddenly heard a knock at the classroom door. It was the student council president, Valanka Malachi. "Professor Temple, sorry to interrupt your class, but the dean wants Luo Wei from your class to come to the dean's office."